with the chance of snow showers in the morning. Council members violating maintenance and sunshine laws and no snow accumulation using public funds while the council Tuesday greenlighting a measure allow businesses to apply for a special allowance. Chance of snow outdoor spaces like sidewalks, and for Friday night, retail and dining. Police in Pittsburgh County reported a person was killed after a crash involving a pedestrian on the turnpike in Richland Township. This morning, Sidney Crosby is a member of the 500 Golf Club. Crosby netting the milestone last night. First period, Penguins 5-4 overtime win over the Flyers at home. Sunny, warmer highs in the low 50s. For Sunday night, Philadelphia has sports at 6:45. Jake Corbett on the top of Pittsburgh. Thursday, partly cloudy. JAS. This is Chuck O'Neill with Executive Service. Did you know the average executive will spend over 600 hours performing their duties, much of which must happen during business hours? Contacting insurance companies, financial planners, banks, real estate professionals, contractors, appraisers, and more. This means an executive's duties can severely impact the executive's time and ability to accomplish required tasks. Executive Services works with executives to assist in the day-to-day duties executed in the state. Right now, Executive Services is offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executive Services today at 412-515-0141 or online at executiveservices.com. Isolated flooding due to a combination of rain showers and snow melt is possible Thursday into Friday.
Never forget.
There is also the potential for localized flooding due to ice
All the
jams.
financial experts are predicting a
Spotter
stock market
information
correction,
statement.
but they've been
Spotter
saying that for about 2
activation
years
is
now.
not
It's
expected at
finally
this
time
time.
to move to safety. Wouldn't it be great if
The
you could
Pittsburgh,
cash outside of the market to
summary
chase their
for
loss, but be
yesterday,
protected against
February
loss in
15th,
case their life? Well,
2022.
actually, you can. Find out the secret
Yesterday's
millions of
high
retirees
temperature of
already know
35
about a
degrees
worry-free
occurred at
retirement by calling
5:11
today
p.m.
at
The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1954.
with Robert Evans.
Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m.
This update
The
brought to you by
record low
Ireland
is minus
Contract.
10 degrees, which
Online
was
at
set in 1875.
irelandcontract.com.
No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches. This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.45 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground.
Today with a high of 59,
There were
mostly
43
cloudy tonight with a
degree
low
days
of
yesterday.
47. Warm weather
This brings
continues
the
tomorrow.
monthly
Showers
total to
with a high of 60,
561.
rainy tomorrow night with a chance
The
of
yearly
snow as well,
total
and a low of
since July 1st
27.
is
Improving sunny Friday with a chance of snow showers and a high of
There were no
33.
cooling degree
From
days
the Ireland
yesterday.
Contracting Studios,
This
I'm
leaves
Greg
the monthly
Maxwell
total
on
at zero.
Pittsburgh 1320.
The yearly total
WJAS.
since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23. The record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in 1963. Sunrise today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57 p.m. Nearshore forecast. For the following nearshore locations, Scottsdale, Ohio to Italy, New York.
Since 2019,
Today,
found under a
southwest to 39,
staircase in upstate New York.
mostly cloudy.
Waves
Waves in ice-free areas 1 foot or less.
Tighter abortion laws.
Southwest to
Check up at
39.
CNN and
A slight
the
chance of
Oscars
showers.
look. All ahead.
Waves 1
Back
foot or
after
less.
these messages.
Thursday, south winds 15 to 25 knots becoming northwest and diminishing to 10 to 15 knots. Rain showers.
Do you frequently have gas,
Waves
bloating,
1 foot or
diarrhea,
less.
stomach pain, or loose
Thursday
organs
night,
after eating?
northeast winds 15 to 20 knots becoming northwest 10 to 15 knots.
Or EPI.
Rain
And it's any
showers,
time to talk
a
to your
chance
doctor.
of snow showers and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers, likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight. Waves 1 foot or less. Wave heights are for ice-free areas. The water temperature of Toledo is 34 degrees, of Cleveland 33 degrees, and Los Angeles 33 degrees.
Trouble passing school, nausea,
At
vomiting,
6 a.m.
diarrhea, worsening of painful
Pitt
swollen joints,
International
allergic
reported
reactions,
mostly
other side
cloudy
effects include
skies.
changes in blood sugars, gas,
Temperature
dizziness,
31
or short-term
to
cough.
19.
These are not all the side
Relative
effects of
humidity
Talk to your doctor about Creon, the #1 prescribed EPI treatment, and visit gocreon.com. That's GOCREON.com, or call 1-800-633-9110. Is your home making you sick? After a mold diagnosis from a competitor, a customer called Bactronics for a second opinion. The Bactronics technician found no signs of mold, but dangerously high levels of contaminants circulating in the air duct. The team at Bactronics treated the problem, saved the customer thousands of dollars from a treatment she didn't need, and gave her a healthier home. Find out why Bactronics receives its 12 five-star ratings every day by calling 412-375-7886 or online at Bactronics.com.
Mostly cloudy
In
30.
Pittsburgh, looking for flaming handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors, the Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Pittsburgh. The name is Shaw has it. Ammo, magazines, or optics. Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have a whole line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's best kept secret. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Get your AR work on with a barrel and a bolt-action rifle. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection's greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
Across Ohio, Zanesville, mostly cloudy 39 degrees, and mostly cloudy 39. Youngstown, cloudy 36.
More of a large-scale
Cleveland,
storm
mostly cloudy 42. Wind gusting to 26.
Tell us
Cincinnati,
what
mostly
areas of
cloudy
the nation
44.
will be
Toledo,
affected by
mostly
this
cloudy
latest round of
43.
winter weather.
Wind gusting to
Here's
20. And
AccuWeather.com
Columbus,
meteorologist
43.
Isaac Longley.
Well, a large
Now here is
storm
the
system
synopsis.
will set across
Dry
the
weather
middle part of
with
the country.
gradually warming
On the cold
temperature
side of the
can
storm
be
system,
expected
wintry
through
weather
Wednesday.
is expected to
A
break out in the
dynamic
Midwest.
system will bring rain
Locations
that
from
eventually comes
Wisconsin
snow.
and Michigan
Thursday
right
and
on
Thursday.
into Iowa can expect wintry mix of
The
ice and snow
forecast
today.
for Pittsburgh
Cold air
and
remains
surrounding
locked in
counties.
place. On the southern
For
side of
today,
the storm
partly
system,
cloudy
severe
early
weather
this morning,
is expected
then
to
becoming
erupt across
mostly
the southern
cloudy.
plains tonight.
Mild.
Easy from northern Texas
Highs
into
in the
Oklahoma
mid-50s.
and western Arkansas.
South winds
Any
10
storms
to
that
15
develop
miles
will
an
be
hour.
capable of producing damaging
Gusts
winds,
up to 30
hail,
miles an
flooded
hour.
downpours, and even a
For
few
tonight,
tornadoes.
mostly cloudy
Snow
and
will
not
also
as
move
cool.
into the Rockies today as
Near
a
steady
powerful
temperature
cold front
in the
passes
upper 40s.
southward across the region.
South
Minor
winds 10
snowfall
to 15
accumulations
miles
of
an
1 to
hour
3
with
inches
gusts
can be
up to
expected for
25
many
miles
spots.
an hour.
As much as 6 to 12
For
inches in
Thursday,
store for the
showers,
Colorado Rockies.
mild.
This can lead
Highs
to
in the
travel
upper
delays in
50s.
some areas. Meanwhile,
South
mild
winds 10 to 15
conditions
miles
will
an
not
hour
tap
with
for much
gusts
of the
up to
eastern part of
30
the
miles
country
an
from
hour.
a large area of high
Chance
pressure
of rain
in
near
Philadelphia
100%.
Atlantic coast. Easterly
For
flow
Thursday
will
night,
also set up
rain
on the
showers
southern edge
in
of
the
this
evening,
high pressure
then a
system.
chance of rain and
Bringing
snow
scattered
showers
showers
after
to the east
midnight.
coast of Florida, as well as
Little or
locations
no
along the
snow
northern Gulf
accumulation.
Coast and southeast
Much
coast.
colder with lows
Much
in
of
the
the Northeast
mid-20s.
will turn out dry, mild,
Winds
but
around
breezy
15
today.
miles
High
an
pressure
hour
in
with gusts
control.
up to
However,
45
rain will
miles an
move
hour.
into western
Becoming
parts
west
of the
with
region
gusts
tonight
up
with
to
a tunnel
35
pattern
miles an
developing
hour
over
after
the area.
midnight.
Then as we head out
Chance of
onto the west
precipitation
coast,
near
dry and
100%.
generally sunny weather
For
will be in
Friday,
store for most
mostly
spots.
cloudy with a
High
chance of
pressure
snow
still
showers
overhead.
in the morning.
However,
Then
a few
partly
showers
cloudy in
will
the
be
afternoon.
possible in the northwest.
Little
as
or
we
no
return
snow
to
accumulation.
from the Pacific.
Much colder with
That's the
highs
nation's
in the
weather.
lower
I'm
30s.
AccuWeather.com
Northwest winds
meteorologist
10 to
Isaac
15
Longley.
miles an hour.
You're with America in
Chance
the
of snow
morning.
50%.
I'm John Trout. Now
And for Friday
2022.
night, mainly clear.
President Biden spoke to the
Near steady
nation
temperature
and
in the
also had
upper
a
20s.
message for the Russian
And
people
now,
to urge
taking a look
Russia
at the
not to
extended
invade
forecast
Ukraine.
for Saturday,
Washington
partly sunny in the
correspondent
morning,
Sandra
then
Begani
clearing.
reports the president
Near
also
steady
made
temperature
clear
around
that
30.
the invasion's
For
cost
Saturday
would be
night,
felt at
clear.
home.
If
Lows in the
Moscow
lower
doesn't,
20s.
the president says
For
the
Sunday,
U.S. and
sunny,
allies stand
warmer
ready
with highs
to
in the lower
impose strong
50s.
sanctions.
For Sunday night,
Pittsburgh,
mainly clear.
price hikes and
Lows in the
energy
mid-30s.
restrictions here.
For Washington Thursday, partly cloudy.
There could be impact
Mild.
on our energy prices.
Highs in the mid-50s.
So we are taking
For
active
Monday
steps
night,
to
mostly
alleviate the pressure
cloudy.
on our own
A
energy
chance of
market.
showers in the
Also
evening,
prices.
then showers likely
We're
after
coordinating with
midnight.
major
Mild.
energy consumers.
Lows
and
around
producers.
40.
We're
Chance
prepared
of
to
rain
deploy all the
60%.
tools and authority
And
at
for
our disposal
Tuesday,
to
showers
provide relief to the
mild.
gas pump.
The president
Highs in the
says
upper
he worked with
50s.
Congress and the
Chance
energy
of rain
industry
90%.
to head off and deal
At
with
6
the
a.m.
impact at the pump.
We
Pitt
will not
International
sacrifice
reported mostly
basic
cloudy
principles.
skies.
Nations
Temperature
have a
31,
right to
dew
sovereignty,
point 19.
territorial
Relative
integrity.
humidity 61%.
They have the freedom
Wind
to set their own
southeast at 5
course,
miles an
to
hour.
choose with
Pressure
whom they will
30.32
associate.
inches and rising.
But that still leaves
Again,
plenty of room for
Pittsburgh reported
diplomacy.
mostly
and
cloudy
for
skies and
de-escalation.
31 degrees.
That's the best way forward for all
At
parties
6
in our
a.m.
view.
Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Mifflin mostly cloudy 32 degrees. Beaver Falls mostly cloudy 34. Latrobe, Earl Palmer Regional Airport mostly cloudy 43. Indiana 34. Washington 37.
That would be good,
Newcastle 33.
but we have
And
not
Butler
yet
mostly cloudy
verified
33.
that. They have not yet verified the Russian military use
cloudy
hard
38
returns to
degrees.
their home bases.
Winds gusting to 29.
The
Dubois
our
mostly
analysts
cloudy
indicate
28.
that there remains
Clearfield
very
mostly
much
cloudy
threatening
22.
position.
Franklin mostly cloudy 30. Meadville mostly cloudy 33. And Bradford mostly cloudy 29. In central and eastern
A
PA,
deeper dive
mostly
into the
cloudy
situation
28.
now at 21
College
still.
clear
Here's
27. Harrisburg mostly cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28. And Johnstown partly cloudy 28. In Maryland, Oakland partly cloudy 30 degrees. Cumberland partly cloudy and 21.
So far,
In West Virginia, Morgantown mostly cloudy 40 degrees. Reading partly cloudy 41. Parkersburg mostly cloudy 42. Across Ohio, Zanesville mostly cloudy 39 degrees. Akron mostly cloudy 39. Youngstown cloudy 36. Cleveland mostly cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 26. Cincinnati mostly cloudy 44. Toledo mostly cloudy 43. Winds gusting to 20. And Columbus partly cloudy 43. Now here is the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperatures can be expected through Wednesday. A dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in 1954. Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m. The record low is -10 degrees, which was set in 1875. No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches. This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.45 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground. There were 43 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 551. The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23. The record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in 1963. Sunrise today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57 p.m. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties for today, partly cloudy early this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy, mild, highs in the mid-50s, south winds 10 to 15 miles an hour, gusts up to 30 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy and not as cool, near steady temperature in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. For Thursday, showers, mild, highs in the upper 50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. For Thursday night, rain showers in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with lows in the mid-20s. South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour, becoming west with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of precipitation near 100%. For Friday, mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the upper 20s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday night, clear. Lows in the lower 20s. For Sunday, sunny, warmer with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington's birthday, partly cloudy. Mild.
I think
Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight. Mild. Lows around 40. Chance of rain 60%. And for Tuesday, showers mild. Highs in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 90%. At 6 a.m.,
The executive chair
International reported mostly cloudy skies. Temperature 31, dew point 19. Relative humidity 61%.
Movie
Wind southeast at 5 miles an hour.
Top at CNN.
Pressure
Those
30.32
stories and
meters
more
in
when
Miami.
America in the Morning returns
Again,
after these
Pittsburgh
messages.
reported mostly cloudy skies and 31 degrees. At 6 a.m., elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan mostly cloudy 32 degrees. Beaver Falls mostly cloudy 34. Latrobe Arnold Palmeration Airport mostly cloudy 43. Indiana 34. Washington 37. Newcastle 33. And Butler mostly cloudy
If you
33.
have EPI,
Northwest
Creon may be
PA,
right
very
for
mostly
you.
cloudy
Creon
38
Hyperlactate
degrees.
is an oral
Wind
prescription
gusting to
medication
29.
that treats
Newport
EPI.
mostly
Creon
cloudy
replaces
28.
enzymes needed
Clearfield
to
mostly
help you break
cloudy
down food
22.
properly.
Franklin mostly cloudy 30. Meadville mostly cloudy 33. And Bradford mostly cloudy 29.
Tell your doctor if you have
In
an
Central and Eastern PA, Altoona mostly cloudy 28. St. Cloud's clear 27. Harrisburg mostly cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28. Johnstown partly cloudy 28.
Talk to your doctor about
Oakland,
Creon,
partly
the
cloudy
#1
30
prescribed
degrees.
EPI
Cumberland,
treatment,
partly
and visit
cloudy and 21.
gocreon.com. That's
In West Virginia, Morgantown
GOCREON.com, or
mostly
call
cloudy 40
1-800-633-9110.
degrees. Wheeling partly cloudy 41. Pittsburgh mostly cloudy 42. Across Ohio, Zanesville mostly cloudy 39 degrees. Akron mostly cloudy 39. Youngstown cloudy 36. Cleveland mostly cloudy 42. Winds gusting to 26. Cincinnati mostly cloudy 44. Toledo mostly cloudy 43. Winds gusting to 20. And Columbus partly cloudy 43. Now here is the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through
A mix
Wednesday.
of sun and clouds today, warming up to a high of 59, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47.
Thursday
A
night.
rainy day tomorrow, still warm
The
with a high of
forecast for
60. Some rain
Pittsburgh and
tomorrow night with a
surrounding
possibility of snow as well with a low of 27 and a chance of snow showers on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the
Highs in the
Ireland Contracting
mid-50s.
Studios, I'm Greg
South
Maxwell.
winds 10 to
Talking
15 miles
Pittsburgh
an hour.
1320
Gusts
WJAS.
up to 30 miles an hour.
By Panera.
For
Hold on to your
tonight,
mugs
mostly
because
cloudy
Panera's
and not
Unlimited
as
The
cool.
Club is offering the
Near
unreal
steady
deal of
temperature
unlimited
in the
coffee
upper
for only
40s.
$8.99 a month. Sign up
South
on the
winds
Panera
10
app
to
today
15
and get
miles
3
an
months
hour.
free.
Gusts
Panera,
up
the
to
familiar
25
and
miles an
fantastic.
hour.
Availability and pricing
For
may vary.
Thursday, showers, mild.
On that movie set
Highs in the upper
Saturday,
50s.
Mexico. Jim
South
Luke
winds
has the
10 to
latest on
15
the
miles an
Russian
hour.
lawsuit.
Gusts up to 30
Elena
miles
Hutchins
an
was
hour.
preparing to shoot a scene
Chance
for
of
the
rain
film
near
Rust
100%.
when a gun held by
For
actor
Thursday
Alec
night,
Baldwin
rain showers in the evening. Then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
Brian Panish
Little
is
or
the
no
attorney
snow
for Helena's
accumulation.
husband, Matthew
Much
Evans.
colder with lows in the
This is
mid-20s.
Brian's wife.
South winds around 15
Jonas
miles an
result of
hour with gusts
cross-cutting
up
and
to
reckless
45
safety
miles an hour.
practices.
Becoming west
Several
with gusts
people and
up to
entities
35 miles an hour after midnight.
Alec Baldwin
Chance of
bears much of the
precipitation near 100%.
for Hutchins' death.
For Friday, mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly
Baldwin
clear.
has claimed he never
Near
pulled the
steady
trigger,
temperature
but
in
did
the
admit
upper
to pulling
20s.
the hammer back on the
And
gun.
now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing.
Unless the trigger
Near steady temperature around 30.
is back.
For Saturday night, clear.
He says
Lows in the lower 20s. For Sunday, sunny,
Panish
warmer
says
with highs in the
he
lower
expects the jury
50s.
to find for his client
For
quote,
Sunday night,
substantial
mainly clear.
monetary compensation.
Lows in the
It's not just
mid-30s.
about the money.
there are
For Washington's
regulations
birthday,
and
partly
guidelines
cloudy,
in place today
mild.
that should
Highs
prevent
in the
something like
mid-50s.
this from happening.
For Monday night,
But they
mostly
should be
cloudy.
enforced.
A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight.
He says he hopes
Mild.
this lawsuit will go
Lows
far in
around 40.
ensuring such regulation.
Chance of rain 60%. And for Tuesday, showers, mild.
In a narrow
Highs in the
16
upper
to 13  party line vote,
Chance of rain
Republican
90%.
led Arizona Senate has passed
Nearshore
legislation
forecast.
that prohibits
For the
doctors
following
from
nearshore
aborting
location,
fetus after
County of
15
Ohio
weeks
to
of
Ripley,
pregnancy.
New York.
The bill proposes that any
Today,
medical
south
person
winds
who
to
conducts an
39.
abortion after that
Mostly
period of time
cloudy.
could face a year in
Waves
prison
in
and
ice-free
lose their
areas
medical
1 foot
license.
or less.
Arizona State Senator
Tonight,
Nancy
south winds
Margot
to
is the
39.
bill's sponsor.
A slight chance of showers.
Going to be the standard
Waves
going
1 foot or less.
And so
Thursday,
the Dobbs
south winds
decision
15 to 25 knots,
Mississippi
becoming
bill
northwest
or
and
the
diminishing to 10 to 15
right
knots.
now is
Rain
probably
showers.
going to
Waves
overturn
1 foot or less.
vote. We're hoping
Thursday night,
Arizona State
northeast winds
Senator
15
Martin
to 20
DeGaza
knots,
says
becoming
the
northwest 10
state
to
Senate
15
is
knots.
acting prematurely to
Rain
outlaw
showers. A
abortion
chance
after
of snow
15
showers
weeks.
and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight. Waves 1 foot or less. Wave heights are for ice-free
The bill
areas.
does not provide
The water temperature off Toledo is 34 degrees, off Cleveland 33 degrees,
Arizona State
and off
House.
Perry 33 degrees.
11 till a young girl reported
Now here
missing
is
in
the hazardous
2019
weather
has been
outlook for
found
East
alive
Central
in
Ohio,
upstate New
Western
York.
Pennsylvania, and
Correspondent
Northern
Clayton
West
Neville
Virginia.
reports a tip led
For
police
today
to
and
the house and their shocking
Hazardous weather
discovery.
is not expected at this time.
was reported missing
And now the hazardous weather outlook for the extended period Thursday through Tuesday.
She's back home with her
Isolated
sister.
flooding due to a combination of events in rain showers and snowmelt is possible Thursday into Friday. There is also the potential for localized flooding due to ice jams. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not expected at this time.
Paisley was found
The
underneath the
Pittsburgh,
base.
Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15th, 2022.
They just flat out lied.
Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1954. Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m. The record low is minus 10 degrees, which was set in 1875. No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches.
9-year-old girl is
This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February.
Mike Rossi.
The total precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.45 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground. There were 43 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 551. The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0.
More fallout at
The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23.
From the network.
The record high for today is 76, which occurred in
CNN boss
1883,
Jeff
and the
Zucker
record low
violated
is
company
minus 7,
policies
which
as
occurred
they
in
failed to disclose
1963.
they were having a romantic
Sunrise today
relationship.
at
Their
7:13
involvement
a.m.
led
and
Zucker
sunset
to
at
resign earlier
5:57
this
p.m.
month. CNN's investigation
6
began when it was found that
Pitt
former
International
evening host
reported mostly
Cuomo
cloudy skies.
violated company policy
Temperature
after he
31,
helped his brother,
dew point
former
19,
New York governor
relative
Andrew
humidity
Cuomo,
61%.
respond to sexual
Wind
harassment
southeast at 5
allegations.
miles an hour.
Shift gears at 8
Pressure
till for morning
30.32
sports. Here's
inches and
Robert Worthing.
rising.
NBA, the
Again,
Celtics win their
Pittsburgh
ninth
reported
straight, beating the
mostly
Sixers
cloudy
by
skies and
48
31
points.
degrees.
Giannis Antetokounmpo scores 50
At
for
6
the Bucks to
a.m.
get past the
Elsewhere
Pacers.
across
That's his
southwest
best game since he
Pennsylvania,
dropped half a
West
hundred in
Michigan
the
mostly
finals
cloudy
versus
32
last July.
degrees.
Sunshine
Beaver Falls
Clippers
mostly
with a
cloudy
6-win.
34.
Grizzlies win their
Latrobe
6th
Arnold
and they do
Palmer
it
Regional
without Ja
Airport
Morant.
mostly
Tyus
cloudy
Jones steps up
43.
with a career best
Indiana
27
34.
points. Hawks get
Washington
41 from Trae
37.
Young to beat the
Newcastle
Cavaliers.
33.
Average
And Butler mostly cloudy 33.
and the T-Wolves
In northwest PA, Erie mostly cloudy 38 degrees, winds gusting to 29, Du Bois mostly cloudy 28, Clearfield mostly cloudy 22, Franklin mostly cloudy 30, Meadville mostly cloudy 33, and Bradford mostly cloudy 29.
NHL
In central and eastern PA, Altoona mostly cloudy 28, State College clear 27, Harrisburg mostly cloudy 25, Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28, and Johnstown partly cloudy 28. In Maryland, Oakland partly cloudy 30 degrees, Cumberland partly cloudy and 21. In West Virginia, Morgantown mostly cloudy 40 degrees, Louisville partly cloudy 41, Parkersburg mostly cloudy 42. Across Ohio, Zanesville mostly cloudy 39 degrees, Akron mostly cloudy 39, Youngstown cloudy 36, Cleveland mostly cloudy 42, winds gusting to 26, Cincinnati mostly cloudy 44, Toledo mostly 1.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQED tower with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in the township, Pennsylvania.
Every human
Now
has
here is
the
the
right
synopsis
to have a
of
place
dry weather
at the table.
with gradually warming temperature
Could
can be
just say
expected through Wednesday.
final that you got
A
one
dynamic
large
system will bring rain and
change that
eventually
is
some
like
snow
over
Thursday and Thursday
Learn
night.
more about Heroes of Mercy.
The
Go to
forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
Diabetes, high blood pressure,
For today,
anxiety
partly
meds,
cloudy early
everyone's
this
on it.
morning,
If you're a
then becoming
50-year-old
mostly
male,
cloudy.
maybe with BP or even with
Mild.
type 2 diabetes,
Highs in the mid-50s.
$1 of term insurance may only
Southwinds
cost you about
15 miles an hour.
$200 a month.
Gusts
Affordable
up to
term
30
life
miles an
insurance
hour.
is out there. Call
For
two
tonight,
providers.
mostly cloudy and
Big
not a
Blue
cool.
at 800-481-1458.
Temperature in the upper 40s.
800-481-1458
Southwinds 10 to 15
or
miles an
visit
hour with gusts up to
BigBlue.com.
25 miles an
Remember,
hour.
Big Blues like you.
For
He's
Thursday,
on meds
showers,
too.
mild.
The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Southwinds
Checking in
10
on
to 15
sports
miles
with
an
Bill
hour
the
with
Radio.
gusts up to 30
At
miles
home,
an hour.
in front of a sellout
Chance
crowd,
of rain near 100%.
Philadelphia Flyers in
For
overtime,
Thursday night,
5
rain
to 4.
showers in the
Chris
evening,
Letang
then a chance of
with
rain and snow
game-winning
showers
goal
after midnight.
The defense
Little or no snow accumulation.
So I
Much
was
colder with lows in the
trying to
mid-20s.
fool the goalie by looking at it.
South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45
But the big
miles an
story
hour.
of this
The
victory
west
is
with
that the
gusts
Kid
up to
Crosby
35 miles
scored
an hour
Super Bowl
after
number
midnight.
500.
Chance of precipitation near 100%.
So
For Friday,
It was,
mostly cloudy with
a
a
lot of
chance of
fun
snow
to
showers in the
do
morning,
at home.
then
By the
partly
way,
cloudy in the
City
afternoon.
scored 50
Little or no
with
snow
500
accumulation.
goals against the
Much
Flyers.
colder with highs in the
Penguins
lower
head coach
30s.
Mike Sullivan had these
Northwest
comments
winds
on
10 to
Sid's
15 miles
milestone
an hour.
performance at home.
Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the upper 20s.
With respect
And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for
The
Saturday,
Penguins winners
partly
of 4
sunny
in
in
a
the
row
morning,
will visit
then
Toronto Thursday night.
near steady
College
temperature
basketball
around 30.
tonight in the
For Saturday
ACC.
night,
The Pitt
clear.
Panthers at 10 and 16
Lows in the lower
will visit
20s.
the Tar Heels of
For
North
Sunday,
Carolina.
sunny,
The Tar
warmer
Heels
with
will
highs
visit
in the lower
the
50s.
18 and
For Sunday
7.
night, mainly
I go to
clear.
KBO. On
Lows in the
sports,
mid-30s.
and we are the
For
Tar
Washington's
Pittsburgh.
birthday, partly
1320
cloudy.
WJAS.
Mild.
Viewers,
Highs in the
1.9
mid-50s.
million on Telemundo,
For Monday
and
night,
11.2
mostly
million
cloudy.
streaming.
A
Last year's
chance of
Super Bowl
showers
had
in
an
the
audience
evening,
of
then showers
96.4
likely
million
after
from the
midnight.
CBS broadcast and streaming,
Mild.
which was the lowest for a
Lows
Super
around
Bowl
40.
in 15 years.
Chance of rain
Temperatures are
60%.
After not
And for
having
Tuesday,
hosts for the
showers,
past 3
mild.
years, the Oscars
Highs in
won't
the
just
upper
have
50s.
one host for the show, but
Chance of rain
adding 3.
90%.
The Academy Awards announced
It's
their
6 a.m.
final negotiations
Pitt
with comedic
International
actress
reported
Amy Schumer,
mostly cloudy
Regina
skies.
Hall, and Wanda Sykes,
Temperature 31,
co-host
dew point
93rd
19,
Annual
relative
Awards
humidity
next month.
61%.
The return of Oscars
Wind
hosts
southeast at
comes
5
at a
miles an
time when
hour.
the ratings for
Pressure
last year's show
30.32
fell to an
inches and
all-time
rising.
low,
Again,
eclipsing
Pittsburgh
the
reported
worst-rated
mostly cloudy
Oscars show,
skies and
which
31
aired the
degrees.
year before. If you live along the coast, this could
Elsewhere
impact
across
you in numerous
southwest Pennsylvania,
It's
West
historic
Michigan
rises
mostly
in sea
cloudy
levels
32
in the United
degrees,
States.
Beaver Falls mostly
Shelley
cloudy
Adler
34,
reports.
Latrobe Arnold Palmer Regional Airport mostly cloudy 43, Indiana 34, Washington 37, Newcastle 33, and Butler mostly cloudy 33. In northwest PA, Erie
NOAA
mostly cloudy
Administrator
38
Rick
degrees,
Spinrad
winds
on a
gusting
federal
to
report
29,
warning that
DuBois
America's
mostly
coast
cloudy
will be
28,
hit hard
Fairfield
by
mostly
ever
cloudy
faster
22,
sea level rise
Franklin
between
mostly
now
cloudy
and the
30,
year 2050.
Meadville mostly cloudy 33, and Bradford mostly cloudy 29. In central and eastern PA, Altoona mostly cloudy 28, State College clear 27, Harrisburg mostly cloudy 25, Philadelphia mostly cloudy
The
28,
information by
Johnstown
7
partly
federal
cloudy 28.
agencies predicts the
In
Gulf
Maryland,
Coast, especially
Oakland partly
Texas
cloudy
and
30
Louisiana,
degrees,
will get hit
Cumberland
the
partly
hardest.
cloudy and
I'm Shelley
21.
Adler.
For
In
these
West
school
Virginia,
kids from New
Morgantown
Hampshire,
mostly
it
cloudy
was
40
like a
degrees,
message in a
Wheaton
bottle. They
partly
launched
cloudy
a small
41,
boat in the Atlantic
Parkersburg
Ocean.
mostly cloudy
Kansas
42.
correspondent Mike Hampton
Across
reports it
Ohio,
was eventually
Zanesville
found by
mostly
a
cloudy
schoolboy
38
in
degrees,
Scandinavia.
Akron mostly
Students
cloudy
at Rye
39,
Junior High
Youngstown
launched a
cloudy
6-foot
36,
boat in the
Cleveland
Atlantic
mostly
Ocean in
cloudy
October
42,
2020.
winds gusting to 26,
Photos,
Cincinnati
Fall
mostly
Beach,
cloudy
Acorn,
44,
State Quarter,
Toledo mostly
and a
cloudy
tracking device
43,
that went
winds
silent
gusting to
for parts
20,
of the
and
journey.
Columbus partly
Sure
cloudy
enough,
43.
Portsmouth Herald reports the
The
boat was
current
found
time is
462
6:58
days
a.m.
later
Eastern
by a
Standard Time.
6th grader 8,300
Now
miles
here
away
is the
on a
synopsis.
small
Dry
island in
weather
Norway.
with gradually warming temperature
Found the
can
boat,
be
took it to
expected
his
through
school,
Wednesday.
and he and his
A dynamic
classmates
system will
eagerly
bring rain
opened
and
it last
eventually
week.
some snow
The school in
Thursday and
Norway is
Thursday
now
night.
planning a call with the New
The
Hampshire
forecast
students.
for Pittsburgh
Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
America in the morning can always be found here.
This morning. That's our show for
then
today,
becoming mostly
Wednesday,
cloudy.
February 16th, 2022. Produced
Highs
by
in the
Jeff
mid-50s.
McKay, senior producer
South
Jeff
winds
Delaney.
10 to
I'm
15
John
miles an
Trout.
hour.
This is Westwood One.
Gusts up to 30 miles an
If you were
hour.
looking to grow savings for
For tonight,
retirement and other
mostly
milestones,
cloudy and
the
not as
guaranteed
cool.
growth of your funds is important.
Near
What's
steady
GBU
temperature
like?
in the upper
GBU's
40s.
new asset guard annuity
South winds 10
offers
to
guaranteed
15
interest
miles an
rates that
hour with
secure the
gusts
growth
up
of your
to
savings.
25
The
miles an
asset
hour.
guard annuity locks your savings
For
interest
Thursday,
rate for 2,
showers,
3,
mild.
4, or 5 years.
Highs
You have
in the
penalty-free
upper
access
50s.
to a portion of your funds at all
South
times,
winds 10
and
to
full
15
access to
miles
funds
an
in the
hour with
event that you
gusts
meet
up
certain
to
health
30
criteria,
miles an
such
hour.
as a critical or terminal
Chance of
illness.
rain
In
near
addition,
100%.
become GBU member
For
with access
Thursday
to
night,
great benefits
rain
such as
showers
local
in the
discounts,
evening, and a
scholarships,
chance of rain
and
and snow
community service
showers after
opportunities.
midnight.
Secure your future.
Little
Give back
or
to
no
your
snow
community today
accumulation.
by joining GBU
Much
Life.
colder with
Schedule
lows
an
in the
appointment with a local
mid-20s.
agent and find out
South
more about
winds around
GBU's
15
asset
miles
guard
an
annuity.
hour with
Visit
gusts up to
GBU.org.
35 miles an
Annuities
hour.
are issued by
East
GBU
winds
Financial
with
Life
gusts
using
up to
annuity
35
application
miles an hour after midnight.
ICC21- products. Not available in all states.
Precipitation
Vary by
near
state.
100%.
GBU Life.
For
Securing
Friday,
futures.
mostly
Giving
cloudy
back.
with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the low 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperatures in the upper 20s.
Is Russia telling
And
the
now,
truth?
taking a look at the
David
extended
Anthony, Fox
forecast.
News
For
claims
Saturday,
more troops and
partly
weapons
sunny
are
in the
heading back
morning,
to bases
then
after
clearing.
military
Near
exercises
steady
near
temperature around
Ukraine.
30.
It remains to be
For
seen
Saturday night,
whether
clear.
there is
Lows in the lower 20s.
Russian withdrawal.
For
Diego
Sunday,
Mayor Jens
sunny.
Stoltenberg in a
Warmer
meeting
with
with
highs
the
in
U.S.
the
and
lower
our allies
50s.
says he believes
For
just the
Sunday
opposite.
night,
They have
mainly clear.
increased the number of
Lows in the
troops
mid-30s.
and more troops
For
are on their
Washington
way.
Thursday,
President Biden
partly
says if
cloudy.
Russia invades, there will be severe
Mild.
punishment that would have ripple
Highs in the
effects felt
mid-50s.
in our economy.
For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers
As
likely
inflation is
after
already a
midnight.
problem, we're paying 21
Mild.
cents more at the gas pump
Lows
now
around
than a month ago. Two
Chance of
sheriff's
rain
deputies are in a
60%.
hospital morning after being
And
shot
for
in King,
Tuesday,
Texas,
showers,
responding to a
mild.
shooting in a home.
For
Highs
both
in
the
the upper
transportation,
50s.
none of the
of rain
roads
90%.
appear to be
The
life-threatening.
Pittsburgh,
Harris County
Pennsylvania
Sheriff Ed
climate
Gonzalez,
summary
the gunman
yesterday,
suffered a worse
February
fate, killed
15,
when deputies
2022.
returned to fire. Three
Yesterday's
school
high
board
temperature
members
of
have been
35 degrees
fired
occurred
by
at
voters in San
5:11 p.m.
Francisco on a recall
The
election to
record
House
high is
for free.
69
Well,
degrees,
critics say
which was set
prioritize
in
racial equality
1954.
over education
Yesterday's
through
low
a series
temperature
of
of 9
blunders
degrees
during the
occurred at
pandemic,
5:56 a.m.
including renaming
The
schools they
record
deem
low
to
is
be
-10
offensive
degrees, which
without a
was set
plan
in
to get kids back
1875.
into those very same
No
schools,
precipitation fell
refusing to
yesterday,
consider a
which
gay
leaves
white
the monthly
father of a
total at
biracial
1.76
child for a
inches.
parent advisory board
This is
because he wasn't
0.42
diverse
inches above the
enough,
normal amount
and
of
eliminating
1.34
merit-based
inches for
admissions at an
February.
academically
The
elite high
total
school because
precipitation
too
for
many
the year
Asian
still
kids were
stands
getting
at
in.
Fox's
4.75
Claudia
inches,
Cowan in
which is
San Francisco.
0.45 inches above normal.
Disappointment on ice.
No snow
for
fell
Team
yesterday,
USA.
which brings
The
the
men's
monthly
hockey
total
team
to
got
4.9
knocked out
inches.
of the Olympics, losing to
total
Slovakia
snowfall
in a
since June
shootout in the
1st still
quarterfinals.
stands
The
at
U.S. did,
25.9
though, get
inches.
another gold medal.
There
Alexander
was a
Hall
trace
won
of
it in
snow on the
men's
ground.
free ski slope
There were
style.
43
The
degree
Americans have won
days
19
yesterday.
medals in Beijing, 9
This
behind
brings the
Sonoma.
monthly total to
America's listening to Fox
551.
News.
The yearly
If you're living
total
with
since
aches and
July
pains,
1st is
especially if it's frequent and
3,540.
nagging and relentless, I
There were
want you
no
to take a
cooling
moment
degree
and think
days
back to the
yesterday.
last time you
This
really
leaves
felt
the
good.
monthly total
Even
at zero.
remember what it felt like.
The yearly
Now, here's
total
even
since
more
January
important
1st is zero.
What would you give to
The
go back
normal
to
high
feeling
temperature
like
for
that
today
again?
is 40
Maybe it
degrees,
would just be
and
nice
the
to
normal
take a
low
stroll
is
with your loved
23.
one. Play with your
The record
grandchildren.
high
I'm
for
suffering
today is
from
76, which
persistent,
occurred in
crippling pain
1883,
almost all
and
the
the
time for
record
about
low
5
is
years. When I
-7,
started
which
taking
occurred
Relief
in
Factor, I took it
1963.
because my wife made me start
Sunrise
taking it.
today
I
is
didn't
at
think it would work for
7:13
me.
a.m.
Yet here I am
and
today,
sunset is at
virtually
5:57
pain-free,
p.m.
doing the things I love to do, all
Now here
thanks
is
to
the
my wonderful
synopsis.
wife
Dry
and
weather
Relief
with
Factor. I love
gradually
that it's not
warming
a drug,
temperature
but it was
can be
developed by
expected
doctors,
through
and about
Wednesday.
70% of the
A
people who
dynamic
try it
system
go on
will
to
bring
order
rain and
more. Are
eventually
you part
some
of that
snow.
70%
Thursday
that
and
can get
Thursday
their life
night.
back? Your first step to becoming
Here's full
bulletproof
forecast.
just might be to order the
For the
3-week
following
quick
year
start
store
home in
location, Connie,
1995.
Ohio
Go to
to Ripley, New York.
relieffactor.com or call
Today,
800 for relief. Find out more about this offer.
Mostly
Feel the
cloudy.
difference.
Waves in
ReliefFactor.com.
ice-free areas.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Waves
St.
1 foot
Barnabas
or
Health
less.
System thanks you for listening to the talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by Bella Construction, the trusted leader in roofing, siding,
Waves
and
1 foot or less.
gutters. Visit myBellaRoof.com
Thursday
for a
night.
free estimate.
Northeast
Make
winds
your roof
15
a
to
Bella
20
roof.
knots, becoming northwest 10 to 15 knots. Rain showers, a chance of snow showers and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight.
Committee is issuing another
Waves
round
1
of
foot or
news.
less.
One of them said Tuesday
Wave height
to state lawmaker in
The
Pennsylvania.
water temperature on Toledo is 34 degrees, on Cleveland 33 degrees, and all here is 33 degrees.
November of 2020.
Now here is
Pittsburgh,
the
a resident
synopsis.
who
Dry
sued
weather
the city council
with gradually warming temperature
vote in
can
the
be
closed session
expected
a
through
couple weeks
Wednesday.
back was
A
inappropriate.
dynamic system
Farmer
will bring
Brown
rain
filed
and
a suit
eventually
against
some
the council
snow
member
Thursday and
violating the
Thursday
state
night.
sunshine law, citing
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
Meanwhile, the council is
For
approving
today,
Mayor
partly
Edwards'
sunny this
appointments
morning,
for the
then
city's
becoming
solicitor
mostly
and
cloudy.
safety director
Mild.
positions. Chrissy
Highs in the
Acuña,
mid-50s.
elected as city solicitor
South winds 10
and
to
public
15
safety
miles an
director
hour with
Schmidt
gusts up to 30 miles
takes
an
on
hour.
that role. State health
For
officials
tonight,
say COVID
mostly cloudy.
cases hit low levels we haven't
Mild.
seen in about 6
Near
months.
steady temperature
These are
in the
now
upper
lying
40s.
possibility of another
South winds
major
10 to 15
variation,
miles
just
an hour
over
with gusts
200
up to
new
25
positive
miles
cases
an hour.
reported in Allegheny
For
County Tuesday.
Thursday,
There were
showers, mild.
2,500 statewide,
Highs in the
up
upper
to
50s.
177 more.
South winds 10 to 15 miles an
Diocese
hour
of
with
Pittsburgh
gusts up
says
to
that
30
they're
miles
preparing
an
to have
hour.
mask mandates for
Chance of
Catholic
rain near
schools and
100%.
parishes by the end of this
For
month.
Thursday night,
Beaver
rain
County,
showers in
California,
the evening,
was killed
then a
after
chance
a
of rain
crash
and snow
involving
showers
gas train
after
on the
midnight.
turnpike in New
Little or no
Township
snow
early this morning.
accumulation.
This report is
Much
sponsored by
colder with
Staples
lows in the
Stores. Staples
mid-20s.
has the tools of a business
South
to
winds
get work
around
done no
15
matter
miles
where
an
right
hour
now.
with
Save
gusts
up
up
to
to 45
40% on
miles an
select
hour.
chairs in your
Becoming
home
west
office.
with
Says
gusts
everything
up to
your
35
office
miles an
has.
hour
Floral
after
leaf
midnight.
ends February
Chance of
26th while
precipitation near
supplies last.
100%.
What's new at Staples?
For
The
Friday,
working
mostly
and
cloudy
learning
with a
store.
chance of
Cindy
snow
Crosby
showers in
makes
the morning,
history. Open
then
Radio
partly
will have
cloudy
a
in the
full sports
afternoon.
report at 7:45.
Little or
Brings
no
news
snow
update
accumulation.
30 minutes. Jake
Much
Foreman
colder
on
with
the
highs in the lower 30s.
20 WJAS.
Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Busy
Chance of
ride out
snow
there on the Parkway
50%.
East inbound as you make your
And
way
for
to
Friday
Boulder
night,
Circuit at the
mainly
12th.
clear.
Puddles on the Parkway West
Near
heading to
steady
Green.
temperature
We've got
in the
work
upper
at Bridge
20s.
Building outbound at Green
And
Street,
now,
Carnegie.
taking a look at the
28 buildings
extended
in that
forecast.
construction zone
For
between
Saturday, partly
Highland
sunny
Park
in the
and
morning,
Delafield,
then
the
clearing.
28 Turnpike that remains
Near steady
closed
temperature
due
around
to
30.
accident cleanup between
For Saturday
Cranberry
night,
and
clear.
Newcastle on that westbound
Lows in the lower
side. So
20s.
that is a must avoid.
For Sunday,
Rather the traffic on the
sunny,
top of the
warmer with
bridge,
highs in the lower 50s.
A warm day today, partial
Sunday
sunshine
night,
with a high of
mainly
59,
clear.
plenty of clouds in the
Lows
sky
in the
tonight with a low of
mid-30s.
47.
For
Showers
Washington's
expected
birthday,
tomorrow,
partly
warming up to a
cloudy.
high of 60. Some rain
Mild.
tomorrow night with a chance of snow
Highs
as
in
well
the
with a low of
mid-50s.
27. And a mix
For
of sun
Monday
and clouds
night,
on Friday
mostly
with a
cloudy.
possibility of snow
A
cooling
chance
down
of
to a high
showers
of
in the evening,
33.
then showers
From the
likely
Ireland
after midnight.
Contracting Studios, I'm Greg
Mild.
Maxwell on the dock of
Lows
Pittsburgh,
around 40.
1320
Chance
WJAS.
of rain 60%. And for Tuesday, showers mild. Highs in the
Early
upper
morning
50s.
I'm Michael
Chance
Toscano,
of rain
and this
90%.
is First Light. Welcome
It's
to
7
Wednesday,
a.m.
February 16th.
Pittsburgh
Today,
reported
U.S.
mostly
intelligence
cloudy
believes
skies.
Russian President Vladimir
Temperature
Putin told
33
his
degrees.
military to
Dew
be
point
ready
20.
by to
Relative
invade
humidity
Ukraine.
58%.
Players are still on edge
Wind
in
south at
Kyiv
7 miles
and
an
in
hour.
Washington.
Wind chill
Don't know
47.
about Moscow this morning.
Pressure
After
30.33
Putin said he
inches
was
in
pulling
rising.
forces away from Ukraine and
Repeating
will continue
conditions at Pittsburgh.
negotiations.
33 degrees under
the first
mostly
part of
cloudy
that,
skies.
hoping the second part may be true.
It's 7
We'll
a.m.
get up to date
Elsewhere
on all
across
of that this
southwest
morning in a few
PA,
moments,
Allegheny
and then
County
later on.
Airport partly
We're about
cloudy
to
and
take a look at a
35
major
degrees.
settlement. Some
Beaver
of the
Falls
families
partly
of
cloudy
victims shot
34.
at that
Lakewood
Southwest
clear
Elementary
41.
School reached
Indiana
the gun
34.
manufacturer.
Washington 38.
Later, we'll turn our
Newcastle
attention to
34. And
ivermectin,
Butler
which
partly
the
cloudy
FDA says
33.
should not be used to
In
treat
northwest
COVID patients.
Pennsylvania,
But
clearing
pursued
mostly
as
cloudy
popular as
39
ever with
degrees.
many doctors.
Winds gusting to
Overnight
31.
news,
Newport
weather,
mostly
money,
cloudy
sports, and
28.
the forecast
Clearfield
for
mostly
Message
cloudy
Midwest
21.
at midnight.
Franklin mostly
The
cloudy
morning mix
31.
at First Light,
Meadville mostly
and
cloudy
it begins
34. And Bradford mostly
It's
cloudy
7 minutes
29.
past the hour.
In central and
Satellite
eastern
images
PA,
released last
Altoona
night
mostly
indicate
cloudy
Russia is putting
28.
in place
University
near the
Park
border
clear
with
28.
Ukraine final
Harrisburg partly
pieces
cloudy
they would want to
25.
have there to support
Philadelphia
an
mostly
invasion.
cloudy 28.
That and
And
yesterday's
Johnstown
cyber
mostly
attacks
cloudy
on Ukrainian
29.
defense targets
In
and
Maryland,
foes have alarmed
Oakland
those
clear
bringing
32
European
degrees.
capital.
In West Virginia,
Vladimir
Morgantown partly cloudy 37 degrees. Wheeling mostly cloudy 42.
Michael,
Parkersburg clear 41.
wants to
In
continue
Ohio,
talks with
James
the West
clear
about
39
revealing a
degrees.
potential path
Akron mostly
forward.
cloudy 40.
Military
Youngstown
said
cloudy
yesterday it's
37.
pulled back some
Winds
of its
gusting
troops
to
from the
21.
Ukrainian border.
Cleveland mostly
President
cloudy
Biden
43.
confirmed
Winds
that.
gusting to 26. Cincinnati Saturday, mostly cloudy 44. Toledo, mostly cloudy 46. Winds gusting to 23. And Columbus, partly cloudy 43.
He's willing to give every
Now
chance
here
to
is the synopsis.
We will
June
not
11th,
sacrifice
gradually warming temperature can be expected through
nations have
Wednesday.
a right to
Our
sovereignty.
dynamic system will bring wind and eventually some snow.
If that still
Thursday and
leaves
Thursday
precedent
night.
for diplomacy,
President doubled down on his promise to impose strict economic sanctions on Russia if it invades Ukraine and warned that American energy prices would likely be impacted.
So we are taking active steps to alleviate the pressure on our 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. To deploy all the tools and authority at our disposal, providing relief for the gas pump.
President Biden addressed Russian citizens directly.
You are not our enemy,
miles an hour with
and I
gusts
do
up
not
to
believe you
25
want a
miles an
bloody,
hour.
destructive war against
For
Ukraine.
Thursday, showers,
Contrary to
mild.
people with whom you share
Highs
such
in the
deep
upper
ties
50s.
of family, history, and
South winds
culture.
10 to
Idaho's
15 miles an
Pittsburgh
hour with
ruled the
gusts
states
up
for
to
months
30
now
miles
4
an
years
hour.
ago. Says there
Chance
is
of
a
rain
strong
near
relationship
100%.
between Russians and
For Thursday
Ukrainians.
night,
Government
rain showers in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
Love each other.
Little or no snow accumulation.
Never had.
Much colder with lows in the
Ukrainians, meanwhile,
mid-20s.
say their army is ready.
South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Becoming west with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after
We'll have
midnight.
more on all this ahead this
Chance of
morning.
precipitation near 100%.
We continue our
Friday,
correspondent close-up
mostly
now with
cloudy with a
Captain
chance of
Foster
snow
reporting
showers
on the
in the morning.
landmark
Then
$72
partly
million
cloudy in the
settlement
afternoon.
in a lawsuit
Little
filed
or
by
no
families
snow
of the
accumulation.
victims of the 2012
Much
Sandy
colder
Hook
with highs
elementary
in the lower
school.
30s. Northwest winds 10
Today
to 15 miles
is
an
about the
hour.
last
Chance
5
of snow
minutes of his life,
50%.
which were
And for Friday
tragic.
night,
Dancing
mainly
who lost
clear.
her 6-year-old son
Near
Benjamin
steady
at the deadly
temperature in
Sandy
the
Hook
upper
school
20s.
shooting, says this
And now,
$73 million
taking a look at
settlement
the
with gun
extended
maker
forecast
Remington
for
Arms and
Saturday,
its insurers
partly sunny
is
in the
not about
morning.
true
Then
justice, in
clearing.
your opinion. True
Near
justice
steady temperature around 30.
would be our
For
15-year-old
Saturday night, clear.
healthy
Lows in the lower 20s.
standing next to us
For
right now.
Sunday, sunny. Warmer with highs in the
But
lower
Benny will never
50s.
be 15.
For Sunday night, mainly clear.
He will be 6
Lows in the
forever.
mid-30s.
During a news conference,
For
families
Washington,
relived the
Thursday,
tragedy of
partly
December
cloudy.
14th, 2012.
Mild.
When 20-year-old
Highs in
Adam
the
Lanza
mid-50s.
used the Bushmaster
For Monday night,
AR-15
mostly
style
cloudy.
rifle manufactured
A
by
chance
them.
of showers.
21st
Showers
graders
likely
and 6th
after
educators
midnight.
at Sandy Hook Elementary
Mild.
School in Newtown,
Lows
Connecticut.
around
He
40.
then used the gun to kill himself
Chance
as
of rain
bullets erupt.
60%.
In 2015,
For
9
Tuesday,
families and
showers.
survivors of the
Mild.
victims sued
Highs
Remington,
in the
saying
upper
the company
50s.
should have never sold such
Chance
a
of rain
dangerous
90%.
weapon to the public. Attorney
Now
Joshua
here is the
Koskov
hazardous weather
represents the
outlook for
plaintiffs.
East Central Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, and Northern West Virginia.
I hope they realize
For today and
that they have
tonight,
skin in the game.
hazardous weather is not expected
Nearly
at this
everybody
time.
else.
And now the hazardous weather outlook for the extended period Thursday through Tuesday. Isolated flooding due to a combination of advancing rain, showers, and snow melt is possible Thursday into Friday.
Used by the Newtown
There is
shooter.
also the
How it was
potential for
marketed as a
localized
gun to
flooding
at
due
risk
to arctic
males.
dams.
Alleging the firearm could even be seen in violent video
Other
games.
activity is not expected at this time.
It's not a
Pittsburgh,
family
Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 16, 2022.
Remington has argued there
Yesterday's
was no
high
evidence
temperature
that
of
its
35
marketing
degrees
had
occurred
anything to
at
do with the shooting.
5:11 p.m.
It also argued the
The
lawsuit
record
should
high
have
is
been
69
dismissed
degrees,
since
which was
federal
set in
law gives broad
1964.
immunity to the gun industry.
Yesterday's low
But the
temperature of
Connecticut
9
Supreme Court
degrees
ruled the
occurred
gun
at
maker could be
5:56
sued, and
a.m.
the U.S. Supreme Court
The
declined to
record
hear
low
the
is
case.
-10
Nicole
degrees,
Conklin,
which
who
was
lost
set
her
in
6-year-old son in the
1875.
Sandy Hook school
No
shooting, had
precipitation
this to
fell
say.
yesterday,
Landmark
which leaves the monthly
2015
total at
sends a forceful
1.76
and compelling
inches.
message to
This is
manufacturers and
0.42
school
inches
insurance
above the
and
normal
bank
amount of
agencies that support
1.34
them.
inches
It's
for
the high-risk
February.
market.
The
It is
total
not profitable,
precipitation for
and
the
we
year
will
still
be held
stands at
accountable.
4.75 inches, which is
It's
0.45 inches above normal.
First light. And
No snow fell yesterday,
coming up in
which
2
brings
minutes.
the monthly total to 4.9 inches.
Here during the next
The
36
total
hours of
snowfall since July 1st still stands at
That gets to the
25.9
bottom of
inches.
some of your stomach
There was a
issues.
trace of snow on the ground.
Exocrine
There were
pancreatic
46 degree
for
days yesterday.
EAS.
This brings the monthly total to 551.
Identifying
The yearly total since July 1st was 3,540.
Between
There were no cooling
social
degree
life,
days
and a
yesterday.
Best Buy Loki.
This leaves the monthly total at 0.
Especially while fighting
The yearly
cancer.
total
A
since
blinding
January
red
1st is 0.
But she's not
The
fighting
normal
alone.
high temperature
For
for
50
today
years,
is 40
the Foundation
degrees,
Fighting
and the
Blindness
normal
has
low
been
is
researching
23.
treatments and cures
The
for
record
blinding
high
retinal
for today
diseases,
is 76,
providing
which
hope to
occurred
people
in
with vision loss.
1883,
And for
and the
veterans,
record
looking
low
to
is
fight means
-7,
focusing on
which
what's
occurred
closest to
in
us. To the
1963.
Foundation Fighting Blindness.
Sunrise today is
Together,
at
we're winning.
7:13 a.m.
Help us
and
end
sunset
blinding
is at
diseases at
5:57 p.m.
fightingblindness.org.
On the battlefield, there's a
7
saying, America's military men and
Pittsburgh
women
reported
fight
mostly cloudy
never
skies.
leave a fallen warrior.
Temperature 33 degrees. Dew
Off
point
the battlefield,
relative
warrior
humidity
project operates for the
58%.
same goal.
Wind south
Warrior
at 7
project
miles
was
an
created
hour.
to help
Wind chill
our
27.
The
Pressure
scars of war,
30.33
whether
inches and
those scars
rising.
are physical or mental.
Repeating conditions at
Warrior
Pittsburgh,
project
33 degrees under low.
mostly cloudy skies.
At 7 a.m. Southwest PA, Allegheny County Airport partly cloudy and 35 degrees. Beaver Falls partly cloudy 34. Lakeland clear 41. Utah 34. Washington 38. Newcastle 34. Buffalo partly cloudy 33. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie mostly cloudy 32 degrees. Winds gusting to 31. Mostly cloudy 28. Deerfield mostly cloudy 21. Franklin mostly cloudy 31. Meadville mostly cloudy 34. In Bradford mostly cloudy 29. In central Pennsylvania, Altoona mostly cloudy 28. University Park clear 28. Harrisburg partly cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28. Georgetown mostly cloudy 29. In Maryland, Oakland clear 34 degrees. In West Virginia, Morgantown
Talk to
partly
your
cloudy
doctor about
37
Creon,
degrees.
the number one
Whitney
prescribed
mostly
PPI
cloudy
treatment,
42.
and visit
Parkersburg clear
gocreon.com.
41.
That's GOCREON.com.
Clear
Or call
39 degrees.
1-800-633-9110.
Mostly cloudy 40. Youngstown cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 21. Cleveland mostly cloudy 43. Winds gusting to 26. Cincinnati mostly cloudy 44. Toledo mostly cloudy 46. Wind gusting to 23. And Orleans partly cloudy 43.
On the move, so where's it
Now
headed?
here is the
Michael,
synopsis.
now that an
Dry
upper level
weather
disturbance
with
has
gradually
departed
warming
Southern
temperature
California,
can be expected
today
through
it is
Wednesday.
expected to bring some snow
A
and wind
dynamic
from the
system
central and
will bring
southern
rain and
Rockies.
eventually some snow.
Winter weather
Thursday and
advisory
Thursday
is
night.
posted for today in the Denver
The
metro area.
forecast for Pittsburgh
Across
and
much
surrounding
of Colorado
counties.
today and early tonight.
For today,
Snow
partly
typically
sunny
an
this morning,
average 3 to
then
6
becoming
inches.
mostly cloudy.
Then late tonight,
Mild.
as some warm and moist air
Highs in the
gets tapped into
mid-50s.
by this very strong system.
South winds 10 to 15
Are
miles
concerned
an
that there
hour
will
with
be
gusts
strong
up
and
to 30
severe
miles
thunderstorms
an hour.
popping up over
For
northeast
tonight,
Texas,
mostly
across
cloudy.
Oklahoma and the lower Mississippi Valley.
Near
The
steady
National Severe
temperature
Storm
in the upper
Forecasting
40s.
Laboratory has already posted
South winds 10 to
slight
15
risk
miles
for
an
severe
hour
weather
with
tonight,
gusts
and on
up to
Thursday, the
25
focus
miles
is
an
going to be
hour.
shifting into
For
Mississippi
Thursday,
and the Tennessee
showers.
Valley. So although we're talking a lot about
Highs
winter
in the
weather,
upper
we
50s.
can't forget about that severe
South
weather
winds 10
aspect
to
of the
15
south.
miles an hour with
North,
gusts
things
up to
get
30
messy
miles
here
an hour.
late Wednesday night and Thursday.
Chance of rain
Rain
near
in Chicago
100%.
and Detroit.
For
It's going to be
Thursday
enough to
night,
cause some
rain
flooding
showers
issues, but
in the
as
evening,
colder
then
air
a
pours
chance of
in
rain
from the
and
north
snow
and west,
showers after
later
midnight.
on Thursday, extensive
Little or no
ice
snow
and snow will
accumulation.
accumulate several inches.
Much colder with
Now,
lows
the
in the
beach has been
mid-20s.
rendered immune from all this, so
South
we'll
winds
be over
around
the next day
15
or two.
miles an
We'll
hour
only
with
be getting
gusts up to
milder above
45
the
miles an
seaboard
hour.
as we go through
Becoming
Wednesday,
winds with
especially
gusts up
Thursday.
to 35 miles an hour
Peak
after
in low
midnight.
and mid-60s.
Chance of
Along the
precipitation
seaboard,
near
but again,
100%.
the upside, the
For
severe weather
Friday,
aspect of
mostly
heavy
cloudy
ice
with a
and
chance
snow
of snow
possible by
showers in the
Thursday in
morning.
the upper
Then
Midwest. So,
partly
Michael,
cloudy in the
things are
afternoon.
going to get quite busy over the
Little
next
or no
24
snow
hours. Have a
accumulation.
great day.
Much colder with highs in the lower 30s.
Was called a clash
Northwest
between
winds
liberals
10
and
to
the
15
far,
miles
far
an hour.
left in San Francisco,
Chance
and
of
the
snow
votes are
50%.
now in from yesterday's
For
recall
Friday night,
elections for
mainly
3 members
clear.
of the city's school
Near
board for
steady
what critics
temperature
call
in the upper 20s.
misplaced priorities during
And
the
now,
pandemic.
taking a look
Last
at the
night's vote
extended
totals show
forecast.
voters
For
overwhelmingly
Saturday,
approving the
partly sunny
recall,
in the morning,
removing the
then
members
clearing.
of frustrated parents
Near
with the
steady
slow
temperature
reopening
around
of
30.
district schools,
For
while the board
Saturday night,
pursued a
clear.
political agenda, which
Lows
included
in the
the
lower
renaming
20s.
of 44 school
For
sites
Sunday,
and the
sunny,
elimination of
warmer with highs
competitive
in the lower
admissions
50s.
and elite school.
For Sunday
Carl
night,
Firster was
mainly
the
clear.
judge, and now the jury
Lows in the
rejecting
mid-30s.
Sarah Palin's lawsuit
For
against the
Washington,
New York
Thursday,
Times.
partly
Nick
cloudy.
Donahue reports.
Mild.
The former Alaska governor and former Republican vice presidential nominee claimed the Times maliciously damaged her reputation by erroneously linking her campaign rhetoric to a mass shooting.
Mild.
The judge had already
Lows
declared
around
if
40.
the jury sided with
Chance of
Palin,
rain
he would set
60%.
aside the verdict
And for
because she
Tuesday,
did not bring
showers.
proof.
Mild.
Palin says she's disappointed and hopes there would be an appeal.
Chance of
Senator
rain
Kelly is her
90%.
attorney.
Most proud of Governor
Near
Palin,
shore
his
forecast.
strength and resolve
For
and
the
courage
morning, near shore
to
location.
get the fight to New
New
York
York
Times,
Times,
New York City,
New
and
York.
Southern District of New York. This is, in my opinion, what this system is about.
Times later said it had incorrectly stated a link existence between political rhetoric and the shooting. Between read, got you important showers. Wrong. I made on
1 foot or less.
Job teachers slightly lower during overnight surgery after the major averages taking minutes now past the hour on First Light. And Robert Williams is with us now with the check on Wednesday morning reports.
Michael, the Celtics standing about the Sixers 135-87 for the ninth consecutive win, costing the franchise record 25 3-point shots, and they held Joel Embiid to 19 points over a streak of 31 straight games to reach 25. 50 points for Giannis Antetokounmpo, leading the Bucks past the Pistons, and 2 of his career high, and Chris Middleton, he put in half 100 in the history of the NBA Finals last July. Sun shaded the Clippers for their 6-day win. Grizzlies took their 6th trip to beat the Pelicans 3-1. No problem. Tyus Jones steps up with a career best 27 points. Rebounds are only Phoenix and Golden State for the best record in the association. Hawks got 41 from Trae Young to put the Cavaliers. Mavericks turned down the Heat in Miami's 5-game win streak, and the T-Wolves needed a fourth-quarter rally and overtime to get past the Hornets, who fell into Young's 39 points and 15 rebounds. College basketball, number 4 Kentucky is upset at number 16 Tennessee, ending the Wildcats' 16 winning streak. The Vols improved to 14-0 at home. Number 10 Villanova got it done, winning at number 8 Providence and spent the 33 for Colin Gillespie. Number 9 Duke held off Wake Forest, giving back a 19-point lead before a last-second tip-in by Mark Williams saved the day. The Blue Devils played the second half without retiring Hall of Fame coach Mike Krzyzewski, who wasn't feeling well 4 days past his 75th birthday. The Wisconsin got by Indiana. John Pierce scored 30 and nearly back his last 13 points as he closed out a 5-point lead all by himself. Number 18 Ohio State beat Minnesota. Number 19 Michigan State knocked out Penn State. That prevents Tom Izzo from tying Bob Knight for the most Big Ten wins ever. Number 20 Texas winning overtime at Oklahoma. 22nd ranked Wyoming lost at New Mexico. Number 23 Arkansas topped Missouri. And Kelvin Samuels rallied past the Flyers in overtime. Sidney Crosby hit goal number 500 to 46 players to reach that level. Another guy on that list, Alex Ovechkin, scored twice to lead the Caps over the Predators. Flames defended 7 straight wins. Tyler Toffoli was goal in his first Nations Cup game for Montreal in a trade on Monday. Stars dousing the Avalanche. Joe Pavelski with 2 goals and 2 assists. That's Colorado's first home loss in regulation. Before Halloween, lightning down the Devils, the Sabres took the Islanders, Oilers dropped the Kings, Blues sacked the Sabres, and the Rangers get by the Bruins in a shootout. At the Winter Olympics, the U.S. wins gold and silver in the men's freestyle slopestyle. Alex Baldwin had the position 1-2. In hockey, the U.S. men moved in the quarterfinals to the Rocket Ducks in a shootout. That's Blazing Sports.
Robert, we're coming up on 21 minutes the hour.
Michael, it's time for Sunshine Travel and science fiction in the home cinema selection this week. I'll keep you in the loop as this might continue for Monday night.
Not without right after the break.
A chance of showers in the evening. Then showers
If
likely
you've ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a selection of high-quality custom products and perfected a one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
in 1954. Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m. The record low is -10 degrees, which was set in 1875. Something that low precipitation fell yesterday, which is the monthly total at 1.76 feet. This is 0.4 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February.
I think I left the
The
downstairs
total
light on.
precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.4
Celebrating
inches
100
above normal.
years on the air in Pittsburgh, the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
There was a burst of snow on the ground. There were 43 bones contracted to living in the Owens Point for the first time on the Owens Point. Five-star review, and really by the way, this is your first right now, known for the Henry Goldie for the mistakes. There were no cool layers in the building. The wells is now producing Cold today, 413 February 1st, that's 412 temperature for today or online low is 23.
Hun,
The
looks
record
like
high
we
for
were
today
able to have fun.
which occurred in 1873, and the rest are normal shows up in
We have to look at the numbers last night, right? Oh, either.
Sunrise today is at 7:32 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57.
Some insurance companies are known for their name stuff. At MGM, we're known for a straightforward claim experience that covers your costs.
It's not that, it's that
Temperature
and
33
they're not
degrees.
happy.
It was relative to the beach at
MGM.com, so you can save up to 20% on your auto
7 miles an hour. Wind shear 27. Quiet at 31 inches on Friday.
every Wednesday morning. Tell us about
Pittsburgh, 33 degrees, mostly cloudy tomorrow.
Good morning, Michael.
Elsewhere across the northwest seaboard, airport partly cloudy and 35 degrees. Pittsburgh Falls partly cloudy 34. Lakeville clear 41. Whitehead 34. Washington 38. Newcastle 34. And Margaret partly cloudy 33. Marble northwest Buffalo mostly cloudy 13 degrees. Wind gusts from Margaret Overcast 21. Franklin mostly cloudy 31. Eagle mostly cloudy 34. Mostly cloudy 29. In central Eastern Alpena mostly cloudy 20. Smaller, partly cloudy. Harrisburg partly cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28. That was a little more
There's also a Howard terrifying horror movie of the level. It's in a whole range of bringing on 162.55 acres on the power of the whole 1,001. Some uncomfortable ritual elements to it, but it's a fun little myself, so that's a miles an hour was good. All right, so right on the showers there in February 2023. This is really entertainment
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom, but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Pittsburgh Remodeling has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience, so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business. To book for a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895. Talk to your doctor about Reecom. to subscribe to PTI TV and visit GoCreon.com. That's GoCreon.com or call 1-800-633-9110. James Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
You can't say this stuff in 2021.
The Ireland Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
For public funds, allow the council to state greenlighting a measure, allow businesses to apply for special allowance, allow for spaces like sidewalks, streets, and retail, and dining, or county reporters, build out for crowds, all pedestrian, all the greenlight solutions, township. This morning, Crosby was a member of the 500 Gold Club, on this milestone last night, first period, and the 5-4 overtime win, supporting Flyers and all. Build the baby out, or support 745, take forward on the dock of Pittsburgh, 20 to WJAS.
Damaged by fire, water, or storm, even when dealing with insurance, you have a choice to prepare for the something else. Call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Warming up to a high of 59, mostly overcast, with a low of 47. A rainy day tomorrow, still warm with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well, with a low of 27. And chance of snow showers on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on Stock Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Despite the Russian efforts,
arrival of several rocket deployments and troops and helicopters, the departments of ground attack aircraft and fighter bombers towards two more of those amount of water was released for national trials against the total activity against the Pittsburgh and airline campus capital for over 0.4 year-old girl interest in Texas. Made Monday by a robber under the total of 4.9 getaway vehicle. Arlene Alvarez found in the trucking where a man was held up in a gunfight. They were forced to investigators are now checking in reporting and bringing to an
Stop turning off a so-called relief rally on Wall Street. We have 3-day losing streak yesterday on hope Russia's aggression against Ukraine will ease, but Ukraine confirmed to the cyber attack had started against its banks and military structures. Inflation at the wholesale level came in higher than expected for January, which means we, the consumer, may not see any relief from rising prices yet. Companies will be facing pressure to pass their higher costs on to you. Soaring lumber prices adding nearly $19,000 now on average to the cost of a new home. Remington's first gunmaker ever to be held liable for a mass shooting. It's agreed to a $73 million settlement with the families of the children and adults killed in the massacre at the Sandy Hook Elementary School 10 years ago in Canada. Jessica Ayers.
U.S. documents walking to the ground in the early morning hours. Substantial gains across the board in their Wednesday action led by Tokyo, wide ranges in extradition prices as the world waits to see what Vladimir Putin will and when it's counterfeiting. Checking news reports and weather reports and everybody will look at how the prescription drug ivermectin is being widely used for COVID powers and despite regular warnings against no showers likely wishing behind the headlines.
Waves 1 foot for less. Toledo is 34 degrees.
If you have EAS, Creon may be right for you. Creon may be like this. It's an oral prescription medication that treats EAS. Talk to your doctor about Creon. Remember when prescribed to EAS. Visit GoCreon.com, that's GoCreon.com, or call 1-800-912.
Call right now.
Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor. Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pella's windows in wood, aluminum slab wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more than performance and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A-Tech rating, we know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW or IrelandContracting.com.
off the bat that this was an announcement made with no details. So with this first group this morning, it was, we're just withdrawing some of our troops from the border with Ukraine. Once we're done with the drill over there, we don't know how many. And so I think that was driving a decent amount of skepticism that we saw. Admittedly, I was kind of surprised, you know, we're just withdrawing. It did come off kind of weird. And I think that's why, you know, NATO Secretary General Jim Stoltenberg said, well, we haven't seen any indication that Russia's going to draw the line. And I believe there was actually more embedded to basically saying, look, we haven't seen in Ukraine where we believe it from before. So I think this kind of random announcement with no qualifying for especially after something like the months and months now. You know, this fear has been growing among the U.S. and the West that this invasion is going to come soon. President Zelensky kind of suggested that it was because to you know, later that was brought back and he was actually speaking to
about the diplomatic efforts for
January 1st to
President Biden said that there were over 150,000 that were near the border in Ukraine,
The record time for
one of the largest
which
estimates,
occurred
if not the largest
and the record
estimate,
low
of
is
just how many
-7, which
of
occurred
these watching the Pentagon press briefings, John Kirby has always been conservative that estimate in the ballpark of over 100,000. It never really been 100%.
gradually declining temperature.
Russia's announcement didn't really address the fact that there are ongoing military exercises in Belarus. And so part of the concern with moving troops into Belarus is that that gave another option of invading from the north. But I believe Belarus has said those Russians are supposed to go home when those drills are done, but then it's just something that we have to
Southwest to 15 miles an hour, gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
Supporter for the bill or Thursday work at Apple.com and Jordan, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Southwest 10 to 15 miles an
We
hour,
are now at 30 miles an hour. Back with a check on overnight, 4% forecast. And then we're going to take a look at the way the drug which the FDA says should not be used. COVID-19
no snow,
more popular than ever. Much better than ever on that ahead, so stay with us for
southwest around 15 miles an hour, with gusts up to 45 miles an hour.
I remember when it started to play 35 miles an hour, so Russian, I thought it would be just over time. You want to go to Apple.com and try it for free. Apple works, it's built around feel like everyday practical conversations for the accumulation 15 minutes a day.
Northwest winds
Now they're being a lot of conversations based on education, fun, and memory. It's not clear. Words and phrases say there, but they have to practice just one on one. It's not just a short conversation. And now it's not today. Family training is one rejection. This repetition phase has a whole different meaning and personality. What's clear? Travel goes in the language language. Stop for Sunday. Celebrate instruction source. Now try Babel for Babel.com. Just go to Babel.com and start learning it for language to know. That's Babel.com. Inbound 28 for the home part based on today, working from town with a high of 59, plenty of clouds on the side tonight, below 47. Showers expected tomorrow, warming up to a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, with a low of 27. In the mix of sunny clouds on Friday, with a possibility of snow, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contract Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Dr. Pittsburgh, 20 and 30 a.m.
Beaver Falls is probably about 34. Winds gusting to 31. Mostly cloudy 29. Mostly cloudy 21. Democratic State Senator Martha Fuller opposing the bill, noting that it's unconstitutional. We shouldn't forget who law government the real reason mostly cloudy does winds and with the area 1 foot or less.
where we start to see the changes laws. Otherwise, we are putting our foot right now. Bill now goes to the Republican controlled House of Representatives. The third there is the Republican Governor, but he got unprecedented time. That 9-year-old girl that used to watch it, she was accidentally shot on the head Monday and died. Alfonso Alvarez told reporters that his daughter Marlene had been on life support and died on Tuesday. Alvarez said his daughter was getting the vaccination for drug treatment when the started Monday. The 41-year-old girl has charged with aggravated assault and serious bodily injury in the shooting. Earls and his wife were robbed at gunpoint at an ATM Monday evening. The girl opened fire as the suspect fled on foot. Shot at the pickup truck and fought the robbery suspect find injured. The truck was carrying the Alvarez family of 5. Mike Crosby, his former President Trump is going to call with a court. A dynamic system will bring eventually from former President Donald Trump's now former accounting firm. The director of his business urged him to tell its banks and insurers that its statement of financial condition should not be relied on. On Thursday, New York Attorney General Letitia James will be in a Manhattan court, calling for the judge to order Trump to testify about what she says is evidence of using fraudulent or misleading valuations of golf clubs, skyscrapers, and other properties to loan and tax benefits. Trump and the lengthy said the Mazars accounting firm dropped him because he had faced vicious intimidation tactics underwater. When they were stressed, Allergy, the number 4 Kentucky, Tennessee, Pittsburgh, Villanova with Providence, number 19, Ozark, Wake Forest, Thursday, NHL, the Dodgers are 500 years old. Alabama gets 2 in the capsule. Playing 7 straight, and Washington is in a shootout at the Olympics. Another working forecast. Featuring around Wednesday, cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning. Snow will be developing in the afternoon. That will continue into Wednesday and Thursday along the I-25 corridor. Expecting up to 4 inches of snow. Wind will be developing across parts of the plains. That will eventually turn into snowstorms and thunderstorms, which could affect the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area late Wednesday night. Daytime high in the mid-70s, but the condition of rough weather Wednesday night over Thursday. Condition of rough weather for Sunday, partly cloudy in the morning, all the way to lower Michigan. Expectations on Wednesday night, it could be changed to ice or snow on Thursday. On AccuWeather.com, zero Easter with about 10 to the hour. With a look at ivermectin prescribed for COVID-19 patients, despite warnings from the FDA that it's ineffective and less hardly cloudy. So what's the issue? Look for answers right after the break. So stay with First Light.
For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain.
It's posted multiple alert report those worth as much as $206 million. It's reported that he made up to $30 million on stock trades for big tech companies. The same ones that Congress should regulate. Field is tired of political democracy. Now it's down to the petition called Democrat Branches demanding to return the $30 million to the U.S. Treasury to foreign for a charitable organization to help the poor families. Join this civic petition. Go online now. Give.branches.com or join us. Give.branches.com. Field is on the internet. You'll also see Microsoft and inform Field and your on every major cable system, which is cooperating or watch it free on your streaming platform. Financial life.
It was so good yesterday. There were 14 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 500 July 1st.
But the big story is the total of Crosby. The yearly total goes up 500.
temperature for today is 40 degrees. The now low is 20 over there. The regular temperature today is 46, which is for the 50.
There's 500 volts. Again, 5. Language like very much Sullivan had these comments on his milestone performance at home.
Pittsburgh reporting mostly cloudy skies. Temperature 39 degrees. Relative
The Penguins win the 4 in a row. Will visit Toronto Thursday night. College basketball tonight in the ACC. We'll get championship Tennessee 16. We'll visit the Cardinals of North Carolina. The Cardinals will win the contest 18-7. I did say we're on the horse. The Oregon upward time cloudy 13-20. Doubles.
Later falls partly cloudy 34. Later clear 40s. 34. Washington 38. Newcastle 34. Butler partly cloudy 33.
Across the country at a much larger
Northwest
scale
Pennsylvania.
than I realized before I started this story. The question was why, there was no research that showed ivermectin might compensate for COVID treatment, and the research came up with that, but a lot of those that have been highly confident in this research, there's serious information that are
Mostly cloudy 20. University of Pennsylvania first cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 28. Johnstown mostly cloudy 29. In Maryland, Oakland clear 32 degrees. Morgantown partly cloudy 37.
early on, I
Mostly cloudy 42.
we saw that it might be successful.
Clear 39 degrees.
And then some studies showed common as well, but those studies that have been responsible with strong, we've done a lot of these studies over the last 2 years to show ivermectin wasn't successful for treatment. That doesn't mean that we'll never see another study suggesting it's not in the future. Just means that the data we have today is
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.5 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts. Also located on the WPOE tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service, Pennsylvania. Now here is the term
has a
dry weather,
relatively
gradually warming
profile that
seasons.
we think it has described as should this is so politicized, so popular,
Surrounding counties.
people are overwhelmed, we saw a surge in August of 2021 of calls to go to the Kill Center, people taking too much, suffering hallucination, nausea, vomiting, that sort of thing. And what's really scary is that some doctors have seen that variants pop up, are advocating for higher and higher doses without the safety data to back that up. And we know that, if the drugs in the work, the dose level isn't going to help at all.
Showers.
Generally, they take in that direction, guys, the doctors will out or would give direction to why we're taking the drugs.
Chance of bringing you 100%.
I mean, some people that haven't been treated for COVID-19, so doctors are prescribing home showers, they actually packages ivermectin.
Or no snow.
It's common for headlines and rosacea. You're not paid to take an ivermectin tablet for those uses, but when we don't have data supporting COVID-19, that's where we get into the murky end.
35 miles an hour after midnight.
But what I'm wondering is,
Chance of precipitation to 100%.
take 2
Mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning. And partly cloudy in the afternoon. A little more snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest wind
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's happening in every single case, but I think, people have taken it upon themselves to be their own doctors at this moment of the pandemic, which is really scary, and doctors have taken it upon themselves to question the science. So when that happens, we have sort of a misuse of standard medication like ivermectin.
temperature around 30.
So it's been provided honestly for
Yeah, so we have to take a look at the numbers. We know at least from one study that the beginning of Michigan that in August 2021, a single week of doctors prescribed about 3,000 ivermectin prescriptions
hours in the
your
evening,
COVID-19
most
alone,
likely after
that
midnight.
amounts to about $2.5 million of items covered by insurance. And that was decided at that time. We don't know whether ivermectin surge has gone up or down since, but it's really concerning that at the time the research was backing the drug and we were
Reported
still
mostly cloudy
seeing
skies.
major interest.
Temperature 32 degrees. You want to talk relative humidity 50%.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was a
Wind
personal
chill.
event with the second time over the Christmas holiday, the standard urgent care, usually trust the doctors very much there, recommending ivermectin to someone who is double vaccinated and boosted and who had mild symptoms. So it dawned on me that this was happening just on a random occurrence in our neighborhood, and it's probably happening across the country and in the South.
Cloudy 34. The latest clear Baltimore doctor on 34. Washington 35. Newcastle 34. And Butler partly cloudy 36. Northwest Pennsylvania.
I did just a bit of a debate this weekend, and mostly cloudy 34. One side followed up with my hospital about it. They informed me that it wasn't part of
Cloudy 25. Philadelphia mostly cloudy 20. Morgantown partly cloudy 32. Mostly cloudy 42. Higher 41. Ohio 39 degrees. Mostly cloudy 40. Youngstown cloudy 37. Wind gusting to 21. Mostly cloudy 40. Wind gusting to 26. Mostly cloudy 44. Mostly cloudy 46. Elsewhere across southwest PA.
When you turn the heater, you potentially spreading contaminants like dirt, dust, dander, mold, bacteria, and viruses. Call Bactronics today. It can quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886.
Your heater, don't just look at the thing. Your one for help. Stop by the clear for town center or in Cranberry Township for a free personalized and address one. And learn how a complete art can help you get rid of your mission. And soon is
2022.
Fox News, 3 school board members ousted in San Francisco by voters actually over 42 COVID policies. But on those blame law. The message from voters is pretty clear in San Francisco as the school board members are recalled by overwhelming numbers. Four fueled in part by a backlash of frustration of parents fighting to keep their kids in school. The barrage will let the recall being guidelines not set in the suggestions of the day. The unacceptable that was San Francisco Mayor London bringing to words last year when the Democrats pulled out of the school board. State members there were more focused on the change of school names and requested politics rather than get back to normalcy. Jeff Silver got the line. Casey's dropping over to relevant to get this week's spot. The White House says now is not the time to use up one independent asking Congress for an additional $30 billion. According to the AP, roughly $18 billion was in vaccines and treatments, almost $5 billion for testing, $3 billion covering the uninsured, and close to $4 billion for future variants. The president also just ordered the National Archives to hand over visitor logs from the Trump White House to Congress, continuing to reject the former president's claim of executive privilege, which was lost in court trying to assert. And in the moment of last year's Capitol riot, the House Committee investigating Position 623 is related to Trump election fraud claims. The U.S. and NATO remain remains skeptical. Russia's bullets took back the Ukraine border by inheritance in Kiev. Russian-controlled state television is showing Russian forces pulling back. Military vehicles put on trains being taken away from Ukraine's border. And President Putin himself says he wants to pursue diplomacy. Do we want war or not? Or not? America's listening to Fox News. Life is about being active, whether it's about going on your daily tasks or exercising. You know you're well when you're regularly active. But what happens when being active actually hurts by the end of the day? This is the position I found myself in a number of years ago. Everything I wanted to do in my daily life, all of the activity it called for was held captive to almost constant inadequacy. When I heard about Relief Factor, I was skeptical, but my wife said, give it a chance. Not long after I took it, I could feel the pain begin to melt away, and I've been taking it ever since. And I can tell you that Relief Factor has helped me with my lifestyle. I love that it's not a drug, but it was developed by doctors, and about 70% of the people who try it go on the border more. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be ordering a 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. 800-4-RELIEF or ReliefFactor.com. Find out all about this offer and feel the difference.
First Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Chance of snow 50%.
St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
And
This
now,
news is
taking
being
a look
brought to you by
at the
Tri-State
extended
Neuropathy
forecast
Centers,
for
helping
Saturday,
thousands of
partly
peripheral
cloudy in the
neuropathy
morning,
sufferers get their lives back. Call
Near steady
724-940-9000 for a free
for Saturday
consultation.
night, clear. Lows in the lower 20s.
It's 35 degrees.
Sunny.
One of the news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh.
For Sunday night,
20
mainly clear.
WJAS. The House
Lows
of
in the
January
mid-30s.
6th committee is issuing
For
another round of
Washington's birthday,
subpoenas. One of
partly
them
cloudy.
sent Tuesday to Republican state lawmaker
Highs in the
Pennsylvania
mid-50s.
gubernatorial
For Monday
hopeful
night,
Doug
mostly
Mastriano
cloudy.
CNN reporting
A
that he
chance
wants
of
to know
showers
more
in
about
the
his
evening.
meeting with
Then
Donald
showers
Trump
likely
in
after
November
midnight.
2020.
Mild.
Pittsburgh, a resident
Lows
who
around
sued the
40.
city council amid claims
Chance of
that
rain
a race vote in a
60%.
closed session a couple
And for
weeks back
Tuesday,
was
showers.
inappropriate.
Mild.
Carmen Brown filed a
Highs
suit
in the
claiming
upper
council
50s.
members violated the state
Chance of rain
sunshine law,
90%.
citing their secrecy and use
Near
of
shore
public
forecast.
funds. Meanwhile, the
For
council
the
is
following
approving
near shore
mayor
location,
appointments
Connie
for
Aqua
the
Ohio
city's
to New
solicitor
York.
and public safety director
Today,
positions.
south winds to 30
Steve
knots.
Kubiak selected as
Mostly
the
cloudy.
solicitor, acting public
Waves
safety
in
director
ice-free
Lee
areas
Schmidt
1 foot or less.
officially takes on that role.
Tonight,
State health officials
south winds to
COVID
30 knots.
cases hit low levels
A
we haven't
slight
seen
chance
in
of showers.
6 months.
Waves
There are now
1 foot
lying
or
the
less.
possibility of another
Thursday,
major
south
variation.
winds
Just
15
over
to 25
200
knots,
new
becoming
positive
northwest
cases
and diminishing
reported
to
now
10 to
in
15
County
knots.
Tuesday. There was
Rain
2,500 statewide.
Waves 1
Up
foot
to
or less.
177 more
Thursday night,
deaths.
northeast winds 15 to 20 knots, becoming northwest 10 to 15 knots.
Mandates for Catholic schools and
Rain showers,
parishes by
a
the end
chance
of
of
this
snow
month.
showers and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight.
Township early this
Waves
morning.
1 foot or
This
less.
report is sponsored by
Waves
WhatsApp.
high
No one should read your
areas.
personal messages. That's why
The water
WhatsApp
temperature off
and
Toledo is 34 degrees.
That's whatever you
Off
send
Cleveland,
before, during,
33
after you
degrees.
send it.
And
No
off
one not
Erie,
even
33
WhatsApp
degrees.
or messages. Always
Now
message
here is
privacy.
the synopsis.
WhatsApp,
Dry weather with
Crosby,
gradually warming temperature.
500.
Can
The
be
video will have
expected
a
for
goals
Wednesday.
reported at
A
8:45.
dynamic
When it
system
shoots
will
up
bring
in
rain
less
and
than 30
eventually some
minutes.
snow.
Jake Orwell
Thursday and
on the
Thursday
Talk
night.
of Pittsburgh, 1320.
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
Traffic and weather.
For today, partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy.
and West Liberty Avenue.
Mild.
We have a crash there.
Highs in the
Damage
mid-50s.
makes your way on the Parkway East
South winds
outbound.
10 to
Street
15
lanes
miles
are
an
blocked
hour
off
with
near
gusts
Churchill.
up to
The
30
right lane
miles
is
an
getting
hour.
high, and for the Britt
For
River
tonight,
pass under
mostly
that way,
cloudy.
it's just a parking lot.
Mild.
Center Avenue at Bigelow
Near
Boulevard.
steady
That's
temperature
also
in the upper
safe from an
40s.
accident. And as you
South
make your way
winds
on the
10 to
Parkway
15 miles an
past
hour with
Wilkinsburg
gusts
and
up
the
to
Parkway
25 miles an hour.
Battle
For
traffic on the
Thursday,
top of the
showers, mild.
WJAS.
Highs in
Partly
the
sunny and
upper 50s.
unseasonably warm today with a high of
South winds 10
59,
to
mostly
15
cloudy
miles
tonight
an
with a
hour
low of
with gusts
47.
up to 30
Warm
miles
weather
an hour.
continues tomorrow. Showers with a
Chance
high
of
of
rain
60
near
rainy
100%.
tomorrow night with a chance of snow
For
as well and
Thursday
a low of
night,
27.
rain
And
showers
partly
in the
sunny
evening,
Friday with a
then
chance
a
of snow
chance of
showers
rain
and a
and
high
snow
of
showers
33.
after midnight.
From the Ireland contract,
Little
Eastern
or no
News, I'm
snow
Greg
accumulation.
Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh,
Much colder with
1320
lows in the
WJAS.
mid-20s. South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Becoming west with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after midnight.
I'm Clayton Neville.
Chance of
Something. The
precipitation
Sandy
near
Hook
100%.
Elementary School shooting agreed
For
to a
Friday, mostly
$73
cloudy with
million
a chance of snow
lawsuit
showers in the
settlement.
morning, then partly
and
And now,
hope that
taking a
Russia's
look at the
aggression
extended
against
forecast.
Ukraine will
For
ease.
Saturday,
I'm
partly
Jessica
sunny in the
Edison.
morning.
Sarah
Then clear.
Palin's day in court.
Near
What's
steady
next?
temperature around 30.
Bohannon, want to buy a
For
house?
Saturday night,
Coming up in a
clear.
moment. All
Lows
ahead
in the
on
lower
America
50s.
in the morning.
For Sunday, sunny, warmer with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday
It's now
night,
7
mainly
fast.
clear.
President Biden
Lows in the
says a
mid-30s.
Russian invasion of Ukraine
For
is
Washington's
still, quote,
birthday,
very
partly
much a
cloudy.
possibility,
Mild.
despite claims by the
Highs in
Kremlin
the
that
mid-50s.
it has pulled back
For
some of
Monday
its
night,
troops.
mostly cloudy.
Correspondent Clayton Neville
A
tells
chance
us
of
the
showers in the
president had a
evening.
message
Sun
for the
showers
people of
likely
Russia
after
late
midnight.
yesterday in his
Mild.
remarks about the ongoing
Lows
tensions.
around 40.
Russian
Chance
President
of rain
Vladimir
60%.
Putin wants to continue
And for
talks with
Tuesday,
the West about
showers,
securing a
mild.
potential path
Highs in
forward.
the upper
The Russian
50s.
military said
Chance
yesterday
of
it
rain
pulled back
90%.
some of its troops from the Ukrainian
Here
border.
are the 7 a.m.
Speaking
Whitewater
about the ongoing
gauge readings for
tensions late
today.
yesterday at the White House,
Wednesday,
President
February
Biden couldn't
16th.
confirm that.
Bloomington,
Our analysts indicate
3.4.
that they remain very much
Philippi,
in a threatening position.
4.5.
With as many as 150,000 troops in place
2.9.
along Ukrainian borders, the
Buchanan,
president said he's willing to give
5.7.
every chance to
Davis,
diplomacy.
We will not
2.5.
sacrifice basic principles.
Parsons,
Nations have a
4.1.
right to sovereignty
Albright,
and territorial integrity,
12.0.
but that still
Colfax,
leaves plenty of room for diplomacy and for de-escalation.
Percent
The president doubled down on his
1.8.
promise to impose strict
Markle
economic sanctions on Russia
2.4.
if it invades Ukraine and
Confluence,
warned that American
4.0.
energy prices would likely be
Ohio
impacted.
Pile,
So we are taking active
3.9.
steps to alleviate the pressure on
Friendsville,
our own energy markets and offset
3.1.
raising prices.
Josephine,
We're prepared to deploy all the tools
4.3.
and authority at our disposal
Kingston,
to provide relief to the
3.2.
gas pump.
The Kremlin
Ferndale,
denies any plans to invade, but is
3.7.
still adamantly
Rockville,
demanding that NATO stay out of
5.3.
Ukraine and other former Soviet
Kitzmiller,
countries. World
3.3.
leaders won't agree to that.
Warren,
President Biden addressed Russian
4.5.
citizens directly.
You are
Rebuild,
not our enemy,
5.6.
and I do not believe
Franklin,
you want a bloody, destructive war
5.6.
against Ukraine.
Ridgeway,
A country and a people with whom you
3.5.
share such deep ties
Vicksburg,
of family, history, and culture.
4.4.
Idaho Spinsky
Parker,
moved to the States from Moscow
7.4.
4 years ago. He says
St.
there is
Charles,
a strong relationship
4.5.
between Russians and Ukrainians. Government
Now here is the
sides.
synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday. A dynamic system will bring rain
Said
and eventually
Russians
some snow
share
Thursday and Thursday
distaste
night.
for the West, but very few
The
want
forecast
bloodshed.
for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For today, partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
Diplomatic
For
efforts.
tonight, mostly cloudy.
I'm Clayton Nelson.
Mild.
It's 9 after.
Near steady
In a
temperature in the
landmark
upper
agreement,
40s.
some families
South
of
winds
the
10
Sandy
to
Hook
15 miles
Elementary
an hour
School
with
shooting
gusts up to
agreed to a
25 miles an
$73
hour.
million
For
lawsuit
Thursday,
settlement with
showers,
gunmaker
mild.
Remington. Details
Highs
from
in the upper
correspondent Julie
50s.
Walker.
South winds 10 to 15 miles an
We
hour
are
with gusts up to
15-year-old
30 miles an hour.
healthy
Chance of rain near 100%.
standing next to us right
For
now.
Thursday night, rain showers in the evening.
Today is
Then
about
a
what is
chance of
right.
rain and snow showers after midnight.
20 first graders and
Little
6
or no
educators
snow
in Brookfield
accumulation.
in 2012
Much
when
colder with
avalanche
lows in the
opened
mid
fire
20s.
with a Bushmaster
South winds
AR-15
around
style
15
rifle
miles
at
an
the
hour with
school.
gusts up
This
to
case was
45
never
miles an
about
hour.
damages
Becoming
in the
west
sense
with
of
gusts up to
compensation.
35
It was
miles an
about
hour
damages
after
in the
midnight.
sense of forcing change.
Chance of precipitation
It was
near
about damages in
100%.
the sense
For
of
Friday, mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no
Families
snow
of 9
accumulation.
victims and 1 survivor
Much colder with
announced the
highs in the lower
multi-million-dollar
30s.
settlement Tuesday with
Northwest
lawyer
winds 10 to
Joshua
15
Cox.
miles an hour.
The gun industry takes
Chance
this
of snow
under advisement.
50%.
We
And
hope
for
they
Friday
realize
night, mainly
that they have
clear.
skin in the game.
Near
Instead of
steady
blaming
temperature in the upper
literally
20s.
everybody else,
And now,
school
taking a look at
systems
the
for not having
extended
security to
forecast
defend
for
against their
Saturday,
weapons.
partly
Nicole
sunny in the
Hoffman
morning,
lost her
then clearing.
6-year-old son Dylan says
Near
she
steady
hopes this
temperature
makes
around
gun
30.
manufacturers more
For Saturday
accountable
night,
by
clear.
facing and finally
Lows in the
being
lower
penalized
20s.
for the impact of
For
their work.
Sunday,
Gun
sunny,
companies,
warmer with
along
highs in
with
the lower
insurance
50s.
and banking industries that
For
enable
Sunday
them
night,
to
mainly
be forced
clear.
to make their practices
Lows in the
safer. I'm
mid-30s.
Julie Walker.
For Washington's birthday, partly
11
cloudy.
past now. America in the morning, sponsored
Highs in
by
the mid-50s.
AbbVie. Can't get
For
to the
Monday
bottom
night,
of your
mostly
stomach
cloudy.
issues? It might be
A chance of showers in the
pancreatic
evening, then showers
insufficiency,
likely
or
after midnight.
EPI. Use the
Mild.
symptom checker at
Lows around 40.
identifyepi.com
Chance of
and
rain
talk to your
60%.
doctor. Paid
And
for
for
by
Tuesday,
AbbVie.
showers,
More
mild.
subpoenas handed down
Highs in
from
the
the
upper
January
50s.
6th House Committee
Chance of rain
after these
90%.
messages.
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 35 5 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m.
We expect
The
our
record high
information
of
in real
69
time.
degrees, which was set in
U.S. Med carries
1954.
continuous glucose
Yesterday's
monitors,
low temperature
which
of
provide
9 degrees
real-time
occurred at
readings of blood
5:56
glucose
a.m.
levels.
The
U.S.
record low
Med
is
is an
minus
approved
10 degrees,
provider
which
for
was set in
Medicare and over
1875.
500 private
No
insurers.
precipitation
So
fell
call
yesterday,
800
which leaves the monthly total at 1.76
today
inches.
for a free insurance
This is
and Medicare
0.42
benefits check.
inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total precipitation for the year still stands
This
at
message is sponsored by
4.75
Green Wise
inches, which is
Financial.
0.45
You know, if you
inches
have
above
over
normal.
$10,000 in credit
No
card
snow fell
bills, you have a
yesterday,
right to
which
settle
brings the
that debt
monthly
for
total
less
to
than you owe.
4.9
We are Green
inches.
Wise Debt Relief.
The
We
total
specialize in
snowfall
saving
since July
people
1st
just
still
like you
stands at
thousands of dollars
25.9
off their
inches.
credit card balance.
There
If
was
you
a
want to
trace
put
of
more
snow
money
on the
in your
ground.
pocket, call us for
There were
free
43
information
degree
now.
days yesterday.
800-200-3785.
This brings the monthly total to
That's
551.
800-200-3785.
The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540.
Celebrating 100
There were no
years
cool
on the
degree
air in
days yesterday.
Pittsburgh. The talk of
This leaves
Pittsburgh,
the monthly total at
1320
0.
WJAS.
The yearly total since
Hi,
January
looks
1st
like
is
the neighbor's
0.
kid hit a home run.
The normal high
Still
temperature
out
for
of
today
the
is 40 degrees, and the
call
normal
insurance
low
company.
is
We have the
23.
one with the leopard
The
mascot, right?
record high
No,
for
it's
today is 76, which
Doesn't it
occurred
have
in
spots?
1883, and the record low is minus 7,
Some
which
insurance
occurred
companies
in
are known for their
1963.
mascots. At NGM, we're known
Sunrise
for a
today is
straightforward
at
claim experience that
7:13
customers
a.m.
love.
and sunset
Just call
is
them.
at
It's a cougar,
5:57 p.m.
and we're not covered.
No jingles or
At 8
mascots,
a.m.
just great insurance.
At
Visit
Pittsburgh
NGM.com
International
to see if you
Airport,
could save up
it
to
was
20%
mostly
on your auto
cloudy.
insurance.
Guys, you
Temperature
know how
34
stressful
degrees,
erectile
dew point
dysfunction is
21,
in a
relative
relationship.
humidity
It's time to
59%.
get back what you had
Wind
before.
chill at 7
Pittsburgh
miles
Medical
an hour,
Clinic is the
producing
only
a wind
clinic to
chill of
offer this
28.
breakthrough
Pressure
FDA-approved ED
30.33 inches
This
and steady.
innovative treatment is highly
Once again,
successful
at
and
International,
non-invasive.
34
Plus,
degrees
it
under
costs
mostly
thousands
cloudy
of dollars
skies.
less than other treatments.
At
Come in for a
8
free
a.m. elsewhere
consultation
across
with Dr.
southwest
Williams.
Pennsylvania, West Michigan, partly cloudy and 36 degrees.
Or go
Beaver
to
Falls, clear 36.
BirdMedicalClinic.com.
Latrobe, clear 34. Connellsville, clear 38. Indiana, 36. Washington, 38. Newcastle, 35. Butler, clear 37.
Minnesota.
In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie mostly cloudy 41 degrees. DuBois partly cloudy 20. Clearfield partly cloudy 24. Franklin partly cloudy 31. Meadville mostly cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 22. In Bradford partly cloudy 30. Winds gusting to 18.
northward out of the
In
Gulf of
central and
Mexico,
eastern Pennsylvania,
where they
Altoona partly
collide,
cloudy
will be a
28.
price to pay.
State College clear
Starting in the
28.
south, we'll
Winds
see strong
gusting
to
to
severe
16.
thunderstorms
Harrisburg
erupt this
partly
afternoon
sunny
in north
28.
central Texas and
Philadelphia partly
Oklahoma.
sunny
Will
31.
produce
In
damaging
Johnstown
winds,
clear
hail,
28.
even a few tornadoes.
In Maryland,
The trail
Oakland
then
clear
spread
32
east through the
degrees.
lower
In West
Mississippi
Virginia,
Valley tomorrow.
Morgantown partly
Along
cloudy
the front,
38
rain will
degrees.
break out
Wheeling
today
clear
for Missouri
44.
and Michigan.
Winds gusting to
While in the
25.
cold air,
Parkersburg
we'll
partly
have
cloudy and
accumulating
42.
snow in the central
In
Rockies.
Ohio,
That
Zanesville
snow will
partly
spread
cloudy
east
40
tonight
degrees.
across Kansas,
Akron mostly
central
cloudy
Michigan,
41.
causing
Cambridge clear
hazardous travel.
41. Winds
As the
gusting to
cold air
17.
continues to press
Youngstown
southward,
cloudy
we'll
40.
see cold rain
Cleveland
change
mostly
to
cloudy
ice
44.
tonight and tomorrow
Winds
in
gusting to
eastern
30.
Kansas and Missouri,
Cincinnati mostly
all the way
cloudy
to southeastern
45.
Michigan.
Toledo mostly
That'll be
cloudy
causing
46.
treacherous travel
Winds gusting
conditions.
to 25.
Away from
And
the
Columbus
storm, we'll
mostly
see
cloudy
southerly cold
44.
air settle into the northern plains
Now
and upper
here is
Great
the
Lakes,
synopsis.
while
Dry
southerly
weather
winds
with
set temperatures
gradually
way
warming
above normal
temperature
from
can be
Texas to
expected
New England
through
through
Wednesday.
tomorrow.
A
Meanwhile, the
dynamic
drought
system will bring
continues
rain
near
and
the west
eventually some
coast,
snow
mainly dry
Thursday and
weather and
Thursday
warming
night.
trend through the end of the
The
week.
forecast for
And that's the
Pittsburgh
weather
and
across the
surrounding
nation.
counties.
In
For
Denver
today,
today, much
partly
colder
sunny
with
this
1 to 3
morning,
inches
then
of snow
becoming
through
mostly
this evening.
cloudy.
High of 35
Mild.
and a low temperature of
Highs
14.
in the
Meanwhile,
mid-50s.
in Miami,
South
we're
winds
looking
10
at
to
partly
15
sunny
miles an
skies,
hour with
it'll be
gusts
breezy,
up to 30
more
miles
than
an
a
hour.
brief shower
For
in
tonight,
spots.
mostly
High
cloudy.
temperature of 78
Mild.
and staying in the
Near
low
steady
70s
temperatures
at
in the
night.
upper 40s.
And that's the nation's weather.
South winds
I'm
10
acting
to
with the
15 miles an
Meteorologist
hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
Trouts. This
For
is
Thursday,
America in the morning.
showers.
The
Mild.
House Committee
Highs in
investigating
the
the
upper
January 6th riot at
South
the U.S.
winds 10 to
Capitol
15
has
miles an
subpoenaed
hour with
6 more
gusts
people
up to 30
to
miles an hour.
investigate alleged fake
Chance of rain
GOP
near
electors.
100%.
Correspondent Mike
For
Crosby
Thursday
reports.
night, rain showers in the
January
evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
Over efforts
Little
to
or no
falsely
snow
declare Donald
accumulation.
Trump the winner of the
Much
2020
colder with
election
lows in the
seven
mid-20s.
states. Among those
South
subpoenaed
winds
are
around
Michael
15
Goldman and
miles
Gary
an hour with
Michael,
gusts
both
up to
served as
45 miles an hour.
Trump's 2020
Economists
re-election
with gusts up
campaign.
to 35
Also
miles an
subpoenaed
hour after
Pennsylvania
midnight.
State Senator Douglas
Chance of
Mastriano,
precipitation
Laura
near
Cox, the
100%.
former chair of the Michigan
For
Republican
Friday,
Party,
mostly
Arizona
cloudy
State
with a chance of
Representative
snow
Mark
showers in
Bishop,
the morning,
Kelly
then
Ward,
partly
the
cloudy in
Arizona
the afternoon.
Republican Party chair.
Little
Ward
or no
and her
snow
husband both
accumulation.
signed a document
Much
falsely
colder with
claiming
highs
they
in
were
the lower
Arizona's
30s.
two electors.
Northwest winds
Democrat
10 to 15 miles an hour.
Mike Frost.
Chance of snow 50%.
Attorneys
And
say
for
a
Friday
settlement
night,
has been
mainly
reached
clear.
in a lawsuit accusing
Near steady
Britain's
temperature
Prince
in the upper
Andrew
20s.
of sexual abuse.
And now,
Correspondent
taking a look
Jennifer
at the
King has
extended
that story.
forecast. For
In a lawsuit
Saturday,
filed last
partly
August,
sunny in
Richard
the morning,
Gray
then
alleged
clearing.
he was 17 years old
Near
and
steady
traveling with
temperature
great
around
financier
30.
Jeffrey Epstein when
For
she was
Saturday
sexually
night,
abused by
clear.
Prince Andrew.
Lows
Documents
in the
filed
lower
in Manhattan
20s.
federal court indicate
For
lawyers
Sunday,
on both
sunny.
sides will
Warmer
request
with highs in the
dismissal
lower
of
50s.
receipt of a settlement.
For
The
Sunday
amount was
night,
not
mainly
disclosed.
clear.
Andrew had vigorously
Lows
denied
in
her
the
claims, but
mid-30s.
the story was an embarrassment
For
for the
Washington's
royal family,
birthday,
and the
partly
Duke of
cloudy.
York was stripped of his military
Mild.
affiliations and royal
Highs in the
privileges in
mid-50s.
January. A statement
Monday
attached
night,
to the
mostly
filing says that
cloudy.
Prince Andrew
A
intends to
chance of
donate
showers
to
in the
Mrs.
evening.
Gray's
Then
charity in
showers
support of
likely
women's
after
rights,
midnight.
that he accepts she has
Mild.
suffered as a victim of abuse,
Lows
and
around
that he
40.
never intended to malign
Chance
her
of rain
character.
60%.
Believes that Andrew regrets
And for
his
Tuesday,
association with
showers.
Epstein. He
Mild.
commends the bravery of Mr.
Highs
Gray
in
and
the
other
upper
survivors in
50s.
standing up for themselves
Chance
and
of rain
others.
90%.
I'm Jennifer King.
Nearshore forecast.
Seen after your
For the following
smartphone, a
nearshore
third player
locations,
in the
Contact
Super
will
Bowl.
to
Plus,
New York.
jury rejects
Today,
Palin's
south
plea.
winds to
But
30
America in
knots.
the morning returns after
Mostly
these
cloudy. Waves in ice-free areas 1 foot or less. Tonight, south winds to 30 knots. A slight chance of showers.
Delicious.
Waves 1 foot or less.
I'm getting just a
Thursday,
check.
south winds 15 to 25 knots. Becoming northwest and diminishing to 10 to 15 knots.
One or more of these symptoms
Rain
can be a sign
showers.
of exocrine pancreatic
Waves 1 foot
insufficiency
or less.
or EPI. And it's
Thursday
easy time
night,
to talk to your doctor.
northeast winds
If you have
15 to 20 knots.
EPI,
Becoming
Creon may
northwest
be
10
right
to
for
15
you.
knots.
Creon, pancreatase,
Rain
is an oral
showers.
prescription
A chance of
medication
snow
that treats
showers and
EPI.
freezing
Creon
rain in the
replaces
evening.
enzymes
Then
in
snow
the
showers
help
likely
you
with
break down
pockets
food
of
properly.
rain showers and freezing rain overnight.
Colonopathy, a rare bowel
Waves
disorder,
1 foot or less.
capsules or contents as if they cause mouth
Wave heights
irritation.
are for
Tell your doctor if
ice-free
you have
areas.
unusual or severe stomach pain,
The water
bloating,
temperature
trouble
of
passing
Toledo
stool,
is
nausea,
34
vomiting,
degrees.
diarrhea,
Off
which
Cleveland,
means people swollen
33
joints and
degrees.
allergic
And
reactions.
off Harry,
Other side
33
effects include
degrees.
changes in blood sugars, gas,
At
dizziness,
8
or
a.m.
short throat and cough. These are
At
not all the
Pittsburgh
side effects of
International Airport,
Talk
it
to
was
your doctor
mostly
about
cloudy.
Creon, the #1 prescribed
Temperature
EPI
34
treatment,
degrees.
and visit
Dew point 21.
gocreon.com.
Relative
That's
humidity 59%.
GOCREON.com,
Wind
or
south
call
at 7 miles an hour.
1-800-633-9110.
Producing a wind chill of 28. Pressure
It's so great to
30.33
finally be
inches
able to
and
get
steady.
together again.
Oh, it
Once
sure
again,
is.
at
And I
Big
really
International,
appreciate you
34
picking up
degrees
the
under
bill.
I'm
mostly
happy
cloudy
to.
skies.
I've got the extra cash. Since we've all
At
been
8
driving
a.m.
so much more
Elsewhere
yet,
across
I've been using
southwest
Get Upside,
Pennsylvania,
the free
Western
gas
good
app that
partly
leaves you
cloudy
cash
and
back
36
for every
degrees.
gallon of gas you
Beaver
buy.
Falls
Wait a minute,
clear
are you
36.
saying you actually
Latrobe
get
clear
paid cash
34.
when you buy gas
Connellsville
with the
fair
Get Upside
38.
app? Yes,
Indiana
I get
36.
real cash back
Washington
every
38.
time I buy gas.
Newcastle
That
35.
actually
And
add up
Butler
to
clear
almost
37.
$200 to
In
$300
northwest
this year.
Pennsylvania,
Wow,
feeling
that's
mostly
serious
cloudy
extra
41
cash.
degrees.
I'm
Du
downloading
Bois
the free
partly
Get
cloudy
Upside app
28.
now.
Clearfield
Download the
partly
free
cloudy
Get Upside
24.
app now to earn
Franklin
cash
partly
back
cloudy
every time
31.
you buy gas.
Meadville mostly
Promo
cloudy
code
37.
CAR.
Winds
For
gusting to
25 cents a
22.
gallon
In
or
Bradford
more
partly
cash
cloudy
back
30.
on your
Winds
first day.
gusting
You
to
get
18.
cash out anytime,
In
right to
central
your
and
bank to
eastern
PayPal
Pennsylvania,
or any gift
Alton
card from
partly
Amazon
cloudy
and other
28.
brands.
St.
Just download
Collins
the
clear
free
28.
Get Upside
Winds
app and use
gusting to
promo code
16.
CAR.
Harrisburg
Earn
partly
25
sunny
cents a
28.
gallon or more on
Philadelphia
your
partly
first
sunny
day. That's
31.
code
In
CAR.
Johnstown clear 28.
After
In
the
Maryland,
hour, we'll
Oakland
get
clear
to
32
rising
degrees.
gas and
In
oil
West
prices
Virginia,
in a moment. First,
Morgantown partly
on how
cloudy
stocks
38
did
degrees.
yesterday in the
Wind
market.
clear 44.
CNBC's
Winds
Jessica
gusting to
Ettinger has you
25.
Wednesday business.
Parkersburg partly
Stocks
cloudy
broke
and
a three-day
42.
losing streak
In
yesterday with a
Ohio,
relief rally
Zanesville
on
partly
Wall
cloudy
Street.
40
Investors
degrees.
were hoping that
Akron
Russia,
mostly cloudy
Ukraine
41.
tensions were
Cambridge
cooling.
fair
Yeah, I can
41.
tell you this is
Winds
exactly what
gusting
we've
to
got
17.
here. It's kind of
Youngstown
lifted
cloudy
the
40.
S&P
Cleveland
500
mostly
out of
cloudy
that
44.
zone of
Winds
late
gusting to
January
30.
low, so it's kind
Cincinnati
of
mostly
allowed
cloudy
it to look
45.
like there's a
Toledo
little bit
mostly
of a higher
cloudy
low for
46.
now.
Winds gusting to
Totally
25.
but
And
Ukraine
Columbus mostly
confirmed
cloudy
a
44.
cyber attack has started
The
on its
Pittsburgh,
state
Pennsylvania
banks
climate
and
summary for
on the
yesterday. Thursday, February 15, 2022.
Inflation at the
Yesterday's
wholesale
high
level
temperature
even
of
hotter than
35 degrees
expected
occurred
in
at
January
5:11
in the
p.m.
producer price index.
The record high of 69 degrees, which was set in 1964.
Is up a
Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m.
year over year.
The record low is minus 10 degrees, which was set in 1875. No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches.
There's inflation.
This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.45 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 4.9
This
inches.
year's Super Bowl
The
attracted more
total
than
snowfall
112
since
million
July 1st still
viewers on
stands at
NBC,
25.9
up
inches.
14% from last
There was
year.
a trace of snow on the
Some
ground.
are saying it's the
There were
betting apps
43
on
degree days
people's phones
yesterday.
that brought more people
This
to
brings
the
the
game.
monthly total to
NBC is a sister network
551.
to CNBC.
The yearly total
Okay, so we're all
is
feeling it. What
3,540.
is the latest on
There were
gas
no
and
cool
oil
degree
prices
days
yesterday?
yesterday.
Well,
This
AAA says
leaves the
you're paying
monthly
about
total at
$1
zero.
more today for
The
a
yearly
gallon of
total
regular
since
than you were a
January 1st
year
to
ago.
zero.
Now,
The
oil
normal high
ticked
temperature for
lower
today is 40
yesterday on
degrees,
word Russia
and the
had
normal
moved
low is
troops
23.
away from the
The
Ukraine border,
record
but
high
one
for
expert
today
says
is
even if
76,
the
which
situation
occurred
is
in
resolved without a
1883,
war,
and the
oil
record
prices
low
are
is
not
minus
going to
7,
go
which
down.
occurred in
We have this
1963.
global reopening, we
Sunrise
have
today
lockdown
is at
restrictions
7:13
easing,
a.m. and
and yet
sunset
the
is
supply
at
picture remains
5:57 p.m.
very tight. I mean, OPEC has
Now
not
here
been
is
hitting
the
its
synopsis.
400,000
Dry
barrel a
weather
day
with
monthly
gradually
increase.
warming
The
temperatures
situation with
can be
Russia and
expected through
Ukraine is
Wednesday.
exacerbating
A
this
dynamic
situation.
system will
Yes,
bring rain and
oil will
eventually
pull
some
back
snow.
to some
Thursday
extent
and Thursday
if
night.
it's through de-escalation.
The
But again,
forecast
we
for
are not
Pittsburgh
talking
and
about an
surrounding
oversupplied
counties.
market by any means.
For today,
RBC
partly
Capital's
sunny this
Helena
morning,
Croft
then
on
becoming
CNBC.
mostly cloudy.
On today's watch
Mild.
list, retail sales
Highs in
numbers
the
for
mid-50s.
January.
South
Earnings
winds 10
today
to
from
15
Hilton,
miles an
Kraft
hour with
Heinz,
gusts
Cisco
up to 30
Systems,
miles an hour.
AIG, and
For
Nvidia.
tonight,
The
mostly
Miami
cloudy.
International Boat Show
Mild.
is on today.
Near
Through
steady
Sunday, a
temperature in
big
the upper
event for the
40s.
boating industry.
South winds 10 to 15 miles
From
an hour with
CNBC's
gusts up
Jessica
to
Ettinger
25
with
miles an
Wednesday
hour.
Business. It's 23
For
back.
Thursday, showers,
Now that a
mild.
judge has thrown out her
Highs in the
libel
upper
case
50s.
against the New York
South
Times,
winds 10 to
Will
15
Sarah
miles an
Palin
hour with
appeal?
gusts up to
The
30
jury in
miles
the
an
case
hour.
also rejected
Chance
her
of rain near
defamation claim.
100%.
Palin's attorney,
For
Kenneth
Thursday night,
Turkle,
rain
It's been a long
showers in
time
the evening, then a chance of rain and snow
in that
showers
respect,
after midnight.
most proud of
Little
Governor
or no
Palin,
snow
her
accumulation.
strength and resolve and
Much
courage.
colder with lows in the
In the fight with the New
mid-20s.
York Times in New York
South
City and
winds
Southern
around
District
15
of New
miles
York.
an hour with gusts up to 45
in
miles
my
an
opinion,
hour,
what the
becoming
system is
west coast
about.
gusts up
The
to
jury spent
35
3
miles an
days
hour after
considering
midnight.
the facts. The
Chance
judge
of
said her
precipitation near
attorneys didn't
100%.
prove their client
For
suffered
Friday,
actual
mostly
malice.
cloudy with a
Palin
chance of
announced
snow
she
showers
would
in the morning,
consider
then
asking
partly
the
cloudy
U.S.
in the
Supreme
afternoon.
Court to take the
Little
case
or no
on
snow
appeal.
accumulation. Much colder with
Up
highs in
next
the
on
lower
America
30s.
in the morning, bring your
Northwest
checkbook
winds
and
10 to
then
15
some
miles an
for
hour.
these homes.
Chance of
After
snow
these
50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the upper 20s. And now, taking a look at the
Are
extended
you the parent
forecast
of a 2 to
for
7-year-old?
Saturday, partly
Listen
sunny in
closely
the
for an
morning,
exciting free
then
radio
clearing.
offer. By now
Near
you
steady
probably heard of
temperature
ABC
around
Now,
30.
the Parents' Choice
For
Award
Saturday
winning
night,
online
clear.
reading program that's actually
Lows in the
changing
lower
the lives of
20s.
early learners everywhere.
For Sunday,
ABC Now
sunny,
was a little
warmer with
one-on-one
highs in the lower
teacher.
50s.
It has helped her
For
so
Sunday
much.
night, mainly
Right
clear.
now, we're offering a special
Lows in the
radio promo to
mid-30s.
try it free for a month.
For
But you
Washington
have to go to
Thursday, partly cloudy.
abcmouse.com/radio to claim your
Mild.
free month. That's
Highs in the mid-50s.
abcmouse.com/radio.
For Monday
Sponsored by
night,
Asia
mostly
Link.
cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight.
Never
Mild.
leave a fallen warrior
Lows
behind,
around 40.
ever.
Chance of rain
Battlefield with the
60%.
Warrior Project
And
operates
for
with the same
Tuesday,
goal.
showers,
The Warrior
mild.
Project was created to
Highs
help
in the
our
upper
women
50s.
returning home. The
Chance of
scars
rain
of war,
90%.
whether those scars are physical
This
or
is No Weather Radio KIH 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts. On a transmitter located on the
TNJ
WQAM
Water
tower,
Briefing
with
congratulates
broadcast originating from the
WJAS for
National Weather
100
Service
years
in
on the
Township,
air.
Pennsylvania.
Attack of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
At Pittsburgh International Airport, it was mostly cloudy.
So plagued with accidents
Temperature
here on the
34
footway
degrees,
southbound
dew point
Churchill,
21,
West Lane,
relative
Center Lane,
humidity
walkout from the crash
59%.
of the Brentwood overpass.
Wind
Up
south
toward
at
that
7
track,
miles an
New
hour,
Jersey,
producing
parking lot
a
with
wind
a
chill of
southbound
28.
sign.
Pressure
Street at Mount
30.33
Pleasant Road at
inches and
Northview
steady.
Heights, we had an accident
Once
there.
again,
PA
at Pitt International, 34 degrees under mostly cloudy skies.
Cranberry and Newcastle.
At 8 a.m., elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Nixon partly cloudy and 36 degrees. Beaver Falls
I'm
clear
excess sunny
36.
clouds today,
Waco
warming up to
clear
a high of
34.
59, mostly
Connellsville
overcast tonight
clear
with a low of
38.
47.
Indiana
A
36.
rainy day tomorrow,
Washington
still
38.
warm with a high of
Newcastle
60. Some rain
35.
tomorrow
And
night with a
Butler clear
possibility of
37.
snow as well with a low of
In
27
northwest
and a chance of snow
Pennsylvania,
showers on
mostly
Friday,
cloudy,
otherwise partly
41
sunny,
degrees.
cooling down to a high of
Partly
33.
cloudy, 28.
From the
Clearfield,
Ireland
partly
Contracting
cloudy,
Studios,
24.
I'm Greg
Franklin,
Maxwell.
partly
I'm
cloudy,
Pittsburgh
31. Meadville, mostly cloudy 37, winds gusting to 22, and Bradford, partly cloudy 30, winds gusting to 18.
Insurance from Allstate.
In
Life is
Central
good
Eastern
when you're in the
Pennsylvania,
driver's seat.
Altoona,
And
partly
Allstate
cloudy
protection
28,
costs a
Cape
whole lot
College,
less.
clear 28,
Visit
winds
Allstate.com
gusting to
or call an
16,
agent for a quote
Harrisburg,
today.
partly sunny 28, Philadelphia, partly sunny 31, and Johnstown, clear
What about a
28.
house that's in a gated
In
community
Maryland,
in
Oakland, clear
California,
32
they
degrees.
all
In
gated
West
there.
Virginia,
67
Morgantown,
square
partly
feet
cloudy
on one of the
38
third
degrees,
acres,
winds clear 44, winds gusting to 25, Parkersburg, partly cloudy and 42.
Golf courses
In
nearby,
Ohio,
ideal for a man
Zanesville,
who
partly
lives
cloudy
golf.
40 degrees, Akron, mostly cloudy 41, Cambridge, 17.
Crosby.
Youngstown, cloudy
Actually
40.
died on a
Cleveland,
golf course.
mostly cloudy
One
44.
wing of his club,
Winds gusting to 30.
dedicated
Cincinnati,
to
mostly
Crosby.
cloudy 45. Toledo, mostly cloudy 46. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus, mostly cloudy 44.
But to buy a house, it's a
Your office
12-acre
has
property
an
in Sun
Whitewater
Valley,
gauge
Idaho.
readings for today.
2,000 square feet with
Wednesday,
two bedrooms
February
and 2.5
16th.
baths, featuring a main
Utica,
house, a barn,
3.4.
and a guest house. The main house is much bigger, but the main
4.5.
interest is in this
Honor,
2,000 square foot guest
2.9.
house. In fact, you may have seen this guest house. It was in the
5.7.
1956 Marilyn
Davis,
Monroe movie, Bus Stop.
2.5.
Remember Grace's
Parsons,
Diner in the film?
4.1.
That was the Sun
Albright,
Valley, Idaho guest house,
12.0.
which along with the main house of the
Colfax,
barn, and be yours for a
7.0.
mere $15.99
Ursine
million.
1.8.
And want to buy a house?
Marshallton,
Visit Bel Air, California, where you're
2.4.
considered poor if you qualify for BMW stamps.
4.0.
105,000 square feet. That's
3.9.
almost 2 football fields
Friendsville,
on a 3.8
3.1.
acre promontory
Josephine,
with a 360-degree view
4.3.
of Los Angeles, the
Kingston,
San Gabriel Mountains, and the
3.2.
Pacific Ocean.
Ferndale,
And, are you ready for this?
3.7.
This mansion of mansions
Rockville,
has 21 bedrooms
5.3.
and 49
Kitzmiller,
baths. It has 5
3.3.
pools, a massive
Warren,
nightclub, a theater
4.5.
with seating for over 40,
Leadville,
and a boat. A
5.6.
boat, presumably
Franklin,
for when the mere $1
5.6.
million riffraff charges
Ridgeway,
property. This mansion
3.5.
goes up for bids, expects a
Cooksburg,
winning price of around
4.4.
$200 million,
Parker,
making it the most
7.4.
expensive home in America.
St.
Be
Charles,
offbeat. I'm Jim Bohannon.
4.5.
America in the Morning for
8:28
Wednesday, February
a.m.
16,
Eastern Standard
2022 is produced by Jeff
Now
McKay.
here is the
Senior
synopsis.
producer Kevin
Dry
Delaney.
weather
I'm
with
John
gradually
Stroud.
warming
This is
temperature
Westwood
can
One.
be expected through Wednesday. A dynamic
Ireland
system will bring rain and
Contracting
eventually some
congratulates
snow Thursday and
WJAS
Thursday
for
night.
100 years on the air.
The
It's
forecast
of
for
Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh and surrounding
1320
counties
WJAS.
for today. Partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy.
A resident is
Highs
suing
in the
the
mid-50s.
City Council amid claims
Southwinds
that
10
the
to
raised
15
vote
miles
closed
an hour,
session
gusts
earlier
up to
this
30
month
miles
was
an hour.
inappropriate. Carmen Brown
tonight,
saying council
mostly
members
cloudy.
violated Pennsylvania's
Mild.
sunshine law, citing
Near
their
steady
secrecy
temperature in the upper
public
40s.
funds. Meanwhile, the council
Southwinds 10 to
Tuesday
15
greenlighted
miles
a
an
measure
hour with gusts
allows
up to
businesses to
25
apply
miles
for
an
a
hour.
special allowance
For Thursday,
outdoor
showers,
spaces like
mild.
sidewalks, streets, for
Highs in the
retail
upper
and dining.
50s.
Police in Beaver County
Southwinds 10
reported
to
a
15
person was
miles
killed
an
after
hour
a
with
crash
gusts up to
involving a
30 miles
pedestrian
an
on the
hour.
turnpike in New
Chance
Sewickley
of rain near
Township
100%.
this morning.
For
Sidney
Thursday
Crosby
night,
is a member
rain
of the
showers in the
500
evening,
Gold
then a
Club.
chance of
Crosby
rain and
had
snow
milestone
showers
last
after
night
midnight.
and was 5-4
Little or
overtime
no
rate
snow
required at
accumulation.
home.
Much colder with lows in the mid-20s. South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour.
was sports
Becoming
at
westward gusts
45
up to
to Portland
35 miles an hour after
Pittsburgh,
midnight.
20.
Chance of precipitation near 100%.
About GBU Life's great member
Friday,
benefits.
mostly
This
cloudy
year,
with
part
a
of it
chance
all.
of snow
That's not right
showers
time
in the
for life
morning,
insurance
then
or
partly cloudy in the
This should
afternoon.
make your day. GBU
Little or
Life
no
is now
snow
offering a
accumulation.
social membership for those who are
Much colder
passionate
with
about
highs
helping
in
the
the lower
local
30s.
communities. The GBU Life
Northwest
social
winds
membership
10 to
offers
15
many of the
miles
same
an
great
hour.
benefits that GBU
Chance of
offers
snow
insured members,
50%.
such as local
And
discounts,
for Friday
reimbursement
night,
programs,
mainly clear.
plus support to help your
Near steady
community through the
temperature
Get That
in the
Roots
upper
Community
20s.
Project reimbursement and
And
matching
now,
program.
taking a
Join
look
today
at
for
the
just
extended
$25 per
forecast
year.
for
GBU
Saturday,
will donate
partly sunny in
$25
the
to your
morning,
choice
then
of
clearing.
GBU partner
Near
organizations on
steady
your
temperature
behalf.
around 30.
GBU Life is a member of
For
a
Saturday night,
community-focused life
clear.
insurance provider that's
Lows
supporting
in the
members
lower
and giving
20s.
back to their local
For
communities.
Sunday,
In addition to
sunny,
providing excellent
warmer
member
with highs
benefits,
in the lower
GBU
50s.
Life provides highly
For
rated life
Sunday night,
insurance and
mainly
annuity
clear.
products to help members with
Lows
secure
in the
their financial
mid-30s.
futures. If you are ready
For
to join the
Washington
thousands
Thursday,
of GBU
partly
members who are
cloudy.
making a difference, visit
Mild. Highs in the mid-50s.
GBUcares.org/membership to choose
For
the
Monday
membership
night,
option that's
mostly
right for you.
cloudy. A
Hi,
chance of
this is
showers
Diane
in the
Ireland of
evening,
Ireland
then
Contracting.
showers
We're
likely
excited
after
to announce
midnight.
that Owens Corning, our
Mild.
shingle manufacturer,
Lows
just
around
released
40.
its new 2022
Chance of
color of the
rain
year,
60%.
introducing Bourbon.
And
It
for
is part of the
Tuesday,
Duration Designer's
showers,
Colors
mild.
collection and integrates a
Highs in the
unique
upper
combination for a
50s.
rich, bold dimensional
Chance of
effect.
rain
It also
90%.
features Owens Corning
The
patented
Pittsburgh,
shore nail
Pennsylvania
technology
climate
for
summary
advanced
for
performance.
yesterday,
Be the first on
February
the block
15,
in 2022
2022.
to have this beautiful
Yesterday's
color
high
installed on your
temperature
home.
of 35
Call 1-800
degrees occurred
Roots
at
or
5:11 p.m.
IrelandContracting.com for your
The
free
record
estimate
high
today.
of 69 degrees, which was set to 1964.
Weather.
Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m.
Walked off with a crash
The record low is minus 10 degrees, which was set at 1875.
It is just at a
No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches. This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total
foot traffic on the top of
which
Pittsburgh
is
since 2011
0.45 inches
A
above
warm day
normal.
today, partial sunshine
No
with a
snow
high of
fell
59,
yesterday,
plenty of
which
clouds
brings
in
the
the sky
monthly
tonight
total
with a
to
low of
4.9
47.
inches.
Showers expected
The
tomorrow,
total
warming up to a
snowfall
high of
since
60.
July
Some
1st
rain
still
tomorrow night
stands
with a
at
chance of snow as well with a
25.9
low of
inches.
27. And a mix
There
of
was
sunny
a
clouds
trace
on
of snow
Friday
on
with
the
a
ground.
possibility of snow cooling
There
down
were
to a high of
43 degree
33.
days yesterday.
From the Ireland
This
Contracting
brings the
Studios,
monthly
I'm Greg
total to
Maxwell. Talk to
551.
Pittsburgh 1320
The yearly total since
WJAS.
July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday.
Center for
This
Security
leaves the
Policy
monthly
Frank
total at
Yancey
0.
in to talk
The
to our
yearly
Jim
total
Mohan,
since
the
January
husband
1st
of
is
the
0.
cinematographer killed on
The
the
normal
Crosby
high
case
temperature for
has
today is
filed a
40
wrongful
degrees,
death
and the
lawsuit.
normal
He
low
wants
is
answers.
23.
He wants
The
closure.
record high
I'm
for
Jim
today
Brooke in
is
Los
76,
Angeles.
which
A young
occurred in
girl missing since
1883,
2019
and the record low
found
is
under a
-7,
staircase
which
in
occurred
upstate
in
New York.
1963.
Clayton Miller.
Sunrise today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at
Under abortion
5:57
laws,
p.m.
a shakeup at CNN, and
Nearshore
the
forecast.
Oscars new look.
For the
All
following
ahead,
nearshore
we're back after
locations,
these messages.
Conneaut, Ohio to Ripley, New York. Today, south winds to 39. Mostly cloudy.
I can eat us the check.
Waves in ice-free areas 1 foot or less.
stomach pain,
Tonight, south winds to 39.
One or more of these symptoms could be a
A
sign
slight
of
chance of
endocrine
shower.
pancreatic insufficiency
Waves
or
1
EAS,
foot or less.
and it may be time to talk to your doctor.
Thursday,
If you
south
have
winds 15 to
UTI,
25
Creon
knots
may be
becoming
right for you.
northwest and
Creon,
diminishing to 10 to
Panthericus,
15
is an
knots.
oral prescription medication
Rain
that treats
showers.
UTI. Creon
Waves
replaces
1
enzymes
foot
in
or
the
less.
medicine to help you break down food
Thursday
properly.
night, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots becoming northwest 10 to 15 knots.
Capsules or contents as if they cause
Rain
mouth
showers.
irritation.
A chance of snow showers and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight.
Other side effects
Waves 1 foot or less.
gas, dizziness,
Wave heights are for ice-free
all the
areas.
side effects of Creon.
The water
Talk to your doctor
temperature
about
on Toledo
Creon,
is
the number
34
one
degrees,
prescribed
on
UTI
Cleveland
treatment, and
33
visit
degrees, and
gocreon.com.
on Altair
That's
33 degrees.
GOCREON.com. Or call
At
1-800-633-9116.
International
Got
Airport,
mold
it
in your
was
home or
mostly
business?
cloudy.
Don't know what to do
Temperature
next?
34
At
degrees,
Service
dew
Master
point
of Greater
21,
Pittsburgh,
relative
we
humidity
do
59%.
demand the yellow
Wind
band.
south at 7 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 28. Pressure 30.33 inches and steady. Once again, at Pittsburgh National, 34 degrees under mostly cloudy skies.
present. Many diamond pieces for all occasions and all
Elsewhere
price
across
ranges.
southwest
Wondering
Pennsylvania,
what to do with your
West
current
Michigan
diamond?
partly cloudy and
James
36
Douglas
degrees.
or custom
Cedar
design and
Falls
new
clear
pieces.
36,
Diamond you want.
Latrobe clear 34,
25 years of exceptional
Connellsville clear
diamond
38,
service. See the
Indiana
five-star
36,
reviews.
Washington
Stress about
38,
finding a
Newcastle
right
35, and
Their
Butler
care will
clear
make the
37.
experience easy for you.
Northwest
James Douglas
Pennsylvania,
Tours,
very mostly
286
cloudy,
Rodeo,
41
next to
degrees.
Aldi, or
New
visit
York, partly cloudy, 28.
GHO.com.
Clearfield,
Join
partly
Nanko
cloudy,
this Sunday morning
24.
at 7 for
Franklin,
Totally
partly
Talking
cloudy,
Insurance.
31.
As she talks to
Meadville,
Pittsburgh's
mostly
insurance
cloudy,
specialist,
37.
some are over
Winds
now.
gusting to
About the things
22.
you need to
In
know when it
Bradford,
comes to
partly
your auto,
cloudy, 30.
home, or
Winds
life
gusting to
insurance.
18.
Again, that's this Sunday morning
In
at 7
central
right
and
here
eastern
on the Talking
Pennsylvania,
Pittsburgh,
Altoona, partly cloudy, 28.
WJAS.
State College, clear, 28. Winds gusting to 16. Harrisburg, partly sunny, 28. Philadelphia, partly sunny, 31.
Western U.S.
Johnstown,
over the
clear,
last couple
28.
days has
In
become
Maryland,
more of a
Oakland,
large-scale
clear, 32
storm and is
degrees.
moving
In
eastward
West
across the
Virginia,
country.
Morgantown,
And
partly
maps
cloudy,
tell us
38
what
degrees.
areas of the
Wind
nation
clear,
will be
44.
affected by
Winds
this
gusting to
latest round of
25.
winter weather.
Parkersburg,
Here's
partly cloudy, and
AccuWeather.com
42.
meteorologist
In
Isaac
Ohio,
Longley.
Zanesville,
Well,
partly
a large
cloudy,
scale
40
storm
degrees.
system will set
Akron,
across
mostly
the middle
cloudy,
part of the
41.
country.
Cambridge,
On the
fair,
full side of the
41.
storm
Winds
system,
gusting to
weather is
17.
expected to break
Youngstown,
out to the
cloudy,
west.
40.
Locations
Cleveland,
from
mostly
Wisconsin
cloudy,
and
44.
Michigan right on
Winds
into
gusting to
Iowa.
30.
Expect winter
Cincinnati,
mix of
mostly
ice and
cloudy,
snow today.
45.
As cold air
Toledo,
remains
mostly
walking
cloudy,
place.
46.
On the southern
Winds
side of the
gusting
storm
to
system,
25.
severe weather
In Columbus,
is
mostly
expected to
cloudy,
erupt across
44.
the southern plains tonight. Mainly
Now
from
here
northern
is the
Texas
synopsis.
into Oklahoma
Dry
and
weather
western
with
Arkansas.
gradually warming
Any storm
temperature
develop
can be
will be
expected through
capable of
Wednesday.
producing damaging
A
winds,
dynamic
hail,
system will
flooding
bring rain
downpours,
and eventually some snow.
tornadoes.
Thursday and
Snow will
Thursday
also
night.
move into the Rockies today as a
The
powerful
forecast
cold
for
front guides
Pittsburgh and
southward across the
surrounding
region.
counties.
Minor snowfall
For today,
accumulations of
partly sunny this morning,
expected
then
for many
becoming
spots.
mostly
As much
cloudy.
as 6 to 12 inches in
Mild.
store for the Colorado
Highs
Rockies.
in the
This
mid-50s.
can lead to travel delays
South
in
winds
some
10 to
areas.
15 miles an
Meanwhile,
hour,
mild
gusts
conditions
up to
will
30
be on
miles
tap
an
for
hour.
much of the eastern part of the
For
country,
tonight,
with a large
mostly
area of
cloudy.
high pressure anchored off the
Mild.
Atlantic coast.
Near
Easterly
steady
flow will
temperatures
also
in the
set
upper
up on the
40s.
southern edge of this high pressure
South winds
system,
10 to 15
bringing
miles
scattered
an
showers
hour
to
with
the east
gusts
coast of
up to
Florida,
25
as well as
miles an
locations
hour.
along the northern Gulf
For
Coast and
Thursday,
southeast
showers,
coast.
mild.
Much of the northeast will turn
Highs
out
in the
dry,
upper
mild,
50s.
but breezy today with
South
high
winds
pressure
10 to
and
15
control.
miles an
However,
hour with
rain will
gusts
move
up
into
to 30
western
miles
parts of
an
the
hour.
region tonight, with a frontal
Chance of
boundary
rain near
developing over
100%.
the area. Then as
For
we head
Thursday
out
night,
onto the west
rain
coast,
showers
dry
in the
and
evening,
generally
then a
sunny
chance
weather
of
will
rain
be in
and snow
store for most
showers
spots.
after
High
midnight.
pressure builds overhead.
Little or no
However,
snow
a few
accumulation.
showers will be possible possible
Much
in the
colder with
northwest.
lows in the mid-20s.
Moves in from the
South
Pacific.
winds around
That's
15
today's
miles an
weather
hour with
on
gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Easterly westward gusts up to
You're with
35
America in the
miles an
morning.
hour
I'm
after
John
midnight.
Trout. Now
Chance of
2032.
precipitation near
President Biden
100%.
spoke to the nation
For
and
Friday,
also had a
mostly
message
cloudy
for
with a
the
chance of
Russian
snow
people
showers
to
in the
urge
morning,
Russia
then
not
partly
to
cloudy in
invade
the
Ukraine.
afternoon.
Washington
Little or no
correspondent
snow
Sandra
accumulation.
McDonald reports the president
Much colder
also
with highs
made
in the
clear
lower
that an
30s.
invasion's cost
Northwest
would be
winds
felt
10
at
to
home.
15 miles an
If
hour.
Moscow doesn't
Chance of snow 50%.
U.S. and allies
And for Friday
stand ready
night,
to
mainly
impose
clear.
strong sanctions.
Near steady temperature in the upper 20s.
Price hikes and
And
energy
now,
disruptions.
taking a look at the
I will
extended
not pretend
forecast
this will be
for
painless.
Saturday, partly sunny in
The
the morning,
impact on our
then
energy
clearing.
prices.
Near steady
So we are
temperature around
taking
30.
active steps to alleviate
For
the pressure
Saturday night,
on our own
clear.
energy markets and offset
Lows in the
rates
lower
prices.
20s.
We're coordinating with
Sunday,
major
sunny,
energy
warmer with highs in the
consumers
lower
and
50s.
producers.
For Sunday
Prepared
night,
to deploy
mainly
all
clear.
the tools and authority at our
Lows in the
disposal
mid-30s.
to provide relief
For
to gas
Washington's
markets.
birthday,
The president
partly
says
cloudy.
he'll work with Congress and
Mild.
the energy industry
Highs
to
in the
both head off
mid-50s.
and deal
For
with
Monday
the
night,
impact that
mostly
We
cloudy.
will not
A chance
sacrifice
of showers
basic
in the evening.
principles, though.
Then showers likely after
Nations have a
midnight.
right to sovereignty
Mild.
and territorial
Lows
integrity.
around 40.
They have the freedom
Chance of rain
to set their own
60%.
course.
And
to
for
choose
Tuesday,
with whom
showers
they will
mild.
associate.
Highs in the
That
upper
still leaves
50s.
plenty of room for diplomacy
Chance of rain
and for
90%.
de-escalation.
At
That's
8
the
a.m.
best way forward for all
At
parties.
Pittsburgh
in our
International
view.
Airport, it was
Says
mostly
he's
cloudy.
ready for talks with
Temperature
US and
34
its
degrees,
allies on
dew point
security
21.
issues.
Relative
Russia
humidity
says some
59%.
military units have
Wind
pulled
south
back
at 7 miles an hour,
order.
producing
The
a
president
wind chill of
says the
28.
US has not
Pressure
verified that.
30.33 inches and steady.
But we have not
Once
yet
again, at
verified
Pitt
that.
International,
We have
34
not yet
degrees under
verified the
mostly
Russian
cloudy
military
skies.
units are returning to their home
At
bases.
8 a.m. Elsewhere
Indeed,
across
our
southwest
analysts
Pennsylvania,
indicate
West
they remain
Michigan partly
very much
cloudy and
in a
36
threatening
degrees.
position.
Beaver
If it
Falls clear
happens,
36.
America will
Latrobe
rally
clear
the world
34.
to
Connellsville
support
clear
aggression.
38. Indiana
Soccer,
36.
Washington.
Washington 38.
A deeper dive
Newcastle
into the
35.
situation
And
now
Butler
at
clear
21 till.
37.
Here's Jim Bohannon.
In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie mostly cloudy 41 degrees. DuBois partly cloudy 28. Clearfield partly cloudy 24. Franklin partly cloudy 31. Meadville mostly cloudy 37. Winds gusting to 22. And Bradford partly cloudy 30. Winds gusting to 18. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona partly cloudy 28. State College clear 28. Winds gusting to 16. Harrisburg partly sunny 28. Philadelphia partly sunny 31. And Johnstown clear 28. In Maryland, Oakland clear 32 degrees. In West Virginia, Morgantown partly cloudy 38 degrees. Wheeling clear 44. Winds gusting to 25. Parkersburg partly cloudy and 42. In Ohio, Zanesville partly cloudy 40 degrees. Akron mostly cloudy 41. Cambridge fair 41. Winds gusting to 17. Youngstown cloudy 40. Cleveland mostly cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 30. Cincinnati mostly cloudy 45. Toledo mostly cloudy 46. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus mostly cloudy 44. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in 1954. Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m. The record low is -10 degrees, which was set in 1875. No precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches. This is 0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 4.75 inches, which is 0.45 inches above normal. No snow fell yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches. The total snowfall since July 1st still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground. There were 43 degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 551. The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23. The record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in 1963. Sunrise today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:50. 5:57 p.m. Now here is the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday.
You don't think that
A dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night.
is
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For today, partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy, mild. Highs in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy, mild. Near steady temperature in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
Little green man.
For Thursday, showers, mild. Highs in the upper 50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. For Thursday night, rain showers in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation.
What is the status of
Much colder with lows in the mid-20s.
noises? Both
South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Becoming west with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of precipitation near 100%. For Friday, mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperatures in the upper 20s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday night, clear. Lows in the lower 20s. For Sunday, sunny, warmer with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington's birthday, partly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight. Mild. Lows around 40. Chance of rain 60%. And for Tuesday, showers, mild. Highs in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 90%.
At 8 a.m. at
At Pittsburgh International Airport, it was mostly cloudy. Temperature 34 degrees, vapor 21, relative humidity 59%. Wind chill at 7 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 28. Pressure 30.33 inches in steady.
Creon may
Once
be right
again,
for you.
at Pittsburgh
Creon,
International,
take life.
34 degrees
Oral
under
prescription
mostly cloudy
medication that
skies.
treats EPI. Creon replaces
At 8
enzymes
a.m.
you may be missing to
Elsewhere
help you
across
break down food
southwest
properly.
Pennsylvania, West Michigan partly cloudy at 36 degrees. Beaver Falls clear 36. Latrobe clear 34. Connellsville clear 38. Indiana 36. Washington 38. Newcastle 35. And Butler clear 37. In northwest Pennsylvania, clear mostly cloudy 41 degrees. Du Bois
Talk to
partly
your doctor
cloudy
about
28.
Creon, the
Clearfield
number one
partly
prescribed
cloudy
EPI
24.
treatment, and
Franklin
visit
partly cloudy
gocreon.com.
31.
That's
Meadville mostly cloudy 37.
gocreon.com.
Winds
Or
gusting
call
to 22. And Bradford partly
1-800-633-9116.
cloudy 30. Winds gusting to 18. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona partly cloudy 28. State College clear 28. Winds gusting to 16. Harrisburg partly sunny 28. Philadelphia partly sunny 31. And Johnstown clear 28. In Maryland, Oakland clear 32 degrees. In West Virginia, Morgantown partly cloudy 38 degrees. Wheeling clear 44. Winds gusting to 25. Parkersburg partly cloudy and 42. In Ohio, Zanesville partly cloudy 40 degrees. And mostly cloudy 41. Cambridge clear 41. Winds gusting to 17. Youngstown cloudy 40. Cleveland mostly cloudy 44. Winds gusting to 30. Cincinnati mostly cloudy 45. Toledo mostly cloudy 46. Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus mostly cloudy 44.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Here are the
No
7
one should
a.m.
read your
Whitewater
personal
gauge
messages.
readings
That's
for
why
today.
WhatsApp uses end-to-end
Wednesday,
encryption.
February
It protects
16th.
whatever you send before, during,
Bellingham,
and after you send it.
3.4.
So no one, not even WhatsApp, can read your messages. Always message
4.5.
privately. WhatsApp.
Audra, 2.9.
Buckfield on that movie set in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Davis,
Jim Roop has the latest on the
2.5.
Rust lawsuit.
Parsons,
Elena Hutchins was preparing to
4.1.
shoot a scene for the film
Albright,
Rust when a gun held by
12.0.
actor Alec Baldwin
Colfax,
discharged.
7.0.
Never
Brian Panish is
1.8.
the attorney for Helena's
Markleton.
husband, Matthew Ender.
2.4.
He says his client's
Confluence.
wife and son's mother
4.0.
was killed as a result of cost-cutting
Ohio
and
File.
reckless safety practices.
3.9.
While several people and entities
Friendsville.
are named in the lawsuit,
3.1.
Panish says Alec Baldwin
Josephine.
bears much of the
4.3.
responsibility for Hutchins' death.
Kingston.
Mr. Baldwin was
3.2.
holding the
Ferndale.
weapon that, but for him,
3.7.
she would not have done.
Rockville.
So clearly, he
5.3.
has significant
Chip
personal
Miller.
liability, but there are others,
3.3.
and that's what this case is going to be about.
4.5.
Excessive care, unfortunately,
Meadville.
was responsible for
5.6.
this senseless tragedy.
Franklin.
Now, Baldwin has claimed he never pulled
5.6.
the trigger, but did admit to
Ridgeway.
pulling the hammer back on the gun.
3.5.
Panish says
Cooksburg.
you can't have one without
4.4.
the other.
The gun cannot fire unless the
7.4.
trigger is engaged
St.
and the
Charles.
hammer is back.
4.5.
He had the gun. He says
Nearshore
he put the hammer
forecast.
back. It
For the
fired.
following nearshore location,
Panish says
Connie,
that he
Ohio
expects
to
the jury
Ripley,
to
New
find for
York.
his client, quote,
Today,
substantial
south winds
monetary
30 knots.
compensation. It's not just
Mostly
about the
cloudy.
There are regulations.
Waves in
and
ice-free
guidelines
areas
in
1
place
foot or less.
today that should
Tonight,
prevent
south
something
winds
like
to
this
30
from
knots.
happening.
A
But they
slight
need
chance
to
of
be
showers.
enforced. And
Waves 1
had
foot
they
or
been
less.
followed,
Thursday,
never would have
south winds 15 to
Says he hopes
25
this
knots
statute
becoming
will go
northwest
far in
and diminishing
ensuring
to 10 to
safety
15 knots.
followed and enforced.
Rain showers.
Oh.
Waves 1 foot or less.
In a narrow
Thursday night,
16 to 13
northeast
party
winds
line
15 to
vote,
20
the
knots becoming
Republican-led
northwest 10
Arizona
to
Senate
15 knots.
has passed legislation
Rain
that
showers,
prohibits
a chance of
doctors
snow
from
showers and
awarding a
freezing
fetus
rain in
after
the evening.
15 weeks
Then
of
snow
pregnancy.
showers
Bill
likely with
proposes
pockets
that
of
any
rain
medical
showers
person
and
who
freezing
conducts
rain
an abortion
overnight.
after that period of
Waves
time
1
will
foot
face
or
a
less.
year in prison and lose
Wave
their
heights are
medical
for
license.
ice-free areas.
Arizona State Senator
The water
Nancy
temperature
Margo
of
leads
Toledo
the
is
bill's
34
sponsor.
degrees,
Liability is no
Cleveland
longer going to
33
be the
degrees,
standard going
and
forward
Albury
on this
33
rate.
degrees.
And so the Dobbs
Now
decision
here is the
for the
synopsis.
Mississippi
Dry
bill
weather
before
with
the
gradually warming
Pittsburgh
temperature
right
can
now
be expected
is
through Wednesday.
probably going to
A dynamic system
overturn
will bring rain and eventually
vote
some
for
snow Thursday and
Arizona
Thursday
State
night.
Senator Martin Cadaza
The
says
forecast
the
for
state
Pittsburgh
Senate
and
has acted
surrounding
prematurely
counties.
to outlaw
For
abortion
today,
after
partly
15
sunny
weeks.
this morning, then becoming
Those
mostly
laws are
cloudy.
unconstitutional. If
Mild.
you're waiting to see what the
Highs
Supreme
in the
Court does,
mid-50s.
let's wait to see what
South
the
winds
Supreme
10
Court
to
actually
15 miles
does.
an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
Bill does not
For
provide
tonight,
measures
mostly
in case of
cloudy.
rape or incest.
Mild.
The next stop
Near
for
steady
the bill
temperature
is
in
the
the upper
Arizona
40s.
State House.
South winds 10 to 15
a young
miles
girl
an hour with
reported
gusts
missing in
up to 25
2019
miles
has
an
been
hour.
found alive in
For
upstate New
Thursday,
York.
showers.
Correspondent
Mild.
Clayton Neville reports a
Highs
tip
in the
led
upper
police to
50s.
the house and their
South
shocking
winds 10 to
discovery.
15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
Tioga County, New York,
Chance
where
of
she
rain
was
near
born.
100%.
Now at the age of 6,
For
she's
Thursday
back home
night,
with her
rain
sister.
showers in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
The girl's biological
Little
mother
or no
was
snow
believed to have
accumulation.
taken the child, but hadn't
Much
been
colder
seen
with
since
lows in the
2019.
mid-20s.
Until this week,
South winds
it
around
led
15
police to
miles
the
an hour with
biological
gusts
father.
up to 45 miles an hour. Becoming west with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after midnight.
Police didn't
Chance
notice
of precipitation near 100%.
They just flat out
For
lied.
Friday,
They
mostly
wasn't
cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then
Joseph
partly
Sinatra
cloudy in
told
the
Spectrum
afternoon.
News it appears the
Little
space
or
of
no
the
snow
stairs
accumulation.
Probably
Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour.
But Cooper and
Chance of
Schultz
snow
Jr. are
50%.
behind bars.
And for Friday night,
They're also
mainly
facing
clear.
George's
Near steady temperature in the upper 20s.
I'm
And now,
Neville,
taking a look at the
9-year-old
extended
girl
forecast
Houston
for
after
Saturday,
being
partly
mistakenly
sunny in
shot
the
by a
morning,
robbery
then
victim.
clearing.
Details from
Near
correspondent
steady
Mike Rossi.
temperature around 30.
A 9-year-old girl
For Saturday night,
shot by a
clear.
hold-up victim in
Lows
Southeast
in the lower
Houston Monday
20s.
night has died.
For Sunday,
Armando Alvarez
sunny,
told
warmer
reporters
highs
his
in the lower
daughter,
50s.
Alvin, who had been on life
For
support,
Sunday night,
died
mainly
Tuesday.
clear.
Alvarez said
Lows
his
in the
daughter was
mid-30s.
sitting in the backseat of his
For
truck
Washington's
before the shooting
birthday,
started
partly
Monday
cloudy.
evening. Houston police
Mild.
announced 41-year-old
Highs in the
Cody
mid-50s.
Earls has been charged with
For Monday
aggravated
night,
assault
mostly
and
cloudy.
serious bodily injury
A
in the
chance of
shooting.
showers
Earls
in the
and his
evening,
wife
then
were
showers
robbed
likely
at
after
gunpoint at
midnight.
8 p.m. Monday evening.
Mild.
Earls opened fire
Lows
as
around
the
40.
suspect fled on foot.
Chance of rain
Shot at the
60%.
pickup truck he fought the
And for
robbery
Tuesday,
suspect
showers,
climbed into.
mild.
The truck was carrying
Highs
the
in the upper
Alvarez family
50s.
of 5. I'm
Chance
Mike
of rain
Rossi.
90%.
More fallout at CNN
The Pittsburgh,
as chief
Pennsylvania
marketing
climate
officer
summary for
Allison
yesterday,
Dulles
February
has resigned
15th,
from the network.
2022.
An investigation
Yesterday's
found that
high
Dulles
temperature
and
of
former
35
CNN
degrees
boss
occurred
Jeff
at
Tucker
5:11
violated
p.m.
company policies
The record high
as
is
they failed
59
to
degrees,
disclose
which
they were
was set
having
in
a romantic
1954.
relationship. Their
Yesterday's
involvement
low
with
temperature of
suspects
9
resigned
degrees occurred
earlier
at
this month.
5:56 a.m.
CNN's investigation
The
began
record low
when
is
it was
minus
found
10
that
degrees,
former
which
evening
was set
host
at
Chris
1875.
violated company
No
policy
precipitation
after
fell
he helped his
yesterday,
brother,
which leaves
former
the
New
monthly
York
total at
Governor Cuomo,
1.76
respond to
inches.
sexual harassment
This is
allegations.
0.42 inches above the normal amount of 1.34 inches for February.
NBA, the
The
Celtics
total
won their ninth
precipitation
straight,
for the
beating
year still
Sixers by
stands at
48
4.75
points.
inches,
Giannis
which is 0.45 inches above normal.
That's his best
No
win
snow
since he
fell
dropped
yesterday,
half 100
which
in the
brings the
final
monthly
stretch of
total to
last July.
4.9
Suns shake
inches.
the Clippers for their sixth
The
straight
total
win.
snowfall
Grizzlies win their
since
sixth
July
straight, and
1st
they do it
still
without
stands
John
at
Morant.
25.9
Young steps
inches.
up with a career best 27
There was a
points.
trace of
Hawks
snow
win
on the
41
ground.
from Trae Young to clip the
There were
Cavaliers.
43
Mavericks
degree
and
days
Miami's
yesterday.
5-game winning streak, and the
This brings
T-Wolves
the
in
monthly
overtime
total to
just like the Hornets.
551.
College basketball, number
The
16
yearly
Tennessee
total since
upsets
July
number 4
1st is
Kentucky. Number 10 Villanova
3,540.
takes down number 8 Providence.
There were no
Number
cool
9
degree
Duke
days
holds off
yesterday.
Wake Forest, but the Blue
This
Devils play
leaves
the
the
second
monthly
half without
total
Mike
at 0.
Krzyzewski. Coach K not
The
feeling
yearly
well
total
after
since
they passed
January
his
1st
75th
is 0.
birthday. NHL
The
Penguins
normal
running
high
back
temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23.
Capitals get a pair from Alex
The record
Ovechkin,
high
and
for
they're
today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is minus 7, which occurred in 1963.
Gold and silver in the
Sunrise
men's
today is
slip
at
style, and in
7:13
hockey,
a.m.
the
and
US
sunset is
wins in the
at
quarterfinals to
5:57 p.m.
in a shootout. That's Wednesday
This is
morning.
NOAA Weather Radio KI 35 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operating on 162.55 megahertz with a power output of 1,000 watts on a transmitter located on the WQE tower, with broadcast originating from the National Weather Service in New Township, Pennsylvania. At 8 a.m. at Pittsburgh International Airport, it was mostly cloudy. Temperature 34 degrees, dew point 21, relative humidity 59%. Wind south at 7 miles an hour, producing a wind chill of 28. Pressure 30.33 inches and steady. Once again, at Pittsburgh International, 34 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. At 8 a.m. elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Nixon partly cloudy and 36 degrees. Beaver Falls clear 36. Ladle clear 34. Collinsville fair 38. Indiana 36. Washington 38, Newcastle 35, and Butler clear 37. In northwest Pennsylvania, area mostly cloudy 41 degrees. Dubois partly cloudy 28, Clearfield partly cloudy 24, Franklin partly cloudy 31, Meadville mostly cloudy 37, winds gusting to 22, and Bradford partly cloudy 30, winds gusting to 18.
Big Lou
In
at
central and eastern Pennsylvania, Altoona partly cloudy 28, State College clear 28, winds gusting to 16, Harrisburg partly sunny 28, Philadelphia partly sunny 31, Johnstown clear 28, in Maryland, Oakland clear 32 degrees, in West Virginia, Morgantown partly cloudy 38 degrees, Wheeling clear 44, winds gusting to 25, Parkersburg partly cloudy and 42. In Ohio, Zanesville partly cloudy 40 degrees, Akron mostly cloudy 41, Cambridge fair 41, winds gusting to 17, Youngstown cloudy 40, Cleveland mostly cloudy 44, winds gusting to 30, Cincinnati mostly cloudy 45, Toledo mostly cloudy 46, winds gusting to 25, and Columbus mostly cloudy 44. Now here's the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday. A dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties for today, partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy, mild, highs in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy, mild, near steady temperature in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. For Thursday, showers, mild, highs in the upper 50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. For Thursday night, rain showers in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with lows in the mid-20s. South winds Winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts
The
up
Academy
to
Awards
45
announced
miles
their
an hour.
final
The heavyweights with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after
Regina
midnight.
Hall and Wanda
Chance
Sykes
of precipitation near 100%.
93rd annual awards
For
next
Friday,
month.
mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the
Last
afternoon.
year's show fell to an
Little or no
all-time
snow
low,
accumulation.
eclipsing the
Much colder with
worst
highs in the
rating
lower
of the
30s.
show, which aired the year
Northwest
before.
winds 10 to 15
If you
miles
live
an
along the
hour.
coast, this could
Chance
impact
of
you.
snow
A new
50%.
report predicts historic
And for
rises
Friday
in
night,
sea levels
mainly
in the
clear.
United States.
Near steady
Correspondent
temperature
Shelley
in the
Adler
upper
reports.
20s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday night, clear.
NOAA
Lows in the
Administrator
lower
Rick
20s.
Spinrad on a
For
federal
Sunday,
report
sunny,
warning that
warmer
America's
with highs
coast
in the lower
is hit
50s.
hard by ever
For Sunday
faster
night,
sea level
mainly
rise
clear.
between now and the
Lows
year
in the
2050.
mid-30s. For Washington's birthday, partly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight.
The information
Mild.
by 7 federal
Lows around
agencies
40.
predicts the Gulf
Chance
Coast,
of rain
especially
60%.
Texas and
And
Louisiana,
for
will get
Tuesday,
hit the
showers,
hardest.
mild.
Shelley Adler.
Highs
For
in the
these
upper
school
50s.
kids from New Hampshire,
Chance
it
of rain
was
90%.
like a message in a bottle. They launched a
The
small
current
boat
time
in
is
the Atlantic Ocean.
8:57 a.m. Eastern Standard
Correspondent
Time.
Mike Hempton reports it was eventually
8 a.m.
found by a schoolboy
At
in
Pittsburgh
Scandinavia.
International Airport, it
Students
was
at Rye
mostly
Junior
cloudy.
High launched the
Temperature
6-foot boat in
34
the
degrees,
Atlantic Ocean
dew
in
point
October
21, relative
2020.
humidity
Take
59%.
photos, fall leaves,
Wind sound at 7
acorns,
miles an
state
hour,
borders,
producing
and
a wind chill of 28.
that went silent for
Pressure
parts of the journey.
30.33
But
inches in
sure
steady.
enough, the Portsmouth
Once
Herald
again,
reports
at
the
Pitt
boat was
International,
found
34 degrees under mostly cloudy
by
skies.
a sixth grader 8,300
9 a.m.
miles away on a
At Pittsburgh
small island in
International Airport,
Norway.
it was cloudy.
Student who found the boat took
Temperature
it to
39
school,
degrees,
and he
dew
and his
point
classmates
23,
eagerly
relative
opened it
humidity
last week.
52%.
The school in Norway
Wind
is now
southeast at
planning
7
a
miles
fall
an
with
hour,
the New
producing
Hampshire
a wind chill of
State.
34.
I'm Mike Hempton.
Pressure
America in the morning can
30.34
always
inches
be
and
found
rising.
here. That's our
Once
show
again,
for today,
at Pitt
Wednesday,
International,
February
39
16th,
degrees under cloudy
2022,
skies.
produced by Jeff McKay,
At
senior
9
producer
a.m.
Kevin
Elsewhere
Delaire.
across
I'm John
southwest
Trout.
Pennsylvania,
This is Westwood
Westlake
One.
and sunny 40 degrees.
Morning
Beaver
for the
all
Pittsburgh
sunny 41.
WJAS
Lakeland,
brought to you by
Palmer
St.
Regional
Barnabas Health
Airport
System.
sunny
Find out
37.
more at
In northwest PA,
stbarnabashealthsystem.com.
partly sunny 46 degrees.
Carruthers
Winds
and
gusting to
Houseworth, a
37.
Pittsburgh law
New
firm
Orleans partly
representing
sunny
businesses.
32.
The
Clearfield
attorneys of
partly
Carruthers and
sunny
Houseworth
28.
states my
Meadville
business.
partly
We
sunny
have taken out a
39.
very high
Winds
interest loan
gusting
that
to
required us
21.
to make
In
repayments
Bradford
of
partly
$88
sunny
each debit
32.
to our checking account.
In central
The
and
data
eastern
is killing our
PA,
cash
Altoona
flow.
sunny 30. State College
We took
sunny
advantage of
30.
a free
Winds
90-minute
gusting to
consultation
16.
from Pat
In West
Carruthers,
Virginia,
and immediately
Morgantown
informed the
mostly
plan
sunny
of
46
I'm
degrees.
not sure where we'll
Wheeling
be
mostly
today.
sunny 47.
Hi,
Winds
Philip
gusting to
Tax
25.
Go to
Parkersburg mostly sunny
90minutefix.com. Our law
46.
firm fixes businesses
Across
suffering
Ohio,
from legal and financial
Zanesville mostly
issues.
sunny
It all starts with a
43
free
degrees.
90-minute
Akron
consultation. Go
partly
to
sunny 43. Winds
90minutefix.com.
gusting to
Schedule a
20.
consultation
Youngstown
with me
cloudy
today.
42. Cleveland
90minutefix.com.
partly
I
sunny
will get you a
45.
tour of your
Winds
business
gusting to
problems
28.
and formulate a
Cincinnati
plan to
cloudy
change your path
47.
going forward.
Toledo cloudy 46.
90minutefix.com.
Winds gusting to
Carruthers and
25.
Houseworth,
And
a
Columbus
Pittsburgh law
partly
firm
sunny
representing
46.
businesses.
Winds gusting to 24.
WJAS
Now
AM
here is the
Pittsburgh,
synopsis.
live
Dry weather
anytime,
with gradually
anywhere on the
warming
free
temperature
iHeart
can be
Radio app.
expected from
Sounds of
Wednesday.
Pittsburgh,
A
1320
dynamic system will bring rain
WJAS.
and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night.
Russia does
The
not want
Pittsburgh,
war.
Pennsylvania climate
David
summary for
Anthony, Fox
yesterday,
News. That's what
February
President
15,
Vladimir Putin
2022.
insists, claiming more of the
Yesterday's
troops
high
amassed near
temperature of
Ukraine are
35 degrees
leaving.
occurred
Fox's
at
Simon
5
Owen has
11
more
p.m.
live.
The
The
record
British
high is
government has
69
released
degrees,
a
which
video
was
said
set
to
in
show a train
1964.
carrying tanks away
Yesterday's low
from
temperature of
Crimea.
9 degrees
Ukrainian
occurred at
region seized
5:56
by Russia
a.m.
8 years ago.
The
It's
record
the
low
second
is
time in
minus
2
10
days
degrees,
that
which
Russia
was
was
set in
claimed to be withdrawing
1875.
forces.
No
But Western
precipitation
officials
fell
are
yesterday,
showing
which
cold
leaves
water
the
on that.
monthly
On the
total at
contrary, in
1.76
the face of
inches.
Russia continues the
This is
military
0.42 inches
NATO
above the normal amount of
Secretary General
1.34
Stoltenberg.
inches
So
for
far,
February.
we have not seen
The total
any
precipitation for the year
escalation
still
on
stands
the
at
ground.
4.75 inches,
are
which
on
is
the way.
0.45 inches
Senate
above
President
normal.
Biden's ordered even more records.
No
The
snow
Trump White
fell
House
yesterday,
released by
by the National Archives to set visitor logs to help the Democrat-led House committee investigating last year's Capitol riot. The former president has tried to fail to assert executive privilege to block the race. Three San Francisco school board members got voted out of office last night.
Parents gathered enough signatures to put this on the ballot, saying that they were angry and felt the board members were not listening to their concerns. They were also upset about the board spending time on debating the remaining of schools rather than about children returning to in-person classes during the pandemic.
Cassiano with San
The normal
Francisco
high
Fox
temperature for today is
Despite
40 degrees.
surging inflation,
And the normal
Americans
low is
keep buying
23.
retail sales
The record
surged
high for
up
today is
almost 4%
76,
last
which
month.
occurred in
Gold medal
1883,
hopes
and the
fell
record
through the
low
ice.
is
The
minus
U.S.
7,
men's
which
hockey team
occurred in
knocked out of the Olympic
1963.
quarterfinals by
The
Slovakia
high
in a
today is
shootout. It's up to the
7:13
ladies
p.m.
now.
on
U.S.
Sunday
women's
at
hockey team plays for the
5:57
gold
p.m.
medal against Canada later
The
Wednesday night,
forecast for
11:10
Pittsburgh
Eastern
and
Time. There
surrounding
were two more
counties.
American medals today
For
in Beijing.
today,
USA
partly
won
sunny
gold
this
and
morning,
silver medals
then
Wednesday in
becoming mostly
freestyle
cloudy.
slopestyle. Alex Hall won
Mild.
gold and Nick Gepper
Highs
took
in
the
the
silver.
mid-50s.
Fox's Jared Max. The U.S. is
South
third in
winds
Beijing
10
with
to
19
15
medals.
miles an hour with
America's
gusts
listening to
up to
Fox
30 miles an hour.
If you're living with
For
aches and
tonight,
pains,
mostly
especially if
cloudy.
they're frequent and nagging
Mild.
and relentless, I want you
Near
to take
steady
a moment and
temperature
think
in the
back
upper
to the last
40s.
time you really
South
felt
winds
good.
10 to
You
15
even
miles
remember
an
what it
hour
felt
with
like.
gusts up
Now,
to
here's even a
25
more
miles an
important
hour.
question. What would you
For
give to go
Thursday,
back to
showers,
feeling like that
mild.
again? Maybe you would just be
Highs in
nice
the
to
upper
take a stroll
50s.
with your loved one. Play
South
with your
winds 10 to
grandchildren. I
15
suffered
miles
from
an hour with gusts
persistent
up to
crippling
30 miles
pain
an hour.
almost all the time for about
Chance of
5
rain near
years. When I
100%.
started taking Relief
For
Factor,
Thursday
I took it
night,
because my
rain
wife
showers
started
in the
taking
evening,
it. I
then
didn't
a
think it
chance
would
of
work for
rain
me.
and snow
Yet here I
showers
am today,
after
virtually
midnight.
pain-free.
Little
Doing the
or
things
no
I've
snow
loved to do,
accumulation.
all thanks to my
Much
wonderful
colder
wife
with lows
and
in the
Relief Factor.
mid-20s.
I love that it's not a drug,
South
but
winds
it was
around
developed by
15
doctors,
miles
and
an
about
hour with
70%
gusts
of the
up to
people who try
45
it go
miles
on to
an
order
hour.
more.
Becoming
Are you
west
part
with
of that
gusts up to
70% that keep
35
your life
miles an
back?
hour
Your
after
first
midnight.
step to becoming pain-free
Chance
just
of
might be to
precipitation
order
near
the
100%.
3-week quick start for only
For Friday,
$19.95.
mostly
Go to
cloudy with a chance of snow
relieffactor.com
showers
or
in the
call
morning, then partly
800-4-RELIEF.
cloudy in
Find
the
out more
afternoon.
about this offer. Feel
Little
the
or no
difference.
snow accumulation.
Relieffactor.com.
Much colder with
First
highs in the
Medical
lower 30s.
congratulates WJAS
Northwest
for
winds 10
100
to
years
15
on the
miles an
air.
hour.
The talk of Pittsburgh,
Chance of snow 50%.
1320
And for
WJAS.
Friday night, mainly clear.
St. Barnabas
Near
Health
steady
System
temperature
thanks
in the
you
upper
for
20s.
listening to the talk of
And now,
Pittsburgh,
taking a look at the
1320
extended forecast.
WJAS.
For Saturday,
This news is
partly
brought to
sunny
you
in the
by
morning, then
Spectronics.
clearing.
Spectronics
Near
receives
steady
up to 12
temperature around
5-star
30.
ratings every day.
For
Find
Saturday
out
night,
why by
clear.
calling
Lows in the lower
412-379-7886
For
or
Sunday,
online
sunny,
at
warmer with highs in the lower 50s.
Spectronics.com.
For Sunday night, mainly clear.
38 degrees.
Lows in the mid-30s.
Update on the top
For
of
Washington,
Pittsburgh.
Thursday, partly
20
cloudy.
WJAS.
Mild.
House January 6th.
Highs
Committee
in the
issuing another
mid-50s.
round of
For
subpoenas.
Monday
One
night,
heads to a
mostly
Republican
cloudy.
state lawmaker in
A chance of
Pennsylvania,
showers in the evening,
gubernatorial
then
candidate
showers
El
likely after midnight.
Mastriano. President sues the
Mild.
Pittsburgh City Council
Lows
that
around
claimed
40.
their pay raise vote
Chance
at
of rain
closed session a couple
50%.
weeks ago was
And for
inappropriate.
Tuesday,
Governor Brown says council
mild.
members violated
Highs in the
Pennsylvania's
upper
Sunshine
50s.
Law, citing their secrecy
Chance
in
of rain
using public
90%.
funds. Meanwhile, the council approved
Nearshore
Mayor Ed
forecast.
Gainey's appointment
For the following nearshore
solicitor,
location,
public
Conneaut,
safety
Ohio
director
to Ripley, New
positions.
York.
Lucia Kubiak,
Today,
selected
south
as
winds to
assistant
39.
solicitor, acting public safety
Mostly
director.
cloudy.
Schmidt will take on that
Waves
role
in the
full time.
ice-free area,
State health
1 foot
officials
or
say
less.
COVID cases hit low
Tonight,
levels.
south
Has
winds to
been seen in
39.
6 months in the Commonwealth.
A
The
slight
Diocese
chance
of
of showers.
Pittsburgh. They announced their
Waves
prepping
1
to end
foot
mask
or less.
mandates for Catholic schools and
Thursday,
parishes
south
by the
winds
end of
15
this
to
month.
25
The
knots
crash
becoming
investigation
northwest
has
and
on
diminishing
East
to
Witney
10 to 15
Township.
knots.
Large wreck on the turnpike
Rain
road
showers.
this morning involving
Waves
pedestrians.
1 foot
There
or
was
less.
one confirmed dead.
Thursday
Ford
night,
Sidney Crosby
northeast
next
winds
week's
15 to 20
500
knots becoming northwest 10 to 15 knots.
5-4 overtime
Rain
win over
showers,
the
a
Flyers
chance of
last
snow
night.
showers and freezing rain in the evening. Then snow showers likely with pockets of rain showers and freezing rain overnight.
College hoops, Penn State
Waves 1 foot or less.
58 a good one at
Waves
home last
high
night.
for
At
ice-free
UNC
areas.
this evening, Duquesne
The water
hosted George
temperature off
Washington.
Toledo is
U.S. men's
34
hockey
degrees.
team Quest for
On
Olympic
Cleveland,
medal
33
over
degrees.
by
And on
Slovakia
Pier,
3
33 degrees.
shootout. U.S. women go for
Now
gold
here
tonight
is the
against
synopsis.
Canada.
Dry
This report
weather
is
with
sponsored by
gradually
Hunters
warming
Against Drunk
temperature
Driving.
can be expected
Victims
through
of drunk
Wednesday.
and drug driving will
A dynamic
increase
system will
but you
bring
are
rain
not
and
alone.
eventually some
You always
snow
have a place
Thursday
in
and
the house.
Thursday night.
24-hour victim helpline.
The forecast
7
For Pittsburgh and the surrounding counties. For today, partly sunny this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy.
JAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS is conducting a test of the
South
emergency
winds
alert
10 to
system.
15 miles
This is
an hour
only a
with gusts
test.
up to 30 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy. Mild. Near steady temperature in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. For Thursday,
A test of the
showers,
emergency alert
mild.
system on the Talk of
Highs
Pittsburgh,
in the upper
1320
50s.
WJAS.
South
This
winds
was only
10
a
to
test.
15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30
Panic
miles an
accident now
hour.
on 79. Northbound
Chance of
near
rain near
Carnegie
100%.
lane is blocked.
For
Nobletown
Thursday
Road
night,
in South Main,
rain
there's an
showers in the
accident.
evening.
And slow on the
Then a
Parkway
chance
east
of
now
rain
from
and snow
Wilkinsburg
showers
Parkway west
after
of the top of
midnight.
the hill. I'm Bonnie Diver.
or no
That
snow
makes us sunny
accumulation.
clouds today, warming up to a high
Much
of
colder
59,
with lows
mostly
in the
overcast tonight
mid-20s.
with a low of 47.
South winds
A rainy
around
day
15
tomorrow,
miles
still
an
warm
hour
with a high of
gusts up to
60. Some rain
45
tomorrow
miles an
night with
hour.
a possibility of
East
snow
and
as well with a low of
gusts up to
47 and a
35
chance
miles
of
an
snow
hour
showers
after
on
midnight.
Friday, otherwise partly
Chance
sunny,
of
cooling down to a high
precipitation
of
near
43.
100%.
From the Ireland
For Friday,
Contracting
mostly
Studios,
cloudy
I'm
with a
Greg
chance of snow
Maxwell,
showers
talking
in the
Pittsburgh
morning, then
1320
partly cloudy in the
WJAS.
afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%.
You are about to
And
hear
for Friday night, mainly clear.
and
Near steady temperatures in the upper northeast. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday, partly
Back in
sunny
the
in the morning, then
1850s,
clearing.
there was a group of people that supported
For Saturday
Abraham
night,
Lincoln.
clear.
It was
Lows
the
in the lower
Wide
20s.
Awake Club.
For Sunday,
They were the Wide
sunny,
Awakers.
warmer with highs in the
It's
lower
interesting
50s.
to me that we are
For
now
Sunday night,
looking at a
mainly
time
clear.
where everybody wants to go
Lows in the
woke.
mid-30s.
No,
For Washington's
don't go
birthday,
woke.
partly cloudy.
Wake
Mild.
up.
Highs in the mid-50s.
Wake up,
For Monday
America.
night, mostly cloudy.
We need
A
a
chance of
new
showers in
group
the
of
evening.
wide
Then showers
awakers,
likely after midnight.
just like they
Mild.
needed in the
Lows
1850s.
around 40.
That
Chance
new
of rain
party,
60%.
that Republican Party,
And for
was the
Tuesday,
only group of
showers.
people that were
Mild.
awake that said,
Highs
you know
in the
what?
upper 50s.
Both of these parties, the
Chance of
Democrats
rain
and Whigs,
90%.
they're both full of
Here
crap.
are the 7 a.m. Whitewater
We
news
actually
readings
want
for
to make a
today.
difference. We actually
Wednesday,
want to
February
free people
16th.
and solve this
Bevington.
problem.
3.4.
Are you part of that club?
Philip Key.
If you are,
4.5.
today is a show you don't want to miss
2.9.
a second of. We begin at 60.
5.7. Davis.
Keith wrote in about his
2.5.
experience with Relief Factor. He said, I've experienced decreased pain and
4.1.
stiffness after taking Relief
Alright.
Factor, and I've been
12.0.
on it for about 3 months now.
Colfax.
My pain's not completely
7.0.
gone, but it is diminished
Percent.
substantially. Thank you.
1.8.
Thank you for Relief Factor.
Marshallton.
Keith,
2.4.
that is a win.
Confluence.
My pain is
4.0.
gone most days.
Ohio
Some
Pile.
days it's bad again.
3.9.
But I used to have pain
Friendsville.
every single day, and it was debilitating. Now I can live with it
4.3.
on those days when it is kind of bad.
3.2.
My days have
Ferndale.
changed a lot from
3.7.
Relief Factor. Please see if
Rockville.
this works for you. Try the
5.3.
3-week quick start, developed
Miller.
for $19.99 just for you. It's $1 a day like a trial pack, and hundreds of
4.5.
thousands of people have ordered Relief
Eagle.
Factor. 70% of them go on to
5.6.
order more.
Franklin.
It's relieffactor.com.
5.6.
Call 1-800-4, the number 4, relief, 1-800-4-RELIEF. Or get the
4.4.
1995 3-week quick start at
7.4.
relieffactor.com.
St.
That's
Charles.
relieffactor.com.
4.5.
Relief Factor. Feel the
At 9
difference.
a.m.
So yesterday I was
Reported
up
cloudy skies.
in Idaho,
Temperature
and I went up
39,
to
23,
meet
giving us
with
52%
the House
relative
and the
humidity.
Senate
Wind
and the
southeast
governor
at
of
7
Idaho.
miles an hour. Wind chill
And I
34.
think real progress
Pressure
is going to be
30.34
made
inches and rising.
up in Idaho.
Again, Pittsburgh reported
We are
cloudy
working
skies and
currently
13
with
degrees.
20 different states and
It's 9
legislators.
a.m. Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania,
I was
West Michigan
invited
sunny 40
to,
degrees.
speak
Beaver Falls mostly
on
sunny 41.
ESG.
Latrobe Arnold Palmer
And,
Regional Airport sunny
I
36.
actually say
Indiana
I
41.
volunteered
Washington
to
44.
speak when we were talking to
38.
a
And Buffalo
few
mostly
of
sunny
the
40.
representatives and
In
senators up there.
northwest PA.
And they said, yes, please. So I got together. Now, this is how the press that was in the room, and I knew they were in the room. They were in the room. This is how the press, the Idaho press, phrased and framed what happened yesterday. Listen to
In
this.
central and eastern
Celebrity talk show host.
State College sunny 30. Winds gusting
I'm
to
a
16.
celebrity talk
Harrisburg
show
mostly
host.
sunny 31.
Congratulations. Celebrity
Philadelphia
talk
partly
show
sunny
host
35.
and
Johnstown sunny
conspiracy
31.
theorist Glenn Beck
In Maryland, Oakland sunny 34
entertained
degrees.
an
In
audience
West Virginia,
of about 60
Morgantown
in a
mostly sunny
legislative
46
meeting room in
degrees.
Capitol,
Wayne
in the
mostly
Capitol
sunny
this afternoon.
47.
Who's this
Wind
reporter?
gusting
This
to 25.
they are on a
Parkersburg
skyrocket
mostly
shift to
sunny
the moon. They're
46.
giving the New York Times an oh
Across
my
Ohio,
gosh, isn't that great?
Zanesville mostly sunny
It's
43
Betsy
degrees.
C.
Akron
Russell.
partly sunny
Betsy's got
43.
a
Winds
quite the
gusting
career
to
behind her.
28. Youngstown
You
cloudy
couldn't-
42.
I mean, all you can
Cleveland
say
partly
is,
sunny 45. Winds
former
gusting to
Ringling
28.
Brothers
Florida
clown.
cloudy 47.
Hey,
Toledo cloudy 46.
we
Winds
thought
gusting to
he was going to
25.
do a
And
pop-up
Columbus
magic
partly
show
sunny
halfway
46.
through.
Winds gusting to 24.
This is how they begin.
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate
She doesn't
summary from
really
yesterday. February
about
15th, 2022.
exactly what was said.
Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11
of
p.m.
ESG, which stands for Environmental, Social, and Governance,
which was
the
set to
type of reporting
1964.
that companies are
Yesterday's
doing
low
recently
temperature of
to
9
attract
degrees
investors
occurred at
interested in those
5:56 a.m.
metrics.
The record
Beck
low
said
is
to the
minus 10
group,
degrees,
soon
which was set
everyone
in
will have an
1875.
ESG score, and
No
it'll be used to
precipitation
track you
fell
and
yesterday,
prevent you
which
from
leaves
doing
the monthly
business if it's
total
too
at
low. You
1.76
will lose points on your ESG
This
score
is
just by
0.42
being
inches
around
above
me,
the normal
he said
amount of
to a room of laughter,
1.34 inches
that
for
urged
February.
Idaho lawmakers to
Total
legislate
precipitation
against
for the
such
year still
moves.
stands at
Okay,
4.75
exactly
inches,
what a
which
celebrity
is
talk show host would
0.45
say,
inches above
right?
normal.
Yeah. There's
No snow fell yesterday, which
reference
brings the monthly
to
total to
I
4.9
said
inches.
this is
The
beyond
total
politics.
snowfall since
Is
July
I don't
1st
care
still
who
stands
you
at
voted for.
25.9
I don't
inches.
care about your
There was
squabbles
a trace
in
of
your
snow
own
on the ground.
parties.
There were
Everybody
43
who
degree days
believes in
yesterday.
America needs
This
to come
brings the monthly
together
total
and
to
understand this.
551.
So the press,
The yearly
what does she
total
do?
since July 1st
She
is
just goes out to
3,508.
discredit
There were no
me
colder
and the
degree
message
days
of
yesterday.
ESG. Now, I'm
leaves
not
the
saying
monthly
she's
total at
in
zero.
on ESG or
The
anything
yearly
else.
total since
She's
January 1st
just
is zero. The normal high
foolish.
temperature for today
She
is 40
just
degrees, and the normal
foolish.
low
There
is
was
23.
no
The
intellectual
record high for
curiosity
today is
apparently
76,
at
which
all.
occurred in 1883,
I'd be
and the
interested to
record
see
low
what
is
she has
minus
to write
7,
next,
which occurred in
because, as I
1963.
said, probably
Sunrise
100
today is
times,
at 7:13 a.m. and
do
sunset
not
is at
take my
5:57
word for it,
p.m.
and do not
Now
listen
here is
to
the
conspiracy
synopsis.
theories.
Dry weather
I
with
want you
gradually
to go
warming
to
temperature can be expected through Wednesday.
UStreasury.gov,
A dynamic system
WhiteHouse.gov,
will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday
WorldEconomicForum.com.
night.
You get it from
The
them.
forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding
It is so
counties
important, America,
for
that
today, partly sunny this
you
morning,
understand
then
one
becoming
thing,
mostly
because I
cloudy,
think there are some people,
mild, highs in the
that-
mid-50s.
there's a couple of things
South
that
winds 10 to
people are
15
fighting.
miles an
One,
hour with gusts
you're
up to 30 miles an
I
hour.
get it. You're tired.
For tonight,
But I'm
mostly
telling you,
cloudy,
this is the knockout
mild,
punch for
near
America.
steady temperatures in
This
the
is
upper
it.
40s.
If we
South
lose
winds
this,
10
and I'm
to
going to
15
show
miles
you
an
in
hour
today's
with
show
gusts up to
where it
25
is
miles an
happening
hour.
in real time.
For Thursday,
The
showers,
Dunn
mild,
Remington
highs in
lawsuit
the upper
yesterday.
50s.
I can
South
tie
winds
that right
10 to
directly
15
to
miles an hour with
ESG.
gusts up to 30 miles
Up
an
in
hour.
Canada,
Chance
directly
of rain
to
near
ESG.
100%.
Why did the
For Thursday
Republicans
night,
walk out
rain
on the
showers
Fed
in the evening,
nominees
then a chance
yesterday?
of rain and snow showers after
Directly
midnight.
related to
Little
ESG.
or no snow accumulation.
What's happening with
Much colder
avocado
with lows in the
toast?
mid-20s.
Your
South winds
avocados.
around 15 miles an
Now
hour
we're
with gusts up to
banning
35
avocados
miles an
from
hour.
Mexico.
Becoming west
You're
with
going
gusts
to
up to
lose
35 miles
progressives
an
in
hour
droves
after
on
midnight.
that one.
Chance of
This is a
precipitation
policy I
near
fully
100%.
support.
For Friday, mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the
I agree.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Little or
I
no
can tie
snow
that
accumulation.
directly to ESG.
Much colder with highs
If
in the
you
lower
understand
30s.
the Great Reset,
Northwest winds 10 to 15
everything
miles an hour.
makes sense.
Chance of snow
And I'm going to
50%.
show you
And for Friday
how
night,
it all
mainly
is
clear.
working right now.
Near
And I'm
steady
going to show
temperatures in the
you
upper
the
20s.
head of
And now, taking
YouTube,
a look at the
who
extended
was
forecast
on
for
some
Saturday,
podcast
partly sunny
over
in the
in
morning,
Germany.
then clearing.
So let's talk
Near steady
about
temperature around 30. For Saturday
let's
night,
kicking
clear.
people off the platform.
Lows in the lower 20s.
She says
For Sunday,
we
sunny,
want
warmer with
governments to
highs in the
tell
lower
us,
50s.
just
For
legislate
Sunday night,
what can
mainly
be said
clear.
and what can't, and we'll
Lows
enforce
in the
it.
mid-30s.
Okay?
For
I'll tie
Washington
it together.
Thursday, partly cloudy.
But here's the thing you
Mild.
have to understand,
Highs in the
and
mid-50s.
please
For Monday
learn
night, mostly
from
cloudy.
history.
A chance of showers in the evening.
Why
Then
did
showers
what was
likely after
Chamberlain's
midnight.
mistake?
Mild.
What was
Lows
Neville
around 40.
Chamberlain's mistake with
Chance
it?
of rain 60%. And for
He
Tuesday,
thought you
showers
could
mild.
negotiate with a
Highs in the
madman.
upper 50s. Chance of
And
rain 90%.
he thought, well,
9
he's
a.m.
engaging in
Pittsburgh,
hyperbole. He
cloudy
doesn't really
skies.
mean all of this stuff.
Temperature
And
39.
all of the
Dew point
signs were
23.
his own words,
Giving
his
us
book.
52%
You know,
relative
if you
humidity.
read
Wind
Mein
southeast at
Kampf,
7 miles an hour. Wind chill
it's all
34.
there.
Pressure
Every
30.34 inches and
Every
rising.
Jew in Germany,
Again,
when he became
Pittsburgh reported
chancellor,
cloudy
they
skies
should have
and
looked at his
39
book and went,
degrees.
I'm out of here.
At 9
Why
a.m.
didn't
elsewhere
they?
across southwest Pennsylvania.
Why
west
were
Western sunny 40 degrees.
had the
Beaver Falls
opportunity
mostly
to
sunny
leave
41.
early on.
Latrobe,
Why
Arnold Palmer
didn't Horn
Regional
leave?
Airport sunny 37. Indiana 41.
It's an
Washington
important
44.
question
Newcastle
because it
38.
ties
And Butler
directly
mostly
to
sunny
what
40.
you're doing and thinking
Northwest
today.
PA. Erie partly
They
sunny 46
didn't leave
degrees.
because
Winds gusting
they
to
said
37. DuBois, partly sunny 32, Clearfield,
I
partly
mean,
sunny
she might
28,
mean that, but they're not going to
partly
do
sunny
that. I'm a
37,
German.
Meade, partly sunny
I'm
39,
a German. I
winds
fought for
gusting to
Germany in
21,
World War
in
I. I'm a
Bradford, partly
decorated
sunny
hero.
32.
They're not going to.
In
My neighbors are
Central
not going to
Eastern
turn on
Key,
us.
Altoona sunny 30, State College
That's why.
sunny 30, winds
That
gusting
end,
to 16,
every
Harrisburg
step closer.
mostly sunny 31,
It's
Philadelphia
not going to
partly
get
sunny
worse than
35,
this. I mean, this is
Johnstown sunny
insane. And people
31.
are going to wake up, and this
In
is going to
Maryland,
stop.
Oakland sunny
How
34
many times
degrees.
have you had
In West
any of
Virginia,
those thoughts
Morgantown mostly sunny
about our own
46
government?
degrees. Wheeling mostly sunny
It's not going
47.
to get worse than
Winds
this.
gusting to 25.
Yes, I mean, it's
Parkersburg
insane,
mostly
right?
sunny
People are going to
46.
stand up. They're going to
Across
stop.
Ohio, Zanesville mostly
You
sunny
are
43
repeating
degrees.
history.
Akron partly sunny 43.
When
Winds gusting
someone
to
tells
28.
you that they are going to destroy you
Cleveland
or
partly
your
sunny
life
45. Winds
or
gusting to
your
20.
way of life,
Cincinnati cloudy 47.
and
Toledo
they
cloudy
say it
46. Winds
proudly
gusting to 25.
because
And Columbus
that's going to
partly sunny
fix this
46.
country.
Winds gusting to
What did Hitler
24.
say? We just get rid of the
Nearshore
Jews and
forecast.
we'll be fine.
For the following nearshore location, Connie,
What are they
Ohio
saying
to Ripley,
today?
New York.
We get rid of
Today,
capitalism
south winds
and
to
the
30
world
knots.
will be a utopia.
Mostly cloudy. Waves
When
in ice-free
people
areas
tell
1 foot or less.
They're going to destroy
Tonight,
your life.
south winds
You have
to 30
two
knots.
choices, and
A slight
humans
chance of showers.
usually choose the wrong one.
Waves 1 foot or less.
And that's the first
Thursday,
choice.
south winds 15 to
Ignore it
25
if that's
knots,
a crazy
becoming
person.
northwest and diminishing to 10 to 15 knots. Rain showers.
Did you know the
Waves
person
1 foot
that is
or
in
less.
charge of our nuclear
Thursday
waste?
night, northeast
He's
winds
a guy
15 to 20
who
knots,
comes to
becoming
work in a
northwest
dress
10
with
to
heels?
15 knots.
Did you
Rain
know that?
showers, a chance of snow showers and
If I would have
freezing
told
rain
you
in
that
the
10
evening,
years
then
ago,
snow showers likely
you
with
say,
pockets of rain showers
no
and
way,
freezing
that's
rain
not gonna
overnight.
it's
Waves
happening.
1 foot or less.
If I would have
Wave
told you
heights
5
for
years
ice-free
ago
areas.
that the
The water
school
temperature
boards
off Toledo is
would
34
start
degrees,
calling
off
parents
Cleveland 33 degrees,
terrorists,
and off
would
Harry
you have
30
believed me?
degrees.
It's not going to get to that.
Now
Come
here
on,
is the
Clarence.
synopsis. Dry weather, with gradually warming temperature.
There's a
Expected
normalcy
through Wednesday.
bias that is
A
normal in
dynamic
human
system
beings.
will bring
It's the
rain and
way
eventually
it's
some snow.
needed.
Thursday and
It's the
Thursday
way
night.
that we process things.
The forecast
and
for
keep our
Pittsburgh and
sanity.
surrounding counties.
But
For
there is
today,
a time
partly sunny
that
this
your
morning, then
intellect
becoming mostly
must
cloudy. Mild.
override
Highs in the mid-50s.
your natural
South winds 10 to
immunity
15 miles
to
an
fear
hour,
and
gusts
to
up to 30 miles an hour.
chaos.
For tonight, mostly
The
cloudy.
normalcy bias, you look
Mild.
at chaos
Near steady temperature in
and
the upper
you
40s.
instinctively
South winds
to
10
keep
to
you
15
going.
miles an hour with gusts
Say,
up
oh,
to
well, this
25
is
miles
not,
an
this
hour.
is not that.
For
It's not gonna
Thursday,
be that.
showers, mild. Highs
And
in the
that's what
upper
gets people
50s.
killed.
South winds 10 to
Because they
15
look for
miles an
something
hour
they
with
can
gusts
compare
up
it
to
to.
30
Oh, well,
miles an hour.
I've seen planes
Chance of rain near
fall into
100%.
buildings, and you know what?
For
This building
Thursday
is
night,
made of
rain
steel,
showers in the
and
evening,
it
then a
never
chance of
happens.
rain and
I've
snow
seen
showers
this
after
building will
midnight.
never fall.
Little or no
And it
snow
does.
accumulation. Much colder with lows in the mid-20s. South winds around 15 miles an hour with gusts
The
up to
reason
45
why
miles an hour.
people
Becoming westward
die
gusts up to 35
And
miles an
countries
hour
are
after midnight.
overthrown
Chance of precipitation near
is
100%.
because people
For
don't
Friday,
take other
mostly cloudy
people
with a
at
chance of
their
snow
word.
showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the
And it's
afternoon.
funny,
Little or no
because
snow
we will
accumulation.
take people like
Much colder with highs in the
we
lower
know not
30s.
to take him at his word.
Northwest winds
right?
10 to 15 miles
That's
an
what
hour.
Biden is telling us right now.
Chance of
Don't
snow
take him at his word.
50%.
He's a liar.
And for Friday night,
Donald Trump,
mainly
he's a
clear.
liar.
Near steady temperature in the upper
But
20s.
proven liars
And now, taking a
and
look at
people
the
with
extended
clear
forecast. For Saturday,
motives
partly sunny in the
will
morning.
actually
then
carry
clearing.
through on the things
Near
they
steady
say in
temperature
all
around 30.
seriousness. We're going to end
For Saturday
capitalism.
night, clear.
We
Lows in the
somehow
lower
or
20s.
another think that, well,
For
that's
Sunday,
just crazy.
sunny, warmer with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington
Tonight on
Thursday,
television,
partly cloudy. Mild.
I am going to tell you
Highs in the
who's
mid-50s.
actually running the White
For
House.
Monday night,
And it's a
mostly
name you
cloudy.
most likely have
A chance of
never
showers in the
heard.
evening. Then showers likely after midnight.
Very powerful,
Mild. Lows
very
around 40.
secretive,
Chance of rain 60%.
well-moneyed.
And for Tuesday, showers. Mild.
They are actually calling
Highs
the
in the
shots
upper
at the White
50s.
House.
Chance of rain
That's
90%.
who's behind it.
The Pittsburgh,
Everybody asks,
Pennsylvania climate
who's
summary
really
for
running?
yesterday, February
Tonight I'll tell
15, 2022. Yesterday's high
Here's what I
temperature
said to
of
my right here
35
this morning.
degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m.
Is this one gonna get me
The
killed?
record high of 69 degrees was
Really?
set in
Got it,
1954.
right?
Yesterday's low
Yes.
temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56
There is an
a.m.
effort
The
to make
record 10 degrees, which was set at
The government
1875.
deems as
No
someone who
precipitation
is
fell yesterday, which
engaging
leaves
in
the monthly total at
misinformation,
1.76
or
inches.
what did Betsy
This
call
is
me, a
0.42
conspiracy
inches above the
theorist.
normal amount of 1.34
Betsy,
inches
you
for
are going to
February.
someday in
The
your
total
life
precipitation
regret
for the
you
year still
ever wrote
stands at
that.
4.75 inches,
Because
which is
people like
0.45
me
inches
that are
above normal.
honestly asking
No snow fell
questions
yesterday,
and
which brings the monthly
will
total to
change my
4.9
point of
inches.
view if you can
The
prove me
total
wrong,
snowfall since July 1st still
I
stands at
will be gone.
25.9 inches.
and you
There
will
was a
not
trace
be
of
able to
snow on the ground.
be allowed to ask,
There were 43
honest
degree days
questions.
yesterday.
and
This
you will
brings the monthly
realize,
total to
good
551.
God, what have I done?
The yearly
So she'll
total
regret
since July 1st
writing
is
it because she will be in a
3,540.
position where she
There were
will
no
be
cooling degree days
named
yesterday.
a conspiracy
This
theorist,
leaves
or
the
she
monthly
will be
total at
named,
0.
if she
The
doesn't
yearly
toe the
total since
line,
January 1st is 0.
if these
The
people
normal
who say
high
this is
temperature
what
for
they're
today
going
is
to
40
do
degrees,
actually
and the
do
normal
it,
low is 23.
she will
The
either toe
record
the
high for
line
today is
or
76,
she'll be
which
destroyed.
occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7,
Anyone who
which
is
occurred in
silence
1963.
in the face of evil
Sunrise
is
today is
evil
at
itself.
7:13 a.m. and sunset is at
There
5:57
is
p.m.
no middle ground here.
At 9 a.m.
You either
Pittsburgh
understand the Bill
reported
of
cloudy
Rights
skies.
and the importance
Temperature
of freedom of
39,
speech,
dew point 23,
which is
giving us
asking
52% relative
honest
humidity.
questions.
Wind
Our
southeast at
founders
7
even
miles an
said,
hour. Wind
even
chill
if the
34.
press knows that they're
Pressure
a lie,
30.34 inches and rising.
we don't
Again,
have the
Pittsburgh
right,
reported
nor
cloudy
should
skies
we
and 39
exercise the
degrees.
power to silence
At
those
9 a.m.
people.
Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan sunny 40 degrees. Beaver Falls
So they
mostly
don't.
sunny 41.
They just
Lake Road
dis-
Arnold Palmer
discredit.
Regional Airport sunny 37.
But I am
Indiana
telling you, we
41.
are working
Washington
hard to
44.
bring you the
Newcastle
truth.
38. And Butler
And if
mostly
you are
sunny
somebody
40.
that wants the
In
truth,
northwest PA, Erie partly
we'll
sunny
give it.
46 degrees.
But
Winds
then,
gusting to 37.
what do
Du Bois
you do
partly
with it?
sunny 32. Clearfield partly sunny 28.
What do you do with
Franklin
it?
partly sunny 37. Meadville partly
That's where
sunny
the rubber
39.
meets the road, and
Winds
that's
gusting
where
to
a lot of
21.
times
In
people are like,
Bradford
I
partly
can't listen
sunny
anymore, 'cause
32.
what am I going to do?
In central and eastern PA, Altoona sunny 30.
You do what I
State
do.
College sunny 30.
You don't
Winds
think I'm
gusting to
frustrated?
16.
I'm
Harrisburg
frustrated
mostly
every
sunny
day. I talk to
31.
millions of people
Philadelphia
every
partly
single
sunny
day.
35. And Johnstown
And
sunny
they all ask
31.
me, what do I do?
In Maryland,
I
Oakland
don't
sunny
know.
34
I
degrees.
just give
In
you
West
some things.
Virginia,
We're working on some
Morgantown
things,
mostly
and I can
sunny
tell you.
46 degrees.
But I don't
Wheeling
know.
mostly
My
sunny
job
47. Winds
is to
gusting
tell
to 25.
you.
Parkersburg
Have you
mostly
ever
sunny
considered
46.
that your job
Across Ohio,
is to then
Zanesville
be
mostly
all
sunny
buttoned up
43
with
degrees.
all of the facts
Akron
and
partly
learn the
sunny
facts of
43.
whatever it
Winds
is you're
gusting to
interested
20.
in that you see as a
Youngstown
danger,
cloudy 42. Cleveland
and
partly
present
sunny
that
45.
in a very
Winds
credible
gusting to
way
28. Cincinnati cloudy
to your
47.
friends,
Toledo cloudy
to your
46.
circle of
Winds
influence.
gusting to 25. And
Because
Columbus partly sunny
this
46.
circle of
Winds gusting
influence
to 24.
doesn't last much
This is
longer.
No Weather Radio KIH 35 in
And if
Pittsburgh,
you
Pennsylvania.
don't know
Operating
what's
on
really happening,
162.55
no one
megahertz.
will.
With a power output
Because
of
you'll
1,000
need to
watts
tell
on a
it to your
transmitter
friends.
located on the WQE
And
tower,
will
with
you
broadcast
do it?
originating
Will you
from
be
the National
allowed?
Weather Service
Do
in
you
the
know
township,
it?
Pennsylvania. Now here is the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming
I want to go back
temperature.
to ESG.
Be expected through Wednesday.
And I'm
A
using some
dynamic
words
system will bring rain
that
and
they
eventually some
themselves
snow
have said.
Thursday and Thursday night.
And so what do we do?
The forecast
Do we
for
dismiss
Pittsburgh
them
and
and go
surrounding
back to
counties
sleep?
for today,
Or do we
partly
take
sunny
them at
this
their
morning,
word?
then becoming mostly cloudy.
67.
Mild. Highs in the mid-50s.
On 9/11,
South
3,000
winds 10 to
people were
15
killed in
miles
a
an
terrorist
hour with
attack
gusts
on
up to
American
30
soil.
miles an
soil.
hour.
Some
For
people
tonight,
said that
mostly
they would never
cloudy.
forget. Some people
Mild.
said that they will
Near
always
steady
honor the
temperature
dead,
in the upper 40s.
and then some.
South winds 10 to 15
Most of
miles
us
an hour with gusts
forgot.
up to 25
There's
miles
one
an
group
hour.
of people tunneled to
For
towers.
Thursday,
This
showers.
is a charity and a
Mild.
foundation that is just
Highs in the
absolutely
upper
remarkable
50s.
because they have
South
never
winds 10 to
forgotten.
15 miles
They
an hour with
did what
gusts
they
up
said
to
they were
30
going to do, and
miles
they
an
still
hour.
do it today.
Chance of rain near
So they
100%.
made sure that the
For
families
Thursday night,
were taken
rain
care of.
showers in the evening.
Well,
Then a
then
chance of
they
rain
started
and snow
seeing all
showers
of the
after midnight.
ramifications of what came
Little
from
or no
9/11.
snow accumulation.
So now they
Much
cover
colder
the
with lows
military
in the
service
mid-20s.
members. They don't come home
and young children are left behind, Tunnel to Towers pays off their mortgage to lift the financial burden and bring their family to stability.
After midnight.
By the way,
Chance of
anybody who is
precipitation near 100%.
catastrophically injured
For Friday,
and
mostly
first
cloudy with a chance
responders
of snow
either died
showers
in
in
the
the
line of
morning,
duty
then
or
partly
in the line
cloudy
of
in the
duty
afternoon.
are catastrophically injured.
Or no snow
They
accumulation.
build mortgage-free
Much colder with highs
smartphones,
in the lower
enabling
30s.
the most
Northwest
severely
winds 10
injured
to
heroes
15 miles
to
an
live
hour.
an independent switched your home base tunnel to towers, gifting tiny homes to homeless veterans. So why am I telling you this? Because
taking a
if
look
you
at the
want to get
extended
involved and
forecast
make a
for
difference,
Saturday,
if you want to
partly
feel
sunny
good
in the morning,
because you're
then
involved
clearing.
in helping people,
Near steady
help these
temperature around
heroes and
30.
their families,
For
join
Saturday
Tunnel
night,
to Towers
clear.
on its mission to do
Lows in
good
the
in
lower
their honor.
20s.
Donate $11
For
a
Sunday,
month.
sunny.
$11 a month
lower
at
50s.
T2T.org.
For Sunday
That's
night,
T, the number
clear.
2T.
Lows in the
.org.
mid-30s.
10 seconds,
For
station ID.
Washington's
The
birthday,
talk of
partly
Pittsburgh,
cloudy.
1320
Mild. Highs in the
WJAS.
mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening. Then showers likely after midnight.
People oftentimes
Lows around
don't
40.
listen
Chance of rain 60%.
to
And for
outrageous
Tuesday,
claims.
showers mild.
For instance,
Highs in the upper
ending
50s.
capitalism.
Chance of rain
That
90%.
seems like it can't happen.
Here are the 7
We've
a.m.
never
light water
seen
gauge
anything
readings
like
for
that
today.
here. And why
Wednesday,
would people
February
want to
16th.
do that anyway?
Wheelington,
I'm
3.4.
going to give you their words
Philip
and
P.
then ask you,
4.5.
do we believe it or not? And I'm going to
2.9.
show you the motivation
Buckhead.
behind all of it.
5.7.
In hour 2, I'm going to
Davis.
start playing some audio
2.5.
clips for you in just the last couple of days.
4.1.
All of the news,
Albright,
you'll understand it
12.0.
through the
Colfax,
decoder
7.0.
ring of the Great Reset.
1.8.
The Climate Back Program.
2.4.
American Financing, NMLS 182334. www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
Make no mistake, the doors are closing on at least some of the opportunities that you have to shore up your financial house. Inflation is closing in on us. We just had the highest,
3.2.
what is it, producers
Tornado.
index?
3.7.
Where they look at what
Rockville,
producers, people who make
5.3.
things that go
Chipmiller.
into other things,
3.3.
what their inflation is. Because they hit
4.5.
them first.
Meadville,
They're at 10%, 9.7% inflation. It's the highest it's been in I don't know how many years.
Ridgeway,
Make no mistake,
3.5.
things are going to change. I
Cooksburg,
know you have a busy day. You have a lot of
4.4.
things to worry about. Please, just
7.4.
consider a consolidation loan if you have high interest
4.5.
credit cards. If you are looking
The
at a
current
new
time
loan,
is
please get the one with the
9:48
lowest
Standard Time.
rate mortgage and
It's
lock
9
it in. If you're paying a
Pittsburgh,
mortgage
reported
that's
cloudy skies.
3% or more, lock
Temperature
it in
39.
now.
Dew point
Please
23.
call American
Giving us
Financing at
52% relative
800-906-2440,
Wind southeast at 7 miles an hour.
800-906-2440,
Wind chill
or
34.
AmericanFinancing.net. They have you covered coast to coast.
We want to get the background to all the stuff that we're talking about. It's the Great Reset, written by Glenn Beck, available on Audible or wherever you get your audiobooks.
Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan sunny 40 degrees. Beaver Falls mostly sunny 41. Latrobe normal coloration
Line
Airport sunny
update of
37.
Pittsburgh residents
Indiana
taking
41.
matters into their own hands.
Washington 44.
The city
Newcastle
council that
38.
claims their
And
pay
Lincoln
rates
mostly
vote
sunny
in closed
40.
session earlier
In
this month
northwest
was
Erie,
inappropriate.
partly
Common
sunny
Ground
46
City Council
degrees.
members
Wind
violated
gusting to
Pennsylvania's
37.
sunshine
New
law.
Louis partly sunny
Public funds
32.
in secrecy.
Clearfield partly
Meanwhile,
sunny
Council
28.
Tuesday
Franklin
greenlighted a
partly
measure
sunny
that
37.
will allow
Meadville
businesses to
partly
apply
sunny
for
39.
special
Winds
allowance
gusting to
outdoor
21.
spaces
In
on
Bradford
sidewalks,
partly sunny
streets,
32.
retail, and
In
dining on a
central
more
and eastern
permanent basis.
Altoona
Beaver
sunny
County
30.
police
St.
brought
Cloud
out for
sunny
crash
30.
involving
Winds gusting to
pedestrian on the
16.
turnpike
Harrisburg
through
mostly
Sewickley
sunny
Township.
31.
This
Philadelphia
morning.
partly sunny
Sidney
35.
Crosby is now a member of the
sunny
500 Gold Club, the second
Maryland,
active player
Oakland
with
sunny
Alexander
34
Ovechkin.
degrees. In West
Crosby
Virginia,
headed the milestone last
Morgantown
night,
mostly
the first
sunny
period
46
in the
degrees.
5-4 win
Wheeling
over the
mostly sunny
Flyers.
47. Winds gusting to 25. Parkersburg mostly sunny 46. Across Ohio, Zanesville mostly sunny 43 degrees. Akron partly
Did you
sunny
know that
43.
Ireland Contracting
Winds
is a
gusting to
Pella
20.
certified contractor?
Youngstown cloudy
Fewer than
42.
5% of
Cleveland
contractors
partly sunny
nationwide can
45.
say that.
Winds
Hi,
gusting
this is
to
Diane
20.
Ireland of Ireland
Cincinnati
Contracting.
cloudy 47.
Pella's windows in
Toledo
wood,
cloudy
aluminum
46.
clad wood,
Winds gusting to
fiberglass, and
25.
vinyl have been
And
designed for
Columbus
one
partly sunny
purpose:
46.
to offer our
Winds
customers
gusting
more
to
beauty,
24.
performance, and value than any
The
other
Pittsburgh,
window.
Pennsylvania
And with
climate
Ireland
summary for
Contracting's
yesterday,
A+
February
rating,
15,
you know your home
2022.
project will be in good hands.
Yesterday's
For
high
your free
temperature
estimate,
of
call
35
Ireland
degrees
Contracting
occurred
at
at
1-800-NEW
5:11
Roof
p.m.
or
The record high
IrelandContracting.com.
is 69 degrees, which was set in
Individual rates,
1964.
coverage offerings, and savings
Yesterday's
may vary,
low
subject
temperature
to
of
terms and
9
conditions.
degrees
Not
occurred
available
at
in all areas.
5:56
If
a.m.
you're a small business
The
owner,
record low
listen
is
up.
minus 10
High
degrees, which
Insurance
was
wants
set
to
in
give you one of those
1875.
aha moments.
No
Something that
precipitation
could save you
fell
money.
yesterday, which
Workers'
leaves
comp is
the monthly
probably one of
total
the
at
biggest costs these
1.76
days. But
inches.
did you know that insurance
This is
providers have
0.42
flexibility in
inches
setting
above
their
the normal
prices?
amount of
That's right.
1.34
But many
inches for
don't bother
February.
giving small businesses
The
the
total
savings you deserve.
precipitation for the year still
Instead, you
stands
can
at
get lumped in with other
4.75
businesses.
Equal to
insurance.
551.
Ask your agent for Pi or
The
go
yearly
to
total since July
trypi.com.
1st is
That's
3,540. There were
TRYPIE.com.
no cooling degree days yesterday.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship.
The yearly
It's
total
time to
since
get back where
January
you
1st
had
is 0.
before. Berg
The
Medical
normal
Clinic
high
is the
temperature
only
for today
clinic
is
to
40
offer
degrees,
breakthrough
and the normal low is 23. The record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in
Come in for a free
1963.
consultation with Dr.
Sunrise
Williams.
today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57
Or
p.m.
go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
Nearshore forecast.
For over 70 years,
For the
Arizona
following
Motor
nearshore
Main Street,
locations,
Sharpsburg,
Connie
is the
Oxford,
transport service
Berkeley,
like
New York.
with competitive
This
prices and
afternoon,
best quality
Southwest
automotive
Pacific
repairs. Just off the Sharpsburg
Partly
exit
sunny.
on Route 28, you'll soon
Waves
find out
in
why
ice
folks
free
drive from
areas
everywhere
1 foot or
to
less.
have their cars worked on at
Tonight,
Ferris Automotive.
south winds
Ferris
30 knots.
Automotive.
They
A
cared
slight
for you,
chance of
and now
showers.
you're caring for them.
Waves 1
Caregiving
foot
for
or
a
less.
parent experiencing memory
Thursday,
loss can be
south winds
challenging.
15 to
St.
25
Barnabas
knots
Memory
becoming
Care is here to
northwest
help.
and
We
diminishing
offer
to
a
10
free
to 15
in-home
knots.
consultation for you and
Rain
your loved ones.
showers.
Why not talk to a St.
Waves
Barnabas
1
Memory
foot
Care
or less.
specialist today to discuss your
Thursday night,
individual
northeast
situation.
winds
This
15 to
no-charge
20 knots
evaluation
becoming
can assist
northwest
you with
10 to
caring for
15
those
knots.
that have cared for you.
Rain showers, a chance of snow
1274-625-4000
showers and
or go to
freezing rain in the evening. Then snow
stbarnabasmemorycare.com.
showers
St.
likely with
Barnabas is
pockets of
apart
rain
from
showers and freezing rain overnight. Waves 1 foot or
Have
less.
you ever thought about getting a
Wave height
financial plan?
applies
The
free
one that
areas.
you save enough or
The
you're
water
too young?
temperature off
An
Toledo
average
is
owes
35
it's
degrees.
never too
Off
early to make
Cleveland,
your money
33
work harder.
degrees.
What
And
are your
off
goals?
Perry,
And
33
what matters
degrees.
to you? Our master plan
Now
can
here
make it
is the
happen.
synopsis.
Won't it feel
Dry
good to
weather
look back
with
someday and
gradually
say,
warming
wow,
temperature
thank
can be
goodness it started
expected through
early.
Wednesday.
Trust us.
A dynamic
For
system
a
will
no
bring rain
obligation
and eventually
review
some
of your
snow.
situation, no matter
Thursday,
where you are in
night.
life, visit Heffron.com.
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
Three San Francisco school board members are removed in a
then
recall
becoming
election
mostly
accused of
cloudy.
misplaced priorities during the coronavirus pandemic.
Highs in the
Offensive and
mid-50s.
completely unacceptable. That
South
was
winds
San
10 to
Francisco
15
Mayor Linda
miles an
Breed's
hour with
words
gusts
last
up to
year
30
when she
miles
called
an
out the
hour.
school board, saying they
For
were too
tonight,
focused on
mostly
changing
cloudy.
school names and
Mild.
progressive politics
Near
rather
steady
than getting kids
temperature
back
in
to
the upper
class.
40s.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, a
South winds
convicted
10 to
murderer who
15
escaped from
miles
prison
an
in
hour with
Mississippi Sundays
gusts
back
up
in
to
Cosby,
25 miles
caught
an
after
hour.
running out of gas in a
For
stolen car.
Thursday,
It's Michael Wilson's
showers,
second escape
mild.
in 4 years.
Highs
The
in
American
the
men's
upper
hockey
50s.
team's out of the Olympics.
For the
South
third
winds
straight
10 to
Winter
15
Olympics, the
miles an
United
hour
States
with
men's
gusts
hockey
up to
team
30
failed to
miles
win
an
a medal.
hour.
Team USA was in
Chance of rain
position
near
to advance to the
100%.
semifinals today.
For
Slovakia
Thursday
tried
night,
to score
rain
with
showers
44
in the
seconds
evening.
left.
Then a
In a
chance of
shootout,
rain
the
and
USA
snow
didn't
showers
score any
after
goals
midnight.
and lost the game
Little
3-2.
or no snow
Fox's Jim
accumulation.
Max, the USA women's
Much
hockey
colder
team
with
plays for
lows
the
in
gold
the
standing against
mid-20s.
Canada. America's listening to
South
Fox.
winds around 18 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. The other winds with
Brought to you by
gusts
James
up to
Douglas Jewelers
35
on the
miles
Road.
an hour
Sell,
after midnight.
buy, design, repair.
Chance of
We're there for all
precipitation near
your jewelry
100%.
needs.
Friday,
JDJewel.com.
mostly cloudy with a chance of snow showers in the morning.
79
partly
northbound
cloudy in
accident
the
cleanup
afternoon.
at Carnegie. It's off to the
Little
shoulder
or no
now.
snow
Slowdowns with work on
accumulation.
79 south at the
Much
Double
colder
Island
with highs
Bridge
in the
and
lower
79 north
30s.
and south. Watch for delays with
Northwest
work
winds
going on
10 to
between Mount
15
Depot
miles an
Road
hour.
and the Parkway North. I'm
Chance
Bobby
of
Diamond,
snow
Total Traffic.
50%.
Warm day today, partial
And for
sunshine with a
Friday
high of
mainly
59,
clear.
plenty of clouds in the sky
Near
tonight
steady
with a low of
temperature in the upper
47.
20s.
Showers expected
And
tomorrow,
now,
warming up to
taking
a
a
high
look
of
at the
60. Some
extended
rain tomorrow
forecast
night with a
for
chance of snow
Saturday,
as well with a
partly
low of
sunny in the morning.
27. And a mix
Then
of sun
clearing.
and clouds on Friday with a
Near steady
possibility of
temperature
snow
around 30.
cooling down to a high of
For
33.
Saturday night,
From the
clear.
Ireland Contracting
Lows in the
Studios,
lower
I'm Greg
20s.
Maxwell on the dock
For
of Pittsburgh,
Sunday, sunny,
1320
warmer with highs in the
WJAS.
lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington's birthday, partly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight.
This is the Glenn Beck
Lows
program.
around 40. Chance of rain 60%.
I want to talk to
And
you.
for Tuesday, showers.
I want
Mild.
to just share some
Highs
words
in the upper 50s.
that come
Chance of
right
rain
from the
90%.
mouths of the people who are
At 9 a.m.
leading this
Pittsburgh,
great
reported
reset.
cloudy skies.
And
Temperature
explain to you why
39,
this
dew
is
point
so
23,
important
giving
to
us
take
52% relative
seriously.
humidity.
In
Traveling
someone
southeast at
threatens
7
your
miles an
life,
hour.
if there's a
Wind chill
neighbor
34.
that says, I'm going to
Pressure
kill you and your family,
30.34 inches and rising.
and they're nuts.
Again, Pittsburgh
Would have to
reported
be,
cloudy
but
skies
they're
and
nuts.
39 degrees.
Do you do
At 9 a.m.
anything
elsewhere across
to
southwest
take
Pennsylvania,
precautions
West Michigan
just
sunny
in
40
case
degrees.
that
Beaver
nutty
Falls
neighbor
mostly sunny
means it?
41. Latrobe Arnold
Or do
Palmer
you just
Regional
dismiss it?
Airport sunny 37. Indiana 41. Washington
take precautions.
44.
Right.
Newcastle
Okay, what would
38.
you do?
And Butler
Maybe
mostly
call
sunny
the
40.
police,
launched the planes,
Erie, partly
see
sunny,
you get a
46
restraining
degrees.
order, maybe
Winds
you really
gusting
start
to
telling you that it
37.
escalates a lot.
Partly
You
sunny,
tell your
32.
family,
Clearfield,
don't
partly
go over
sunny,
to your
20.
neighbor's yard, don't
Franklin,
talk to
partly
them, right?
sunny,
Stay
37.
away.
Meade,
Correct.
partly sunny,
You'd be a
39.
fool not
Winds
to.
gusting to 21. And
When
Bradford, partly
somebody
sunny,
is threatening
32.
your very way
In central
of
and
life,
eastern PA,
your
Alton, sunny, 30.
business,
State
your
College,
money,
sunny, 30. Winds
your
gusting to
education,
16.
your
Harrisburg,
children's
mostly
right to
sunny,
choose
31.
where
Philadelphia,
they're going
partly
to
sunny,
work,
35. And Johnstown,
where they're going
sunny,
to
31.
fundamentally
In Maryland,
transform
Oakland, sunny,
your life.
34 degrees.
And
In West Virginia,
you,
Morgantown,
in their own
mostly
words,
sunny,
you
46
will own
degrees. Winds
nothing
mostly sunny, 47.
in
Winds
2030.
gusting to 25. Parkersburg,
Should
mostly
you
sunny,
take them
46.
seriously?
Across Ohio, Zanesville, mostly sunny, 43
I would.
degrees. Akron, partly
I
sunny,
would. Wait a minute.
43.
You're saying
Winds
I'm not
gusting
going to
to
own
28.
the property that I
Youngstown,
already
cloudy,
own?
42. Cleveland,
Could you
partly sunny,
explain
45.
more of that to
Winds
me?
gusting to 28.
And how do I,
Cincinnati,
do I
cloudy,
just
47.
give up my
Toledo,
property?
cloudy,
Am I
46.
selling it
Winds
to
gusting
somebody?
to 25. And
What
Columbus,
happens
partly
to the
sunny,
property I
46.
do have?
Winds gusting to 24.
Wait, you're going to...
Now here is
Wait,
the
hold on just a
synopsis.
second.
Dry weather
The
with
only
gradually
car
warming
company,
temperature
the
can be
only
expected through
car
Wednesday.
company
A dynamic
that will
system
be
will bring
making
rain and
a
eventually some
combustion
snow
engine
Thursday and Thursday
by
night.
2030
The forecast
is
for Pittsburgh and surrounding
maybe
counties.
Bugatti,
For today, partly
Ferrari,
sunny this
everything
morning,
else will be
then
electric.
becoming mostly cloudy.
All cars will be
Mild.
electric by 2030.
Highs in the
They won't
mid-50s.
be building the combustion
South winds
engine.
10 to 15
All
miles an hour with
cars.
gusts up to 30 miles
Now
an
that
hour.
may be great,
For tonight, mostly
but
cloudy.
can we just have a discussion on,
Mild.
where are we
Near
plugging
steady
these in?
temperature in the
And how
upper
are you
40s.
generating the
South
power
winds 10
because you're
to
getting
15
rid of
miles
fossil
an hour with
fuels?
gusts
How
up
are
to
you
25
generating
miles an
enough
hour.
power
For Thursday,
to
showers,
power all
mild.
these cars?
Highs in the upper 50s.
Can we at least talk about that?
South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30
You
miles
have
an
to
hour.
take people
Chance
at
of rain near
their
100%.
If they say
For
they're going to
Thursday
do
night,
something,
rain showers
you're
in
a
the
fool
evening, then a
not
chance
to
of rain
take
and
them
snow
at their
showers
word.
after midnight.
This is
Little or no snow accumulation.
Schwab,
Much colder with lows in the
Klaus Schwab,
mid-20s.
who runs the
South
World
winds
Economic
around
Forum.
15 miles an hour with
To
gusts
achieve
up
a
to
better
35
outcome,
miles an hour.
he's talking
Becoming
about
west with gusts
COVID
up to
is
35 miles an
easing.
hour after midnight.
It's easing now, but
Chance of
anxiety about the world's
precipitation near 100%.
social and economic
For Friday,
prospects is
mostly
only
cloudy with a chance of snow
intensifying.
showers in the
Why is
morning,
it
then
intensifying
partly
right now?
cloudy in the afternoon. Little
Why
or no
are
snow
our
accumulation.
fears of the future
Much colder with
intensifying?
highs in the lower 30s. Northwest
Because
winds 10 to 15
inflation.
miles an hour.
One,
Chance of snow 50%.
do you know what you're going
And
to
for
be
Friday
making
night, mainly clear.
next year, and if it will be
Near
able
steady
to
temperature
make
in the
ends
upper
meet
20s.
if inflation
And now, taking a look
continues
at
to
the
go up,
extended
which it
forecast
will.
for Saturday,
Do
partly
you have
sunny in the morning,
confidence,
then clearing.
or your
Near steady
anxiety
temperature
up a
around
little
30.
bit?
For Saturday night,
Okay,
clear.
it's up.
Lows in the
Why?
lower 20s.
Why
For
is this
Sunday,
happening?
sunny, warmer
Well,
with
if you
highs in the lower
understand
20s.
the Great Reset,
For
you
Sunday
know
night, mainly
what's
clear.
happening and why
Lows in the
inflation is going up.
For
If you look
Washington,
at your
Thursday,
gas pump
partly
and you're like,
cloudy,
how
mild,
can I afford to
highs
pump
in the
gas?
mid-50s.
Your
For Monday
anxiety
night,
goes up.
mostly cloudy.
Sure.
A chance of showers in the evening, then showers
Why is
likely
it going
after
up?
midnight.
Because of the
Mild.
people that believe in the Great
Lows around
Reset
40.
are trying to get rid of
Chance of
fossil
rain
fuels,
60%.
and so they're making it
And for
impossible to
Tuesday,
find new
showers,
fossil fuels
mild.
and to make
Highs in the
and
upper
then
50s.
refine those fossil
Chance of
fuels
rain
here in
90%.
America. So they are
The Pittsburgh,
causing
Pennsylvania
that
climate summary for
anxiety.
yesterday,
So the people who
February
are
15,
causing
2022.
your anxiety are the ones
Yesterday's
saying,
high temperature of 35 degrees
it's
occurred
going up.
at 5:11 p.m.
So we're going to be in
The
a
record high
position
is
here very
69
soon
degrees, which
to
was set
offer
in
a solution.
1964.
Now, first
Yesterday's
question,
low temperature of
why
9 degrees
would
occurred
you
at 5:56 a.m.
into the
The
solution
record low is minus 10 degrees, which was set
that
in
is presented by the people
1875.
who caused the
No
problem?
precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly
Well,
total at
because
1.76
you'll be in a
inches.
position to where you
This
won't
is
know what the
0.42
problem
inches
was,
above the normal amount of
and you'll be at your end
1.34
of your
inches
rope,
for February.
and they're offering a
The total
solution that,
precipitation
I don't
for
know,
the year still
sound
stands
okay,
at
do that.
4.75 inches,
That's
which
why.
is 0.45
That's why
inches
you
above
have
normal.
to know about the Great
No snow fell
Reset
yesterday,
now, and
which
you have
brings
to
the
tell
monthly
your
totals
friends
of
about it.
4.9
He says,
inches.
so
The
anxiety
The
is
total
going up, and
snowfall
to
since
achieve
July
a
1st
better
still
outcome,
stands at 25.9 inches.
the world
There was
must
a trace
act
of snow on the
jointly
ground.
and swiftly
There were
to
43
revamp
degree days
all
yesterday.
aspects of our
This brings
societies
the monthly
and
total
our
to
economy,
551.
from
The
education
yearly total
to
since
social
July 1st
contracts
is
and working
3,540.
conditions.
There were
Listen
no
carefully.
cooling degree days
Every
yesterday.
industry, from
This
oil
leaves the
and
monthly
gas
total
to
at zero.
tech,
The yearly
be
total since
transformed.
January 1st to zero.
In short,
The normal
it's
high
a great
temperature for today is
reset
40
of
degrees,
capitalism.
and the normal low is 23.
Okay, so we're going to
The
change
record
all
high
aspects
for
of our
today is
societies
76,
and our
which
economies,
occurred
from
in
education to social
1883, and
contracts.
the record
What
low
could
is
possibly go
-7,
wrong with
which
that?
occurred in
And you notice he
1963.
did say
Sunrise
you
today is
must
at 7:13 a.m.
you
and sunset
must
is at
transform.
5:57 p.m. Nearshore
From
forecast.
Greenpeace, another
For the
leader
following
in
nearshore
the
location,
ESG world,
Connie ought
we set up a
to
new
New
world
York.
order after World War
This
II.
afternoon,
We're now in a
winds to
different
30
world
knots.
than we were in then.
Partly
And we
sunny.
need to ask, what should we be
Waves
doing
in ice-free
differently?
areas 1
The
foot
World
or less.
Economic Forum has a big
Tonight,
responsibility in that
south winds
as
to 30
well,
knots.
to be pushing the
A
Great
slight
Reset
chance of showers.
and to look how we
Waves
create
1 foot or
well-being
less.
for people of all the earth.
Thursday, south winds
We
15
need
to
to
25
design a
knots
better
becoming
world
northwest and
based
diminishing
on
to 10 to 15 knots.
solidarity and sharing.
Rain showers.
Solidarity and
Waves
sharing
1
and
foot or
deciding
less.
how you protect
Thursday
people,
night,
both
northeast
within
winds
nations and
15 to 20
globally.
knots
It's
becoming
crucial.
northwest 10 to
We
15
need to
knots.
design policies
Rain
that
showers,
align
a chance
with
of snow showers and freezing rain
investment
in the
and
evening.
people,
Then snow
and
showers
the
likely with
environment.
pockets of rain
But
showers and
above
freezing
all,
rain overnight.
the longer-term perspective
1
is
foot or
about
less.
rebalancing
Wave
economies.
heights are for ice-free
That
areas.
means rebalancing.
The water
That is
temperature
a
off
global
Toledo is
shift of
35
wealth.
degrees.
There are poor
Cleveland
countries
33
and rich
degrees.
countries.
And all Ferry
We
33
need to
degrees.
get the rich countries to give money
At
to
9
the
a.m.
poor countries.
Pittsburgh
And if
reported
you think-
cloudy skies.
If you think the poor people
Temperature
are actually
39,
going to get our
dew by
money, and it's not going to just go
giving us
to enrich
52% relative
the
humidity.
organizations and the
Wind
people that
southeast
are
at
the
7 miles an
elites,
hour.
you're fooling
Winds to
yourself.
34. Pressure 30.34 inches and rising.
They're
Again,
doing these
Pittsburgh
things
reported
through
cloudy
fear
skies and 39 degrees.
because they are
At 9
afraid.
a.m. Elsewhere across
Hear me out on
southwest
this.
Pennsylvania, west
I'm gonna do a
Michigan,
chalkboard
40
on this.
degrees.
But let me just run it by you and see if it makes sense to you
Latrobe
without a
Arnold Palmer
chalkboard.
Regional Airport sunny 37.
Ted, I'm going to play some audio for you next hour.
Newcastle 38.
YouTube.
And Butler mostly sunny
Said,
40.
just have the
In
government.
northwest PA,
We
Erie
will
partly sunny
enforce
46
the laws.
degrees. Winds
Just
gusting
tell
to
us
37.
what's
Duluth
illegal
partly
speech
sunny
and what's
32.
not.
Clearfield partly sunny
That's an
28.
amazing
Franklin
statement.
partly sunny 37. Meadville partly sunny
Why would they
39.
do that?
Winds gusting to 21. And Bradford partly sunny 32.
Government.
In central and eastern
Do you think the
Altoona
government
sunny 30.
fears
State College sunny 30. Winds gusting
I
to
think
16.
it does.
Harrisburg mostly sunny
And
31.
I think it does
Philadelphia
because,
partly
A,
sunny
they
35.
know
and Johnstown
what's really
sunny
going
31.
on. They
In
know
Maryland,
what's
Oakland
happening in the
sunny
financial
34
market.
degrees.
They
In
know
West Virginia,
what
Morgantown
the
mostly
world
sunny
looks like
46
for
degrees.
America in the
Wheeling
future.
mostly sunny
And they
47.
know
Winds gusting to 25.
they've kind of caused a
Parkersburg
lot of it.
mostly sunny 46.
And people
Across
don't like
Ohio,
to be poor and
Zanesville
hungry
mostly
and
sunny
have their
43
country taken
degrees.
from them.
Akron partly sunny 43.
So they live in
Winds
fear.
gusting to
That's why
20.
they're cracking down.
Youngstown
That's why they're
cloudy
calling
42.
moms and
Cleveland
dads
partly sunny
terrorists.
45. Winds
They've got
gusting
to
to 20.
crack down.
Cincinnati cloudy 47.
Finance.
Toledo cloudy 46.
Do you think the
Winds
banks are
gusting to
afraid?
25. And Columbus partly sunny 46.
Well, I think the banks
Winds
and
gusting
the
to
Fed
24.
are so cushy. I don't know if they
Now here
actually
is
are
the
afraid.
synopsis. Dry
But
weather
they,
with gradually
at the
warming
lower
temperature
levels, they
can
should be
expected
very
through
afraid
Wednesday.
because
A dynamic
we're
system
on
will
to
bring
them.
rain and eventually
And when
some snow
our money
Thursday and
is
Thursday
gone,
night.
and they
The
are the
forecast
ones
for
who got
Pittsburgh
bailed
and
out
surrounding
again
counties
and again and
for
again,
today,
and
partly
they're
sunny this
fine,
morning.
and
Then
they're
becoming
telling us what
mostly
loans
cloudy.
we can and cannot have.
Mild.
They
Highs
are
in the
living in
mid-50s.
fear as well.
South winds 10 to 15 miles
Big
an hour with
business.
gusts up to 30 miles an
Media.
hour. For
I mean,
tonight,
those guys
mostly
living
cloudy.
in fear of just
Mild.
losing what they
Near
have
steady temperature
alone.
in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15
So
miles an
living
hour
in
with
fear.
gusts up
Doesn't
to
it make
25 miles
sense
an hour.
that they would maybe
For
work
Thursday,
together and say,
showers,
look, we're all
mild.
in this boat together,
Highs in the upper 50s.
because the people
South
are going to
winds
be
10 to
angry.
15 miles
They're going to
an
throw
hour
us
with
out of
gusts up to
office.
30
They'll
miles an
stop
hour.
using our products. They're
Chance of
already
rain
not
near
watching our
100%.
TV shows.
For Thursday night,
Tech
rain showers
knows
in
with
the evening,
AI
then a
what's
chance of
coming
rain
with
and snow showers
unemployment, and they'll
after
be blamed
midnight.
for it. You don't
Little or
think
no snow
tech,
accumulation.
look how popular they are
Much
now.
colder with
Can you
lows in the
imagine when there's
mid-20s.
40% unemployment
South
caused by
winds
AI
around
and big
15
tech?
miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour.
They all
have
west,
reasons
but
up to
to say
35
we're all
miles
in
an
this
hour
together.
after midnight.
Let's redesign the
Chance of
world.
precipitation near
We'll
100%.
protect each other.
For Friday,
We'll make
mostly
sure that
cloudy with a
our
chance of snow
lifeboat
showers
makes it
in
to
the morning.
shore.
Then partly cloudy in the
But
afternoon.
we just have to confuse
Little or
all
no
of the
snow
people,
accumulation.
the rest of the people that
Much
are on
colder
the
with highs
Titanic.
in the lower 30s.
We just have to confuse them enough
Northwest
so
winds
we
10 to
get
15
our
miles an
lifeboat
hour.
down in the water.
Chance of snow 50%.
That's what's happening.
And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the upper 20s.
So now what do we
And
do
now,
about it?
taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday,
There are a couple
partly
things.
sunny in the morning,
One,
then clearing.
you must
Near
know
setting
what
temperature
the
around
Great
30.
Reset is
For
and
Saturday
how
night,
it works.
clear.
It is the
Lows in the
Rosetta
lower
Stone
40s.
for everything that
For
is going
Sunday,
on.
sunny, warmer with
Two,
highs in the lower 50s.
You have to call
For
your
Sunday
state
night, mainly
legislators
clear.
and
Lows
get
in the
them
mid-30s.
to
For
sign
Washington
and
Thursday,
to
partly
develop a
cloudy.
bill. I'm
Mild.
hoping that Idaho
Highs in the
will
mid-50s.
have the best one.
For Monday
Kansas has
night,
a pretty good
mostly
one.
cloudy.
New
A
Hampshire
chance of
is
showers in the
working
evening.
with a lot of
Showers
different
likely after
states
midnight.
on their bill.
Mild.
This is
Lows
spreading
around
because
30.
of you.
Chance
These
of rain
legislators, these
60%.
politicians have
And
no
for Tuesday,
idea what's
showers.
going on.
Mild.
And the biggest
Highs in the upper
pushback
50s.
is these
Chance
are
of
free
rain
markets. It's
90%.
not from the Democrats. It's from the
Bureau is
Republicans.
7 a.m.
The
light water
Republicans are like,
gauge
these are free
readings for
markets.
today.
We don't have a right to say we're
Wednesday,
free markets.
February
This
16th.
is not a free market.
Belington,
This is
3.4.
designed to stop
Philip P.
the free market.
4.5.
This is designed
Mara.
to destroy
2.9.
capitalism. You're not protecting capitalism
5.7.
by not moving.
Davis.
You're actually helping
2.5.
destroy it.
Parsons,
And the only
4.1.
answer we have
Albright,
is at the local and state
12.0.
level.
Colfax, 7.0.
The states can say to the banks,
1.8.
you can do any
Markham.
metric you want as long as
8.4.
it's related to a
Conference.
person's financial
4.0.
situation, their financial
Ohio.
well-being. You can't use
3.9.
social credit scores
Friendsville,
to decide who you're
3.1.
giving a loan to.
Josephine,
That
4.3.
stops.
Kingston,
Some of the states
3.2.
are going a step further, and they're
Ferndale.
going after and saying, we're pulling
3.7.
all of our pension funds
Rockville,
out of BlackRock.
5.3. Kitzmiller,
That's billions of dollars.
3.3. Warren,
If your state
4.5.
doesn't do it,
Meadville,
California and New York are big
5.6.
pension holders.
Franklin,
It's just like the curriculum.
5.6.
If California and New
Detroit,
York decide what the
3.5.
curriculum is for their states, most
Pittsburgh,
likely the rest of the country is going to
4.4.
get it because they control it.
7.4.
We have to be
St.
in
Charles,
this fight now.
4.5.
Educate yourself. Educate your
9
friends.
a.m.
Call your lawmakers
Pittsburgh,
locally.
reported cloudy skies.
Tell your state reps and your
Temperature
state
39.
senators
Dew point
you've got to
23.
work on an
Giving us
anti-ESG
52%
bill.
relative
And know
humidity.
that you're probably going to have to
Wind southeast at
educate
7 miles an hour. Wind
because
chill 34.
most people don't know what it is. We're way ahead of the
inches
curve.
rising. Again, Pittsburgh
You
reported cloudy skies and
critical
39
at
degrees.
this point. Also,
9 a.m.
the other side of the
Elsewhere
break,
across
I'm going to give you
southwest
one more thing to
Pennsylvania,
do.
West Michigan, sunny 40 degrees.
And
Beaver Falls,
nobody
mostly
is talking
sunny,
about
41.
this, but
Lake
it
Arnold
is
Palmer Regional
essential
Airport, sunny,
that we
37.
rally around the
41.
Senate
Washington, 44.
and the
Newcastle,
leaders
38. And
that were on
mostly
the
sunny, 40.
banking committees.
In northwest
They
PA,
walked out
partly
yesterday
sunny, 46
for
degrees.
a reason.
Winds
You
gusting
need
to
to understand
37.
that reason
Dew
and
point
rally
partly
around them.
sunny,
I think
32.
they were just trying to buy
Partly
time
sunny,
until
28.
people figured out what was going on.
37.
I'll help you figure that out
39.
coming up.
Winds gusting to
Rough
21.
Greens. Whether you got a young pup, by the way, my dog, my wife said, we're not getting another dog.
Alton, sunny,
Well,
30.
this is it.
College, sunny,
So
30.
we lose Uno. This will be it.
16.
And I said,
Harrisburg,
you're
mostly sunny,
dog.
31.
No,
Philadelphia,
I'm
partly
tired
sunny,
of
35.
having a dog. Can't go any
Johnstown, sunny,
place.
31.
Dog, blah, blah,
In
blah.
Maryland, Oakland, sunny, 34 degrees.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm tired of it.
Morgantown, mostly
I came
sunny,
home
46
yesterday.
degrees. Wheeling,
Yes,
mostly sunny,
I've been gone for
47.
3 days.
Winds gusting to 25.
She said to me, within the first 5 minutes,
46.
did you see the email I sent you?
Across
I said,
Ohio,
no, I haven't had a chance to check
Evansville,
my
mostly
email all
sunny,
day.
43 degrees.
Look at that.
Akron,
I
partly
opened
sunny,
it up. It's
43.
pictures of a
Winds
dog.
gusting to 28.
Get the same
Youngstown,
thing right
cloudy,
now. I
42.
believe it with
Cleveland,
us
partly
with the
sunny,
dog.
45.
So anyway,
Winds
back to
gusting to 28.
we're feeding
Cincinnati,
Rough
cloudy,
Greens
47.
to Uno. It's a
Illegal, cloudy,
supplement,
46.
and he
Winds
has
gusting
changed.
to
He
25.
is so,
And Columbus, partly
he's like a
sunny,
puppy
46.
again.
Winds gusting
If
to
you
24.
want the best for your dog, which I know you
The
do,
Pittsburgh,
try Rough
Pennsylvania
Greens,
climate
please. You
summary
can get
for
the first
yesterday,
bag free, but
February
you want to make sure
15th,
your dog will like it.
2022.
And then start
Yesterday's high
feeding it. If you
temperature of
eat it,
35
you
degrees
start
occurred
feeding
at
it to your dog,
5:11 p.m.
they'll love it.
The
They'll love it,
record
and
high
you'll
of
see a
69
change.
degrees, which
You
was
really
set in
will. Rough Greens,
1954. Yesterday's low
RUFFgreens.com/vet,
temperature of 9 degrees occurred at 5:56 a.m.
GLENN33, or
The record low is -10 degrees,
RuffGreens.com/vet.
which was set in 1875.
Sign up for the free
No
newsletter
precipitation
today
fell
at
yesterday, which
glennback.com.
leaves the monthly total at 1.76
The Jazz of
inches.
Pittsburgh,
This is
1320
0.42
WJAS
inches
is
above
an
the normal
iHeart
amount of
radio station.
1.34 inches
Stream
for
us
February.
anytime,
The total
anywhere.
precipitation for the year still stands at
Celebrating
4.75
100
inches,
years on the
which is
air in Pittsburgh.
0.45
The Talk
inches
of
above normal.
Pittsburgh, 1320
There was no snow yesterday
EAS.
which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches.
2022.
The total snowfall since Pittsburgh still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground. There were 43-degree days yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 551. The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23.
Like to live your life
The
without
record
glasses
high for today
nowadays.
is 76, which occurred in
I wore them
1883, and the
for
record
30
low is
years,
-7,
and I
which
wore them
occurred
for
in
Princeton. So I
1963.
was constantly
The high
moving my
today
head
is at
up and down,
7:13 a.m. and
and
sunset is at
the getting
5:57
headaches
p.m.
from doing that. I do not
Now
have to
here
wear
is the
any
synopsis.
glasses
Dry
to
weather
read,
with
to
gradually
do
warming
anything
temperature
now.
can be
So what would
expected
you
through
say to
Wednesday.
somebody that's on the fence
A
about getting
dynamic
the
system
procedure?
will bring
Go
rain and
for it.
eventually
You
some
don't
snow
have to have
Thursday
the
and
glass.
Thursday night.
And how about your experience with
The
the staff at
forecast
Scott
for
Christie Eye
Pittsburgh
Care
and surrounding
Associates?
The
counties
people were
for today,
fantastic at Scott
partly
and
sunny this
Christie,
morning,
and so
then
was the
becoming
surgery
mostly
center.
cloudy.
I would recommend
Mild.
anybody to go to
Highs in the
Scott and
mid-50s.
Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care
South winds
Associates.
10 to
Vision
15
for
miles
life.
an hour
Go
with
to
gusts up to 30
scottandchristie.com
miles
or
an
call
hour.
724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract
Steady
surgery.
temperature in the
Hey,
upper
still
40s.
here to talk with Pittsburgh Social
South winds 10 to 15 miles an
You've
hour
heard me
with
talk
gusts
about
up
Mike
to
Bianco,
25
Tower
miles
Auto
an hour.
Sales on Mike's weekly show.
For
That's
Thursday,
Tower Auto
showers,
402, Saturday
mild.
morning to 7:30 here at
Highs in the upper
WJAS.
50s.
At least the weeks you've heard us talk about
South
the
winds 10 to
House
15
Food
miles
Auto
an hour with gusts
This
up to
changes
30
times for all of
miles
us,
an
without
hour.
a doubt. For some of us,
Chance of
those
rain
changes
near
might no
100%.
longer need that extra car we have
For
lying around in
Thursday
the
night,
garage.
rain
Or that
showers
decent
in the
payment plan
evening,
we signed
then a
on
chance
for
of rain
our
and
new
snow
car
showers
years
after
ago.
midnight.
Might not be the best idea now.
Little or no
So if this
snow
might be you,
accumulation.
you might call it Tower.
Much colder with lows in the mid-20s.
412-828-6202.
South
Simply
winds
put, life
around
is
15
buying
miles
cars.
an hour with
Things are
gusts
so
up to
interesting
45 miles
with
an
the car
hour,
market at the
becoming
moment.
west
Now
with
is
gusts
actually the
up
best
to
time for you to
35
sell
miles
your
an
car.
hour after
You that
midnight.
know that lease you thought was
Chance of
unbreakable.
precipitation
Again,
near
that car
100%.
collecting dust might end
For
up collecting
Friday,
you dollars
mostly
instead.
cloudy with a
Let
chance
Mike
of
help you
snow
out
showers
and
in
start
the morning,
first call.
then partly cloudy in the afternoon.
412-828-6202. And we
Little
sell
or
it
no
too.
snow
Check out
accumulation.
TowerAutoSales.com.
Much colder with highs in the lower 30s.
Tune in to us on Saturday.
Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an
If
hour.
you are looking to grow savings for
Chance of
retirement
snow
and other
50%.
milestones, and the guaranteed
And for
growth of your
Friday
funds
night,
support,
mainly
what's
clear.
GBU like?
Near steady
GBU's
temperature
Asset
in the
Guard
upper
Annuity
20s.
offers guaranteed interest
And
rates
now,
that secure the
taking a
growth
look
of
at
your
the
savings.
extended
The
forecast
Asset Guard
for
Annuity offers
Saturday,
your savings
partly
interest
sunny
rate
in the
for
morning,
2, 3,
then clearing.
4, or 5 years.
Near
You
steady
have
temperature
free
around
access to a
30.
portion of your funds at all
For
times,
Saturday
and
night,
full access to
clear.
your funds in the event that you
Lows
meet
in the
certain
lower
health criteria,
20s.
such as a critical
For
or
Sunday,
terminal illness.
sunny,
In addition,
warmer
you
with
become a
highs in the lower
GBU member
50s.
with access to great
For
benefits
Sunday
such as
night,
local discounts,
mainly clear.
scholarships, and
Lows in the
community service
mid-30s.
opportunities. Secure
For
your
Washington's
future. Give
birthday,
back to your
partly
community
cloudy.
today by joining
Mild.
GBU Life. Just get an
Highs in the
appointment with a local
mid-50s.
agent and find out
For
more about
Monday night,
GBU's
mostly
Asset Guard
cloudy.
Annuity. Visit
A chance of
GBU.org.
showers in the evening,
Annuities are
then
issued by
showers
GBU
likely
Financial Life
after midnight.
Annuity application
Mild.
ICC 21-1.
Lows around
Not
40.
available in all states and may
Chance of
vary
rain
by state.
60%.
GBU Life.
And for
Securing
Tuesday,
futures. Giving
showers,
back.
mild.
Pittsburgh traffic and
Highs
weather.
in the upper
79
50s.
northbound accident
Chance
cleanup
of
at
rain
Carnegie. It's off at
90%.
the shoulder now. Slowdowns with work on
This is
79
NOAA
south at the
Radio
Double
EAS
Island
35
Bridge
in
and
Pittsburgh,
79 north and
Pennsylvania.
south. Watch for
Operating
delays
on
with work going on between Mount Nebo
106.55
Road and the
megahertz
Parkway
with a
North.
power
About
output of
total traffic.
1,000
Partly
watts.
sunny and
Transmitter
unseasonably warm
located
today
on the
with a high of 59,
tower,
mostly
with
cloudy tonight with a
broadcast
low of
originating
47.
from the National
Cold weather
Weather Service
continues
in
tomorrow.
Township,
Showers with a
Pennsylvania.
high of 60, rainy tomorrow night
At
with a
9
chance of
a.m.
snow as well and a low of
Pittsburgh,
27. And partly
reporting
sunny
cloudy
Friday with a
skies.
chance of snow showers and a high of
Temperature
33.
39, dew point
From the Ireland
23,
Contracting
giving us
Studios, I'm Greg
52%
Maxwell.
relative
I'm
humidity.
talking Pittsburgh
Wind
1320
southeast at 7
WJAS.
miles an hour. Wind chill 34. Pressure 30.34 inches and rising. Again, Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 39 degrees.
This is the Glenn Beck program.
At 9 a.m.
In hour number 3, I'm going to go into this in great detail, but
sunny 40
the
degrees.
Fed
Beaver
has
Falls mostly sunny 41.
3
Metro
of their
Palmer
positions
Regional
open
Airport sunny
right
37.
now. Normally,
Indiana
this
41.
is something
Washington
that's
44.
you just
Newcastle 38. And Butler mostly
however,
sunny
what
40.
they're trying to do is change
In
the
Northwest PA,
balance of the
partly
Fed
sunny
board
46
and
degrees.
have these
Winds
people that
gusting
believe
to
the Fed
37.
should be the Bank of America, and the new person that is in control of all the banking regulations and everything else, the GOP walked out the hearing because they can't get answers from these people, and they had to vote yesterday whether to approve them or not. They know they'll lose because you know, the Democrats have the majority,
in Maryland.
so they walk out.
34 degrees.
And I believe they are looking for
mostly
support.
sunny,
I
46
believe
degrees.
they're looking
Wheeling mostly
for
sunny,
people to
47.
rise up
Winds
and
gusting
start
to 25.
phone
Parkersburg,
calls,
mostly sunny, 46.
start spreading the word
Across Ohio,
about who these
Zanesville, mostly
people are and what
sunny,
they
43
actually
degrees.
want to do.
Akron, partly
They
sunny,
are going to
43.
make an
Winds
end run
gusting to 20.
around
Youngstown,
Congress,
cloudy, 42.
not only the Constitution, but also
Cleveland, partly
Congress.
sunny, 45.
I
Winds
believe
gusting
if
to 20.
these people are approved, I'll give you all the details in hour 3.
Winds gusting to 25. And Columbus, partly sunny, 46. Winds
Stream
gusting to
us
24.
anytime, anywhere. The
Near
Sound
shore
of Pittsburgh, 1320
For the following nearshore
WJAS is on the iHeartRadio app.
New York. This afternoon,
Winter can
southwest
freeze on your finances with expensive car repairs. You don't want to deal with a broken Jeep or get stuck somewhere this time of year because your car broke down. That's why I got Car Shield, and you should too. Taking care of covered repairs with Car Shield's administrators is super easy. They handle all the paperwork, the expensive payments that you don't have, and Car Shield can help save you thousands. I get to choose the mechanic to do the work, whether it's at the dealership or my favorite guy. Car Shield takes care of everything else. Plans through Car Shield even provide coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental coverage, and trip reimbursement, all at no additional charge. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, Car Shield has monthly coverage options that will fit your budget. That's why Car Shield is your best defense against costly repairs that put your plans and finances in cold storage this winter. Don't wait for that check engine light to pop on a groovy day. Let Car Shield keep you on the road. CarShield.com/bet. Save 10% right now. CarShield.com/bet. Deductible may apply. Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it,
gradually warming
that sounds like
temperature
something to look
can be
into,
expected
and
to
that's MetaShare. Maybe you've
A
heard
dynamic
switching
system
to
will bring
MetaShare
rain
can
and
pay for
eventually
healthcare
come
can
snow.
save the typical
Thursday
family
and Thursday night.
$500 a month.
The
And
forecast
that's
for
huge, but it's
Pittsburgh
also
and
true that
surrounding
people are
counties.
way more
For today,
satisfied
partly sunny
after
this
making
morning,
a switch.
then becoming
The customer
mostly cloudy.
satisfaction rate for
Mild.
MetaShare is double that
Highs
of
in the
a typical
mid-50s.
health insurance plan.
South
Double.
winds 10 to 15
MetaShare
miles an
works.
hour
It's
with
been around for more
gusts
than a
up to
quarter
30
century,
miles
and
an
members
hour.
have shared more than
For tonight,
$3
mostly
billion
cloudy.
of each other's bills.
Mild.
People love having
Near
telehealth
steady
and a
temperature in the
nationwide
upper
computer
40s.
network, so
South
yeah, you
winds
can
10
save
to
a
15
ton, but
miles
like it
an hour
better.
with gusts
Imagine
up
being
to
happy
25
with how
miles
you're
an
taking
hour.
care of your health care.
For
So if
Thursday,
you're self-employed or part of the gig
mild.
economy, or you just want to
Highs
play on
in
the
the
active
upper
list,
50s.
you can call right now.
South winds
Get a
10
price
to
for
15 miles
minutes.
an hour with
Very,
gusts
very
up
smart.
to 30 miles
Here's
an
the
hour.
number you need.
Chance of rain near
855-BIBLE-11.
100%.
That's
For Thursday night,
855-BIBLE-11.
rain showers in the evening. Then a chance of rain and
855-BIBLE-11.
snow showers after midnight.
C&J Waterproofing
Little or no
congratulates
snow accumulation.
WJAS for 100
Much colder
years
with
on
lows
the
in the
air.
mid-20s.
Attack of Pittsburgh,
South winds
1320
around 15 miles
WJAS.
an hour with gusts up to
When you
45
need to have
miles an
cover
hour.
for or
Becoming
replace
west with
cold
gusts
blowouts,
up to
contracting and
35
roofing.
miles
They
an
can help
hour
with all
after
your roofing
midnight.
needs, including
Chance of
emergencies. They'll
precipitation
call
near
Everett
100%.
24/7.
For
McClellan's
Friday,
Contracting and
mostly
Roofing is
cloudy
Owen's
with a chance
20
of snow
preferred
showers
contractor.
in the morning.
Over
Then partly cloudy in the
155 5-star
afternoon.
reviews and rated by the
Little
Better
or no
Business
snow
Bureau. You can rest
accumulation.
easy knowing you'll receive
Much
quality
colder
work
with
and
highs in
outstanding
the lower
customer
30s.
service. Financing is available.
Northwest winds
McClellan's
10
can now
to
put you
15
in
miles
for
an
spring
hour.
of 2022.
Chance
Call
of
today
snow
412 353
And for Friday
5660.
night,
That's
mainly
412 353
Near steady
5660 or
temperature in
online
the
at
upper 20s.
McClellan'sRoofing.com.
And now,
It's about the
taking a look at
Warrior
the extended
Foundation, the
forecast.
post
For
9/11
Saturday,
Veterans
partly sunny
Organization,
in the morning.
located in the Pittsburgh area. It's about the
Near
Warrior
steady temperature
Foundation
around 30.
assists and empowers
For
all
Saturday
post
night,
9/11
clear.
veterans and their families
Lows
in
in
the
the lower
tri-state
20s.
area. They do this
For
regardless
Sunday,
if they've been
sunny,
wounded or
warmer
deployed
with
with
highs
their
in the
various
lower
programs.
50s.
With these programs,
For
it's
Sunday
about
night,
the Warrior
mainly clear.
Foundation will lead our
Lows
veterans
in the
to a
mid-30s.
successful and enriched life.
For Washington
Please help our
Thursday,
brave men
partly
and brave
cloudy.
women by donating today
Mild.
at
Highs in the mid-50s.
iacw.us.
For
That's
Monday night, mostly cloudy.
iacw.us.
A chance of showers in the evening.
I'm Danny Anthony,
Showers
Fox
likely
News,
after
and that
midnight.
assist comes from the current president. Fox's
Lows
Jerry
around
Halpern
40.
live at the Capitol. The
Chance of
President
rain
Biden is
60%.
rejecting an executive privilege
And for
claim from
Tuesday,
former President
showers.
Trump and allowing the National Archives
Highs
to
in the
release
upper
White House
50s.
visitor logs from January
Chance
6,
of rain
2021.
90%.
Those records would show
Now
who had
here is the
appointments and meetings
synopsis.
at the White
Dry
House on the
weather
day of the
with
Capitol
gradually
riot.
warming
White House
temperature
counsel
can
Dana
be
Remus
expected
says
through
President
Wednesday.
Biden considered his
A
president
dynamic system
predecessor's
will
claim
bring
to
rain
keep
and
the records
eventually come
private,
snow.
but decided
Thursday
it
and
was not
Thursday
in the
night.
best interest of the United
The
States.
forecast for
President Biden
Pittsburgh
has
and
allowed other
surrounding
White House
counties.
records from the Trump
For
administration
today,
to be released
partly
by the
sunny this
archives
morning.
to the
Then
congressional
becoming
panel
mostly
investigating
cloudy.
the January
January 6th
mild.
attack.
Highs in the
Yeah, Russia
mid-50s.
continues to insist using
South
videos
winds
to back
10
up
to
its claim.
15
And
miles
some
an
troops
hour
and
with
weapons
gusts
near
up to
Ukraine are
30
being moved
miles
back to
an
their
hour.
bases, but the U.S.
For
can't
tonight,
verify that,
mostly
and NATO
cloudy.
leader Jens Stoltenberg
Mild.
says today there
clouds.
Near steady temperature in the upper 40s.
On the more
Southwinds
are
10 to
the way.
13 miles an
Biden
hour
has
with
warned of
gusts
severe
up to
punishment if
24
Russia
miles an
invades
hour.
Ukraine. Fox's Peter
For
Doocy at the
Thursday,
White House.
showers,
Officials
mild.
around here talk
Highs in the
about
upper
the possibility of Russia
Southwinds 10
retaliating
to
against
15
U.S.
miles an hour with
sanctions.
gusts
They
up to 30
direct us
miles an
to
hour.
the Colonial Pipeline
Chance of rain near
from last
100%.
spring that wreaked
For
havoc up
Thursday
and
night,
down the
rain
East
showers
Coast.
in the evening.
Parents saying
Then a
that the
chance
school
of
board
rain
in San
and snow
Francisco
showers
took
after
action last
midnight.
night, voting
Little
3
or no
members
snow
out to the
accumulation.
recall election.
Much
All of
colder
them
with lows in
Democrats
the
who
mid-20s.
critics say prioritized
Southwinds
racial
around
equality
15
over
miles an hour with
education
gusts
during
up
the
to 45
pandemic with a
miles an hour.
series of
East to
blunders,
west with gusts
including
up to
renaming
35
44
miles an
schools
hour
they
after
deemed to be
midnight.
offensive without
Chance
a
of
plan to get
precipitation
kids back
near
to those very
100%.
same schools.
Fox's buddy account in San
Mostly
Francisco.
cloudy
In
with a chance
Missouri,
of
a school
snow
bus
showers
taking a
in the
basketball
morning.
team home
Then
from a high
partly
school
cloudy
game
in the
crashed
afternoon.
late last night near
Little
Thomasville,
or no
veering
snow
off a highway,
accumulation.
hitting several trees,
Much
then
colder
landing on
with
its
highs in
side.
the lower
There were
30s.
18 students and 2 adults were hurt.
Northwest winds
Most
10 to
suffered
15
minor
miles
injuries.
an hour.
America's listening to
Chance of
Fox
snow
News.
50%.
Finding great candidates
And
to
for
hire
Friday
can
night,
be like,
mainly
well,
clear.
trying to find a needle in a
Near steady
haystack, but
temperature in
not
the upper
with
20s.
ZipRecruiter. Its
And
powerful
now,
technology
taking a look at
actively
the
finds
extended
and invites
forecast for
qualified
Saturday,
candidates to apply to
partly
your
sunny
job.
in the morning.
So while
Then
other
clearing.
companies might deliver a lot of
Near
hay,
steady temperature
ZipRecruiter
around
finds
30.
you the needle
For
in the
Saturday
haystack.
night,
See
clear.
why 4 out of 5
Lows in the
employers who
lower
post a
20s.
job on ZipRecruiter get a
For
quality
Sunday,
candidate
sunny.
within the first
Warmer
day.
with highs in the
Try
lower
ZipRecruiter
50s.
for free at
For Sunday night, mainly clear.
ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's
Lows in the mid-30s.
ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
For Washington, Thursday, partly cloudy.
Someone stole my baby.
Mild.
By the way, my baby is my
Highs in the
landscaping
mid-50s.
truck that was literally
For
stolen
Monday
from a
night,
job site.
mostly cloudy.
Baby, won't you please
A
come
chance of showers in the evening.
home?
Dust showers likely after midnight. Mild.
With 30
Lows around 40.
options,
A chance of rain 60%. And for Tuesday, showers. Mild.
Hi,
In the
my
upper 50s.
sweetheart. By the way, that's my riding
Chance of
lawnmower.
rain 90%. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 16, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was
Ireland
set in
Contracting
1964.
congratulates
Yesterday's low
WJAS for
temperature of
100
9
years on
degrees
the air.
occurred at
Talk of
5:56 a.m.
Pittsburgh,
The
1320
record low is
WJAS.
-10 degrees, which was set in 1875.
By Bogdan Family
No
Wealth
precipitation fell yesterday, which leaves the monthly total at 1.76 inches.
With the news
This
update
is
on the top
0.42
of
inches
Pittsburgh.
above the normal amount of 1.34
JAS,
inches
House
for February.
February 6th committee is
The
issuing
total
another round of
precipitation for the year
subpoenas.
still
One heads
stands
to
at
Republican state
4.75
lawmaker in
inches, which
Pennsylvania,
is
gubernatorial
0.45
candidate
inches above
Doug
normal.
Mastriano.
No snow fell yesterday,
Pittsburgh
which
City
brings the
Council
monthly
made
total
claims
to
that
4.9
rains vote in
inches.
closed session a couple
The
weeks
total
ago was
snowfall since
inappropriate.
July 1st
The
still
Brown
stands
says
at
council members
25.9
violated
inches.
Pennsylvania's sunshine
There
law,
was a
citing
trace
their
of snow on the
secrecy
ground.
of public funds.
There were
While
43
council
degree
approves
days
Mayor
yesterday.
Ed Gainey's
This
appointments
brings
for
the
the
monthly
city
total to
solicitor,
551.
director positions.
The yearly total
Lucia
since July
Kubiak,
1st is
city solicitor,
3,540.
public safety director,
There were no
Schmidt,
cooling degree days
on that
yesterday.
role full time.
This
State health
leaves the
officials
monthly
say
total
COVID
at
cases
0.
hit low levels.
The yearly
Have been
total
seen
since
6
January
months in the
1st is 0.
Commonwealth Diocese of
The
Pittsburgh.
normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23.
By the end of this
The
month.
record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in 1963. Sunrise today is at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57 p.m.
5-4 overtime win over
Now
the
here's the
Flyers last
synopsis.
night.
Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday.
The Maple Leafs
A
tomorrow.
dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night.
Last night. Hit at UNC this
The
evening.
forecast
Duquesne
for
hosting
Pittsburgh
George
and
Washington.
surrounding counties.
U.S. men's hockey team
For the rest of
quest for
today,
Olympic medal
partly
over
sunny late this
by
morning,
Slovakia.
then becoming mostly
Shootout.
cloudy.
U.S. women go for
Mild.
gold tonight against Canada.
Highs in the
This
mid-50s.
report is sponsored by
South
the
winds
Coaching
10 to
Alliance.
15 miles an hour with
Our high
gusts
school
up to
sports
30 miles
sponsor,
an
Coaching
hour.
Alliance can
For
help.
tonight,
CAA
mostly
National
cloudy.
nonprofit offers more than
Mild.
1,000 free online
Near
resources.
steady temperature in the upper
Sports
40s.
coaches, parents, students,
South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to
CAADevZone.org.
25 miles an
On the
hour.
top of Pittsburgh.
For Thursday, showers.
JAS.
The road trip
Highs
to
in the
women's
upper
basketball
50s.
continues this Thursday as the
South
Panthers head
winds
to the
10 to
University of
15
Miami
miles
to
an
take on
hour
the
with
Hurricanes.
gusts up to
Starts at
30 miles an
We'll be out
hour.
there at 5:45.
Chance of rain
Show
near
right here.
100%.
Your help for Flavor Mist
For
basketball all
Thursday
season
night,
long. We're
rain
talking
30 then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
Inbound Parkway West, an accident as you're heading towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. You've got heavy delays just about top of the hill.
Hill. Parkway East is
South
slowed
winds
down from
around
Edgewood to
15 miles
Swissvale.
an
About
hour with
divers
gusts
little
up to
traffic.
Sunday, so
45
sunny
miles
clouds
an
today,
hour.
warming up to a high of 59,
Up
mostly
to
overcast
35
tonight, with a
miles
low
an
of
hour
47.
after midnight.
A rainy day tomorrow,
Chance
it's
of
still warm with a high of
precipitation
60.
near
Some
100%.
rain tomorrow night with a
For
possibility
Friday,
of snow as well,
mostly
with a low
cloudy
of
with a chance of
27
snow
and a chance of
showers
snow
in the
showers
morning.
on Friday.
And
Otherwise,
partly cloudy
partly
in the
sunny,
afternoon.
cooling down to a high of
Little
33.
or no snow
From the
accumulation.
Ireland Contracting
Much
Studios,
colder
I'm
with
Greg
highs in the
Maxwell.
lower
I'm talking
30s.
Pittsburgh 1320
Northwest winds 10 to
WJAS.
15 miles an hour. Chance of snow 50%. And for Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the upper northeast. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday night, clear. Lows in the lower northeast. For Sunday, sunny, warmer with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington, Thursday, partly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the evening, then showers likely after midnight.
Hello, America, and welcome to the Glenn Beck
Lows
program.
around 40.
I am going to
Chance of rain
unlock
60%.
all of the stories that are happening today, and I'll show you, if you have the
Highs
decoder
in the
ring,
upper 50s.
how everything
Chance
makes
of rain
sense, and it
90%.
shows you exactly the road in which we are traveling.
Pittsburgh
We
Airport
begin in
reported
60
cloudy
seconds.
skies. Temperature 46, dew point 25, humidity
So Michael wrote in
43%.
about his experience with Relief
Wind south
Factor.
at
He
8
says,
miles an hour.
kudos.
Wind chill
Only
42.
2 days after I started taking
34.31
Relief
inches
Factor,
and
my
falling.
knees started to becoming more
Once again,
flexible.
at Pittsburgh
Had
Airport,
hardly
it was
any pain. I
46
walked up
cloudy
the stairs.
skies.
Normally, it's just one at a time.
Here are the
This
7
is
a.m.
lasting.
Whitewater
Thank
gauge
you
readings
so
for
much,
today.
Relief Factor.
Wednesday, February
Michael,
16th.
thank you for taking it, trying it, and writing in and telling us your
4.5.
experience. It's Relief
Audra.
Factor. Created by
3.9.
doctors, it helps your body
Buchanan.
reduce inflammation in
5.7.
4 different ways.
Davis.
I want you to just
2.5.
try it, see if it's right for you. The people who try it for 3
4.1.
weeks, 70% of them find relief. They go
12.0.
on to order more month after month.
Colfax.
$19.95 for the
7.0.
trial pack. Hundreds of thousands of people have ordered it.
1.8.
70% order more. That's pretty good
2.4.
odds that this is going to help you.
Confluence.
ReliefFactor.com.
4.0.
If you've given up on trying to find a way out of pain,
3.9.
don't give up. Don't give up. Try
Friendsville.
Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com. 800, the number
Josephine.
4 relief. The number 4
4.3.
relief. 800
Kingston.
4 relief or ReliefFactor.com. Feel the difference.
3.7.
All right, I
Rockville.
want to take you
5.3.
down an
Chick-fil-A.
unbelievable road
3.3.
here for a few minutes. I don't know if
4.5.
you have seen the reports now,
5.6.
but the
Franklin.
CBC
5.6.
is combing through
Ridgeway.
the illegally hacked
3.5.
database of Give, Send,
Pittsburgh.
Go donors.
4.4.
Okay, that's bad
Parker.
enough. But you need to understand
7.4.
the CBC is
St.
not
Charles.
like ABC. That's the
4.5.
Canadian broadcasting
At 10
company.
a.m. Elsewhere
And
across
it is
southwest Pennsylvania,
funded
West
by
Richland
the
sunny
state.
and 45
This
degrees.
is a
Beaver
state.
Falls
This is
sunny
like the
51.
BBC.
Winds gusting to 21.
It's all
Reecom
funded
sunny
by the
52.
state, so they
Connellsville fair
do the
56.
state's bidding.
Indiana 43.
So
Washington
now
49.
you have the
Newcastle 44.
CBC
And Butler
and
sunny
journalists
45.
going through
In northwest
an
Pennsylvania,
illegally
very
hacked
sunny
database
49 degrees.
of donors
Winds gusting to
that
44.
gave
Dew point
to
sunny
the
36.
truckers up
Clearfield
in
sunny
Canada,
33. Franklin sunny
and
42.
emailing them,
Winds gusting to
calling
21.
them, and
Meadville sunny
asking them
43.
to explain
Winds gusting
themselves.
to
We should
25.
point out,
And
the
Bradford sunny
media keeps
36.
trying to justify
In
this by
central
using
and
the term
eastern
leak.
Pennsylvania,
Like
Altoona
this was
sunny
leaked
34.
data as if
St.
like a
Paul sunny
whistleblower
32.
came
Winds
out from
gusting
a
to
solar
60.
company who
Harrisburg
had them
mostly sunny
stolen.
35.
Yeah.
Philadelphia
Remember,
partly
they
sunny
wouldn't
41.
report on
And Johnstown sunny
Hunter
34.
Biden's laptop
In
because
Maryland,
it
Oakland
might
sunny
not be
37
his,
degrees.
and they weren't sure it
Cumberland
wasn't
sunny
stolen.
33.
Well, we now know it
In
wasn't
West
stolen,
Virginia,
and it was his,
Morgantown
and it was
sunny
his, and
51
they
degrees.
wouldn't
Reading
touch
sunny
that
50.
because
Winds
we don't
gusting to
handle
30.
things.
Parkersburg
We don't
sunny
do
and
things
50.
that we don't
In
know
Ohio,
if it's been
Hinesville
illegally
sunny
obtained.
45 degrees.
Well, you know this
Winds
has.
gusting to 24.
So now
Akron
they are
cloudy
going
46.
through the $2
Winds
million
gusting to
of
33.
donations,
Cambridge fair
and
49.
they're calling
Winds gusting to
all of
25.
these donors.
Youngstown cloudy 46.
Why did you
Winds
do it?
gusting
Do
to
you regret
22.
it?
Cleveland cloudy 46.
I'm happy to
Winds
say the
gusting to
donors are
31.
not
Cincinnati
afraid
partly
of
sunny
the
51.
CBC.
Winds
And
gusting
they're
to
not
20.
afraid.
Phillyville sunny
The
48.
amazing thing
Winds
is the
gusting
donors
to
that they have
30.
been
And
calling
Columbus partly
have been
sunny
saying, yeah,
48. Winds
I did
gusting
it,
to
I'd do it
24.
again. Why are you calling me?
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania
How
climate
did you
summary
get my
for yesterday,
information?
February 15th,
Your
2022.
financial information
Yesterday's high temperature
is
of
all known by
35
the
degrees
government
occurred at
because of the
5:11
emergency
p.m.
orders.
The record high is
These guys
69
also, by
degrees,
the way,
which was set in
because of
1954.
the emergency
Yesterday's
act
low
that
temperature of
Trudeau
9 degrees occurred
imposed,
at
they're
5:56
comparing
a.m.
the blockade
The
to
record low is
terrorism.
-10 degrees, which was set in 1875.
Really?
No precipitation
They
fell
say
yesterday,
it's an
which
emergency
leaves the monthly
because the
total at
blockade by both
1.76
persons and
inches.
motor vehicles
This
is
is
occurring at
0.42
various
inches above the
locations
normal
throughout
amount of
Canada and
1.34 inches for
continuing to
February.
threaten and
The
oppose
total
measures to
precipitation
remove
for
the
the year still
blockade.
stands at 4.75
They say that
inches,
they have
which
the
is 0.45
potential for
inches
violence.
above
There is
normal.
no violence. There was.
No snow fell
Somebody
yesterday,
did ram a
which brings the
car
monthly total to
into a bunch
4.9
of people in a
inches.
truck.
The total
That was an
snowfall since
Antifa
July
person.
1st still stands
It
at
wasn't the truckers.
25.9
He was
inches.
aimed to stop the
There was a
truckers.
trace of snow
An
on the ground.
Antifa person.
There were
Have you even
43
heard that?
degree days yesterday.
So they have to
This brings the
remove
monthly
the
total to
continuing
551.
threats.
The yearly total since July 1st is
Oh,
3,540.
They say that
There were no cold
blockades have the
degree days
potential for
yesterday.
violence
This leaves the
for the
monthly
purpose
total
of
at
achieving
zero.
a political or
The yearly
ideological
total since January
objective
1st is zero.
within Canada.
The normal high
Now,
temperature for
what
today is 40
does
degrees,
that make
and the
them?
normal low is
If
23.
you are
The
using
record high for today is 76, which
tactics
occurred in 1883,
that
and the
are
record low is
dangerous,
-7, which
and you're
occurred
trying
in
to achieve a
1963.
political goal,
Sunrise today
why
is at
that's
7:13
terrorism.
a.m. and sunset is at 5:57
And
p.m.
if you gave to give, send,
Nearshore
go,
forecast.
well,
For the
why
following nearshore
you were
location,
funding a
Connie,
terrorist?
Ohio to Ripley, New York. This
You see
afternoon,
how slippery
south winds
this
to
slope
30
is?
knots. Partly sunny. Waves in
Now,
ice-free areas 1 foot or
The
less.
CDC is
Tonight,
doxing.
south winds to 30 knots.
Twitter has come
A
out
slight
and
chance of
said,
showers.
you know,
Waves 1 foot or less.
this is
Thursday, south
important
winds
information
15
to
to
have.
25
I
knots,
mean,
becoming northwest and diminishing
you know,
to
we
10
have
to
to-
15 knots.
did anybody
Rain
dox
showers.
Antifa? Do you
Waves
remember
1 foot or
anyone
less.
calling Black
Thursday
Lives
night,
Matter people?
northeast winds 15
Do
to
you
20
remember
knots,
any
becoming
stories?
northwest
The New
10
York
to
Times has
15
a
knots.
story today about how
Rain showers,
you know, they
a
were
chance of
meeting
snow
in
showers and
closed door
freezing rain
meetings
in
in
the evening.
hotel rooms,
Then snow
planning
showers,
all of
likely with
this.
pockets of rain
These
showers
are
and
the people
freezing
that
rain
were really
overnight.
planning it. Do you remember
Waves
hearing
1 foot
any of
or
that
less.
except on
Wave
this
heights are
show
the
or a
ice-free areas.
conservative program
The water
that
temperature of
talked about
Toledo
who
is
the
35
real
degrees.
leaders
On
were, what
Cleveland, 33
happens to the
degrees.
money,
And on
where
Berry,
is it
33
actually
degrees.
going? Why is it Black
Now here
Lives
is the
or
synopsis.
BLM?
Dry weather with gradually warming temperature
Who's
can be
incorporated
expected through
this?
Wednesday. A dynamic
We
system
told you
will
all
bring
that.
rain and eventually some snow
They didn't try
Thursday and
any-
Thursday night.
Any reason to, because as
The
they were
forecast
burning
for
cities to the
Pittsburgh
ground,
and surrounding
they
counties.
said that wasn't
For the rest
violence.
of today, partly
But
sunny late
sitting
this
in
morning,
your truck
then becoming mostly
is
cloudy.
violence.
Mild.
So
Highs
Twitter's
in the
involved,
mid-50s.
the mainstream media is
South
involved,
winds 10 to 15
and
miles
of
an
course
hour
we
with
have
gusts up to
YouTube.
30 miles an
Let me
hour.
play something, an
For
interview
tonight,
that just
mostly
happened.
cloudy.
I think it was on
Mild.
Tide TV. It's a
Near
German
steady temperature in the upper
program.
40s.
Here is
South
the
winds 10 to
president
15
of
miles an
YouTube
hour with gusts up to
talking
25
about
miles an hour.
freedom of
For
speech.
Thursday, showers with mild. Highs in the upper 50s. South winds
First
10
of all,
to
I'll
15
say
miles
that
an hour with gusts up to 30 miles
we
an
work
hour.
around the globe,
Chance
and
of
you're right,
rain
certainly
near
there are many
100%.
different laws and many
For
different
Thursday night, rain
jurisdictions,
showers in
and
the evening,
we
then a chance of rain and snow showers
enforce the
after
laws
midnight.
of the various
Little or
jurisdictions
no snow
around
accumulation.
speech or what's
Much
considered
colder with
safe
lows
or
in the
not safe.
mid-20s.
That's true for
South winds around
democratically
15
elected
miles an
governments.
hour with gusts
It
up
might
to
get a little bit more
45 miles an
complicated
hour. Becoming west
in
with gusts up
non-democratically
to
elected
35
governments.
miles an hour after midnight.
And for the most part,
Chance of
so
precipitation
basically
near
we
100%.
enforce those laws.
For Friday, mostly cloudy with a
That
chance of
actually
snow
hasn't
showers
been
in
the
the morning,
controversial
then
part.
partly
What has
cloudy
been
in
the
the afternoon.
controversial part has been when
Little
there
or
is
no snow
content
accumulation.
that would be deemed as
Much colder with
harmful,
highs in
but
the
yet
lower
does not
30s.
hurt people.
Northwest winds
So
10
an
to 15
example of
miles
that,
an
for
hour.
example, would be COVID.
Chance of snow
I'm not
50%.
aware of there
And for Friday
being
night, mainly
laws by
clear.
government saying
Near steady
around
temperature
COVID
in the upper
of
20s.
not being able to debate the
And now,
efficacy
taking a look at the
of
extended
masks or where
forecast
the
for
virus came
Saturday,
from, or
partly
government
sunny in the
treatment or
morning,
proposal,
then
but
clearing.
yet there was a lot
Near
of
steady
pressure and
temperature
concern
around
about
30.
us
For Saturday night, clear.
distributing misinformation
Lows
that
in the
went
lower 20s.
against what was
For
considered
Sunday,
the
sunny.
standard
Warmer with
and
highs in the
accepted
lower
medical
50s.
knowledge.
For Sunday night,
And so
mainly
this
clear.
category of
Lows in the
harmful
mid-30s.
but not
For Washington's birthday,
but
partly
legal
cloudy.
has been, I think,
Mild.
where most of the discussion
Highs
has
in the
been.
mid-50s.
Okay, so what
For
do we
Monday
do
night,
about that?
mostly cloudy.
Here's
Here's the next
A
cut.
chance of showers in the evening. Then showers likely after midnight. Mild. Lows around 40. Chance of rain 60%.
Beautiful and incredible
And for
content,
Tuesday,
and we share the
showers
majority of
mild.
that with them.
Highs in the upper 50s.
Yeah, so
Chance of
basically
rain
that's like,
90%.
so I think governments
At 10 a.m.
can always,
Pittsburgh
our
Airport
recommendation is
reported
governments
cloudy
want to have
skies.
more control over online
Temperature
speech
46.
to
Dew point
pass
25.
laws,
Humidity
have that be very
43%.
clearly and clearly
Wind
defined
south at
such
8
that we
miles
can
an hour.
implement it.
Wind chill
That's
42.
enough. So what is she
Pressure
saying there?
30.31
She
inches
was
and falling.
mentioning
Once again, at
advertisers
Pittsburgh
because
Airport
she
equals
said
46 under
advertisers
cloudy
start
skies.
to pressure us, and then
At
we
10 a.m.
have to
elsewhere
pull
across
some
southwest
speech down.
Pennsylvania.
So
West
pressure
Michigan sunny and
from
45 degrees.
advertisers.
Beaver
Okay,
Falls
so
sunny
they
51.
put
Winds
some
gusting
speech down.
to 21.
But it would be so
Lathrop
much
sunny
easier if
52.
the government would just
Charlottesville
pass
fair
laws
56. Indiana 43.
speech.
Washington
What
49.
is okay
Newcastle
and what
44. And
They're
Martha sunny
begging
45.
to do what they do in
In
China.
northwest
Very easy
Pennsylvania,
in China.
Erie sunny 49
Takes
degrees.
all the worry
Winds
out of
gusting to
you.
44.
They can just sit there and make
Sunny
money.
36. Clearfield
They don't
sunny
have to worry
33.
about, geez, are we going to get
Sunny
backlash
42.
on this?
Winds
We're
gusting
going
to
to pull into
21.
a hearing.
Meadville sunny
They
43.
want
Winds
the
gusting to
regulation on
25.
speech.
And Bradford
Now
sunny
that
36.
sounds
In central and
absolutely
eastern
crazy.
Pennsylvania,
Doesn't it?
Altoona sunny 34. State College
Sounds
sunny 32. Winds gusting to 16.
It would be
Harrisburg
like
mostly sunny
if
35.
a world
Philadelphia
leader
partly sunny 41.
likes
Johnstown sunny
dictatorships.
34.
That's crazy,
In Maryland,
right?
Oakland sunny 37 degrees.
Here's
Cumberland
Justin
sunny and 33.
Trudeau
In
on
West Virginia,
dictatorships,
Morgantown sunny
especially
51
China.
degrees.
Listen,
Wheeling sunny
even
50.
with Sun
Winds gusting
TV
to 30.
watching for any
Parkersburg
slip,
sunny
he was
and
asked
50.
which country he most
In Ohio,
admired and preferred
Zanesville
to
sunny
China.
45 degrees. Winds gusting to 24.
admiration I
Cincinnati
actually have
46.
for China.
Winds gusting to 33. Cambridge fair 49.
Because
Winds
their
gusting to 25.
basic
Youngstown
dictatorship
cloudy
is
46.
allowing them
Winds gusting to
to
22.
actually turn their economy
Cloudy
around on the back and say, we need
Winds
to go
gusting
green
to
as fast
31.
as we need to
Cincinnati
start,
partly sunny
investing in
51.
solar.
Winds
I mean,
gusting
there is
to
a
20.
flexibility
Toledo
that,
sunny
you know,
48.
come from a
Winds
standard of
gusting to
having
30.
dictatorship
Columbus partly sunny 48. Winds gusting to 24.
Now, they said that if
Now
they
here is the
offended
synopsis.
Canadian
Dry weather
patrons
with
by
gradually warming
mention
temperature
of all
can be
Canadians,
expected through
he,
Wednesday.
by the way, was running
A
against
dynamic
Stephen Harper. I
system
think
will
he
bring
caught
rain and
himself at the
eventually
end.
some
Remember, the
snow.
question is, what do
Thursday and
you
Thursday night.
most admire?
The
And so he
forecast
says
for
China,
Pittsburgh and
because
surrounding
of their
counties.
dictatorship, they can get
For
things
rest of
done.
today, partly sunny late this morning,
That's
then
something you
becoming
need
mostly
to remember,
cloudy.
because
Mild.
that is what
Highs
this
in the
administration, what business,
South winds 10
what
to 15
YouTube,
miles an hour
what
with
Twitter,
gusts up to 30 miles
Facebook,
an hour.
all of them
For
love
tonight,
about
mostly
China.
cloudy.
They can get things
Mild.
done.
Near steady temperature
They'll just
in the
spend
upper
the money.
40s.
Oh, we need to
South
work
winds
on
10 to
AI?
15
Great.
miles an hour with
Take
gusts
all of that
up
money
to
and
25
pour it
miles
into them.
an
We don't
hour.
have any more money? Great.
For
Just
Thursday,
print some more.
showers,
Put it in
mild.
that.
Highs in the upper
And they
50s.
get things done.
South winds 10 to
They
15
like
miles an hour with
dictatorships
gusts up to
because
30 miles
they're
an hour.
elite. They
Chance of
think
rain
they
near
know
100%.
better than the
For Thursday
invisible
night,
hand
rain
of all
showers
of us.
in the evening, then a chance of rain and snow showers after
So you
midnight.
have
Little
crazy
or no
statements
snow accumulation.
from the
Much colder with
media
lows in the mid-20s.
saying that, you know, that
South
they
winds around
want the
15 miles
government to
an
be
hour
able
with
to
gusts
give
up
them
to 45
more
miles an
direction
hour.
and more
The other wind
laws.
with gusts up to
Meanwhile,
35 miles an
You
hour
heard
after
the New
midnight.
York Times talk about how
Chance of
dangerous
precipitation near
misinformation
100%.
is from
For Friday,
podcasts.
mostly cloudy
They're
with a
going
chance
after
of snow
podcasts.
showers in the morning,
But
then partly
what's
cloudy in the
happening
afternoon.
on,
Little or no
on
snow
radio?
accumulation.
Man, it's
Much
like,
colder with highs in the
it's
lower
almost
30s.
deafening, the silence
Northwest
on
winds
talk
10 to
radio,
15 miles an
isn't
hour.
it?
Chance of snow
Or is
50%.
it?
And for
I
Friday
want
night,
to play
mainly clear. Near
a
steady
couple of
temperature
cuts
in
here.
the
I
upper
actually only have
20s.
time for one.
And now,
So let me
taking a
play
look
the
at the
second
extended
cut of
forecast
the
for Saturday,
FCC
partly sunny in the
commissioner
morning,
that
then
is
clearing.
now being
Near
questioned
steady temperature
and
around
will
30.
probably go
For
through
Saturday night, clear.
the
Lows in the lower 20s.
incredible
For
radical,
Sunday, sunny,
and you
warmer
will
with
see
highs
why
in
I
the lower
say that, of
50s.
Gigi Sohn,
For Sunday night, mainly clear.
possible next
Lows in the mid-30s.
commissioner of the
For
FCC.
Washington's birthday,
Senator
partly
Sullivan,
cloudy,
sorry, Senator Sullivan.
mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For
Thanks,
Monday
Madam
night,
Chair.
mostly cloudy. A chance of showers in the
I'm
evening.
gonna word it
Then
again
showers
here.
likely likely
I
after midnight.
too am very
Mild.
disturbed. We had a
Lows
discussion
around
last
40.
hearing
Chance of rain 60%.
on your tweets.
And for Tuesday, showers.
We're not
mild.
nominating you for any
Highs in
normal
the upper
assistant secretary. You're the FC, you're the
Chance of rain
FCC
90%.
commissioner, enormous
The
power.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for
Particularly
yesterday,
relates to free
February
speech.
15,
Particularly,
2022.
it actually relates to
Yesterday's high
liberty in our
temperature of
country.
35 degrees
And
occurred at
I consider
5:11
Scott
p.m.
raises some really
The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in
I don't see
1954.
how you can be
Yesterday's low temperature of
unbiased.
9 degrees occurred at 5:56
Fox News
a.m.
is
The
state-sponsored
record
media.
low is minus 10 degrees, which was
Propaganda.
set in 1875. No
Republicans know
precipitation
the
fell
only way they
yesterday,
can win
which
an
leaves
election
the
is to
monthly
suppress
total at
the vote.
1.76 inches.
Here's a retweet.
This
Your
is
raggedy,
0.42
white,
inches above the normal
supremacist
amount of
president and
1.34
his
inches
cowardly
for February.
enablers would
The
rather
total
kill
precipitation for the
everybody
year
than
still
stop
stands
killing
at
black people.
4.75
It's a
inches,
retweet.
which is 0.45 inches
That's-
above normal.
That's a way out.
No snow fell yesterday, which
I
brings
mean,
the monthly
You
total to
think most
4.9
Republicans are
inches.
racist and white supremacists?
The total snowfall
Absolutely
since
not,
July
Senator
1st still
Sullivan.
stands at
You're-
25.9
No, I
inches.
don't,
There
I'm
was a
not
trace
familiar
of
with that
snow on
tweet,
the
but I'm
ground.
happy to look at it.
Remember
There were
retweeting that?
43
I do
degree
not.
days yesterday.
I've tweeted
This brings the monthly
probably
total to
over 10,000 times, so I
551.
don't remember.
The
But I
yearly
think
total
the
since
average
July
American,
1st
whether
is
you're
3,530.
You
There were
don't
no cooler
retweet
degree
something
days
like
yesterday.
that without comment
This leaves the
unless
monthly total at 0.
you're,
The yearly
unless you
total
agree
since
with it, or
January
you're
1st
drunk.
is
And
0.
even if you're drunk, I
The
know I'm an
normal
expert,
high
I'm an
temperature for
alcoholic.
today is 40
Even
degrees,
if you're
and
drunk,
the normal low is
all
23.
all
The
that
record high for
alcohol
today
does
is 76, which
is lower
occurred in
your inhibitions.
1883, and
It
the record
doesn't
low
make
is
you a
minus 7,
racist.
which occurred
It
in
takes down the
1963.
shield that you
Sunrise
put up
today
to
is
make
at
sure that people don't
7:13
think
a.m.
that
and
about you.
sunset is at
So even if that was a
5:57
drunk
p.m.
retweet,
At 10
that's
a.m.,
very revealing.
Pittsburgh Airport reported
So you
cloudy
have
skies.
Social
Temperature
media
46,
clamping
dew
down.
point 25,
You have
humidity 43%,
the FCC
wind south at 8
getting ready
miles
to
an hour,
clamp down.
wind chill 42,
You have
pressure
the
30.31 inches and
Department of
falling.
Homeland Security
Once
last
again,
week
at Pittsburgh
issuing
Airport, it was
the
46 under cloudy
terrorism
skies.
threat to the U.S.
At 10
homeland
a.m., elsewhere across
is based
southwest
on actors
Pennsylvania,
that seek
West
to
Michigan sunny
exacerbate
and 45
societal
degrees,
friction to sow
Beaver
discord
Falls sunny
and
51,
undermine
winds
public
gusting
trust
to
in government
21,
institutions and
sunny
encourage
52,
unrest
Brownsville fair
and could
56,
potentially
Indiana 43,
inspire acts of
Washington
violence.
49,
Notice
Duke
that is
Castle
exactly
44,
what Justin
and Butler
Trudeau
sunny
says
45.
about the
In
truckers,
northwest
that they
Pennsylvania,
could
Erie sunny
potentially
49 degrees, winds
inspire
gusting to 44,
violence.
Du Bois sunny 36,
The greatest
Deerfield sunny
threat to the
33,
nation,
Franklin sunny 42, winds
the
gusting
greatest
to
threat
21,
to the
Meadville
nation
sunny 43,
are
winds
those
gusting to
people
25,
that are
and Bradford sunny
proliferating
36.
false or
In
misleading
central and eastern
narratives
Pennsylvania,
which sow
Altoona
discord
sunny 34,
or
State
undermine
College sunny
public
32,
trust in
winds
U.S.
gusting to
government
16,
institutions.
Harrisburg mostly sunny 35,
Will
Philadelphia
index
partly
anybody
sunny 41,
who
and
doesn't
Johnstown sunny
play along
34.
with their game.
In Maryland,
That is
Oakland
why
sunny
parents
37
are
degrees,
now terrorists
Cumberland
if
sunny
you
and
stand up
33.
against
In West Virginia, Morgantown
CRT.
sunny 51 degrees, Wheeling
No.
sunny 50, winds gusting to 30,
Take them
Parkersburg
at
sunny
their
and
word.
50. In Ohio,
It's
Zanesville
gone
sunny
from,
45
remember,
degrees,
first
winds
is
gusting to
is
24, Akron
nudge,
cloudy 46,
then
winds
shove,
gusting to 33,
then shoot.
Cambridge fair 49, winds
Well,
gusting
where
to
is the
25,
line?
Youngstown
Once
cloudy
your
46,
team's a
winds
terrorist,
gusting to 22,
what can
Cleveland
they
cloudy
not
46,
do to
winds
you?
gusting to 31, Cincinnati
Back
partly
in a minute
sunny
with more.
51, winds gusting to 28, Toledo sunny 48, winds gusting to 30.
I got a
Columbus
letter from
partly
Sharon.
sunny
She said,
48,
our pit
winds
bull,
gusting
Molly,
to 24.
was a rescue.
This
Very
is no
rough
weather
shape
radio
when we adopted her.
35 in
She's
Pittsburgh,
responded well to
Pennsylvania,
high-quality
operating
dog
on
chow, but her coat still has
162.55
strong
megahertz
smells.
with a
She's
power output
been
of 1,000
on
watts
rough
on the
range now for
transmitter
several
located
weeks.
on the
She likes
WQEE
eating it on her food, and her coat
broadcast
is starting to
originating
smell
from
much
the
better.
National Weather Service
She's more
in Township,
energetic,
Pennsylvania.
and her other issues are resolving
Now here
nicely.
is the synopsis.
We'll be
Dry
keeping her
weather
on rough
with
greens for
gradually
sure.
warming
Thank you
temperature
so
can
much.
be
Sharon,
expected
thanks
for
for
Wednesday.
writing in and telling
A
us
dynamic system will bring
about
rain and
Molly.
eventually some snow.
You're a good
Thursday and
person for
Thursday
taking
night.
in dogs that have just been
The forecast
abused. They are
for
so.
Pittsburgh and surrounding
My daughter
counties.
does this, and
For
she always
rest of
comes home
today,
with
partly
a
sunny late
dog
this
that has
morning,
been
then
beaten or
becoming
something, and they're
mostly
just
cloudy.
so sweet.
Mild.
Most of them are just so sweet.
Highs
They
in the
just
mid-50s.
they fear
South
people.
winds
It's
10 to 15
horrible.
miles an hour
Anyway,
with gusts
folks in
up
Rough
to 30
Greens are
miles an
confident
hour.
that your dog is going to love it and
No
have a special deal for you. Roughgreens.com/Beck.
Steady
They're
temperature
going to
in
give
the
you your
upper
first bag
40s.
free just to make sure your dog eats it. All you have to do is pay for shipping. It's a supplement you put on your dog's food. Roughgreens.com/Beck or call 833-GLEN-33. 833-GLEN, GLENN 33, or roughgreens.com/Beck. 10-second station ID.
The Talk of Pittsburgh is available on iHeart. Search WJAS on the iHeartRadio app or iHeartRadio.com.
Little or no snow accumulation.
All right, I'm leading somewhere, and I'm going to show you how this trap is
South winds
sprung
around
on
15
you
miles an hour with gusts
in just
up
a
to
second.
45 miles an
And
hour.
believe
Becoming
me,
west with gusts
it's
up
here,
to 35
and I will
miles
show
an hour
you just
after
in the
midnight.
news of the day.
Chance of
How it's
precipitation
happening.
near 100%.
So we have people
Friday,
saying
mostly cloudy
misinformation.
with a
That's
chance of
anything
snow
that makes you
showers in
doubt
the
the
morning.
government.
Then partly cloudy
Misinformation.
in the afternoon.
Question
Little or no
institutions.
snow
I
accumulation.
question the Fed.
Much colder with
That's
highs in the lower
misinformation.
30s.
And it could
Northwest
possibly
winds 10
lead
to
to
15
violence.
miles an hour.
Extraordinarily dangerous.
50%.
But I want to show you the
And
other
for Friday
side before we
night,
move
mainly
on.
clear.
The other side that,
Near
of course,
steady
is not
temperature in the
engaged
upper
with
20s.
misinformation. The
And
New
now,
York Times.
taking a look at the extended
They
forecast
won't
for
even
Saturday, partly sunny in
respond
the morning.
to
Then clearing.
Hillary Clinton
Near steady temperature around 30.
is the
For
word
Saturday
spying on
night,
Donald Trump.
clear.
The
Lows in the
testimony
lower
and
20s.
the allegations
For Sunday,
that have now
sunny,
been
warmer with highs in the lower
revealed
50s.
in
For
the last
Sunday
couple of
night,
days.
mainly clear.
And in their
Lows in the
article, their
mid-30s.
one article about
For
why they're
Washington
not covering
Thursday,
it,
partly
they
cloudy.
say most of
Mild.
it is outright
Highs in the mid-50s.
misinformation.
For Monday
But
night,
the
mostly
information that
cloudy.
is there, it tends
A
to
chance of
involve
showers in
dense
the
and
evening. Then
obscure
showers
issues.
likely after midnight.
So any
Mild.
dissemination
40.
of this information
Chance of
requires
rain
asking
60%.
readers to
for
expend
Tuesday,
significant
showers,
mental
mild.
energy,
Highs in the upper 50s.
really raising the question whether
Chance
news
of rain
outlets
90%.
should even cover such claims.
Nearshore forecast. For the
They're
following nearshore
not
location,
covering it
County of Ohio to New
because
York.
it'll wear their
This
readers
afternoon,
out.
south winds to 30 knots.
If that's
Partly
not
sunny. Waves in
something
ice-free
you
areas
read in
1 foot or less.
1984, I don't
Tonight,
know what
south
is.
winds to 30 knots.
That's your
A slight
job,
chance of
New York
showers.
Times,
Waves
to
1 foot or less.
explain it to us little
Thursday,
people.
south winds 15 to 25
And
knots,
we're the
becoming
problem.
northwest and diminishing to 10 to
Now let me
15 knots.
explain the
Rain
Remington
showers.
settlement.
Waves 1 foot or less. Thursday night, northeast winds 15 to 20 knots, becoming
Having
northwest
fate
10
of
to
the world
15
resting
knots.
in your hands isn't
Rain
always fun
showers,
to
a chance of snow
contemplate,
showers
but in
and
a
freezing
sense,
rain in the evening.
you know,
Then snow
that's what
showers
you have to
likely
do
with
every
pockets
day
of
when you're
rain
raising
showers
children.
and
It is
freezing rain
critical
overnight.
that they're raised in such a way
Waves
that
1
they
foot
can
or less.
look at somebody like Justin
Wave heights
Trudeau
over
and
ice-free areas.
know what he's
The water
doing to
temperature
Canada,
off
know
Toledo is
why
35
those things are
degrees.
wrong, because
Off
they
Cleveland,
understand
33
the Bill of
degrees.
Rights.
And off here,
They've
33
got
degrees.
to understand these things, and they will
You're on
not
the 7
learn
a.m.
them
Whitewater
outside of your
for
home.
today.
I can guarantee you,
Wednesday, February 16th.
the Tuttle Twins books.
Bealing
This is why I love them. They're
3.4.
easy to read, they're entertaining
Philip
for
P.
all ages, but they
4.5.
instill the critical values that created us.
2.9.
These and other Tuttle Twins
5.7.
teen books are
Davis.
still available, extended
2.5.
Valentine's Day
Parsons.
sale until the end of the week.
4.1.
If you don't have
Albright.
teens, they're doing a steep
12.0.
discount on their children's
Colfax.
series as well. I don't care how
7.0.
old your family
Cinema.
is, if they're 6 or
1.8.
96.
Marco
Read the Tuttle Twins
2.4.
books. They're a must in
Confluence.
every home. TuttleTwinsBet.com.
4.0.
TuttleTwinsBet.com. Act now
3.9.
and get their special deal.
Trendsville.
TuttleTwinsBet.com.
3.1.
Head over to BlazeTV.com/Glenn. Promo code is Glenn for
4.3.
$10 off your subscription to Blaze TV.
3.2. Freedom. 3.7. Rockville. 5.3.
Chief Warwood with his headline update of Pittsburgh
3.3.
resident taking matters into their own hands soon. The city
4.5.
council amid claims that
Meadville.
been raised a vote in a closed
5.6.
session earlier this month was
Franklin.
inappropriate. Carmen
5.6.
Brown says council members violated
Ridgeway.
Pennsylvania's sunshine law
3.5.
using public funds in
Pittsburgh.
secrecy. Meanwhile, the council
4.4.
Tuesday greenlighting a
Parker.
measure that will allow
7.4.
businesses to apply for a special
St. Charles.
allowance to use outdoor spaces
4.5.
and sidewalks and streets for
The current
retail
time
and
is
dining on a
10:29
basis.
a.m. Eastern
Beaver
Standard
County
Time.
had at least one dead after a crash
At 10
involving
a.m.
pedestrian on the
Pittsburgh
turnpike
Airport
east
reported
of
cloudy
Township.
skies.
This was early this morning.
Temperature
City
46.
Crosby is
Dew
now a
point
member of
25.
the 500
Humidity
Gold Club, the
43%.
second active player
Wind
with
south at 8
Alexander
miles
Ovechkin.
an hour. Wind
Crosby
chill
hitting the
42.
milestone last night in the
Pressure
first period
30.31
and 5-4
inches and
win over the Flyers.
Once again, at Pittsburgh Airport, it was 46 under cloudy skies.
Jake Lorman off the top.
Elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania, West Michigan sunny and 45 degrees. Later fall sunny 51. Winds gusting to 21. Later sunny 52. Connellsville fair 56. Indiana 43. Washington 49. Newcastle 44. And Butler sunny 45. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie sunny 49 degrees. Winds gusting to 44. Newbury sunny 36. Fairfield sunny 37.
BelloRoof.com for a free estimate. That's BelloRoof.com and make your roof a Bello Roof.
Winds gusting to 25, and Bradford sunny
You've been
36.
told you have neuropathy.
In
Tired
central
of the
and
burning,
eastern
numbness,
Pennsylvania,
tingling? Try
Alton
State
sunny
Neuropathy
34,
Centers and Dr.
Cape
Sean
College sunny
Ritchie get
32,
results.
winds gusting to 16, Harrisburg mostly sunny 35, Philadelphia partly sunny 41, and Johnstown sunny 34. In Maryland, Oakland sunny 37 degrees, Cumberland sunny and 33. In West Virginia, Morgantown sunny 51 degrees, Wheeling sunny 50, winds gusting to 30, Parkersburg sunny and 50. In Ohio, Zanesville sunny 45 degrees, winds gusting to 24, Akron cloudy 46, winds gusting to 33, Cambridge 39, winds gusting to 25, Youngstown cloudy 46, winds gusting to
Tri-State
22,
Neuropathy Centers.
Cleveland
Suffering
cloudy
from
46,
neuropathy?
winds
Visit
gusting to 31,
MaryJanston.com
Cincinnati
or
partly
call
sunny 51, winds gusting to 20,
724-940-9000. That's
Toledo sunny 48,
724-940-9000.
winds gusting to 30, and
Tri-State
Columbus
Neuropathy
partly sunny
Centers with
48,
locations
winds
throughout the
gusting
greater
to
Pittsburgh
24.
area.
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15, 2022.
This is a new breakthrough
Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high of 59 degrees, which was set in 1954. Yesterday's low temperature of 9 degrees
can live in
occurred
your
at
home and air vents
5:56
and cause
a.m.
sneezing, headaches,
The
and
record
even
low is
respiratory
-10
problems.
degrees, which was
Bactronics
set in
can help. Charles called
1875.
Bactronics because he
No
wasn't feeling well
precipitation
and his
fell
doctors
yesterday,
couldn't find a
which
cause.
leaves the
After
monthly total
Bactronics
at
treated his health, his
1.76
symptoms
inches.
went away and he had more
This
energy
is
and was much
0.42
healthier.
inches
He
above the
credits
normal amount of
Bactronics for giving his
1.34
life back.
inches for February.
Bactronics receives up to
The total
12 5-star
precipitation
ratings
for the
every
year
day.
still
To
stands
learn
at
more about how
4.75
Bactronics can make
inches,
your home
which is
a healthier home,
0.45
call
inches above normal.
412-375-7886
No snow fell yesterday,
or
which brings the
online
monthly
at
total to 4.9 inches.
Bactronics.com.
The total snowfall since July 1st still stands at 25.9 inches. There was a trace of snow on the ground. There were 43 degrees yesterday. This brings the monthly total to 551. The yearly total since July 1st is 3,540. There were no cooling degree days yesterday. This leaves the monthly total at 0. The yearly total since January 1st is 0. The normal high temperature for today is 40 degrees, and the normal low is 23. The record high for today is 76, which occurred in 1883, and the record low is -7, which occurred in 1953. Sunrise today at 7:13 a.m. and sunset is at 5:57 p.m. Now here is the synopsis. Dry weather with gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday. A dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some snow. Thursday and Thursday night. The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties. For the rest of today, partly sunny late this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy. Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy. Mild. Near steady temperature in the upper 40s.
Biden's massive
South
spending
winds
plans
10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour.
fight back against
For
runaway inflation
Thursday,
by sheltering
showers,
your IRA
mild.
or
Highs in the upper 50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
A free info
Chance
kit
of rain
of
near 100%.
gold and a tax
For
shelter
Thursday
account.
night,
Text
rain
the word
showers in the
shelter
evening,
to
then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
9898.
Little or no snow accumulation.
Your IRA or
Much
401k.
colder with lows in the mid-20s.
In fact, there's no time to
South
put on a
winds
helmet.
around
And
15
when a
miles
boat
an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. East west with gusts
Now at
up to
Point Breeze,
35
Penn
miles an
Avenue
hour
and
after
North
midnight.
Dallas Avenue. Slow down
Chance
some
of
work going on
precipitation
51.
near
You might
100%.
have brake lights both
For
directions.
Friday,
You're wide.
mostly
I'm on
cloudy with a chance of
traffic.
snow
Or
showers in
today,
the morning.
partial sunshine with a high of
Cloudy in the
59,
afternoon.
plenty of clouds in the sky
Little
tonight.
or no
Low of
snow
47.
accumulation.
Showers expected
Much
tomorrow,
colder
warming
with
up to a
highs in the
high of
lower
60.
30s.
Some rain tomorrow night with a chance of
Northwest
snow as
winds
well
10
with
to
a low of
15 miles an
27.
hour.
In the mix of sun and clouds on
Chance of
Friday
snow
with a
50%.
possibility of snow cooling
And
down
for
to a high of
Friday night,
33.
mainly clear.
From the Ireland
Near
Contract
steady temperature
Studios,
in
I'm
the
Greg
upper 20s.
Maxwell on the dock of Pittsburgh,
And now,
1320
taking a look at the extended
WJAS.
forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday night, clear. Lows in the lower 20s. For Sunday, sunny. Normal with highs in the lower 50s. For Sunday night, mainly clear. Lows in the mid-30s. For Washington, Thursday, partly cloudy.
Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. All right.
Highs
going
in the
to
mid-50s.
explain a couple of stories
For Monday
that
night,
may
mostly
have made your
cloudy.
head explode.
A
But
chance of
if
showers
you
in the evening.
understand
And
the
showers
Rosetta
likely after
Stone
midnight.
of today's world,
Mild.
the Great Reset,
Lows around 40.
you will understand
Chance of
and
rain
you will
60%.
see how close it is coming
And for
for
Tuesday,
you.
showers. Mild.
Last night, I was on the
Highs in
plane,
the upper 50s.
and I was coming home
Chance
from
of rain
meeting
90%.
with legislators about
At
the
10
Great
a.m.
Reset and
Pittsburgh
ESG.
Airport
And
reported
like
cloudy
every
skies.
other person that I have met,
Temperature
they
46.
knew very
Dew
little
point
about it.
25. Humidity
And if
43%.
you don't understand
Wind
this,
south at 8 miles an hour.
this
Wind
is
chill
the knockout
42.
punch. This
Pressure
is the
30.31
knockout punch.
inches and falling.
And I had
Once
yet to
again,
walk
at
into a
Pittsburgh
room
Airport, it was
of
46
people who
under
really
cloudy
know
skies.
what ESG even means.
At 10
ESG
a.m., elsewhere
standards
across
are
southwest Pennsylvania,
environmental,
west Michigan
social,
sunny at
social
45
justice,
degrees.
and
Beaver
governance,
Falls
and it
sunny
will
51.
change
Winds gusting
everything
to
in your
21.
life.
Latrobe sunny 52.
Now let me explain
Connellsville
the
fair
Remington
56.
story,
Indiana 43.
and you will
Washington
understand.
49. Newcastle
I'll give you a couple
44.
stories that'll blow
Buster
your
sunny
mind.
45.
You'll get it.
In northwest
Okay.
Pennsylvania, Erie sunny
Remington
49
Arms.
degrees. Winds gusting
They
to
were
44.
sued
DuBois
by
sunny 36.
the Sandy
Clearfield
Hook
sunny
parents.
33. Franklin
Now,
sunny 42.
we know
Winds
the
gusting
gun
to 21.
is not
Meadville sunny 43.
responsible.
Winds gusting to
It's not
25.
responsible
And Bradford sunny
for
36.
killing. Guns don't kill
In
people.
central
People
and eastern
use guns,
Pennsylvania,
or they
Alabama
use
sunny
baseball
34.
bats.
State College sunny
And
32.
any gun
Winds
company
gusting to
will
16.
fight this one
Harrisburg
all the way
mostly
to the
sunny
Supreme
35.
Court.
Philadelphia partly sunny 41.
Because if the
Johnstown
gun
sunny
company can
34.
be held
In
responsible,
Maryland, Oakland sunny
well, then
37 degrees.
they're
Cumberland
going to
sunny
probably
and
go out
33.
of business.
In
I'll
West
explain that in
Virginia,
a second.
Morgantown sunny 51 degrees.
Everybody says
Wheeling
they'll
sunny
be more
50.
responsible.
Winds
No, they
gusting
won't.
to
They
30.
will go out of
Parkersburg
business.
sunny and
Tell
50.
you why.
In Ohio, Zanesville sunny
So,
45 degrees.
Yesterday,
Winds gusting to
Remington
24.
Arms
Akron cloudy
reached
46.
a settlement
Winds
worth
gusting to
$73
33.
million
Cambridge Fair
for the
49.
families of
Winds
victims
gusting to
killed in the
25.
Sandy Hook
Youngstown
elementary
cloudy
school shooting.
46. Winds gusting to
Now, when I
22.
first heard that,
Cleveland
I
cloudy
said,
46. Winds gusting to 31. Cincinnati partly
They
sunny
reached a
51.
settlement?
Winds gusting
How?
to 28.
Why
Toledo
would
sunny
Remington
48.
do that?
Winds gusting to 30. And Columbus
Didn't make
partly
any
sunny
sense.
48. Winds
Until
gusting
I
to
got,
24.
to a lower altitude
Now
as we
here
were
is the
landing,
synopsis.
and I could
Dry weather
Google
with gradually
the
warming
board
temperature.
of Remington Arms, because my initial thought was,
system will bring rain
who
and
had they put
eventually
on the
some
board
snow.
that is a
Thursday
great
and Thursday
resetter?
night.
Who had they put on the board
The
of
forecast
Remington
for
Arms?
Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
And I found
For
out
the rest
then
of today,
there is no
partly
Remington
sunny
Arms.
late this
They're out of
morning, then
business.
becoming
They're
mostly cloudy.
defunct. They were
Mild.
broken up into a bunch
Highs in
of
the
little
mid-50s.
companies.
Southwest
And
10
my
to
next
15
question
miles
was
an
then,
hour with
who
gusts up to
said,
30 miles an
oh
hour.
my gosh,
For tonight, mostly cloudy.
who
Mild.
settled?
Near steady temperature in the
The
upper 40s.
insurance companies settled.
South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to
Now, what do
25
we know
miles
about
an
the
hour.
insurance companies?
For Thursday, showers,
The Great
mild.
Reset,
Highs in
the
the upper
gun
50s.
argument.
South winds 10 to 15
Well,
miles an
we
hour with
know
gusts
that
up
the
to 30
government
miles an hour.
and financial
Chance of rain near
institutions
100%.
in New York
For
for
Thursday night,
sure,
rain
but it has
showers
been
in the
happening
evening. Then a chance
elsewhere.
of rain and
But
snow
out
showers
in
after
New
midnight.
York,
Little or
they
no
have been
snow accumulation.
pressuring banks.
Much
Don't do
colder with
business
lows
with
in
any
the
gun
mid
companies.
20s.
Because
South
that,
winds around
that'll
15
make
miles
us
an
have to
hour
look
with
into you
gusts
guys
up to
because
45
maybe you're
miles
not
an hour.
trustworthy.
Becoming west with gusts
Because we
up
think
to
there's something
35
wrong with
miles
gun
an hour
companies.
after midnight.
Okay, so they started
Chance
the
of
financial
precipitation
sector
near
started to
100%.
do this
For
before
Friday,
ESG.
mostly cloudy with a chance of
But they
snow
also
showers in the morning.
Pressure
Then partly
the
cloudy in
insurance
the afternoon.
companies.
Little
This
or
is
no
too
snow
big of a risk
accumulation.
on you.
Much colder with
Stop
highs in the
insuring
lower
these
30s.
people, and you will stop
Northwest winds 10
gun
to 15 miles an
manufacturing
hour.
and sales.
Chance of snow 50%.
So now
And for
$73
Friday
million
night, mainly clear.
has been settled
Near
by the
steady
insurance
temperature in the
companies.
upper 20s.
You know anybody
And
who
now,
believes in the
taking
Second
a look at
Amendment
the
would have
extended
fought back to the
forecast
Supreme
for
Court would
Saturday,
have won.
partly sunny
This
in the
can't
morning.
be reversed
clearing.
now because it's a settlement.
Near steady
You
temperature
can't
around
bring
30.
it to the Supreme Court.
For Saturday night, clear.
So what does it mean?
Lows in the lower 20s.
It doesn't mean more
For Sunday,
litigation
sunny,
for other
warmer with
gun
highs in the lower
companies.
50s.
It
For Sunday
means
night, mainly
that
clear.
now insurance
Lows in the
companies
companies have to look at every gun company and say, are we willing to risk this? Because they're all going to be brought into court, and we may have to settle. We may have to staff up our attorneys for anyone who's ever been killed by a gun.
Lows around 40.
First of all, gun companies, your rates for insurance have just gone through the roof.
Showers.
Gun stores, your insurance is going to go through the roof.
Chance of rain,
If
90%.
they even insure
The
you.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate
And
summary for
ESG
yesterday, February 15th,
is saying
2022.
no.
Yesterday's high
to
temperature
insurance.
of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record
That
high of 69
is what's
degrees,
happening.
which was set in
This is
1954.
an end run around the
Yesterday's
Second
low
Amendment.
temperature of 9 degrees occurred
It was
at
settled by
5:56 a.m.
insurance companies.
The record low is minus 10
Insurance
degrees,
companies
which
are
was set in
being leaned on by
1875.
the government,
No
and the banks,
precipitation
and
fell
ESG,
yesterday, which leaves
not
the
to
monthly
do
total
any
at
business.
1.76
They
inches.
just allowed the
This is
rates to go
0.42
through the
inches
roof,
above the normal amount
and
of
an excuse
1.34
on
inches
why
for
they can't
February.
insure gun
The
companies
total
or gun
precipitation for the
stores.
year still stands
Guarantee
at
you,
4.75
that's what that
inches,
story is
which
about.
is 0.45
Another
inches
story
above
that
normal.
broke yesterday.
No snow fell yesterday,
Big
which
oil
brings
and
the
the
monthly
climate
total to
crisis.
4.9
The fight to
inches.
hold PR
The
firms
total
accountable.
snowfall since July 1st still stands
So
at
do you remember
25.9
last year,
inches.
the House
There was
had
a
a
trace
hearing
of
where they
snow
brought
on the
in
ground.
all of the
There were
they brought in all of
43
the
degrees
oil
yesterday.
guys. They're like,
This
what are
brings
you
the monthly
done
total
for
to 551.
global warming? Because you're
The
just
yearly
setting the
total
whole
since July
planet
1st
on
is
fire.
3,540.
Remember that?
There were no
Well,
cool degree days yesterday.
What's her name?
This
Rhymes
leaves
with
the monthly
Maloney.
total at
Carolyn
0.
Maloney.
The yearly total since
She is the
January
chair
1st
of
is
the
0.
Committee on Oversight and
The normal
Reform.
high
At
temperature
the
for
end of
today
that,
is 40
she
degrees,
issued
and the normal low is
to
23.
ExxonMobil,
The
Chevron,
record high
BP,
for today
American
is
Shell,
76,
and
which
American
occurred in
Petroleum Institute.
1883, and
Also,
the record
strangely, the
low
U.S.
is
Chamber
minus
of
7,
Commerce
which
for
occurred in
documents.
1963.
And the
Sunrise today is
documents
at
were
7:13
regarding
a.m.
climate,
and sunset is at
including
5:57
marketing,
p.m.
advertising, and public
Near full
relations
forecast.
material.
For the following
Now,
nearshore
here's the
location,
story
Connie,
in
Ohio to
Bloomberg.
Ripley, New York.
See if any of
This
this
afternoon,
is answered
south
with the
winds
Great
39.
Reset.
Partly sunny.
Campaigners say this step
Waves
foreshadows
in
the
ice-free
showdown
areas
between
1 foot or
lawmakers and
less.
PR executives,
Tonight,
with the
south
latter
winds to
expected to be
39.
called on as witnesses to the
A slight
fossil
chance
fuel
of showers.
industry's climate disinformation
Waves 1 foot
campaign.
or less.
The industry's climate
Thursday, south winds 15 to
disinformation
25 knots
campaign.
becoming
You hear
northwest
how
and diminishing to
Bloomberg
10
is
to 15
already
knots.
phrasing this? If you're
Rain showers.
against global warming,
Waves 1
you
foot
are
or less.
engaged in a
Thursday night,
disinformation
northeast winds
campaign.
15 to
I
20
go
knots
back to
becoming
the
northwest
Department of
10 to
Homeland
15
Security.
knots.
What's the biggest
Rain
threat
showers.
of
A chance
terrorism?
of snow showers
People
and
who are
freezing rain in
engaged
the
in
evening. Then snow
disinformation
showers likely with
campaigns.
pockets of rain showers and freezing rain
All you
overnight.
need to say to anybody
Waves
who's
1 foot or less.
astute,
Wave heights
you're
for
engaged
ice-free
and
areas.
your company
The
is
water
engaged in a
temperature off Toledo
disinformation
is
campaign.
35
You're like,
degrees.
no,
Off
I'm just a
Cleveland,
PR
33
company.
degrees.
We handle
And
everyone.
Albury, 33 degrees.
Well, do you?
At 10 a.m.,
The reason they've been,
Pittsburgh
quoting the
Airport
article, the
reported
reason
cloudy
PR
skies.
companies have been so
Temperature
invisible
46,
for so many
dew
years
point
is
25,
by design.
humidity
Their
43%.
strategic power
Wind
has
south
come
at
from
8 miles
remaining
an hour.
behind the
Wind chill
scenes.
42.
And I think that's one
Pressure
reason we
30.31
have made
inches and falling.
mistakenly see these firms
Once
as
again,
neutral.
at Pittsburgh Airport, it was 46 under cloudy skies.
Wow. Okay.
At 10 a.m.,
So now a
elsewhere
PR
across
firm,
southwest
you
Pennsylvania,
better be careful
West Michigan,
who
sunny
you
and
take on as a
45
client.
degrees. Beaver Falls,
Or
sunny
you
51.
will be
Winds
deemed
gusting to 21.
disinformation.
Lathrop, sunny 52.
You
Connellsville,
better be
fair
careful,
56. Indiana,
not as an
43.
insurance company,
Washington, 49.
to take
Newcastle,
on
44. And Butler,
gun
sunny
companies.
45.
Because
In
you
northwest
could be
Pennsylvania,
sued.
Erie, sunny 49
And if
degrees.
you do,
Winds
I'm not
gusting
sure
to
the bank is
44.
going to give
Dewey,
your
sunny
company a loan
36.
because
Fairfield, sunny 33.
you're entering
Franklin,
risky
sunny
territory
42.
by
Winds gusting
insuring
to
these
21.
people. That's probably a
Meadville,
bad
sunny
bet.
43. Winds gusting to 25. And Bradford,
This
sunny 36.
is the Great Reset. This
In
is
central
not
and eastern
capitalism.
Pennsylvania,
Anyone
Alton,
who
sunny
says
34.
this is
Cape College,
capitalism,
sunny
you need
32.
to tell them
Winds gusting
firmly,
to 16.
no,
Harrisburg,
this,
mostly
in their
sunny
own
35.
words,
Philadelphia,
is
partly
to
sunny
destroy
41.
and
Johnstown,
replace
sunny 34.
capitalism.
In Maryland,
This is
Oakland, sunny
fascism.
37
This is
degrees.
not the free
Cumberland,
market.
sunny and 33.
These are people
In
who
West
believe they
Virginia,
know better,
Morgantown,
and they
sunny 51
lean
degrees.
on people.
Wheeling, sunny 50.
You're going to do it our
Winds
way,
gusting
or
to
you're
30.
going to be out.
Parkersburg, sunny and 50.
We'll give you
In
one
Ohio,
more story.
Zanesville, sunny 45 degrees. Winds gusting to 24. Akron, cloudy 46.
And I can't find it.
Winds gusting
That
to 33. Cambridge, fair 49.
Oh,
Winds gusting
here it
to
is.
25.
I'm sorry,
Youngstown,
I'm
cloudy
looking looking at the deal, I've seen one that just says avocados, and I'm like,
Cleveland,
what?
cloudy,
What is
46.
that?
Winds
Okay,
gusting to
avocados.
31. Cincinnati, partly
Avocados
sunny,
have now
51.
been
Winds
stopped
gusting to 20.
because
Toledo, sunny,
somebody
48.
in
Winds
inspections
gusting to 30. And
was
Columbus,
yelled
partly
at
sunny, 48.
by
Winds gusting to 24.
Oh, as they were inspecting and it was so bad. It went all the way to the White
warming
House.
temperature
This guy
can be
was yelled
expected
at
through Wednesday.
and treated poorly
A
and
dynamic system
unfair.
will bring rain and
And so the
eventually
White
some
House
snow
said, hey, you
Thursday and
better
Thursday
not
night.
treat our
The forecast for
inspectors and say
Pittsburgh and
naughty
surrounding
things to them
counties.
we're
For rest of
stopping
today,
all
partly sunny late this
avocado
morning, then
imports.
becoming
That's
mostly cloudy.
literally what they say
Mild.
it's caused by.
Highs in the
A
mid-50s.
spat between
South
a
winds 10 to 15
Mexican
miles an hour
and
with
a
gusts
U.S.
up to
government
30
official.
miles an hour.
Really?
For tonight, mostly
Really?
cloudy.
The
Mild.
president of
Near
Mexico
steady
says,
temperatures in the
no,
upper
that's
40s.
not it.
South winds 10 to 15
We can't
miles
sell
an hour
avocados
with
to the
gusts
United
up to
States
25 miles
until
an
we
hour.
bend our
For
will
Thursday,
to
showers,
Joe Biden
mild.
on
Highs in
environmental
the upper
issues.
50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an
That
hour.
one makes a little more
Chance of rain
sense
near
than,
100%.
"Look, Dad,
For Thursday
he
night,
called me a
rain showers in the
name."
evening. Then a chance of rain and snow showers after midnight.
This
Little or no
is
snow accumulation.
fascism.
Much colder with lows in the mid-20s.
I'll give you one more
South
piece.
winds around 15 miles
After
an
the
hour
break.
with gusts up to 45 miles an hour. Becoming west with gusts
All right, well,
up to 35
A lot of
miles
people
an hour
struggle with
after
red,
midnight.
inflamed, even blotchy,
Chance of
uneven skin
precipitation
tone.
near
If you happen to be one of those people, well, I am,
For
because
Friday,
I
mostly
listen to
cloudy
the
with a
show
chance
and
of
I
snow
freak
showers
out
in the morning.
and
Then
hides
partly
and
cloudy in
panic.
the
Yes,
afternoon.
that's kind of a
Little
normal
or no snow
reaction to
accumulation.
listening to this program.
Much colder
You
with
might
highs
also
in the
maybe
lower
have some
30s.
signs of stress, maybe.
Northwest winds
Perhaps
10 to
sidelines,
15
forehead
miles
wrinkles,
an hour.
under-eye puffiness.
Chance of
I mean,
snow
I'm describing
50%.
it exactly.
And for Friday night,
The only solution has
mainly
always been
clear.
abrasive, irritating
Near
products,
steady
but not any
temperatures in the
longer.
upper
Thanks
20s.
to Genucel's Ultra
And now,
Retinol Cream.
taking a look at the
You get
extended
skin healing
forecast.
benefits of
For
retinol
Saturday,
and
partly
hydrating
sunny in the
effects
morning,
of
then clearing.
I don't know how to,
Near
what
steady
is it,
temperature around
hyaluronic
30.
acid, whatever it is, I
For
don't know.
Saturday night, clear.
Well, I don't know what any of this stuff,
Lows
I
in
don't
the
know the
lower
science
20s.
behind it. I just know that
For
people
Sunday,
like it.
sunny, warmer
Genucel's
with highs in
retinol,
the
I'll
lower
start
50s.
breathing in it now.
For
You are,
Sunday night,
yeah.
mainly clear.
Really?
Lows in the mid-30s.
I don't know, that's what I read on
For
the
Washington's birthday, partly cloudy.
badge. I'm so
Mild.
excited to get it now.
Highs in the
Maybe there's more
mid-50s.
badges in the world.
For
That
Monday
needs to be a
night,
name that comes
mostly
back.
cloudy.
It's the
A
best
chance of
possible
showers
solution
in
to
the
all of
evening.
your skin
Then
care. It's
showers
from the best
likely
in
after
skincare with
midnight.
Genucel. Get Genucel's
Mild.
Ultra Retinol included in
Lows
your order
around 40.
of their most popular
Chance of
package
rain
today. Save over
60%.
60% on
And for
Genucel favorites.
Tuesday,
And there's a
showers,
special code back
mild.
for an extra discount
Highs in the
checkout.
upper
Visit
50s.
the new
Chance of
Genucel.com
rain
to bundle your
90%.
skincare favorites for 10%
Here are
off
the
as
7
long
a.m. Whitewater
as
gauge
long as you
readings
love
for
the
today.
results that you see.
Wednesday,
Genucel.com
February
is supposed to go
16th.
GENUCEL.com. The code
3.4.
is back at Genucel.com.
4.5. Audra. 2.9.
Program.
Bud Hennon. 5.7.
Sean Hannity.
Glad you are with us.
2.5.
The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Albright. 12.0.
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of
1.8.
Pittsburgh, 1320
Marshallton.
WJAS.
2.4. Confluence.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland
4.0.
Contracting. We're excited to
Ohio,
announce that
Ohio.
Owens Corning, our shingle
3.9.
manufacturer, just released its new
Friendsville.
2022 Color of the Year.
3.1.
Introducing Bourbon.
Josephine.
It is part of the Duration Designer
4.3.
Colors Collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich,
3.2.
bold dimensional effect.
Ferndale.
It also features
3.7.
Owens Corning's patented short nail
Rockville.
technology for advanced performance.
5.3.
Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this
3.3.
beautiful color installed on your home.
Warren.
Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF
4.5.
or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
5.6.
In Pittsburgh, looking for brand new handguns,
5.6.
rifles, shotguns, and suppressors?
Bridgeway.
Get Shaw Precision Guns on
3.5.
Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it,
Pittsburgh.
Shaw has it. Need ammo,
4.4.
magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's
7.4.
premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of
Charles.
Shaw bolt-action rifles,
4.5.
AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped
Pittsburgh.
nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's
Pittsburgh
best kept
Airport.
secret. Shaw
Reported
Precision
cloudy
Guns,
skies.
Washington Avenue in Bridgeville.
Temperature
Need your AR
46.
work on or is your barrel on your
25.
bolt-action rifle?
Humidity
Shaw Precision
43%.
Guns, Washington Avenue,
Wind
Bridgeville.
south
Why
at 8
drive out of your
miles
way
an
when the
hour.
selection
Wind
is greater and the
42.
prices are better? Shaw
Pressure
Precision Guns,
30.31
Washington Avenue,
inches and
Bridgeville.
falling.
When it comes to
Once
planning
again,
for your
at
retirement,
Pittsburgh Airport,
nothing
it was
is
46
cookie cutter.
under
Everybody's
cloudy
situation
skies.
is different, which is why you need to sit down with a
10 a.m.
professional.
Elsewhere
See Kevin
across
Bach of
southwest
Integrity
Pennsylvania,
Retirement
West
Solutions.
Midland sunny at 45 degrees. Beaver Falls sunny 51. Winds gusting to 21. Latrobe sunny 52. Connellsville fair 56. Indiana 43. Washington 49. Newcastle 44. And Butler sunny 45. In northwest Pennsylvania, Erie sunny 49 degrees. Winds gusting to 44. Du Bois sunny 36. Clearfield sunny 33. Franklin sunny 42. Winds gusting to 21.
retirees that
sunny
are listening,
43,
73%
winds
of
gusting
you
to 25,
are going
and
to need
Bradford
some
sunny
kind of
36.
long-term care
In central and eastern Pennsylvania,
You've got a
out
plan
in the
for
sunny
how you
34,
maybe
State
leverage
College
your money.
sunny
Make sure it's
32,
a
winds
holistic
gusting
approach,
to
not just
16,
somebody talking about your
Harrisburg
money.
mostly sunny
Somebody else
35,
talking about
Philadelphia partly
your
sunny
insurance,
41,
and somebody else
Johnstown
talking about
sunny
your legal
34.
documents, somebody else talking
In
about your
Maryland,
taxes.
Oakland sunny
Try to find
37
somebody
degrees, Cumberland
that
sunny and
understands all of
33.
that and can put
In
it all
West
in one
Virginia,
package
Morgantown
for
sunny
one
51
plan
degrees,
for you.
When
Wheeling
you talk
sunny
about
50,
somebody that knows
winds
what they're doing,
gusting
well,
to 30,
Kevin, of course, that's you with
Parkersburg
nearly 3
sunny and 50.
decades of experience
In
in the
Ohio,
business. Sit
Zanesville
down with Kevin
sunny
one-on-one
45
for that
degrees,
complimentary
winds
consultation,
gusting to 24, Akron cloudy 46,
724-837-3553.
winds
Get more
gusting to
details at
33,
Integrity
Cambridge to
Retirement
49,
Solutions. And
winds
don't forget to
gusting to
tune in
25,
to Retirement Talk with
Johnstown
Kevin
cloudy
Bob
46,
every Saturday
winds
morning at
gusting to
9:30
22,
here on
Cleveland cloudy
WJAS.
46, winds gusting to 31, Cincinnati partly sunny 51, winds gusting to 28, Toledo sunny 48, winds gusting to 30, and Columbus partly sunny 48, winds gusting to 24. The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for yesterday, February 15, 2022. Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees occurred at 5:11 p.m. The record high is 69 degrees, which was set in
This is Chuck
1964.
O'Neill with Executive Services.
Yesterday's low
Being an
temperature of
executive
9
for an
degrees
estate is
occurred
much
at
more
5:56
complicated than most
a.m.
people realize.
The
Executive
record
Services
low
will
is
guide and
10
assist
degrees,
you
which
in the
was set at
performance of the executive
1875.
tasks. Our goal
No
is to take on the
precipitation fell
business
yesterday,
aspects
which
of
means
owning
the
real
monthly
estate, so
total
that
at
we can focus on the
1.76
emotional
inches.
aspects of losing a
This
loved
is
one. Our team of
0.42 inches
professionals will
above the
guide
normal
you
amount
through
of
the process so you
1.34
can
inches for
focus on what's
February.
really important. Right
The total
now, we are offering
precipitation
a
for the
free
year still
20-minute
stands at
consultation. Call
4.75
Executive
inches,
Services today
which is
at
0.45 inches above normal.
412-515-0141.
No snow
Or
fell
visit us
yesterday,
online
which brings
at
the monthly total to 4.9
executiveservices.com.
inches. The total snowfall since July 1st
Now
still
at Point
stands
Breeze,
at
Kent
25.9
Avenue near North
inches.
Dallas Avenue.
There
Slow
was
down
a
some
trace
work
of
going
snow
on
on the ground.
51. You find some brake
There
lines
were
both directions
43
near
degree
Wyden.
days
I'm Bonnie
yesterday.
Diver, Total Traffic.
Partly
This
sunny
brings
to
the monthly
seasonably
total
warm
to
today with a high of 59,
551.
mostly cloudy
The
tonight with a
yearly
low of
total
47.
since July
Cold
1st
weather
is
continues tomorrow, showers with a
3,540.
high of 60, rainy
There were
tomorrow
no
night with
cold
a chance
degree
of
days
snow as well and a
yesterday.
low of 27, and
This
partly
leaves the
sunny Friday
monthly
with a
total
chance
at
of snow
0.
showers and a high of
The yearly
33.
total since
From the Hour
January
Hunt
1st is
Contracting
0.
Studios, I'm Greg
The normal
Maxwell
high
of Stock
temperature for today is 40
1320
degrees, and the
WJAS.
normal low is
An official
23.
score.
The
But
record
the
high
same
for today
effect
is
is
76,
being
which
people
occurred in
being leaned on.
1883,
So
and the
we
record
just
low is
explained in
-7,
Remington what
which
happened
occurred
there
in
and what's coming.
1963.
Forget about the
Sunrise
loss.
today is at 7:13
It's going
a.m.
to
and
come down to
sunset
the
is at
insurance
5:57
companies
p.m.
and the banks.
Now
I'll
here
say,
is the synopsis. Dry
I
weather
know you get a
with
book about
gradually
this.
warming
It's
temperature
one way to
can be
understand
expected
all
from
of it,
Wednesday.
but I just don't like to
A
read.
dynamic
I like
system
when people
will bring
read
rain
it.
eventually
And
from
well, I have an
tomorrow,
audio
Thursday and
available
Thursday
now.
night.
Yeah, we're going to get something like that.
The
Wherever you get your
forecast
audio
for
from.
Pittsburgh and surrounding
It's
counties.
available there now.
For
Right
rest of
now.
today,
Well,
partly sunny late this morning, then
Well, you
becoming
can get it
mostly
on
cloudy.
Kindle right now.
Right now.
Yeah, you can even
The
order
highs
the
in the
book
mid-50s.
just like old-fashioned paper.
South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour
Right
with gusts
now,
up
right
to
now.
30 miles
All
an
right,
hour.
so
For
let me
tonight,
show
mostly
you this
cloudy,
in play
mild,
in Canada.
near
I
steady
played
temperature
this
in the
yesterday,
upper
but I
40s.
think it is worth hearing
South winds
again.
10 to 15 miles an
Listen
hour with
to
gusts
how
up
they
to
have
25
opened
miles
up
an hour.
the Emergency
For
Powers
Thursday,
Act.
showers,
How did they do
mild,
that in Canada?
highs in the
By
upper
saying
50s.
that the truckers
South
might
winds 10 to 15
incite
miles an hour with
violence
gusts up to 30
and are
miles an hour.
terrorists because
of rain near
Trudeau says
100%.
they want to overthrow the
For
government.
Thursday night, rain
Here's
showers
the
in the evening,
finance
then a
minister
chance of
of
rain
how they're
and
going
snow
to deal with
showers
it.
after midnight.
As of
Little
today,
or no snow
all
accumulation.
crowdfunding
Much
platforms
colder with lows in
and
the
the payment
mid-20s.
service providers they
South
use
winds around 15
must
miles an hour with
register with
gusts up to
FinTrack,
45 miles
and
an
they
hour.
must
Becoming
Notice,
west with
what
gusts
is that?
up to 35 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of precipitation
Crowdsourcing
near 100%.
sites,
For
all
Friday,
of them
mostly
now
cloudy
have
with
to
a chance of
register
snow showers in
so
the morning, then
you're
partly
registering
cloudy in the afternoon.
with the Fed,
Little or no
basically,
snow
or with the
accumulation.
government.
Much
They're the
colder with
ones that
highs in the
decide,
lower
oh,
30s.
that's a terrorist, that's not a
Northwest winds
terrorist,
10 to
that's a
15
terrorist. So
miles an
now
hour.
they can
Chance of
track
snow
all
50%.
crowdfunding.
And for Friday night,
Report
mainly
large
clear.
and suspicious
Near steady
transactions
temperature in the upper
to
20s.
suspicious.
What is
And now,
We are making
taking a
these
look at the
changes
extended
because we
forecast.
know
For
that these
Saturday,
platforms
partly sunny in the
are
morning,
being
then
used
clearing.
to support
Near
illegal
steady
blockades
temperature around
and
30.
illegal
For
activity,
Saturday night,
which is
clear.
damaging the Canadian
Lows in the lower
economy.
20s.
Stop. Do you think
For
they're not
Sunday,
going to use
sunny,
that
warmer
on
with highs in the
Bitcoin?
lower 50s.
And they
For
said they
Sunday
were.
night,
They
mainly
say
clear.
they are. They're going to
Lows in
eliminate
the
it
mid-30s.
eventually, but they say
For
they
Washington's
say they
Thursday,
are
partly
going to
cloudy.
regulate. This is
Mild.
from an emergency power
Highs in the
zone.
mid-50s.
So
This
For
is
Monday
why,
night,
like no
mostly
violence,
cloudy.
nobody ever should be
A
thinking
chance of
violence
showers
because
in the evening.
it will
Some
cause
showers likely
these
after
things.
midnight.
If they're doing it over a
Mild.
trucker's blockade,
Lows around
what
40.
do you think they'll
Chance
do?
of rain 60%.
God forbid
And for
another
Tuesday, showers.
January
Mild.
6th happens.
Highs
No
in the
violence.
upper 50s. Chance of
You
rain
gotta be really
90%.
careful because they're just looking for
This is NOAA Weather Radio KIH
what else did
35
she
in
say?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Government is issuing
Operating
an
on
order
162.55 megahertz.
under
With
the
a power
Emergencies Act,
output of 1,000 watts on the
authorizing
transmitter
Canadian
located
financial
on the
institutions
WQED tower,
to
with
temporarily
broadcast originating from the
providing
National Weather
financial
Service in
services.
Township, Pennsylvania. At 10 a.m.,
That's the Great
Pittsburgh
Reset.
Airport reported cloudy skies.
This is being done by the government.
Temperature 46.
The
Dew
Great
point
Reset
25.
is
Humidity
made to
43%.
police
Wind
itself.
south at 8 miles an hour.
The
Wind
ESG
chill
scores,
42.
it's the
Pressure
framework of
30.31 inches
enforcement,
and falling.
and the system
Once
will
again,
enforce
at Pittsburgh
itself.
Airport, it was 46 under cloudy
They're
skies.
saying anyone involved
At
with
10
this
a.m.,
blockade,
elsewhere across southwest Pennsylvania,
all
West
financial
Michigan sunny at
institutions
45
must
degrees.
cease
Beaver Falls sunny 51.
any
Winds gusting to
transactions.
21. Lakewood
Freeze
sunny
the
52.
assets.
Connellsville fair
We
56.
haven't even done
Indiana
that
43.
anymore.
Washington
Iran.
49. Newcastle
But to the
44.
truckers,
And Butler sunny 45.
There's
In
more.
northwest
There's
Pennsylvania,
more, and it
Erie
gets
sunny
right
49
down to
degrees.
how
Winds
your life
gusting to
will be
44.
affected.
Du Bois sunny
We'll go to
36.
that and what's
Clearfield
happening in
sunny
the Senate
33.
with the Fed.
Franklin sunny 42.
Coming up.
Winds gusting to 21. Meadville sunny 43. Winds gusting to 25. And Brownsville sunny 36. In central and eastern Pennsylvania, Dalton sunny 34. State College sunny 32.
Sean
Winds
Hannity.
gusting to 16.
A lot going on
Harrisburg mostly
today.
sunny
The Talk of
35.
Pittsburgh,
Philadelphia partly sunny
1320
41.
WJAS.
Johnstown sunny 34. In Maryland, Oakland
As you might
sunny
know, Mike
37
Lindell, the
degrees.
inventor of
Cumberland
My
sunny
Pillow,
at
has a
33.
passion to help you get the
In West
best
Virginia,
sleep of your life.
Morgantown
His
sunny
team
51
fit
degrees.
me for my
Wheeling
own
sunny 50.
pillow, my
Winds
pillow.
gusting to
I
30.
love pillows.
Parkersburg
They're
sunny
not.
and
I
50.
love my pillow. Not to
In
mention
Ohio,
the other products
Zanesville
that I
sunny
also have
45
from
degrees.
My pillow.
Winds
The
gusting
sheets
to
are great.
24.
The
Akron
slippers
cloudy
are
46.
tremendous.
Winds
This is
gusting
an
to
incredible
33.
company.
Cambridge
Mike, it's
fair
another
49.
special offer for a
Winds
limited
gusting
time.
to 25.
Now famous
Youngstown
my
cloudy
slippers
46.
are 50%
Winds
off
gusting
with
to
promo code
22.
The
Cleveland
slippers
cloudy
offer all
46.
day comfort.
Winds
They are
gusting to
huge
31.
cushioning. They're made to wear
Cincinnati
both
partly
indoors
sunny
and
51.
outdoors.
Winds
Really,
gusting to
you can wear
28.
them all day.
Shelbyville sunny
Get 5
48.
slippers
Winds
right now.
gusting
Check
to
out their
30.
overstock
And Columbus
sale.
partly sunny
Includes
48.
discounts
Winds
on
gusting
select
to
pillows, towels,
24.
sheets, and a whole lot more for a
Mutual
limited time
forecast.
right now at
For the
mypillow.com.
following
Click on the
shore
radio listening
locations,
specials,
Connie
check out
Apple,
the sale,
Ohio to
get
Ripley, New
50%
York.
off my slippers.
This
Remember,
afternoon,
all my pillow
south
products
winds
come with a
to
60-day
39.
money back guarantee. Enter
Partly
promo
sunny.
code BECK
Waves in ice-free areas 1 foot or less.
800-966-3117 or
Tonight,
mypillow.com.
south winds to
Josh
39.
Walker here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about 100% drug-free
Waves 1
relief
foot or
factor.
less.
I've been taking relief
Thursday,
factor for years
south
now to
winds
help me
15
deal
to
with
25
pain in
knots
my
becoming
body.
northwest
My
and
wife
diminishing
takes
to
it
10
as well.
to 15
The
knots.
reason we tell everyone
Rain showers.
we know about it is
Waves
simple.
1
We
foot or
found
less.
it really works to help
Thursday
our bodies
night,
fight off the
northeast winds
inflammation
15 to
that
20 knots
causes
becoming
aches and
northwest
pains.
10 to
Whether
15
it's the
knots.
pain of injuries you've
Rain
sustained or
showers,
just
a
the
chance
natural
of snow
pain
showers
from the
and freezing
mileage
rain
over
in the
years,
evening.
relief
Then
factor
snow
can help.
showers likely
I've
with
never
pockets of
looked
rain
back.
showers and
Almost
freezing
70%
rain
of the more than
overnight.
500,000 people who have tried
Waves
relief
1 foot
factor
or less.
end up ordering more.
Waves
That's
faster
because
for
it works
ice-free
for them
areas.
the way it works for me.
The water
It's the
temperature
time for
off
you to
Toledo
get out
is
of pain.
35
Your
degrees.
first step
Off
to becoming
Cleveland,
pain-free
33
should be to
degrees.
order the
And off
3-week
Perry,
quick start
33
for the
degrees.
discounted price of only
The current
$19.95.
time is
Go to
10:58
relieffactor.com
a.m.
or
Eastern
call
Standard Time.
800-4RELIEF to find
Now
out
here
more
is the
about this
synopsis.
offer.
Dry
That's
weather with gradually
relieffactor.com
warming temperature
or call
can be expected through Wednesday.
800-4RELIEF.
A dynamic system will bring rain and eventually some
Celebrating
snow
100
Thursday and
years on
Thursday
the
night.
air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of
The forecast
Pittsburgh,
for Pittsburgh and
1320
surrounding counties.
WJAS.
For rest of today, partly sunny
Scott
late
Christie
this morning,
Eye Care
then
Associates.
becoming
It's Scott
mostly
Show. I'm
cloudy.
talking with Pat B from
Mild.
Moon Township. Pat,
Highs
what's it
in the
like to live your
mid-50s.
life without glasses
South
nowadays?
winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up
I
to
wore
30
them
miles
for
an hour.
30 years,
For
and
tonight,
I wore
mostly cloudy.
progressive. So I was
Mild.
constantly moving
Near
my
steady
head up and
temperatures in the
down,
upper 40s.
and would
South
get
winds 10
headaches
to
from
15
doing
miles an
that.
hour with
I do
gusts
not
up
have
to
to to wear
25
any
miles an hour.
glasses, to read,
For
to
Thursday,
do anything.
showers, mild.
So what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about getting the procedure?
Southwinds 10
for
to
it.
15
You don't
miles an
have to
hour with
have the
gusts
glass.
up to 30
And
miles
how
an
about your
hour.
experience with the staff
Chance
that's
of
got
rain
this
near
eye care
100%.
associates?
The people were
For Thursday night,
fantastic. landscape at Scott and Christie, and so was the surface, and I would recommend anybody to go to Scott and Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care
Much colder
Associates.
with lows in
Vision
the
for life.
mid-20s.
Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAS. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Sunday afternoon, Fox News.
Do we want war or
Much
not?
colder with highs in the lower 30s.
President Vladimir Putin, the U.S. and NATO say they can't verify a true pullback, believing more Russian troops may be moving closer to Ukraine.
And
The
for
U.S. has
Friday
warned
night,
an invasion
mainly
would lead to
clear.
severe punishment, which the
Near steady
Russians could
temperature
then
in the
punish
upper
us
20s.
for.
Fox has learned
And now,
Russian
taking a
cyber
look at the
attacks
extended
may
forecast.
target critical
For
infrastructure
Saturday,
like
partly sunny in the
electrical
morning,
grids
then
and
clearing.
government communication systems, and it could even look like last year's Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. You'll remember it led to gas shortages all across the southeast.
Fox Retail sales rose 3.8% in January. Fox is getting the solo on Wall Street. A sell-off is giving back some of yesterday's surge. The Dow's down 250 points. The Nasdaq's falling 150. Americans listening to Fox News. Trying to create candidates to be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employees who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trials. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trials.
Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System, thank you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. Visit McClellan'sRoofing.com or call 412-353-5660 for all your roofing needs.
It's 47 degrees in Lakewood with a news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh. EAS House Resolution Committee is issuing another round of subpoenas. One heads to Republican state lawmaker in Pennsylvania, Victoria candidate Doug Mastriano. President sues the Pittsburgh City Council that claims that a pay raise vote in closed session a couple weeks ago was inappropriate. Governor Brown says council members violated Pennsylvania's sunshine law, citing secrecy using public funds. While the council approves Mayor Ed Gaines' appointments for the city solicitor and safety director positions, City Kubiak's city solicitor acting public safety director Lee Smith will take on that role full time. State health officials say new COVID cases hit low levels. Having been seen 6 months in the Commonwealth, the Irish Pittsburgh, they announced they're prepping 10 mass mandates for Catholic schools and parishes by the end of this month. The crash investigation that's on in East Whitney Township, a large wreck on the Turnpike Road this morning. All for the best. 1 dead. 4 city last night. And at UNC this evening, they hosted George Washington. U.S. men's hockey team West scored with the title over by Slovakia 3-2 shootout. U.S. women go for gold tonight against Canada. This report is sponsored by National International. It was already the fourth country in the Western Hemisphere, but earthquakes, hurricanes, and COVID made life even more difficult for families. Help rebuild Haiti with Compassion International by texting the word radio 97646. They forward on the talk of Pittsburgh 20 WJAS. This update is brought to you by Federal Firearms. Pittsburgh's one and only place to shop your used guns. Thomas Run Road, South Hills.
Robinson area, an accident now. It's on outbound Parkway West on the ramp. It goes to about 60-22-30.
And the record low is -7, which occurred in 1963. Sunrise today is
And watch for some slowdowns with work going on 28 near the Highland Park Bridge. I'm Bonnie Diver, total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27. And cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
What you are about to hear is a fusion of entertainment and enlightenment. This is the program.
Welcome to the Playback Program. We've been talking about the news of the day and how you can understand it. All of it will make sense, even the litigation and the settlement in the Remington case yesterday. If you understand the Great Reset, you know and can see clearly what's coming. And it's not the fear of lawsuits for these gun companies. It's much cleaner than that. If you're on the left, I'll explain and show you how it's going to hit you in 60 seconds. All right, let me tell you about our sponsor. It's Built Bar. Sometimes you just have to have a good old sweet treat to make it through the day. I will tell you that I was up in Idaho and I didn't have any sweet treats, and I am not good without sweet treats of some sort. I didn't have anything, and yes, I ate ice cream. I had even a piece of pie, which threw everything out, because then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to be off the diet. Horrible. Horrible. If you're like me, it's really important that you have a sweet treat. Have you tried Built Bars yet? Have you tried their Puffs? If you haven't, you are missing out. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallows. They are fluffy and delightful, and like all Built products and Built Bars, they are covered in 100% real chocolate. Lots of flavors. You're going to love them. I love the banana. But that's just me. Built.com. Scroll through their macros chart. You're going to be amazed. It's Built.com. Get 15% off your order at BECK15 is the promo code. BECK15, Built.com. All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about what you can do and what I think is being signaled from the Senate. Sorry, I was on a plane last night till very, very late, and I didn't have a chance to talk to any of my Senate friends to get more, but I'm just going off of gut on this, and I think it's really important, and I want to share that with you here in a second. First, I want to remind you of the latest National Terrorism Advisory Bulletin. The United States remains in a heightened threat environment, fueled by several factors, including an online environment filled with false and misleading narratives and conspiracy theories. This is so important. How do you define false or misleading narratives? Well, you know you've just gone through it with COVID. If you are disagreeing with the government, you are leading a false or misleading narrative, or perhaps even a conspiracy theory. There are all kinds of forms of mis, dis, and malinformation. I still don't know what malinformation is. We should look that right now, so I looked that up. The actors seek to exacerbate social friction, to sow discord and undermine public trust in government institutions to encourage unrest, and inspire acts of violence, potentially inspire acts of violence. I want to make it really, really clear. If you are anti-government, I am not with you. If you are burn the whole place down, I am not with you. If you are, well, we got to get attention, we got to do something, I am not with you. In fact, you are an enemy of mine and an enemy of the Republic. Your actions will lose freedom for all time. I want to make that really clear. I also am not trying to undermine any systems. I am trying to tell you what the problem is so you can help fix it. But I guarantee you what I am telling you about the Great Reset, even though I'm using their own words, is going to be called conspiracy theory and mis, dis, or malinformation. And that would make me a threat to the United States of America, one that would have to be stopped. If you think this is crazy, this is exactly what's happening in Canada. They used emergency powers. And I want to go back to that audio we were playing because I didn't get to you yet. The Great Reset is all about leaning on people. It's a ESG, environmental, social justice, and governance score. You might already have one. This is the Chinese social credit score. And the government, businesses, etc., will lean on people who are spreading discord, or you're not falling in line. It's now misinformation to be against global warming, climate change. Okay? It's now disinformation. These words are selected for a reason. Never have I've heard climate deniers. I've heard people say, what are we going to do with climate deniers? Maybe we should throw them in jail. Well, now we have a vehicle to throw you in jail because you're spreading misinformation. And that's a threat to the United States of America. So, why did they go after the truckers? There's been no violence. No. It's the potential to inspire. Wait a minute, hang on just a second. I just think I read something like this. Exacerbate social friction, sow discord, undermine public trust in government institutions to encourage unrest, which could potentially inspire acts of violence. That's why the truckers have now had the Emergency Powers Act enacted against them because they, in Trudeau's words, may inspire violence. We're into future crimes. So, they shut it down. But I want you to listen carefully with the understanding of the Great Reset, using insurance companies, using like they did with Remington. That settlement didn't come from the gun company didn't settle. The gun company doesn't exist anymore. It was broken up into little pieces. It's gone. It has no funds. Who settled it? Not the gun company, the insurance company. And again, what's going to happen to other people's insurance? You're a gun store owner? Call me when you get the call from your insurance company that says your rates are going to skyrocket. Call me when that happens. It's going to happen soon. Call me when they call and say, we can't cover you anymore. It's just too risky. That's how it's going to be done. It's all about cutting people off financially and socially. Now let's play the finance minister and how they're going to deal with these truckers.
As of today, all crowdfunding platforms and the payment service providers they use must register with FinTrack and they must
That is to make sure
report
that they're
large
not
and
involved in
suspicious transactions
any kind
to
of terrorist
FinTrack.
activities.
We are making these changes because we know that these platforms are being used to support illegal blockades and illegal activity, which is damaging the Canadian economy.
Stop. I want you to know that is going to be the phrase.
Then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Little or no snow accumulation. Much colder with highs in the lower 30s.
Inflation is going to melt your eyes by the end of the year.
And for Friday night,
It's going to continue to go up. And the government is going to get more and more vicious with anyone who steps out of line with their Great Reset, Build Back Better plan. And it will be said that they are spreading misinformation, which could inspire violence or sow discord, so people don't trust government institutions and our financial institutions. What she just said is going to be used as an excuse all over the world, and here in America. It is posing a threat to our financial system. Continue.
The government is issuing an order with immediate effect under the Emergencies Act, authorizing Canadian financial institutions to temporarily cease providing financial services where the institution suspects that an account is being used to further the illegal blockades and occupations. This order covers both personal and corporate accounts. As of today, a bank or other financial service provider will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account without a court order. We are today serving notice.
Listen,
If your trust is being used in these illegal blockades, your corporate accounts will be frozen. The insurance on your vehicle will be suspended. Send your semi-trailers home.
you got it? If you don't comply, they will shut you off with the banking community, so you'll have no funds, and you'll have no insurance. This is the Great Reset. Now, I'm not surprised, because that finance minister that you just heard sits on the board of directors of the Great Reset with the World Economic Forum. There's a direct link there.
In the upper 50s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
Are being foolish
for Thursday night
to think, and I will tell you, I know so many people, dear friends, who will talk to me about this, and they'll go, that's crazy. And then I'll talk to them a couple days later, and they won't mention anything about it. They're like, I was out on the golf course yesterday. What did you think about what we talked about the other day? Oh, I haven't. It's just, I don't know that much about it, and it's so spooky to even think about. Yeah, it is spooky to think about. You know what's going to be even more spooky? When you can't talk about it. When your business has been taken from you, and this applies to all Americans, you better hope to God you stay in line with everything that the left is telling you to do. Everything. I know a lot of people who were mask crazy. When they got to vaccinating your kid under 12, I'm not doing that. You better hope you never get on the other side. Because if you're speaking out about kids that are going to get vaccinated under 12, well, you might be deemed a terrorist. Somebody who is going to hurt the financial sector and the financial system and our entire system, because you could incite violence by saying, you're not going after my kid. Wait a minute, I want to know what is happening. What are you teaching my child? You don't have a right to know. You're a terrorist.
Temperature 51, dew point 24, giving us 34% relative humidity. Wind
I
southwest
think
at 13 miles an hour.
The Republican senators were sending a message yesterday when they walked out of the vote in committee for 3 people that were nominated to the Fed.
Yesterday's high temperature of 35 degrees.
What was the message? What is the problem? I think they want you to know the problem. They're hoping that people will rise up and say, these people cannot be passed. I could be wrong, but why did they buy extra time? What are they hoping for? I want to tell you who they are being asked to approve to be on the Fed, in the Fed chairs, and why this matters to you. 60 seconds.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
Interest rates are rising sooner than expected, and we were already expecting them to rise, but there could be significant rate changes, and the kind of rate changes we are talking about, they have to find the balance between pulling enough money out through interest rates without stopping the heart of the economy. And that is not an exact science at any time. But we're in territory where nobody's ever done this before. That inflation rate is at 7.5, but the producer's inflation rate just came out and it's at 9.5. That means what it's costing to make those goods that you're buying is already up to 9.5. So that's going to be passed on to you. And this is the beginning. Get your finances together, get your mortgage rock solid and lowest rate locked in. You can skip up to 2 mortgage payments and close in as little as 10 days. I want you to call American Financing now. 800-906-2440 or go to AmericanFinancing.net. 800-906-2440, AmericanFinancing.net. 10 seconds, station ID.
Sean Hannity.
Listen, it's my own show.
Afternoons at 3. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
All right. There are a couple of people nominated for the Fed. I believe, and I have reason to believe this is a good guess or a good prognostication, but I can't prove it to you, so don't sell this to your friends as facts. This is something that I believe is happening, that the Fed is not going to wait around for Build Back Better. Build Back Better has to be passed because it has a few extra pieces in it that they need. But inflation is getting away. They need to be able to enact modern monetary theory, which means they need to be able to look at all of your finances and be able to affect how you spend money, et cetera, et cetera. And the Federal Reserve doesn't have the right to do any of this stuff. However, the Fed's top bank regulator, who they've been nominated through Biden, is Sarah Bloom Raskin. She's a former governor of Federal Reserve Board, former deputy secretary, U.S. Department of Treasury. She has been outspoken on what the Fed should be doing. Let me play cut 1, please.
Second topic, just news about the Durham investigation. Does the person have any concerns about that?
Sorry, that's not cut 1. I'm sorry, it's cut 1 from the Fed. I don't know if you have those. Yeah, here it is.
The fact that Sarah Raskin has repeatedly, publicly, and forcefully advocated for the Fed to use its supervisory powers as a way to allocate capital away from carbon-intensive industries, that's more than sufficient reason to oppose her nomination, in my view. But that is not the reason that Republicans are unlikely to provide a quorum this afternoon. The reason we're not providing a quorum is because we can't get straight answers to simple questions. Just as a reminder, Reserve Trust is a fintech company based in Colorado. They applied for a very, very valuable master account at the Fed, and they were turned down. Sarah Raskin went on their board. called the Fed, and months later, the Fed did a 180-degree reversal and granted them what I believe is the only fintech master account in America. We've simply asked questions about how and why did the Fed make a 180-degree reversal? What role did Sarah Raskin play in that? And we are getting stonewalled. It is not acceptable to provide no answers for the committee that is evaluating her fitness to go back on the Fed. And that's the reason that it's unlikely that they'll have a quorum.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is what she has said. All U.S. regulators can and should be looking at their existing powers and consider how they might be brought to bear on an effort to mitigate climate risk. How can regulatory changes relating to disclosure, access to credit, and pricing of risk support a rapid and just green transition? So access to credit, that's the banks, that's the hedge funds. They're not going to invest in green energy anymore. Pricing risk. You're just too risky. Well, anybody insure this risk? For a rapid and just green transition, and financial regulators must reimagine their own role so they can play their part in the broader reimagining of the economy. When they reimagine the economy, it is not part of capitalism. It is stakeholder capitalism. That's a euphemism. The real word is clinical fascism. Forget about all the guns and the goose steps and the concentration camps. Just the clinical definition of fascism. It is private, public partnerships. The government partners with businesses, and they all agree to help each other along. And if the government disagrees, the government can lean on them or just take them over. They don't own the companies. They give the companies the illusion that they're in charge until they disagree with the government. But they are building that framework now. And these nominees cannot go in because they will bypass Congress and do these things without Build Back Better. They'll do it through the Fed. The Glenn Beck Program. By the way, the other Fed person also is really in favor of reparations too, so that's really good. Anyway, gold line. Hey, what do you say? Gold or silver? I have talked about gold line for a long time, and I've always said I use it as a hedge against insanity. I've never been in it for the money. I've been in it in case the world goes insane and we start printing money like a madman, and we have no real plan to pay it back. That's usually when governments and currencies collapse, and that's when gold becomes very, very important. For one additional week, Goldline is extending their special on historic $5 gold Indians and Liberty coins. These are the coins that I buy. Find out why I buy them. Find out if you qualify for the free gold and silver when you acquire these historic items at 866 Goldline, 866 Goldline, or goldline.com.
Tonight, back-to-back Glenn TV, followed by a brand new Dude Does America on Blaze TV. Good morning and welcome to today's headline update from Erica. Fire at an apartment early this morning left one man critically injured, according to authorities. The blaze was reported at the building in the 2600 block of Churchview Avenue around 1 o'clock this morning. A man was taken to the hospital in critical condition, and a woman was evaluated at the scene for smoke inhalation but not hospitalized. The firefighters contained the blaze to a single apartment, but other units had smoke and water damage. It's unclear what caused the fire, but it's thought to be accidental. Pittsburgh police are investigating a shooting in the city's Marshall Shadeland neighborhood. Officers responded to the shooting on LeCook Street around 5 o'clock yesterday evening.
A victim was taken to the hospital after he said someone shot him in the leg while he was getting out of his vehicle. Authorities are still investigating. Kraft Heinz beating expectations in its latest earnings report after raising prices. Net sales came out to $6.7 billion, while earnings per share was 79 cents. The company increased prices by almost 4% amid the ongoing inflation increase. Available online from China Talk with Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. Actual apply customer.
Workers' comp can crush a small business. Every year it would jump 5, 10, 15, 20%, even though there was never any claims. And that's where I was struggling as a growing business.
That's Mike Lozier, owner of Gutter Plumber, a small business in New Jersey. A while back, Mike found his workers' comp costs rising. Luckily, he discovered Ply Insurance.
From start to finish, it was extremely easy. They quickly came back to me with a plan that was affordable for me.
Are you overpaying for workers' comp? Just go to tryply.com, share a few details about your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle or hidden fees. Like Mike, we think you'll be glad you did.
I'm very happy that I moved over to Pi for my workers' comp so that I can grow my company while not breaking the bank.
Find out how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent or get a quote at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
There was a trace of snow.
Carruthers and Houseworth, a Pittsburgh law firm representing businesses.
My small business sure is facing a lot of legal issues these days. COVID compliance, great resignation, work from home demands. Now I have a lease coming due, and a customer is refusing to pay. We may need to sue. Oh, and I just heard about a change in tax law. I need a lawyer on call, but it needs to fit into our budget.
The Pittsburgh biggest law firm of Carruthers and Houseworth offers unlimited day-to-day legal services for a flat monthly fee. Go to businesslawpittsburgh.com. For a flat monthly fee, every time you have a legal issue, you can call us. Regardless of how many employment issues, contract issues, tax issues, or other legal issues you have, you pay one flat monthly legal fee. businesslawpittsburgh.com.
Carruthers and Houseworth, a Pittsburgh law firm representing businesses.
Hi, I'm Deborah Inskip, a licensed agent with Health Markets Insurance Agency, serving the Robinson Township and southwestern Pennsylvania areas. Health insurance is on everyone's mind today, and choosing the right plan can be confusing and a scary process. But I can help. Are you retiring, uninsured, or confused about your current coverage? I'll review your individual needs and customize a plan to help protect you and your family. Call me today at 724-777-4152 for a free consultation. Health Markets Insurance Agency Incorporated is licensed in all 50 states. Services and product availability varies. If you think there might be mold in your home, you need to call Bactronics. They'll determine the best course of action and quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886.
Proudly serving the Pittsburgh area for over 20 years, Bella Construction and Development is the trusted leader in residential roofing, siding, and gutters. Bella Construction is licensed and insured, with certifications in roofing, siding, safety, installation, and more. You can be sure your property is in good hands with the experts at Bella. They'll install your roof the right way, the Bella way, with quality craftsmanship and attention to detail. Visit myBellaRoof.com for a free estimate. That's myBellaRoof.com and make your roof a Bella roof.
Across Ohio,
This month's business report is brought to you by Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors.
Are snapping a three-session losing streak as investors were hopeful that tensions are easy between Russia and Ukraine. Big tech stocks and financials among the gainers today, while energy companies lagged, oil prices fell from a 7-year high. The Dow winners, Goldman Sachs, Salesforce, and Boeing. The decliners, Chevron, Amgen, and 3M. Taking a look at Wall Street by the numbers, the Dow up 422, the Nasdaq adding 349, while the S&P gained at 69. Travel stocks were higher with Marriott leading the charge, with stock popping 5%. Demand for businesses and leisure travel continued to grow in the holiday quarter, despite a setback from the Omicron COVID variant. Shares of Virgin Galactic took off today, jumping 30% after the space tourism company said it would start selling tickets to the general public. At your Fox Business Report, I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
Biden's massive spending plans have expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket. You can fight back against runaway inflation by sheltering your IRA or
401k with Gold, Birch Gold Group. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I'm proud to be a customer of Birch Gold. Join me. Birch Gold has created a free info kit of protecting your retirement with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Just text the words SHELTER to 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898 and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold.
In fact, there's no time to put on a helmet. And when a boater capsizes or is thrown,
Traffic and weather. Well, it looks like things are calming down a little bit again. We still have some work delays that are going on 51 near Whited, heading southbound on 79. A couple of brake lights at the Nova Island Bridge construction. I'm Bonnie Diver, total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This is the Glenn Beck program. Let me go to Cole in Michigan. Hello, Cole.
Hey, so I've been listening to you for a while, and I'm starting to get a grasp on your whole great reset deal.
Good.
And I don't understand how they're able to actually go ahead and do it if we're supposed to be able to have the right to dissent with the government. How does that work? Like, I realize that they're going to try to pressure the insurance companies and whatnot, and push people out. But it blows my mind how they're able to do this and get away with it.
I will tell you that I think in 100 years this is going to be, historians will call this time period and this plan of the Great Reset remarkably brilliant. Hopefully they'll remember it as evil, but remarkably brilliant. I think this thing it's a masterpiece of engineering thought and moving us away from freedom of all sorts. They get away with it because we don't have the First Amendment. We don't. I am more censored today, and I work for myself. So it's not that I watch my words. I am more censored today by big tech than I have ever been in my entire career. I've done this for 45 years. Never have I been censored this much. And even when I worked at CNN, we were not guilty until proven innocent. They would stop the recordings of the show and say, wait a minute, prove that out. Made us better journalists. We actually had to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. We did work that nobody else at CNN ever had to do. But we didn't mind. Made us stronger. But this time you're being censored before you're guilty, and then you have to prove that you're innocent. And once you prove that you're innocent, the sentence has already gone by. You're 4 weeks into a suspended timeout. You've got a strike against you. They never apologize. They don't restore what they've taken from us, which is our financial situation. We're guilty. And then you have to prove to some grand inquisitor that no, we have it right, you have it wrong. Do you have your First Amendment right?
I would like to think so, but it doesn't feel like it nowadays. I mean, what does this do to the every man? Like, I'm out here digging out of the water with my excavators, throwing it up on shore. What happens, to me, if my business can, do they turn me into a terrorist later on when you go dozer Dave on the place because all these people have been shutting you out and you can no longer make a living for yourself? Now we're at the shoot phase, like you said.
Well, this is what happens with dictatorships and authoritarianism, and China is doing fine. China doesn't. They don't really have, out of the billions of people that are living over there, do they really have real dissent? Well, people have kind of just said this is the system, and all the Uyghurs, yes, they're in concentration camps and being sterilized and everything else, but that's just because, genetically they're different than the Chinese. it always ends in concentration camps because there's always a group of people that just won't do it. You know, Stu gave us some stats the other day on, the MMR in vaccination. Wasn't that yours, that Pat? Yeah, you don't remember this thing. So MMR, right? Everybody gets the MMR thing. I mean, you get that as a baby, don't you? The vaccination for mumps, rubella, and what's the other one? Measles. Okay, we all get that. Do you know that's 83%? That's 83% that had their MMR. 83. Canada is at 90%. When it comes to vaccination for polio, we're at 93%. 93. How much more are you going to get? You're always going to have a percentage of people that are not going to do it. So what do? You take draconian steps. And believe me, this is just the beginning. You're going to lose your job. You're going to be called names. You can't work places. Those are the beginnings. And if you continue, you will become more and more a pariah in society. This is how China keeps their people in line. It's a social credit score. Nothing ever worked. But now with technology, they know where every citizen is and what every citizen says if it's against any of the rules. The days of whispering in your room because the Stasi has ears everywhere ain't gonna work anymore. So you will comply. And yes, it is nudge, shove, shoot. I hope we never get to shoot, but we are walking down that path.
Well, there's a lot of misinformation out there, Glenn, and there's a lot of disinformation.
Right.
And there's also a lot of malinformation.
I'm not familiar with malinformation.
So yeah, I have the distinctions here.
Okay, let's see if I get it right. I don't know mal at all, but misinformation is somebody who is giving information, but it's wrong, and they don't necessarily know it.
Right, false information being disseminated by someone who thinks it's true.
Okay.
So think of someone who's a big believer in some crazy conspiracy theory, but they really believe it.
Right, that's misinformation. Disinformation is when somebody actively, like if I were taking information from the Russian government and I was disseminating that and I knew it was disinformation.
Yeah,
right?
False information being disseminated by someone who knows it's false.
Okay.
So like think of Harry Reid saying Mitt Romney didn't pay his taxes. Right? Like that is like he knew that wasn't true. He said it anyway. He did it to harm the candidacy of Mitt Romney.
And he admitted it afterwards.
Yep.
That's disinformation.
Okay. Malinformation. So malinformation is something that
something with the intent, something that has the intent of somebody is spreading it to create chaos or no?
Yes, sort of. So there's a little distinction here that it is intentionally used to harm or inflict harm on someone or something, but it uses a kernel of truth. So, like, the example I came up with on that was, you know what? Joe Rogan uses the N-word. Right? Like, you can go back and find him quoting somebody else saying the N-word and find him and put it together and slap it together and release it with the intent to hurt him or hurt other people like him.
That's exactly what that group did.
Yeah, that's malinformation. Like, it has a kernel of truth. He really did say the word. Those weren't
So it's like the New York Times saying Sarah Palin said she was going to target this district and Gabby Giffords.
Yeah.
But it was not about that at all. It was just to destroy Sarah Palin.
Yeah, tying it to the actual shooting is you're using it for intent to harm her, even though she did actually release an ad that said the word trigger in it, right? That's malinformation. Okay. Disinformation would be if she didn't actually release the ad, or like Joe Rogan didn't say the N-word, and you're doing a deep fake or you're quoting him falsely. That's disinformation. And then the people retweeting it are giving you misinformation because they might believe this, whatever crappy Media Matters like organization came up with the first lie. And these things go on and on and on. They work together. And I'm giving you examples of them being used on the left.
And it's crazy
But they
because,
won't prosecute those.
yes, the idea, I can guarantee you, here's a great example. I can guarantee you it's going to be a sweep for if the Republican, I give you this grain of salt, it's more of like a big rock, it's like a boulder of salt. Republicans can screw victory up in their sleep. So they were a long way away, and they got a lot of stupid stuff they can do. But if it continues, if the vote were held today, it's going to be a landslide for the Republicans and very damaging to the Democrats. What are they going to do? I can guarantee you that they are going to say it was a stolen election. They suppressed the vote. It's going to happen. Everything that they say is so dangerous, that's what they're going to do. And I believe there will be, because that side is violent. And I believe there will be violence on that side. And the Democrats will do the same thing. These are just peaceful protesters. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. That's what's coming. And it will all be in mis and malinformation. But then the Department of Homeland Security won't say that's a threat to the nation.
And every one of those tweets will remain up on Twitter, and every video will remain up on YouTube. All of these things will continue to go. They won't be eliminated. They won't say you're damaging democracy for saying them. None of that will occur.
So here, if you are driving a backhoe, here's what you have to do. You have to take action yourself by calling your state rep and your state senator, your governor's office, and say the Great Reset must be stopped. Please join the other 20 states that are working on legislation now to ban ESG scores from being used in the state. That's the best thing you can do, along with educate yourself and others. Once you actually know the facts, by the way, facts, important word. Do not go down the rabbit trail. If I'm telling you this, I'm telling you about ESG. Do not take even my word. You might trust me. That's not good enough. You must know this for yourself. Do not take it from websites, even trusted websites. Go to their website. Find this information at WEF.com or its org, maybe, World Economic Forum. Get it from the US Treasury.gov, WhiteHouse.gov. Get the documents and get their own words saying it. Because then you can speak with authority and you will know for sure you are not engaged in dismiss or malinformation. Keeping the internet connected with all of your devices, it's not always a good idea. Not just for consumers, but for companies as well. You get some tiny little computer bug in there that goes through the company's servers, and you can kiss a ton of protected data goodbye in an instant. The government has been warning us about cybercrime and what's coming. I don't know about that. I do know that Vladimir Putin is way ahead of their thinking. We're still thinking like the old days. The world has changed. He says World War III is going to be fought with ones and zeros. They've gotten very sophisticated. Some of them are government actors like China. Nobody can watch everything, protect you from everything, but they can sure do a hell of a lot more than you can, because I can't do any of it. I don't know even how to get onto the dark web. LifeLock has been, they were the first in the business, and they are the best in the business of watching over and protecting your identity. I want you to join LifeLock by Norton so you don't have to worry about this. LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or head to lifelock.com. Use the promo code BECK for 25% off. Lifelock.com, promo code BECK. Save 25% now.
Glenn Beck. Join the conversation, 888-727-BECK.
Today at 3, Hannity, the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Winds gusting to 30 and Bradford sunny 40, winds gusting to 21.
Ireland Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Philadelphia, partly sunny.
Everyone knows they'll retire someday. But if your someday is getting closer and your financial plan isn't keeping up, you need a master plan. Master Plan is Efren Tilligson's proven personal approach, grounded in your goals and guided by the latest market research and more than 70 years of experience. To become the master of your retirement, schedule a no-obligation review of your situation at Efren.com. Efren Tilligson, member SIPC.
Winds gusting to 25. Cleveland.
When Mary arrived for her second visit, she opened my door and danced from the door to my front desk with this huge smile on her face. And then she just started bawling. She started to tell me that it was the first time in 12 years that she felt relief. And then I started to well up.
That's Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. And Mary danced in is just one of his thousands of success stories.
Peripheral neuropathy, I can explain it in terms that they feel it. It's like you would sit on your foot and your foot falls asleep. You start to tap it and it comes back to life. Or their foot never comes back to life. It's always feeling that numbness, that pins and needles, that tingling, and it just never goes away. So Mary comes in, proceed to hear that she's had this for 12 years. Got to the point where she was about to go into a walker. 2 days later, she's dancing.
To schedule your free consultation, call Tri-State Neuropathy Centers at 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Or visit MaryDancedIn.com.
I'm Dr. Sean Ritchie. Mary danced in. I want you to be next.
Hey, it's Daryl here from the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS. And if you've heard me talk with my friend Mike Fanto of Tower Auto Sales on Mike's weekly show, that's Tower Auto 412, Saturday nights at 7:30 here at WJAS. In recent weeks, you've heard us talk about the changing times for the auto industry. And it's changing times for all of us, without a doubt. Some of us, those changes might be we no longer need that extra car we have lying around in the garage, or that lease or payment plan we signed on for when we got our new car 3 or 4 years ago might not be the best idea now. So if this might be you, give Mike a call at Tower 412-828-6202. Simply put, Mike is buying cars. And things are so interesting with the car market at the moment that now is actually the best time for you to sell your car. Weird, I know. That lease you thought was unbreakable, again, that car collecting dust might end up collecting you dollars instead. Let Mike help guide you. It starts with that first call, 412-828-6202. And he's selling too. Check out TowerAutoSales.com for his latest news. And don't forget to tune in to us on Saturday. If you've been hearing about GBU Life's great member benefits and wish you could be a part of it all, but it's not the right time for a life insurance or annuity policy, this should make your day. GBU Life is now offering a social membership for those who are passionate about helping their local communities. The GBU Life social membership offers many of the same great benefits that GBU offers insured members, such as local discounts and reimbursement programs, plus support and help your community through the Give Back Group's Community Project Reimbursement and Matching Program. Join today for just $25 per year. GBU will donate $25 to your choice of GBU partner organizations on your behalf. GBU Life is a member-owned, community-focused life insurance provider that supports members in giving back to their local communities. In addition to providing excellent member benefits, GBU Life provides highly rated life insurance and annuity products to help members with securing their financial futures. If you are ready to join the thousands of GBU members who are making a difference, visit gbukcares.org/membership to choose the membership option that's right for you.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. In Shadyside, there was an accident. A car ran into a building south of Aiken near Claiborne Street. And in Unity Township, Westmoreland County, they've got an accident cleanup going on Route 30 near Sleepy Hollow Causeway Road. I'm on a diver total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, rainy tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27. And cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
This is the Glad Back program. I'm glad you're here. Tonight at 9 p.m., another special, another important program. You're going to learn some names and a name of a company that you've never heard before, most likely. And it all revolves around who's really running the White House. I hear that all the time. Isn't Biden's really in charge? Well, I know it's not Catherine Harris. Or, I mean, not Catherine Harris. What's her name? Kamala Harris. I know it's not Kamala Harris, and it's certainly not Catherine.
Yeah, that would be very strange.
Weird. That would be weird turn of events. Yeah. But it's not Kamala Harris. Who is it? People are saying, well, it's the chief of staff. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm going to show you who's actually running the White House.
They claim, they say Blinken a lot. They say Susan Rice. I'm interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, you're going to find it fascinating because it's not going where you think it's going.
9 p.m. BlazeTV.com/Glenn. Promo code is Glenn. You'll save $10 off that subscription. I will say also, Glenn, I've got I'm going to go pretty deep into the CNN debacle tonight on my show right before.
So what happened? So what's his name? Cuomo. Having lunch with somebody and like,
yeah. So he basically invited a temp in for lunch. Now, when she got there, apparently there was no food, which is a problem. When you invite someone to lunch, usually one of the specific things you'll have is food.
Yeah.
No food on site.
No food on site.
So apparently he then tried to proposition her for sex allegedly. This is a Jane Doe new allegation that we are just learning about, but it is a big part of the reason why Cuomo was fired. She said he propositioned her for sex. She said no, and he forced himself on her at some level. We don't know all the details of the allegation at this point, but he did not stop. She then did tell, I believe, 5 people at least that we know of that he was propositioning her, and later kind of noted the assault.
So why is this coming out?
Well, there's a huge story in the New York Times yesterday. There's also a bunch of stuff coming out from even Brian Stelter and those over at CNN with all the back and forth. Allison Dulles is also stepped down, by the way. That's another big part of this.
But why is this coming?
Well, they're all suing each other. They're all going to the press, and they're all trying to get out in front of it. They all have the same press connections. They're all exerting their influence on their side of the story. We have a new takeover of CNN, which is just around the corner with new ownership, and everybody's pressing buttons to try to get control and money. Millions and millions and millions of dollars on the line, particularly for Chris Cuomo, who seems to think because all he did, I guess, was harass women around him, he should have been fired. There's also the Andrew Cuomo connection here, which is fascinating, and that she used to work for Cuomo, and the allegation is that Jeff Zucker was giving counsel to Andrew Cuomo on how to beat up on Donald Trump. Amazing.
Been having a nicer grip of people.
Sean Hannity.
You're lied to constantly by your government. You're manipulated constantly. Full of crap.
The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Life is about being active, whether it's about going on your daily tasks or exercising. You know you're well when you're regularly active. But what happens when being active actually hurts by the end of the day? This is the position I found myself in a number of years ago. Everything I wanted to do in my daily life, all of the activity it called for, was held captive to almost constant nagging pain. When I heard about Relief Factor, I was skeptical, but my wife said, give it a chance. Not long after I took it, I could feel the pain begin to melt away, and I've been taking it ever since. And I can tell you that Relief Factor has helped me get my life back. I love that it's not a drug, but it was developed by doctors, and about 70% of the people who try it go on to order more. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be ordering a 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or ReliefFactor.com. Find out all about this offer and feel the difference.
Your dog is part of the family. At Rough Greens, we know that dogs need live nutrition just like we do. There's just one problem. For dog food to last, it needs to be shelf stable, and that means it has no live nutrients. The result is your dog's food is dead food. Sometimes itching and scratching, lack of energy, digestive issues, they're not medical issues at all, but more likely they're nutritional deficiencies from eating dead food. The good news is you don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Simply add a scoop of Rough Greens and make even the best dog food better. Rough Greens is a powerful supplement that puts into your dog's food all the live nutrients they need for superior health. With the flavor, it'll have them licking the bottom of the bowl. We're so confident your dog will love Rough Greens that we're going to let him try it before you buy it. Free. Just cover the shipping. Get your free bag of Rough Greens today at RUFFgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Bring your dog's food to life with Rough Greens.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor?
Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pellets windows in wood, aluminum-clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Now here is the synopsis.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship. It is time to get back what you had before. Berg Medical Clinic is the only clinic to offer this breakthrough FDA-approved ED treatment. This innovative treatment is highly successful and non-invasive. Plus, it costs thousands of dollars less than other treatments. Come in for a free consultation with Dr. Williams, 412-889-9999, or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
WJAS-AM Pittsburgh, home of the most powerful name in news, Fox News, on the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
And we are all cautiously optimistic about the trajectory we are on.
But CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky saying a short time ago they want to keep moving in the right direction. And right now, community transmission remains substantial or high in most counties across the country, with severe cases of COVID still causing hospitalization.
We are assessing the most important factors based on where we are in the pandemic, and will soon put guidance in place that is relevant and encourages prevention measures when they are most needed to protect public health and our hospitals.
So right now, no new CDC guidance, even as a growing number of states and communities adjust their own COVID rules, including mask mandates. The U.S. and NATO still not seeing a change that Russia had announced. Fox's Simon Owen is live in London.
With Russian troops massed near its borders, Ukraine has been holding what it calls a day of national unity. This crowd in traditional dress sang the national anthem. A giant Ukrainian flag was flown over Kyiv. Western leaders are skeptical of Russia's claim to be withdrawing some of its forces. NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg.
Russia has demonstrated that it really is willing to contest some of the fundamental principles for our security.
The US says it has seen no sign of a pullback. Lisa?
Thanks, Simon. The House committee probing the Capitol riot is getting an assist from President Biden. He's ordering the release of Trump White House visitor logs to the committee, again rejecting the former president's claim of executive privilege. Those logs show appointment information from individuals allowed to enter the White House on the day of the Capitol attack. America is listening to Fox News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Oh, won't you stick with me, baby? I'm going to make a lot of bread. Buy me both money and actual bread. But right now I need dough, cause my delivery truck's dead. And I know I need money. Trucks don't run on bread.
Local small businesses always as you please. But with personalized discounts that save you money, Progressive Commercial keeps you humming along. Get a quote as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
I need more dough. Need with an N. I need more dough. Need with a K.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company indicates coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions.
C&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. Visit McClellan'sRoofing.com or call 412-353-5660 for all your roofing needs.
54 degrees in Pittsburgh and Lebanon. News update on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Officials say a man was rushed to a hospital this morning after a fire in Cherry. The fire happened at a building in 2600 block of Church Street Avenue starting around 1 o'clock this morning. The man was hospitalized for critical condition, and a woman was evaluated at the scene for smoke inhalation, but was not taken to the hospital. Firefighters were able to keep the blaze from spreading beyond a single apartment, but other units in the building had smoke and water damage. There's no word on what caused the fire, but it's thought to be accidental.
The CDC director says things are moving in the right direction as the COVID Omicron wave diminishes. Dr. Rochelle Walensky said today the CDC is now assessing whether to relax mask guidelines. Dr. Anthony Fauci noted top health officials are assessing whether a second booster shot may be recommended in the coming months. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says he'll deliver his first State of the State address since 2019 at the end of March. He'll deliver the speech at the Ohio State House March 23rd. This will be DeWine's second State of the State speech following cancellations in 2020 and 2021 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500th goal club. He scored his 500th career goal 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The score gave the Pens a 2-1 lead entering the first intermission. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals, trailing only Alexander Ovechkin, who has 759 career goals. Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. World champion Rams have a parade today to the LA Coliseum. It's the first championship parade in Los Angeles since the Kings won the Stanley Cup in 2014. This report is sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. BCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADexZone.org. I'm Evan Eichenknecht on Pittsburgh 1520 WJAS.
For over 70 years, Arizona Builders, Main Street, Sharpsburg, has been treating Pittsburghers like family, with competitive prices and the best in quality automotive repairs. Just off the Sharpsburg exit of Route 28, you'll soon find out why folks drive from everywhere to have their cars worked on at Paris Automotive. Paris Automotive.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. From Shady Side, a vehicle into a building, South Aiken Avenue and Claiborne Street, delays and detours around it. A crash in Unity Township, Westmoreland, on the Lincoln Highway eastbound at 217. Fluids on the roadway as well. And Evans, total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
To the Secret Service, to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
I'm really concerned with social media. I've been concerned for a long time, but there are levels of concern like everything else. You know, there's heat in the winter, right? The question is, how much heat there is. There were heat or no heat in the winter, it's how much. So the same thing, works with levels of concern. The left always concerns me. Let's have mine. You scratch a liberal, you get a fascist. But they've made better attempts in the past to hide the fact that liberals are largely fascists with totalitarian tendencies. They made attempts to hide that because citizens of the United States have a general, they're repelled generally by the idea of totalitarianism, tyranny, fascism, and the sort. But the left isn't hiding it anymore. I've got a lot to get to today, and you probably should, if you can, hang around, including what the hell was the CIA doing in the Trump Spygate scandal, and a blowout new fact pattern I want to present to you to show you something's up here. Something is up with the CIA and the Spygate case. But before I get to that, I got a couple of things I just want to get out of the way. You know, between the podcast and this show, you might think, get ready, take about an hour, chill out a little bit. And I got to thinking, we should try to follow the same pattern of the podcast. So in case you missed anything on the radio, you can go back and listen to the podcast. But today we're going to break ranks a little bit in the beginning. Because folks, if we look throughout history, the warning signs for coming totalitarianism were there many times and they were missed. They were missed by people who either didn't believe it was possible, didn't believe it was happening, didn't want to believe it was happening. By others, they weren't missed, but they were useful idiots who ushered it in themselves. Academics, elitists, snobs, the media. We're at that point now. It kind of reminds me of that movie, bad movie, but I love it, that World War Z movie. I've probably seen it 1,000 times. And the guy says at one point to the Brad Pitt character about the zombie apocalypse, nobody believes anything's going to happen until it happens. Well, folks, it's happening now. I mean, we're descending into total totalitarian madness in front of your eyes. And I thought to myself, okay, it's a radio show. I am a conservative. I don't hide that. I'm an opinion host. I get it. There are a lot of lefties that listen to this and moderate Democrats who go, oh, it's just Bongino exaggerating. So I thought to myself, as a former criminal investigator charged with putting together cases for prosecutors to prosecute, right, I thought I could probably make the case to you in this opening segment very easily that the descent into tyranny and totalitarianism is being driven exclusively by leftist entities, the media, academics, politicians, and Democrats. I thought rather than talk about it, let's just make the case. So what do we, the sane Americans, liberals, you're excluded, although you may want to listen to this. I said sane, so you guys can sit down and, do your thing. We're talking a normal. So the sane people who can process fact patterns and behavior, I thought we have these God-given rights we believe in, right? That would be hallmarks of what a free country would look like. Respect for those God-given rights. Notice I didn't say state-given rights, God-given rights. Only rights that the state would respect because they believe they're granted by God, that you're born with those rights. The state doesn't give them to you, okay? Because if the state gives it, it can take it away. So these are things free people believe they're born with. They believe we're born with the right to assemble peacefully. In other words, the right to meet together, join together in public for a cause we believe in. The right to stand outside of the White House and protest if we want. The right to sit there outside of, these are guys, we're talking about Canada in this latter example, but we're talking about God-given rights. They don't stop at a border. Even Canadians, contrary to what Justin Trudeau believes, yes, Canadians have God-given rights as well, and they should be able to assemble peacefully also, whether you're a trucker or not, to advance the cause of freedom and liberty. So we believe in that, right? Well, ask yourself, to the crazy libs listening, right? Who are the people standing in the way of that right now? Are there Republicans doing that? Conservatives? Are there Republicans who are suggesting that BLM, not every single BLM rioter was a terrorist. There were a lot of them, unfortunately, in Antifa. But some of them, although I, don't agree with their communist manifesto cause, their words, not mine. There are, you can listen to Patrice Culler's own words. I never recommended that BLM be locked up for showing up in the street. I'm sure some people there had peaceful intentions, and even though I don't agree with the group because their founding documents indicate they're collectivists, I would never fight against their efforts to assemble peacefully in public. So who is getting in whose way when it comes to peaceful assembly? Well, the answer is an obvious one. It's the libs. It's always the libs, because you scratch a lib, you get a fascist every time. Who are the ones right now threatening the truckers, doxing the truckers, doxing donors to the truckers, threatening donors to the truckers? Who are the people sending the police in to harass the truckers? Who are the people threatening to steal the truckers' money and anyone who donates them? Who are doing that? Liberals! You're doing it because you scratch a lib, you get a fascist. And now you don't have to scratch anymore. It's like one of those scratchy things where you scratch away like a scratchy lottery ticket. Now you see the numbers and you can't put that coding back on. But it's not just that. Who's out there stealing your money? Stealing your money, taking your money, confiscating your money. Liberals and liberal platforms. You've got Stripe and these leftist platforms out there involving themselves in this trucker thing. You had GoFundMe, a leftist platform, pulling the money donations to the truckers. You now have the Canadian government, the new dictator, Justin Trudeau, and his leftist Canadian government threatening to steal people's money. Who's doing that? Is that conservatives? Liberals, I know the foaming's begun, the scratching at the face, the clawing at the eyes. I know the foaming at the mouth is happening, the screaming at the skies. I know, because you're always bothered every time I call you out for who you are. You hate who you are. You're disgusted by who you are. And it bothers you that we know who you are, and everything you call other people, racist, fascist, totalitarian, you are. You are. And you know it. And it quietly drives you crazy. Crazy. It drives you insane. Hence the foaming at the mouth and the screaming at the sky you do all the time. Who's preventing people from assembling? Liberals. Who's stealing people's money? Liberals. Who's attacking people's religion? Who's that? Is that conservatives doing that?
then partly cloudy in the afternoon.
I don't think so. Jim's shaking his head. No, I don't know too many examples of that. Yeah, I don't either. Who's doing it? Who's the bake the cake crowd? You will bake this cake. Satan cakes. You will bake the Satan cakes. Sir, I'm a Christian. There are 1,000 bakeries you could go to. I prefer not to bake the Satan cakes. You will bake the Satan cakes, man. You hear me, Jack? I think that's the guy's name. There. You will bake that Satan cake. Look yourself in the mirror, you liberal clown fascist thugs. Look yourself in the mirror. You proud of yourself?
For Sunday night, mainly clear.
So you're telling a one-hand parent that they have no choice to stick their kid in a mask or not in school. They will put their kid in a mask despite a paucity of data showing it does anything to stop coronavirus. And you're telling me you're the free speech, free assembly people while you force a baker in Colorado to bake your Satan cakes? Because you want to worship Satan. And you're the good guys in the store. I say to my kids all the time, you know, if you think you're doing the right thing, right, or the wrong thing, imagine you're watching yourself in a movie. Would you be proud of that person? So I say to the libs, while you're done beating up the truckers, stealing their money, and forcing people to bake Satan cakes, are you really sure conservatives are the problem, or is it just you? Look yourself in the mirror. The image is disgusting. It is, isn't it? That's why you're clawing. That's why the foaming right now. Wipe the foam. It's disgusting. You. Hey, Tony, the lip. Yeah. Spread the foam. Get it off your mouth. Elizabeth, it's gross. It's really disgusting. Stop foaming. It's really disgusting.
Across southwest Pennsylvania.
Who's censoring people?
At 54 degrees.
Good point. Who's censoring you? And see, I'm an equity holder in a lot of parallel economy companies, and I can tell you right now, we get inquiries from people on the left all the time. Hey, we'd like to come on to Rumble. We had early on when I was with Parler. Hey, we'd like to come on to Parler. You know what we said? Great, we'd love to have you. You know why? We actually believe in free speech. Even though I think your ideas are pretty freaking stupid, you are welcome on our platform. Matter of fact, you're welcome on our platform, and please use our platform to go after me. You know why? I'm comfortable in my ideas. I don't wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and foam at the mouth like a rabid dog. A dog. I get up in the morning proud of myself, fighting for big R God-given rights for not just me, but for everyone else, including you lunatic liberals out there.
Philadelphia, partly sunny.
Who's censoring people?
Johnstown, mostly sunny, 40.
Who is it? Who's afraid of ideas? You got that crazy Soros cat lady who boils bunnies every single day. She's like obsessed with me. Like AOC said, she want to date me? It's insane. She every day posting about it. Posting about the right. Her and 1,000 others obsessed. Was it the Judd Legum guy and others? Obsessed with censoring the right. Foaming, the foam all the time at the mouth, the screaming, like crazy lunatics. Well, yeah, that's right. Why they blocked me, also, right? Like crazy lunatics. Who's obsessed with censoring? Where have you seen an effort by conservatives to censor? You're trying a bad book. Nobody's banning books. Nobody's banning books. You're suggesting to us we should teach what? 6-year-olds about sexuality and topics you would be, probably reserved best for adults. And no one's suggesting the books be banned. We're simply suggesting that maybe a curriculum to teach kids that we all agree on, that maybe we should all agree on it. Crazy, right? That's the left. You're the book banners.
Winds are forecast to gust up to 35 and 49
Who's
on
doxing
Thursday
people?
and Friday morning.
There's this reporter, this Allison something at the Ottawa Citizen. Put out a tweet. Hey, it's a real shame this lady donated to the truckers. She regrets that now. This lady, she said she thought it was a peaceful rally. Well, it was a peaceful rally. You know what Allison from the Ottawa Citizens do? Allison from the Ottawa Citizens winking and nodding there, like, hey, here's this lady out there. Check it out. Here's this lady. Everybody on the left. Look, now who's doxing people? Twitter, I thought you had a policy against hacked information. Well, the Give, Send, Go donor list, according to multiple reports, that it was hacked. Why are you publishing that? Because you had a policy against hacked information.
Including the following areas: Beaver,
Folks, I can't express the grave enough for 5 years right now. These leftists are an existential threat to freedom and liberty. They will not stop until something happens to you. You are bankrupted, financially bankrupted, fired, humiliated, embarrassed, censored, they were jailed. They will not stop. The evidence is everywhere, just like the evidence has been everywhere throughout human history about the slow onset of totalitarianism. It rarely happens overnight. It happens with the assistance of useful idiots throughout history, and the warning signs are everywhere. The bells and sirens are going off right now. I am urging you to pay attention. These people are not kidding. They are an existential threat to liberty. The evidence I just presented to you is all around you, and that was only about 5 or 6 examples.
The forecast for Pittsburgh and surrounding counties.
I bring it up because in the coming segments,
Sunny late this morning.
there is an explosion
Cloudy. Mild.
in alternative development for this leftist totalitarian censorship-based economy that's happening.
30 miles an hour.
Going to get to some of that next, including the left's new love affair with political spying and their desperate effort to make the biggest political spying scandal in American history.
Up to 24 miles an hour. For Thursday, mild. Highs in the upper 50s.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about 100% drug-free Relief Factor. I've been taking Relief Factor for years now to help me deal with pain in my body. My wife takes it as well. The reason we tell everyone we know about it is simple. We found it really works to help our bodies fight off the inflammation that causes aches and pains. Whether it's the pain of injuries you've sustained or just the natural pain from the mileage over the years, Relief Factor can help. I've never looked back. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it works for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference.
Extended forecast. For Saturday, partly sunny in the morning. Near steady temperature around 30. For Saturday, clear. Lows in the lower 40s. For Sunday, sunny. Highs in the lower 50s.
Ireland Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mild. Highs in the mid-50s.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to save up to 30 to 60% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Monday, Monroeville Convention Center. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to save up to 30 to 60% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Monday, Monroeville Convention Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Monroeville Convention Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates. This weekend only. Monroeville Convention Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Hundreds of hot tubs in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Monroeville Convention Center. Save up to 30 to 60%. Just relax and enjoy. Monroeville Convention Center. Friday noon to 8, Saturday 10 to 8, Sunday 10 to 6, Monday 10 to 6. Enjoy free admission and free parking. Monroeville Convention Center. Call 855-SPOT-IT or visit spablowout.com. Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. It's Gotcho, and I'm talking with Pat D from Moon Township. Pat, what's it like to live your life without glasses nowadays?
Fantastic. I wore them for 30 years, and I wore progressive, so I was constantly moving my head up and down, and would get headaches from doing that. I do not have to wear any glasses to read, to do anything now.
So what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about getting the procedure?
Go for it. You don't have to have the glasses.
And how about your experience with the staff at Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates?
The people were fantastic at Scott and Christie, and so was the surgery center. I would recommend anybody to go to Scott and Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. Vision for life. Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
Looking for new or used handguns or rifles, ammo, or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys, plenty of experience, and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh, South Hills.
Winds gusting to 38.
When you turn the heat on, you could be spreading contaminants like dirt, dust, dander, even mold, bacteria, and viruses. Call Bactronics today. It can quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886. Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Shady side, a vehicle into a building, South Aiken Avenue and Claiborne Street. Delays and detours around it. A crash in Unity Township, West Portland, on the Lincoln Highway eastbound at 217. Fluids on the roadway as well. And Evans, total traffic.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow and a low of 27. And a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Where portions of East Central Ohio,
right out of the box, reliable. Their company motto is Made in America or Not Made at All. They come with a lifetime, yes, a lifetime warranty. And it's a family-owned business. These folks are true patriots who back their military, veterans, first responders, and citizens. They're also strong supporters of the Second Amendment. So if you're in the market for a high-quality American-made firearm, go to HenryUSA.com and order a free catalog today. They'll even send you 2 free decals on a list of dealers in your area. That's HenryUSA.com for a free catalog of decals. HenryUSA.com. I love it.
And other low-lying and fraudulent locations.
Serving the left cold, hard facts with a side of common sense. Dan Bongino.
You know, my whole life I believed in aggregation of data and facts and to present a viable case for you as both a radio host and in my prior line of work as an investigator. You don't walk into court and just say, hey, I think Jim Birdie's guilty of criminal conspiracy for felonious mopery in the umpteenth degree. Well, what makes you believe he's guilty of felonious mopery, sir? I don't know. I heard a rumor about a rumor once. They'd laugh you out of court. So again, trying to make the case to you is not a difficult one. That the left is now fully embraced being the party of totalitarianism and tyranny. The evidence is right in front of your face. But think about everything they've fallen in love with, and please tell me how it is not an interception of the individual sphere of control. Taking all that out, intercept that pass and give it back to the government and turn it over to the government. They're in love with mandates. In other words, things you can't do that the government tells you you can't do, and things you must do the government tells you to do, which means there is a smaller locus of control for the individual and a bigger locus of control for the government. Lockdowns, left loves them. The left loves them. Stealing people's money, confiscating bank accounts for peaceful protesters. The left not only loves it, the left is doxing people, suggesting it should happen to regular civilians too. The big, the Cape crowd, that's not on the right. That's on the left. If you're a couple who believes in leftist activism, and I want to go in there and say, hey, I need you to make a cake that says, I love the Catholic Church. I don't want to do that. Sorry. Say you don't want to do that. You think what do you think? I'm some kind of wuss? I'm not a leftist. You're not going to make a cake. Mr. Attorney, can I sue? You childish little runt. Get a life, you pathetic loser. They won't make my cake. I wanted to see cake. But he said no. Grow up. Get out of your mom's basement. You feckless, whiny infant loser, and get a life. You gotta sue a guy who doesn't want to make a Satan cake? Oh, look at me. I'm about liberty and freedom. Bake the freaking Satan cake, Christian man. Bake it now. Sir, you could go to another cake maker. I want that guy to bake my Satan cake. And let this wake up in the morning. Yeah! Go get him, Bobby! This is these losers. These are these hapless, feckless pieces of human filth. No, we're not the fascists. It's you angry Republicans. We are? I've done nothing but recommend on this show repeatedly peaceful protests and called out violence. It's you maniac lunatics burning down American cities, doxing innocent people, censoring everyone, stealing their money, locking them down, bankrupting them, calling for their deaths on social media. But yeah, you're right. You guys are the good guys. Shame on us conservatives. We don't want to bake Satan cakes. I mean, we're really the bad guys. Bake the Satan cake, you damn conservative, or put your caboose right in jail. Good move, guys. Good. Okay, friends, listen up. Stop everything you're doing right now and go to preparewithdan.com. I want to talk to you about something I personally think is very important. It's about your survival in the future. Ask yourself, are you prepared for the worst that may happen? The headlines are getting worse every day. Do you have enough to eat if food shortages come back? If not, go to preparewithdan.com right now and check out the emergency food you can get from My Patriot Supply. They're the nation's leading emergency preparedness experts, and they have millions of satisfied customers all over the country. I highly recommend getting their 3-month food kit as we approach the current times ahead. This is a fallback. Hopefully, you never need it, but when you do, you never have it. Act now and save $150 on your 3-month emergency food kit. Just go to our special website, preparewithdan.com. That's preparewithdan.com. Do it today so you don't regret it tomorrow. Hopefully, you never need it, but when you do, better have it. Prepare with Dan.
Partly late this morning, then becoming mostly cloudy.
Dan Bongino.
In the mid-50s. Tonight, mostly cloudy.
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
For Thursday.
Good afternoon, another News headline update. A man is in the hospital with critical injuries after being rescued from a burning apartment in Carrick overnight. Firefighters responded to a call just after 1 a.m. about smoke coming from an apartment on Churchill Avenue. Officials said when firefighters entered the unit, they found the male victim on the floor. The man was taken to a hospital in critical condition, and the fire is believed to have started by accident. Officials are investigating a deadly crash in the Pennsylvania Turnpike in Beaver County that happened early this morning. The crash was reported around 3 a.m. near Mile Mark 20 in Busa Ripley. A tractor trailer struck a person walking on the road. Police say 2 other vehicles also struck that person who was killed. Police now say they're seeking information about a vehicle involved that did not remain on scene. The truck is described by authorities as a green Peterbilt longwood trailer with grain on top. And anyone with information on that vehicle is asked to call authorities at 724-443-5907. I'm Bill on the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This month's business report is brought to you by Accurate Solutions Group, online at asgretire.com.
Iron snapping a 3-session losing streak as investors were hopeful that tensions are easing between Russia and Ukraine. Big tech stocks and financials among the gainers today, while energy companies lagged, oil prices fell from a 7-year high. The Dow winners Goldman Sachs, Salesforce, and Boeing, the decliners Chevron, Amgen, and 3M. Take a look at Wall Street by the numbers. The Dow up 422, the Nasdaq adding 349, while the S&P gained 69. Travel stocks were higher with Marriott leading the charge, its stock popping 5%. Demand for businesses and leisure travel continued to grow in the holiday quarter, despite a setback from the Omicron COVID variant. Shares of Virgin Galactic took off today, jumping 30% after Space Tourism Company said it would start selling tickets to the general public. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
Biden's massive spending plan has expanded America's money supply and taken money out of your pocket. You can fight back against runaway inflation by sheltering your IRA or 401k with gold. Choose Birch Gold Group. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I'm proud to be a customer of Birch Gold. Join me. Birch Gold has created a free info kit of protecting your retirement with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Just text the words SHELTER to 98989. Text SHELTER to 98989 and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold.
In fact, there's no time to put on a helmet. And when a boater capsizes or is thrown,
How much do you have saved for retirement? Now, cut that number in half. That's the impact inflation could have on your retirement. Have you thought about how that will affect your retirement plans? If not, you should. Recently, inflation's been over 5%, but even at the historical average of 3%, the value of your savings will be cut in half in about 20 years. So what can you do? Start by getting a free booklet from Kirk Canodic at Accurate Solutions. It will help you understand how inflation could impact you and then show you some simple ways to prepare for it. To get your copy of this free booklet from Kirk Canodic and the Accurate Solutions Group,
Call or text inflation to 412-515-3132. Text inflation to 412-515-3132. Inflation, you can't stop it, but you may be able to minimize its impact on your retirement. Call or text inflation to 412-515-3132. Firm offers insurance services. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC, registered investment advisory.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. In Unity Township, West Portland, that accident just cleared over Lincoln Highway eastbound at 217. In East Liberty, we have a construction equipment closure on Center Avenue, right between South Negley Avenue and South Phoebe Street, is through 7 tonight. And Evans, total traffic.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
17, the Dan Bongino Show.
So as I've been discussing in the opening half an hour of this show, listen, there are levels of concern I have about the left. The concern never wanes, but it grows at times. And this is one of those times where, on a 1 to 10 concern scale about the growing tyranny streak on the left, I'm at about an 8. That's high. A 10 is full-blown tyranny and totalitarianism. We're not there yet. But folks, they are doing their best to double down. I'm serious. Just make the court. Yeah, I say things passionately sometimes, and I get it. That with some, it may distract from the message. But listen, I don't apologize for being emotional about the subject. Freedom and liberty are things we should all care about, all be fighting for, regardless of our partisan strife. And the fact that we have this growing branch of wannabe politicos on the left that seem obsessed with censorship, doxing, street terror, Antifa, BLM, stealing people's money, lockdowns, make the damn cake, says to me, we are moving into a dangerous new era where they're not hiding it anymore because they're not embarrassed. So ask yourself, why are they not embarrassed anymore? The left isn't embarrassed anymore because they feel like public exposure for being a tyrant and a totalitarian isn't embarrassing. Nobody does things that are embarrassing intentionally. I mean, seriously, I brush my teeth because of my bad elbows. It looks kind of funny. I'm like, yeah, I can barely do it anymore because I have brown elbows. I wouldn't want a video of that leaking out. I wouldn't be like, hey, look at this video of me brushing my teeth. I can barely move it. It's an embarrassing scene. Jim's laughing now, envisioning, because I have really horrible elbows and I can barely bend I can't even wash my own hair. How do you do it? I have to wash my hair with a brush because my elbows don't bend. Yes, this is Dan Bongino, too much information, but you get the point? You're embarrassed about that. So I wouldn't take a video of it and put it on my locals account. Hey, everybody, watch me barely wash my own hair at 47 years old, okay? So the left, when they hid being fascist, we're not fascists, we're in it for the little guy. Okay, where people believe this for years, and they hid it. They put little masks on, they would couch it in the guise of class warfare. No, we don't want to tax the rich because we're fascists. We want to help the poor. Folks, they're not hiding it anymore. They don't care. You've got the CEO of YouTube now talking about full-blown censorship and government helping her censor. Oh, Susan Wojcicki or Ann Wojcicki, whatever her name is, for just talking about it openly on a platform that wasn't their thing like do no harm at one point or something like. Google's motto now is like harm as many people as possible as long as we can still make a buck. Lockdowns, take the cake, put people in handcuffs, attacking truckers, stealing their money. These are all leftist things. These are not phenomena that have any popular support on the right. I can prove it to you. If you were on the right and started advocating for censorship, you would have people would mock you. I know it. I follow what happens on the right. You're not welcome there.
Will bring rain and eventually some snow. Thursday night.
Don't be evil. Hey, Google. Hey, that's Google's thing. On the Hippocratic Oath. They thought they were trying to emulate the doctors. Apparently, maybe they are emulating some doctors, the new generation of leftist COVID doctors. Put your mask on. Is there any evidence for that, sir? None. But do what I tell you.
Up to 30 miles an hour.
Jim, you got that Kimmel thing? Here's another example of what I'm talking about. how we've descended into total totalitarian madness on the left, and they're proud of it. They've got the moron class, and believe me, blackface Jimmy Kimmel is one of them. Remember Jimmy Kimmel, blackface guy? I thought you weren't allowed to do that. No, if you're Jimmy Kimmel, you can do it. You think it's hilarious. Jimmy Kimmel, who, I mean, it's self-evident the guy's a moron. He hangs out with Howard Stern, right? And, you know, idiots have an idiot magnet. They attract other morons with them. So Jimmy Kimmel was on his show the other day. It was last night or whatever. And the Spygate case, which, we had this court filing by John Durham with explosive allegations in it. I mean, and that's underselling. You had allegations there in the document. Allegations, of course, but very serious allegations in a sworn court document by the prosecutor suggesting Hillary Clinton may have accessed information on a server to Donald Trump's residence and White House. You know, in any normal time, that is something you hear and your jaw drops and you go, wait, what? Imagine you found out Donald Trump had gained access to Barack Obama's White House DNS data in the server, or at Barack Obama's residence in Marcus Vineyard, where he's got a $15 million plus home. Imagine that. Of course, the story would be huge news, but because the Washington Times, the Washington Post and the New York Times realized they can't control the narrative anymore because it's an official court filing, so they can't call it a conspiracy theory. They have to sit their professional idiots on it. Jimmy Kimmel, and I'm sure Howard Stern will be next, are two of them, two dunces. So here's Jimmy Kimmel, who thinks it's hilarious that the biggest spying scandal and abuse of power in U.S. government history is happening. And he is more than eager, as one of the useful idiots the communists warned us about, he is more than eager to help the Democrats cover it up. And all of a sudden he wants to blame Fox News and their oatmeal-brained audience about it. This is a guy with an IQ of probably less than 65. But keep in mind here, during this case, he presents no evidence whatsoever that anything we know about this case is false. He just thinks it's hilarious that the government's spying. Here, check this out.
Meanwhile, Trump's terrible kids are making the rounds, desperately trying to protect the Golden Goose. Last night, Eric took time out of his busy schedule to promote this made-up Hillary Clinton spying case they're now pumping into the Fox News viewers' soft oatmeal-like brains.
So it's interesting that he talks about Trump's terrible kids. Does he realize the president now has a son who does blowhole paintings in between making sex tapes and filming himself with extendable rods so he can film these little interesting angles? You ever see that video? Really strange, right? Yeah, blowhole guy. You know, he does blowhole paintings. He puts a straw in his blowhole and he does paintings and he sells them for $500 grand. Does Jimmy Kimmel know that? He's like, oh, I thought those were the Trump kids. No, that's not the Trump kids. Nope. Nope. That's not them. Yeah, that's Hunter Biden. It's interesting. I'm at dinner quite Trump kids. You know, it's funny, every time I go out with them, none of them even want to get a quick glass of wine or anything. They're kind of weird, right? Jared's not a problem at all, Hunter B. I'll take a glass, right? Just show me the bottle. Matter of fact, what is just IVB the fly? Make it simple. Let's just bypass the GI tract altogether. Anyone got some paid prostitutes for afterwards either? Maybe a little bit of that stuff, you know what I mean? We can have a little party with some of that wacky tobacco. Imagine that? It's Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel thinks it's hilarious about the Trump kids. The Trump kids. Let's stay away from the whole kids thing, Jimmy. Jimbo, blackface guy. Jimmy Kimmel, remember him? Blackface guy. The whole made up Hillary spy. Yeah, it's made up. It's made up. John Durham, a respected United States attorney, yes, walked into a court and had his team swear to a document. They just made up nothing to do on a Saturday. They're like, hey, what do we do? How about this coming Friday, guys? Why don't we walk into court and make up this charge that Hillary Clinton and her team tapped into some DNS data on Trump's servers to spy on Trump? And they were like, yes, dude, what a good idea. Let's do that this week. Anybody got a piece of paper? And they drew it up. Spying, DNS data, New Star, Rodney Jaffe. Does this sound good to you guys for a version 1? Let's make some additions. Let's throw a CIA angle in there. That's what it's FBI, anyone? FBI, yes, FBI. Hillary Clinton. Let's throw Hillary in there too. Everybody loves a good Clinton story. So they did.
Thursday night, Northeast
That's why Jimmy Kimmel has been regularly get beaten out by Greg Gutfeld on Fox, despite the fact that Gutfeld's not even on broadcast TV, he's on cable. Shows you how little people think of this buffoon. Jimmy, you're a buffoon. You're in chump. You know what Jimmy Kimmel reminds me of? Yeah, listen, I'm in a salty mood today, folks, so if the show's not for you, I understand. You need to tune out, okay? I'm pissed today. I don't need to pretend otherwise. I'm sick of living with tyrants and fascists and morons. And Jimmy Kimmel's one of them. Jimmy Kimmel's that kid, really, who was probably the most unpopular kid in high school. And because a couple of idiots picked on him, which is not right, you shouldn't pick on kids, right? He takes it out on the whole rest of the world now that he's famous and rich. That's Jimmy Kimmel. I've seen these guys 1,000 times. That's Jimmy Kimmel. He's a grossly insecure buffoon who now takes his little rage at his own pathetic life out on everyone else.
Coshocton, Germany, Harrison, Jefferson, Ohio, Muskingum, Noble, and Tuscarawas.
Going at it for a while.
Pennsylvania.
Now it's time for the good news. There's good news in this show today, yes.
Forest, Jefferson, Pennsylvania.
Folks, the good news
Mercer, and
is that people, are waking up in mass. Did you see what happened in San Francisco last night? I'll get to that hopefully a little later, too. San Francisco. Damn, you mean San Antonio? No, I mean San Francisco. In San Francisco, the far-left liberal city capital of the world. By the way, hat tip our KSFO audience out there in San Francisco. You all are wonderful. Thanks for listening. There are a lot of conservatives out there, too. To the north is city. But it's densely populated with liberals. See what happened last night? They booted out Reecom. 3 radical far-left wingnut school board members who were recalled with, it wasn't even close. It wasn't like 51-49. It was, the results were overwhelming. They got the boot because San Franciscans are like, you know what, we're kind of tired of this stuff. People, I'm telling folks, people are waking up everywhere. Eyeballs are opening up. The left isn't hiding anymore. And now you can see them. You can see who they are. And people don't like it.
Near steady temperature in the upper.
There's also huge news yesterday. Donald Trump and his team launched the beta edition of Truth Social,
for Thursday, showers,
which is going to be one of the first real serious, credible rivals to Twitter. It launched yesterday. I was given access to the beta edition. They obviously want to make sure it works first, so they put it out so some people could check it out, which is a smart business. If you want to make sure before the platform has a whole bunch of new users on it, and it functions efficiently. With Truth Social, the beta launched yesterday. I put out my first Truth post, and it says "free speech!" exclamation point. I thought, better way to start. Donald Trump also put out a post as well, which Don Jr. Posted on Twitter. You can see the post on Twitter from Truth Social. Again, it's still in date. Favorite president, back.
Much colder with highs in the lower 30s.
That's a good
Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles.
The censorship's going to stop coming forward because you're not going to be able to censor YouTube and Twitter, which you don't own. You can't censor people who aren't on your platform. To Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, did you like it when I flipped you the middle finger and posted my last video, why I'm leaving YouTube? And then you said, you can't quit, we're going to fire you, you're banned from YouTube. How can you ban me? I just posted why I'm leaving YouTube. Did you miss that? You missed that video, didn't you?
For Sunday night.
You're going to see Truth start to take people away from Twitter now as well, take the attention away from Twitter. Is Twitter going anywhere? I don't think so. Just like CNN and MSNBC didn't go.
For Monday night.
But you're seeing with Truth Social, and you're seeing with Rumble, and you're seeing an explosion in the growth of this parallel economy.
Lows around 40. Chance of rain.
Told you as well, I have paralleleconomy.com. If you're on Stripe, Stripe will cancel you too. All of this stuff is happening now. You've got Substack out there. You've got others doing the same thing. Eyes are opening everywhere, even in San Francisco. All right, you know what? It's for me. It's a little early for that. You hear that? You hear that, Jim? Coming over and over. Guys outside trimming the grass. You hear that, listening audience, folks? Grass trimming guy outside. Hello, Mr. Grass Trimmer. It's a live radio show. Drop the drink.
4.1.
I actually asked you about that a couple times.
12.0.
Did you do that? I'm sorry. You can't?
7.0.
Here's what I got coming up. I got Sarah Carter coming up at the top of the hour. And it's important. There's been an enormous development in the Spygate case. And I presented to you two important questions about this new information. One, Durham's been clear that the DNS data that's alleged to have been, illicitly taken on the Trump White House, that he's made crystal clear a number of times that that's among the internet data exploited. The next point I made was that there's a conflict of interest with this legal firm, Reecom and Watkins. I want to bring up a third point. What the hell is the CIA's role? CIA is not supposed to be spying on American citizens, generally speaking. I'm going to go through something piece by piece. I'll address with Sarah Carter, too, and I think it's going to be a real eye-opener. I'll go in. I'm Dan Bunchy.
On Fox Nation, Dan Bongino is back for season 2 of Canceled in the USA, and he's continuing the fight against America's toxic trend.
Cancel culture. It has no boundaries. If you think we're going to let the far left win, you're wrong.
Go inside the dangerous games and get the truth from the victims who thought it could never happen to them.
I thought worst case scenario, this kind of blows over in about 24 hours. I didn't expect it to actually become news.
Hear how cancel culture continues to ruin careers, reputations, and lives of people across our nation.
We're on a mission to expose the hypocrisy, giving a voice to the voiceless.
I was faced with the decision of either deleting my tweet or losing access to communicating with 83,000 people.
We won't stop telling these stories. We won't let them win.
Canceled in the USA, Season 2, hosted by Dan Bongino, streaming now only on Fox Nation. Sign up today at foxnation.com. Pennsylvania's mail-in voting law was recently ruled unconstitutional. But don't be fooled by those blaming Democrats. In truth, the architects of Pennsylvania's mail-in voting mess are the rhinos in Harrisburg. That's right, in 2019, every Republican state senator, including Doug Mail-in Mastriano, voted for Act 77. The legislation that created 50 days of no-excuse mail-in voting. Frankly, this is both unacceptable and unforgivable. And those who supported Act 77 are not only unfit to hold their existing office, but should be disqualified from running for higher office. To learn how no-excuse mail-in voting sabotaged Pennsylvania's election integrity, and in the process Donald Trump's presidency, visit GaleForGovernor.com.
This message was paid for by Joe Gale for Pennsylvania.
This is Chuck O'Neill with Executive Services. Being named the executor of the state can be much more time-consuming than most people realize. The average executive will spend 600 to 800 hours executing their duties, which equates to over 15 full work weeks. Most people don't have that kind of time. Executive Services can help. Our team of professionals will manage and guide you through the process, provide timelines, documentation, and assist with day-to-day tasks, and take on 80% of the workload. Right now, we are offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executive Services today at 412-515-0141 or online at executiveservices.com.
Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
Oh, it's a tiger?
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was stripes.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NGM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just call them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
Take erectile dysfunction to the curb. The biggest innovation for ED is here. This is a new breakthrough treatment. Berg Medical Clinic is offering this treatment. Call 412-889-9999 or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Road work and delays on the PA Turnpike in both directions from the Warrendale Toll Plaza in Butler Valley. It's right on the shoulder. A crash in South Hills on Potomac Avenue at Banksville Road. That area jammed. And Evans, total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56. Mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow. Some showers with a high of 60. Rainy tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well. And a low of 27. And cooling down on Friday. Partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Forest, Jefferson, Pennsylvania, Lawrence, Mercer, and Venango. Plains, Northern West Virginia, including the
We're catnip for cat ladies. The Dan Bongino Show.
So I have another really, really important angle in this exploding spying case that Hillary Clinton's team is so obviously involved in. That strangely is not getting a lot of media coverage, and I genuinely can't figure out why. Not media coverage on the left, but even a little bit on our side. It's managed to, outside of a couple Substacks and a couple of really good investigators, no one's really mentioned it. And it's puzzling because it involves the CIA and potentially spying on Donald Trump, which begs the obvious question. Was the CIA spying on Donald Trump? Aren't they not supposed to be spying on American citizens? I don't know. That sounds kind of strange, right? More on that coming up. Sarah Carter coming up at the top of the hour. Okay, anyway, get to this first. Going online without ExpressVPN's a changer. Partly through the window wide open. Might not have anything to hide, but why give random creeps a chance to invade your privacy? That's why you've got to do what I do. Use ExpressVPN every time you go online. When you go online without a VPN, Internet Service Providers, also known as ISPs,
partly sunny late this morning. Then
cloudy. That wasn't intentional. You can see every single website you visit. They can legally sell this information without your consent to ad companies and tech giants who then use your data to target you. But when you use ExpressVPN, ISPs cannot see your online activity. Your identity is anonymized by a secure VPN server. Your data is also encrypted for maximum protection. ExpressVPN is so easy to use. Just fire up the app, click one button, it's that simple. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, phones, laptops, even routers. So everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. Secure your online activity today by visiting expressvpn.com/Dan. That's expressvpn, expressvpn.com/Dan, and you can get 3 extra months. expressvpn.com/Dan. So why is nobody talking about this angle for this story? Yes, we got from the new allegations by Durham that Hillary's team may have gotten access to a tech executive into some of the sensitive internet data of the Trump team at Trump Tower and then the Trump transition team and potentially Trump White House. We have that. We understand that now. That those are the new allegations. But you know, it's interesting. Our good buddy Technophile, who has a Substack, Travis, he has this Substack out there. It's in my newsletter if you want to read it. You go to bongino.com/newsletter, sign up. I'll email you these articles every single day. He says the unstated standard. The CIA collected info on President Trump. Folks, in the court filings by John Durham, and Techno's right here, Technophile. One of these facts that constantly gets lost presented in the charging documents here is that this lawyer working for Hillary Clinton, who had this DNS data, according to the allegations, didn't only meet with the FBI, he met with the CIA too. The CIA is not supposed to be spying on American citizens. I'm going to get into what Technophile says in his Substack and how it relates. Oh, you're going to love this. I hope you love this. I put a lot of work into this morning. And how it relates to Executive Order 12333, put out on the CIA's website just a couple of days before Donald Trump came into office. Story very few people have picked up on. I'm wondering why. I've got a lot of questions about it. I'm open to answers and maybe a reasonable explanation. I'm open to it. But what is the CIA spying? This guy, this lawyer, meeting with the CIA. And a CNN story, how do they all relate? Folks, it's an explosive scam. And again, I think the surface has barely been scratched. I'll address this with Sarah Carter, a terrific investigative reporter. Coming up next. Also, I've got an update on the truckers, too. Got about 9 seconds. That's the first time we've wrapped that up so early. I don't know what else to say other than don't go anywhere.
Stream us.
Spread it.
Anytime.
Tell everybody.
Anywhere.
Really crystal clear.
Download the iHeartRadio app. Search WJAS. Water damage to your home or business? Don't know what to do next? At Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh, we do. Demand the yellow van.
And yellow van, call Service Master.
The current time is 12:50.
Planning for retirement can seem like an overwhelming task, especially if you're doing it on your own. There are so many questions to answer and only one chance to get them right.
When should you start collecting Social Security? What is the best way to minimize taxes? How will you pay for healthcare costs?
Get answers to these questions and much more by attending the Retirement Planning Made Simple course offered by the Synergy Group. This course is designed to help those near and in retirement make more informed decisions about their financial future. The Synergy Group team will give you unbiased, actionable advice that will help you navigate the path to and through retirement with confidence. To sign up for a Retirement Planning Made Simple course, call 800-321-7963 today. That's 800-321-7963 or visit pghRetirementCourses.com. Securities offered through GW Cole Financial, member FINRA, SIPC. Investment advice offered through GW Cole Advisors. GW Cole Financial and GW Cole Advisors are not affiliated with the Synergy Group, Incorporated.
Turning 65, UPMC Health Plan's Medicare Advantage plans can help you save money with extra benefits, including great dental, vision, and an allowance for healthcare products. Plus, our Medicare advisors make it easy to enroll. Call 1-844-299-8433 to find your plan. UPMC for Life has a contract with Medicare to provide HMO and PPO plans. Enrollment in UPMC for Life depends on contract renewal.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Listen live on iHeartRadio. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Not yet, Lisa Brady, Fox News. That's still the bottom line for the CDC. The White House COVID briefing.
Things are moving in the right direction, but we want to remain vigilant to do all we can so that this trajectory continues.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says they're assessing all of their guidance and will update the metrics soon. As Omicron cases decline, they're also issuing a formal request for information from the testing industry aimed at sustaining and expanding domestic production of COVID tests to be better prepared if and when demand ramps up again. Government investigators say a former Trump cabinet member misused his position. An Inspector General's report on former Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke has just been made public. It finds that Zinke used his position to advance a development project in his hometown, Whitefish, Montana, then lied to an ethics official about his involvement, also directing members of his staff to assist him with the project. The retired Navy SEAL officer who is currently running for Congress has previously denied wrongdoing. A second day of testimony from a former officer in the federal trial over George Floyd's death. Fox's Jeff Manasso has this live.
Lisa, former Minneapolis police officer Chu Tao telling jurors that he didn't know George Floyd's life was in danger, despite claims from Floyd that he couldn't breathe. Though under cross-examination, also testifying that he didn't check Floyd's pulse after bystanders asked him to. Tao, J. Alexander King, and Thomas Lane are accused of violating Floyd's civil rights, as defense attorneys seek to show that the Minneapolis Police Department provided poor training and taught cadets to obey superiors. In this case, the now convicted former officer Eric Chauvin. Lisa.
Jeff, defense officials confirming a close encounter between a U.S. Navy aircraft and at least one Russian jet last weekend over the Mediterranean Sea. They say U.S. concerns have been made known to Russia through diplomatic channels. America is listening to Fox News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
It's my baby. Someone stole my baby. By the way, my baby is my landscaping truck that was literally stolen from a job site. Baby, won't you please come home?
Owning a small business isn't always as lovely as it sounds, but with 30+ customizable coverage options, Progressive Commercial keeps your business humming along. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
I love my sweetheart. By the way, that's my riding lawnmower.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions apply.
T&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This news is being brought to you by Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates, offering you the most up-to-date techniques in multifocal and laser cataract surgery. Go to scottandchristie.com.
57 degrees in Pittsburgh and Illinois. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Officials are seeking information after a deadly crash in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. It happened around 3 o'clock this morning near mile marker 20 and News Weekly. A tractor trailer struck a person walking on the road. Police say 2 other vehicles also struck that person who was killed. Police now say they're seeking information about a vehicle involved that did not remain on scene. The vehicle described by authorities as a green Peterbilt Longwood trailer with rain on top. Anyone with information is asked to call authorities at 724-443-5907. Pittsburgh police say a person was shot in the city's Marshall-Shadeland neighborhood. Officers responded to the incident on Cook Street around 5 o'clock yesterday evening. A victim was taken to the hospital after he said someone shot him in the leg while he was getting out of his vehicle. Authorities continue to investigate. And Slippery Rock University is losing its leader after the announcement that President William J. Berry plans to retire. He says he'll retire next year on June 30th, 16 months before his current contract expires. A formal search for his replacement is expected to begin in a few weeks. Retail sales beating expectations by a wide margin. They jumped 3.8% last month, nearly double what analysts were expecting. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500-goal club. He scored his 500th career goal, 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The score gave the Pens a 2-1 lead entering the first intermission. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals, trailing only Alexander Ovechkin, who has 759 career goals. Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Dell's President's Day event has arrived, and it's time to unleash your fun side. For a limited time, save up to $250 on select tech, like Alienware and XPS PCs with Intel Core processors. Get started at Dell.com/President's Day or by calling 800-BUY-DELL.
I'm Evan Heidman at the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This update is brought to you by GBU Financial Life.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. This Justin to the traffic center. A crash has been reported inside the outbound Squirrel tunnels. Parkway traffic approaching the portal, both inbound and outbound, is stopped. And Evans, total traffic.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow with a low of 27 and a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Relative humidity 38%. Wind southwest at 21 miles an hour.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
Here he is, all right. Thank you for the kind text during the break for my friends who enjoyed that opening hour, where I was extremely pissed at the left, because we're descending into totalitarian, tyrannical madness. The left gets caught spying on their political opponents, and the late-night comedians on the left are like, that's hilarious. That is so funny, Jim. Hey, Johnny, government spying on political opponents. Laugh track, please. Yeah, while they're simultaneously claiming it's not happening. No, it's the Michael Anton rule. That's not happening, but it's great that it is, right? The old Michael Anton rule. Let me welcome back to the show our good friend, one of the finest investigative reporters around, Sarah Carter. Sarah, thanks for taking some time with us.
Oh, it's great to be with you, Dan. Thanks for having me on. There's so much happening, huh? Can't get enough of it.
No, I can't. I had Cash Patel on yesterday, who you're very familiar with. And, there's a small circle of us who followed this case very closely. You, John Solomon, Greg Jarrett, Jeff Carlson. I can think of it, but Cash was one of the investigators, and then, forgive me if I'm leaving anyone else, not intentionally. Mark Levin, who broke the story originally about the FISA warrant in many respects to the mainstream. But, this was new, Sarah. This allegation here that the Clinton team gained access to DNS or web search data from Trump Tower, the Trump residence, and possibly the Trump White House. The White House, but possibly the Trump White House. Did you know anything about this? Because Cash didn't, and I didn't. It says to me there's a source talking to Durham.
There are sources talking to Durham. I'm going to tell you what I've wanted to say for a long time. There are sources that contended, and going way back to 2019, I had to go through all of my notes and all of the folks that I talked with, Dan, because as you know, we had so much information coming our way, and you had to sift through it to make sure this is verified, it's accurate. How do you know this? I know you did that. I know I did that. Every time we came forward with something, or every time we talked about something, we had to verify it from multiple sources. Back in 2019, I've been told that there were people within our government, people within the NSA, and people that were connected to it, that had suspicion that there was traffic being monitored coming out of Trump Tower. I didn't know about the White House, Trump Tower. And that when John and Solomon and I originally wrote the story in 2017 about Alpha Bank and those things that were going back and forth, what this particular story said in 2019 is that they were monitoring like if it was on a highway, right? So if you're on like I-95 or one of our major highways, the people sitting on the outside, which I'm guessing would be jockeys who's in the indictment, would be monitoring where that traffic was going. If the traffic was leaving Trump Tower and it was moving to a secured location, if the traffic was being diverted, if the traffic, I'm assuming, was classified and leaving the White House, they would be watching that as well. Now, I'm assuming, because I don't know this for a fact, I have not been able to verify this 100%, that those sources that spoke to me during that time are similar sources that have been talking to John Durham. And that they had evidence of that and had collected evidence of that. There was extreme concern during 2017 about that. And remember, this is when Admiral Rogers, and there was a lot of talk, and President Trump came out and said, hey, I'm being spied on. And then, just like you said, the media, instead of listening, instead of doing its job and investigating, especially media with enormous resources, like the New York Times, like the Washington Post, and others, instead of saying, man, maybe we should look into this, they instead took the bait. I call them the truthful idiots. They took the bait that was being fed to them by the Clinton campaign and all of the Clinton supporters within the CIA, within the DNI, within the FBI, and they wrote their stories. Instead of investigating probably one of the biggest stories, I would consider the biggest story and biggest modern political scandal in U.S. history.
Sarah, because I don't want to waste any time with you, but without making it a love fest, I really just want you to hear you talk. I have to applaud you. I mean, I know you've been given huge stories that you turned down. I know because it's been very difficult for you to verify. So I'm telling you, audience, if Sarah's saying it, she has done a yeoman's work in making sure that she's verified the data. I know it. I know that they've given stuff that later turned out to materialize that you were hesitant because you couldn't do due diligence in the appropriate way. So the fact that you were given the stuff and didn't feel the need to be first but felt the need to be right speaks to your bona fides as a real investigative reporter. And also I say that because you're right. Like you, I was passed a lot of stuff early on, and it was difficult, and it was very hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. Sarah, you didn't know, and I'll throw it to you. I don't want to bad the rubber. The case was so incredible that, it seemed almost like the more hysterical the allegations, the more, as Tucker Carlson said the other day, the more true they were. You didn't know. You're like, is this just crazy or what? They were spying on Trump. We have the name of the actual spy. We have the Azra Turk name. You know, we know about Halper. Like, we know all these names, and they're still pretending this thing didn't happen.
100%, 100%, yes. And that's the thing. We're looking at this indictment, but you're absolutely right. Stefan Halper, the Office of Net Assessment, the Department of Defense, with this office, we didn't even have a full investigation yet into this area of the spy operation. What happened with General Michael Flynn, Svetlana Lakova, the Russian, remember, and all of these things that happened that they know are going to be buried away because it's so difficult for people to keep up with all of this information. But what's not difficult is the essential truth. And we know what that essential truth is. No matter how much Teflon Hillary Clinton thinks we can put between her and the rest of the public, or between her and the Department of Justice, it all points directly to the Clintons. It points directly to Hillary Clinton. And this is what Durham is saying. He's putting history into a report. They may not be able to take her to court. They may not be able to, directly pinpoint the finger at her, but everybody around her was involved in an operation to spy on President Trump. And worse than that, it wasn't just about spying. You and I both know. This was a disinformation campaign to destroy and target a president of the United States.
And that's absolutely right. I called it from the start an information laundering campaign. You know, you have money laundering, you get illicit profits, you run them through a legitimate business to make it look legitimate. Money laundering, everybody knows what it is. That's what this was. This was an information laundering campaign with illicit, false, fake data run through legitimate channels, the FBI and the CIA and legal and lawyers, to make it appear that it had a veneer of credibility. Sarah, let me ask your opinion on this. It's a story I'm going to focus on after we hang up with the audience. Jim Sciutto, Pamela Brown, and Eric Bradner at CNN, April of 2017, wrote a piece that's still on CNN's website. It's yet to be retracted. It says British intelligence passed Trump associates' communications with Russians onto U.S. counterparts. I have stated in my 3 books, through numerous sources here, that it's clear to me that U.S. intelligence officials were involved in this operation to launder this information. We now, based on Durham's legal filings in the Sussman case, know that Sussman met with the CIA too. Do you have any color to add to that about U.S. intelligence agencies' potential involvement with spying on an American citizen, Donald Trump?
Well, it would be the worst crime, right? Because that's not the role of the CIA. The role of the CIA is to spy on foreign enemies and not touch anything within the inside. But what we saw here was a concerted effort by people within the Central Intelligence Agency, and I point right at John Brennan, who was an open hater of President Trump and willing to launder, and James Clapper, the Director of National Intelligence, who was also directly involved, and James Comey. And it's pretty, I'm not making this stuff up, it was out there, it's public. What happened in January when they briefed President Trump on the dodgy dossier that was given to them by a foreign spy that was paid for by Hillary Clinton? They went ahead and they leaked that information. First, they briefed President Trump with the intention of getting that information out to the public. So you're 100% right, Dan. They launder information. It is far worse, in my opinion. It wasn't just about spying. They couldn't find anything on President Trump. Had they found something on him, they would have put it out there publicly. What they did was they made up a lie. They used the same technique they used on the enemy against the President of the United States. So basically, everything they were trained for at the farm, at the CIA, everything that we, our intelligence agencies here in the United States are trained to do, they used it against the sitting U.S. president. I think that's pretty egregious. I don't know how they're ever going to be able to hold them accountable for that, but that's what we're seeing right now, and that's the evidence that Durham has.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I argued for one of my books, we need an additional branch of the federal bureaucracy that it acts like an internal affairs. The OIG is clearly not getting it done. I mean, if this is true, that the CIA was involved in the biggest spy scandal in U.S. history on a presidential candidate, president of the United States, I mean, I can't imagine. It's the kind of thing if you try to sell it to a book publisher, they that's stupid. That plot's been done in, crazy books where no one's going to believe that. Let me ask you before we have to run. In the latest legal filing by Durham, there's a line in there, Sarah, I think you and I both found interesting. He doesn't say that the DNS data that was diverted to the Clinton campaign, it wasn't illegally obtained. I want to be clear with the audience. Apparently it was a legitimate government contract, but there are legitimate government contracts with researchers too, but you can't give the research to the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, it's where it was diverted later that's the scandal. But it says in there in the opening line, Durham says that the DNS data, Sarah, is among the internet data exploited, which again, to English speakers like you and I with a reading comprehension better than Jim Acosta's, means Durham probably has more, right? That there may be other internet data there, wink it or not, or why else would he write that?
Exactly. He wrote that as part of, I always call those like magic beans. Those are the little magic beans within writing that they're warning. They're warning people within the Clinton campaign, they're warning Michael Sussman, they're warning Cookie Chewy. Look, we got more where this came from. And we're going to let that out one of these days. I think what's important also in that, what we have to comprehend is that, remember, internet data and traffic flow and are protected in many different ways. It would not surprise me that John Durham is not just looking at what's the obvious internet traffic, but maybe traffic that was also hidden among files, maybe HIPAA files, maybe other files that are traveling along the internet that are supposed to be protected, that are supposed to remain private, but maybe they were carrying other information. It just wouldn't surprise me if that was the case.
Folks, let me tell you something. I've known Sarah a very long time. Sarah is great at tickling your fancy and being like, hey, let me drop a little nugget here. There's nothing Sarah says it's by accident. So I'm going to assume, and I'll leave it at that, Sarah knows something, and she'll probably have some great exposure incoming soon, and we'll probably have that. But she doesn't say anything by accident. That is, I think I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down right there. One last thing, I only got about 50 seconds left, but don't you find it kind of hilarious that Sussman's lawyers, we're calling out Durham, like, you better show us what you got. This looks like a bunch of crap. And then Durham does the filing on Friday. Don't show us that. Don't show us that. Take it back. Take it back. But be careful what you ask for, right?
Yeah, be careful what you ask for. And Durham's pretty awesome. I mean, look, Durham understands the intelligence community. From all accounts, he's a straight up, a very straightforward shooter. He's not going to put up with any of this. And I think he's smarter than them. And I think, you've seen the rats on the sinking ship, pointing the finger at one another and getting ready to jump off. So we'll see who's the last
Sarah
one.
Carter, you're the best. Thank you so much for your time. No better voice on this topic than you. Thanks for spending some time with us. We appreciate it.
Anytime, Dan. Thank you.
You got it. Folks, that was Sarah Carter, best reporters in the business. More on that incredible interview. I think I know where she's going with this. On the other side of the radio.
Inflation just broke a nearly 40-year record thanks to Biden's out-of-control spending, and every second that goes by, you are losing more and more of your hard-earned savings that you can fight back. Instead of letting Democrats treat your savings like their own piggy bank with trillions spent on their radical far-left agenda, you can protect what you've earned by converting your IRA or 401k into gold with Birch Gold Group. Hi, this is Stephen K. Bennett, and I'm one of Birch Gold's many happy customers. To learn how to set up your own gold IRA, get a free 20-page info kit when you text the word PROTECT to 989898. Gold-backed IRAs make it simple to insure. Your savings will be there when you need it, no matter what happens in Washington, D.C. Text PROTECT to 989898 right now to get your free info kit on gold IRAs. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Again, text PROTECT to 989898. Do it today. That's what you think of rates when you block the tax performance. Don't guarantee your future results.
Chance of snow 40%.
Getting Bongino.
Near steady temperature in the mid-40s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday. Partly sunny in the morning, then clearing.
The
Owens Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Spring is upon us, and it's time to spring into action. If you have water in your basement or problems with your foundation, call G&J Waterproofing today. 724-681-8944. G&J Waterproofing provides solutions to fit your needs and offers the best in industry warranty. They're family-owned and a great team of people. If you're having a problem with your foundation or your basement is getting wet, give G&J a call now for a free estimate. 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
Hi, I'm Deborah Ginsfield, a licensed insurance agent with Elk Markets Insurance Agency, serving the communities of Robinson Township and southwestern Pennsylvania. Choosing the right Medicare plan can be confusing. As a local licensed insurance agent, I can explain your options and customize a plan to help cover your needs. Call me if you're becoming eligible for Medicare or unhappy with your Medicare plan. For a free consultation, call me today at 724-777-4152.
Health Markets Insurance Agency Incorporated is licensed as an insurance agency in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Not all agents are licensed to sell all products. Service and product availability varies by state. Sales agents get compensated based on enrollment. No obligation to enroll. Have you noticed a musky smell or seen signs of visible mold in your home? Bactronics can help. Megan said Bactronics remediated mold that was covering the walls in her new home's finished basement. She was beyond impressed and went from thinking she would need to rip out a whole basement to not even needing paint. The results were better than expected, and she loved the before and after pictures. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. To learn more, call Bactronics at 412-375-7886. Or online at Bactronicswithanx.com.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. This justice at the traffic center. A crash has been reported inside the outbound Squirrel tunnels. Parkway traffic approaching the portal, both inbound and outbound, is stopped. And Evans, total traffic.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
I don't want to get out ahead of her, but I know she's on to something there. That indictment speaks of a lot of things. They were monitoring DNS data out of Trump Tower, Trump's residence at Central Park West, the executive office of the president, although the dates are still up in the air, and also a healthcare provider. Interesting. Why did we do that, right?
Winds gusting to 24.
All right, let me get to this, and then I want to get to this CIA story, and I'm sure the left will claim it's a conspiracy theory until we actually cite left-wing sources. Then they're going to be like, oh gosh, conspiracy theory, CNN in on it. And from the first moment I sat down in my next chair, my body said, so this is what a real office chair is supposed to be like. I never actually looked forward to sitting in my office chair until I got this one, the X chair. Can your office chair give you a massage while you're working? The X chair can. Can your current office chair heat you up or cool down your lower back? Yep, the X chair can do that too. It's all in. They're Elemax massage and temperature regulation technology exclusively designed and made for X chairs. And once you feel the customized support of X chair's patented dynamic variable lumbar or DVL, your back's not going to want to sit in another chair again. High performance, quality engineering, extreme comfort. It just looks good. These are all the reasons I love my industry. Jim loves his too. I can't get to work. Sometimes I can't wait to get to work now. Sometimes I'm not working. I sit in the X chair here just to get that feeling. Take my advice. Try X chair for yourself this week. When you realize how much better your chair should be, you'll never go back. Go to xchairdan.com now. That's the letter X, chair, DAN.com. or call 844-4XChair for $100 off. XChair has a 30-day guarantee of complete comfort. You can finance your purchase for as little as $30 a month. Pick it up today. It's xchairdan.com. So, folks, coming up on the other side of spring, that very long segment, I want to walk you through piece by piece how a CNN article about U.S. intelligence officials being involved in a spying operation on Donald Trump, how the CIA and a CIA release just a few days before President Trump took office, how they could possibly all be related. And the question is an obvious one. Did the Central Intelligence Agency, largely, generally prohibited from spying on U.S. citizens, especially on U.S. soil, was the CIA intimately involved with the plot to spy on Donald Trump? I think the answer at this point is clearly an obvious yes, and the data and the facts are right in front of my face. And where the hell are the media lunatics on this story? It is insane that the biggest story of our lifetime is sitting right in front of the media, in their lap. And because they love the left so much, they won't touch it. It is nuts. I'm going to produce for you the evidence. I'm going to produce for you words from the indictment talking about who the Clinton lawyer met with. One of the agencies was the CIA. And I want to specifically focus on this executive order. You want to get ahead of it, pull it up on your phone or your computer. Executive order 12333. Coming right up.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about the 100% drug-free relief factor. We all deal with aches and pains in our day-to-day lives, and I have had my fair share, including injuries like a detached quad muscle that I can tell you fell into the category of really bad pain. But I've been able to manage the pain by taking Relief Factor. It helps your own body to attack and fight off sources of inflammation, the source of most of our aches and pains, and I've loved it for years now. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick starter pack with a discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference. Including the following areas: Beer, Butler, Clarion, Dan Bongino, Mercer, and Commando, Queens, Northern West Virginia, including the following areas:
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, Omaha. News headline update. Officials say a man is dead after being struck by at least 2 tractor trailers on the Pennsylvania Turnpike this morning. This happened around 3 o'clock this morning in New Wiggly Township. Officials say a tractor trailer struck the man who may have been walking on the highway. And police say 2 other tractor trailers may have also struck the man. As authorities say, they're now seeking information about the truck involved that did not remain on scene. The truck described by authorities is a green Peterbilt longwood trailer with grain on top. If you have information, you're asked to call authorities at 724-443-5907. And after being closed for the investigation, the westbound side of the highway reopened around 8 o'clock this morning. CDC says the COVID Omicron surge is waning and case numbers are heading in the right direction. Top White House COVID advisor Jeff Zients says the U.S. is moving toward a time when the deadly virus is not a crisis. Across the Commonwealth, around 2,500 cases reported yesterday, down from the more than 33,000 back on January 7th. I'm Evan, on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Even if you're close to retiring or already have, it's never too late to take a look at your financial plan. In fact, at Heffron Tillotson, we believe it's never too late to have a master plan. You may no longer be working, but your assets still are, and you want to get as much out of them as you possibly can. Become the master of your retirement. Visit Heffron.com to schedule a no-obligation review of your situation. Heffron Tillotson, member SIPC.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship. It is time to get back what you had before. Berg Medical Clinic is the only clinic to offer this breakthrough FDA-approved ED treatment. This innovative treatment is highly successful and non-invasive. Plus, it costs thousands of dollars less than other treatments. Come in for a free consultation with Dr. Williams, 412-889-9999, or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh, looking for brand name handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors? It's Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it, Shaw has it. Need ammo, magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's best-kept secret. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue in Bridgeville. Need your AR worked on or a new barrel on your bolt-action rifle? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection is greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
The head of NATO and Secretary of State Antony Blinken say they've seen no evidence supporting Russian claims of troops being withdrawn from Ukraine's border. In Ukraine,
with Russian troops massed near its borders, Ukraine has been holding what it calls a Day of National Unity. This crowd in traditional dress sang the national anthem. A giant Ukrainian flag was flown over Kiev.
Fox's Simon Owen. Retail sales are back up again.
Americans were still shopping and eating in restaurants last month, even though they were paying more, and there were disruptions caused by the COVID Omicron variant. Retail sales rose 3.8% in January. Excluding autos, the increase was 3.3%.
Fox's Jimmy Kisola. A great white shark kills a swimmer in Sydney, Australia. The first known deadly shark attack in that city since 1963. America's listening to Fox News.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. This just to the traffic center. A crash has been reported inside the outbound Squircle tunnels. Parkway traffic approaching the portal, both inbound and outbound, is stopped. And Evans, total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, rainy tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAX.
Winds gusting to 33.
Be heard. Call 8444 the USA now to let Dan know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
You just got a fascinating request, Jim. Just kidding. Fascinating request. Oh, boy. I'll have to ask Paul. We're allowed to talk about this one. Just kidding. That's what I was looking at for those watching on Fox Nation. Oh, and by the way, if you'd ever like to watch the video version of the show, simulcast live on video, Fox Nation has it every single day. If you're a subscriber, you can watch it. You can see all the shenanigans I've engaged in here while we're doing the radio show. Lots of shenanigans. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so let's just ask the question, bottom line up front. It's not very moving. Was the CIA spying on Donald Trump? Because that would be a really bad thing. Because not only was he a presidential candidate and the president of the United States, he is also, more importantly, a U.S. citizen. So would the CIA have been spying on Donald Trump? So let's start from scratch here. Let's read an article again, a headline by CNN, because I know if you're a leftist listening to the show, you're probably thinking, and the conspiracy theory. Okay, if it's a conspiracy theory, then I'm just going to ask you a very simple question. Seriously, put aside your pre-existing biases against me and who I am and my conservative agenda, and I just want you to explain why this CNN article is still up at CNN.com and has yet to be retracted. The headline is Jim Sciutto, Pamela Brown, Eric Bradner article. You can look it up yourself. The date is April 14, 2017. The headline of the article is British intelligence passed Trump associates' communications with Russians on to U.S. counterparts. Now, who would their counterparts be? Well, given that the headline is about British intelligence, It is assumed by, again, people with a reading comprehension level, fourth grade or higher, that they are talking about intelligence counterparts in the United States. So what were British intelligence counterparts doing, passing data to U.S. intelligence about Donald Trump and his associates? Has anyone asked that question? More importantly, has anyone asked the question, why is that article still up at CNN if it's not in fact true? Well, it again probes us into probes some very important realms we need to start going in, like was the CIA and U.S. intelligence involved in the spying operation on Donald Trump? That question is asked by our friend Technofog in his latest Substack titled The Unstated Scandal, the CIA collected info on Donald Trump. Now, on President Trump. I want you to pay very close attention because I'm going to walk you through this here slowly but surely. It involves an executive order and something I think very suspicious. First, to the Technofog. He's writing about Sussman. Now, just to be clear for those of you who are just joining us today for the first time. When he's asking the question, did the CIA were they involved in a spying operation on Trump? He talks about Sussman first. Michael Sussman is the Clinton DNC attorney who is alleged to have brought fake information about Trump-Russia collusion to both the FBI and the CIA. Got it? Very simply. I just want to make sure we're all starting with the same base level of knowledge. So Technofog asked the question, if Michael Sussman's attorney is telling the truth, never a given, then we suspect the executive office of the president's data, the monitoring, included that from the 74-day Trump transition period between November 8, 2016 and January 20, 2017 inauguration, which would still be spying on the incoming Trump administration. For background, the executive office of the president includes a number of executive councils, National Security Council, Office of Management and Budget, and it is involved generally in the transition from one president to the next. Let me sum up quickly in just kind of layman's terms what he's talking about. Michael Sussman, the Hillary Clinton DNC lawyer, his lawyer fired back this week and said, the suggestion we're spying on Donald Trump is erroneous because the work we were doing with the executive office of the presidency and the DNS data coming out of the White House was from the Obama administration. Well, but Sussman's attorney is very delicate and careful about the information, and he doesn't specifically say that it wasn't the transition either. So what Technofog is saying is, in his Substack, is maybe the monitoring and the spying on the server data that's alleged to have happened during the end of the Obama administration and during the Trump transition. Is everybody copy here? It's really important you understand that. Keep that. Techno goes on. He's talking about Agency 2 in the indictment against the Hillary Clinton lawyer, right? Michael Sussman. Agency 2 is believed to be the CIA, as Techno does. He says, we know for sure that Michael Sussman, the lawyer, met with the CIA's general counsel. We learned in January of 2022 that, if Sussman is to be believed, there were two other CIA employees at that meeting. In other words, a Clinton supporting contractor, Rodney Johnson, obtained sensitive information, perhaps unlawful, about the office of the President of the United States, Trump, manipulated the information, passed it on to the DNC and a Clinton lawyer in Sussman, who then delivered it to the CIA. By the way, he knows. This was all done on American soil. He says this is important because the CIA is generally prohibited from conducting domestic operations. The FBI explains, quote, the CIA collects information only regarding foreign countries and their citizens. Unlike the FBI, it is prohibited from collecting information regarding U.S. persons, a term that includes U.S. citizens, resident aliens, legal immigrants, and U.S. corporations, regardless of where they are located.
Mostly sunny. Warmer with highs around 50.
Oh, what the hell was the CIA doing?
Mainly clear.
What were they doing?
In the mid-30s.
Were they involved in the spying operation of Donald Trump? If they weren't involved in the spying operation of Donald Trump, then why was a Clinton DNC attorney meeting with them? What could he possibly have to tell the CIA? He's an attorney for a political campaign. What did the CIA do with the information after that?
70%. And for Tuesday,
And does that have anything to do with this executive order?
Chance of rain 90%.
Folks, I want you to go look this up. It's on the CIA's website, CIA.gov. It was released on January 18, 2017. Let me ask you a quick question. When was Donald Trump inaugurated?
Partly sunny.
January 20th,
Waves in
2017.
areas 1 foot or less.
So just 2 days before, we have this from the CIA's website, a statement on the release of the CIA's updated executive order, 12333 procedure.
South winds 15 to 25 knots.
I want you to read this first one. This is just stunning. Keeping in mind, the CIA is alleged to have met with the Clinton attorney,
Thursday night,
who may have had
winds 15 to
sensitive
20 knots,
electronic communications data from Trump's transition from Trump Tower.
Snow showers and freezing
Here,
rain in the
this is about the release of the updated executive order, immediately released 2 days before the Trump inauguration. How's everybody listening?
Wave heights are for
It's under the exceptional handling requirements for electronic communications and other similarly sensitive information. It says the CIA complies with Executive Order 12333's prohibition against conducting electronic surveillance in the United States, but may, in the course of its authorized intelligence activities, acquire electronic communications through other means.
Pittsburgh reported cloudy skies and 55 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
At 1 p.m. Elsewhere.
So just 2 days before Trump gets into office, right, they released this updated executive order 12333. And in this updated executive order, they carefully note that the CIA, although prohibited from conducting electronic surveillance in the United States, we may get electronic communications through other means. Make sure everybody knows that. What kind of other means are we talking about? Those other means, Democrat attorneys working for the Clinton campaign, who may have DNS data from a tech executive who diverted the data from, alleged to have diverted the data from legal purposes, political purposes. Is that what that means? Well, why the clarification? Why do we need that? Why do we need that just a couple of days before President Trump got in office? You don't find that a little strange?
Johnstown, partly sunny, 42.
Someone help me. I'm not asking questions. I mean it. I'm not trying to be silly. I'm not trying to say, oh, we're asking questions just to be smart. I'm serious. I put this stuff out there to crowdsource. Well, my 3 books on the matter. By the way, thank you to everyone who bought Follow the Money. It was a bestseller yesterday. Everyone's book selling website. All this stuff is explained in my last book, Follow the Money. But even with the books, I crowdsource. Anyone telling you they have all the secrets to Spygate, know it all, and we know it all, I know it all, you know, I'm the mysterious Wizard of Oz behind the curtain lines. There are Twitter sleuths out there, the Daily Hans Monkey, Jeff Carlson, Undercover Huber, Technophon, who have done more to advance the cause of truth and justice in the Spygate case than the entire federal government combined. Anyone telling me they didn't need help on this case is ridiculous. But I'm asking a serious question. If it turns out to be totally unrelated, that's fine. That's a good thing. What do you mean it's a good thing, Dan? It is a good thing, folks. I don't want to believe the CIA was actively involved with a spying operation of Donald Trump and updating executive orders to cover their own butts. I don't want to believe that. But don't you find this a little suspicious? Here, let me read to you another update. It's a little long, but it's important. Its limitations on undisclosed participation. In other words, what the CIA can do undercover, called, framed undisclosed participation. It says Executive Order 12333 also authorizes the intelligence community, including the CIA, to participate in organizations in the United States without disclosing their intelligence affiliation in limited circumstances. While CIA officers generally disclose their affiliation with the agency when engaging with U.S. organizations, in certain situations, CIA officers may be allowed to withhold such information in order to, for example, maintain their cover. The revised AG guidelines provide clear rules concerning the CIA's undisclosed, in other words, undercover participation in organizations in the United States. Listen to this last one. For example, under the Attorney General guidelines, CIA employees may not join or participate in an organization for the purpose of influencing the organization without disclosing their affiliation, unless the organization is composed primarily of non-U.S. persons and is reasonably believed to be acting on behalf of a foreign power, and the CIA employee has received the approval of the director of the CIA. Interesting clarification, no?
Near steady temperature in the upper 40s. South winds 10 to 15.
So basically, just a couple days before Trump's inaugurated, the CIA throws up on its website, hey, no spying in the United States, unless maybe it's foreign collusion, then we change that. And then they also say, listen, we're not supposed to be getting electronic communications on U.S. citizens. Unless they come in by other means. Folks, you don't find that strangely, oddly suspicious? The timing could be circumstantial, but I don't believe in circumstances.
Showers with a chance of snow showers after midnight.
Now, the CIA is prohibited from any criminal investigation. They are not law enforcement entities. I know most of you know that. Forgive me for restating the obvious, but there are some liberals listening who, don't have a basic comprehension of civics. The CIA is not a law enforcement entity. They have no arrest powers whatsoever. They are an intelligence gathering. I say that because with all this information coming into the CIA and the FBI about a U.S. citizen, Donald Trump, the CIA would be basically powerless, except for this executive order, powerless to make any arrests or do anything in the law enforcement space. They would need the FBI to do it.
And for Friday night, mainly clear.
Makes sense then that they may have poked and prodded the FBI, or the FBI may have poked and prodded them on the foreign
forecast for Saturday
to start an investigation because they had nothing. The story was fabricated. How do I know they had nothing? The CIA had nothing and the FBI had nothing? Because whenever you ask the lead FBI agents in this case why they started this investigation, it's crazy how many times the stories change. It was George Papadopoulos. It was Alexander Downer. It was Alexander Downer and George Papadopoulos. It was Carter Page. It was drunken Russians. It was internet traffic. It was Vodafone. Now think about this, right? I can tell you how it started. I can tell you exactly how it started. I used to say in the early years of my podcast, I would call it paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 of every memorandum report I ever put together on a case I worked describes exactly how the case started. On such and such a date, this person called me and said X. That's how it starts. How come the FBI in the most important case in their lifetimes, right? Spying on Donald Trump, believing he was colluding to steal an election. How come no one in the FBI can tell you what paragraph 1 says? I'll prove it to you after the break and in the next hour that they can't get their story straight. It says to them clearly, they are lying. There was never a case. And the reason they don't remember how it started is because they made it up.
And will crest at 12.6 feet on around. 5.5 feet.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. Many timeshare owners have come to us this year with significant increases in their maintenance fees. With our A+ rating and over 800 5-star reviews on the BBB, our clients know Lone Star Transfer is the only company they can trust. We guarantee the release of all liability to your timeshare in writing and in a specific time frame. Call for a free, no-obligation consultation, 844-284-4864, or online at LoneStarTransfer.com.
I'm Anthony Imparato, president of Henry Repeating Arms. Patriotic Americans are looking to protect and provide for their families, now more than ever. Henry has over 200 rifles and shotguns to choose from, made in America or not made at all, and backed by a lifetime guarantee. Go to henryusa.com and order our free catalog, decals, and a list of dealers in your area. That's henryusa.com. Thank you, and God bless America.
Gusting to 20. Pressure 30.6.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. We're excited to announce that Owens Corning, our shingle manufacturer, just released its new 2022 Color of the Year, introducing Bourbon. It is part of the Duration Designer Colors collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich, bold, dimensional effect. It also features Owens Corning's patented Sure Nail technology for advanced performance. Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this beautiful color installed on your home. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
When you need to have your roof repaired or replaced, call McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. They can help with all your roofing needs, including emergencies. No call ever goes unanswered, 24/7. McClellan's Contracting and Roofing is an Owens Corning preferred contractor with over 150 combined 5-star reviews and rated by the Better Business Bureau.
receive quality work and outstanding customer service. Financing is available. McClellan's is now booking appointments for spring of 2022. Call today at 412-353-5660. That's 412-353-5660 or online at McClellan'sRoofing.com.
James Douglas Jewelers has been repairing jewelry, watches, and clocks for 25 years. Specializing in high-end and vintage watch repair, we have an on-site jeweler who can repair your chain, size your ring, or set your diamond right in store without sending it out. If you have a clock not working, bring it in for evaluation. James Douglas Jewelers will replace watch batteries in all models. 25 years of exceptional service. See our 5-star Google reviews. Visit online at jdjewel.com or on Route 286 Monroeville, next to Aldi.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. High Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face. But did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right. But many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pi Insurance was created to change that. With Pi, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you can save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. And with helpful representatives just a call away, it's easy to understand why Pi is rated excellent by customers on Trustpilot. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or go to trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com. Pittsburgh traffic and weather. A clash of police department activity inside the outbound Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway traffic approaching the portal both inbound and outbound is stopped. Avoid the inbound and outbound Parkway East right near the portal. In Evans, total traffic.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow and a low of 27. And a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Just never call him a journalist. The Dan Bongino Show.
Folks, I think a lot of minds were blown in that last segment. I'm getting an enormous usual. I typically get a lot. I leave the messages open on social media to see what you're saying. And I think a lot of you was blown away by that information, as I was when I initially looked into it. The CIA involved in Operation Spy on Donald Trump, and then they try to cover their tracks later by rewriting their own, by the Obama administration rewriting and updating an executive order. Folks, it could all be a coincidence. It seems awfully odd, doesn't it? I'll go into more of it in the next hour, and also I want to focus in the next hour as well on paragraph 1, how it is that no one can get their story straight about how the spying operation that Trump started, which says to me that they're lying. There are still 7 million homeowners out there who can benefit from a lower mortgage. It could mean at least $300 an hour. It's a lot. Could be a lot more though, especially if you call my friends at American Finance, a great company dedicated to customer service. They're America's home for home loan. You start with a free mortgage review from one of their salary-based experts, so you can understand all of your home loan options, flexible terms, and competitive rates. Don't worry about it. They got you covered. You can actually save up to $1,000 a month with these guys, and if you get the process started soon, you can skip 2 mortgage payments, and you can close in as fast as 10 days. So what are you waiting for? Make the 10-minute, no obligation call now. Here's the number: 888-994-7660. That's 888-994-7660. You want to visit them online? You can go to AmericanFinancing.net. AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334. NMLS Consumer Access.org. So why the updated Executive Order 12333? Why update it? Why make it clear in the order that the CIA can get intelligent electronic communications by other means? Do those other means involve Democrat lawyers? What is going on here, folks? And why can't anyone seem to explain how this case started? Remember one of the lead investigators in the spying case on Donald Trump at the FBI? Remember Peter Strzok? Folks, he did an interview a long time ago on 60 Minutes. We're going to get to it on the other side of the break. And it's interesting. This is the lead investigator, ladies and gentlemen. This was the guy. No one's supposed to know more about the case than him. And yet when he's asked about how the case started, he gives an answer so ridiculous, you've got to laugh. The answer is so preposterous and absurd because it doesn't even meet the basic requirements of chronological time. It requires you to know the dot from Back to the Future to have the flux capacitor and the DeLorean. Peter Strzok gets the entire timeline wrong. Well, we found out about this spying operation after Donald Trump gave a speech and told the Russians to get Hillary's email. Oh, he did, yes. And then the next day, an Australian came to us with some information. Whoa, that sounds serious. But what's the problem, folks? The problem is Donald Trump gave that speech on July 27th. The Australian, Alexander Downer, met with, I believe her name is Elizabeth Dibble in Australia about the information Strzok was talking about on July 26th. So Al Downer was responding to a speech he hadn't heard yet because it was the day before. It's very pleasant. Someone should ask Michael J. Fox. Back to the future we go. This is the lead FBI investigator. More on this.
I don't know why you're getting so technical with all this.
Anytime.
I know you're out there.
Anywhere.
Here's where we are.
Download the iHeartRadio app. Search WJAS.
For over 70 years, Farrah's Automotive, Main Street, Sharpsburg, has been treating Pittsburghers like family, with competitive prices and the best in quality automotive repairs. Just off the Sharpsburg exit of Route 28, you'll soon find out why folks drive from everywhere to have their cars worked on at Farrah's Automotive. Farrah's Automotive.
It's About the Warrior Foundation is a post 9/11 veterans organization located in the Pittsburgh area. It's About the Warrior Foundation assists and empowers all post 9/11 veterans and their families in the tri-state area. They do this regardless if they've been wounded or deployed with their various programs. With these programs, It's About the Warrior Foundation will lead our veterans to a successful and enriched life. Please help our brave men and brave women by donating today at iatw.us. That's iatw.us.
The concern has shifted in our culture from dying too young to living too long. Modern medicine, healthier lifestyles, and good genetics are pushing retirement years out 30 years and longer. Hi, I'm Robert Evans, host of Secure Money Planning. Can you imagine being retired for 30 to 35 years? This is a reality in America today, and it's increasing all the time. Call me today to request a free analysis of your current retirement income plan. This analysis will show you powerful strategies that can guarantee lifetime income you will never outlive, no matter how long retirement might last. Call toll-free at 800-796-9912. Robert Evans and Associates, 800-796-9912.
At UPMC Senior Communities, you're part of the region's largest healthcare system, and with locations throughout the area offering a variety of floor plans, many pricing options, and all levels of care, you'll find just what you need. With meals, housekeeping, transportation, and maintenance included in your monthly fee, you can enjoy activities with your friends. Schedule your tour today and find the right UPMC Senior Community for you. Visit upmcseniorcommunities.com.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Like us on Facebook. The Talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Vent war from Lisa Brady, Fox News. The White House says it remains focused on being prepared for whatever Russia's president might do, also suggesting again that Russia could use false reports as a pretext for invading Ukraine. The day after President Biden said the threat remains despite Russia's claim of pulling some troops back.
It is right to candidly remind the Russian people that neither the United States nor NATO nor Ukraine won before.
But in the event of a conflict, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says the president would have broad support to use his existing authority for sanctions. The White House says there's been no attribution yet for cyber attacks in Ukraine this week. This amid warnings that U.S. defense contractors are being targeted in cyberspace.
The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, along with the FBI and NSA, say Russian entities are targeting contractors looking for information on intelligence, software systems, weapons, and other sensitive areas. Officials say the hack attempts can be traced from January 2020 to now, regularly mining emails and other data sources. Randomization of passwords and other access data have been recommended, as well as multi-level ID entry. Agencies are also warning contractors to review trusted IT partners that bad actors could exploit for classified information.
Fox's Bernal Scott. Tow trucks on standby in Canada's capital city as protesters are warned they could face arrest. The Prime Minister invoked emergency powers over the trucker-led demonstration against COVID mandates. Protester Jan Groen telling Fox News,
He hasn't made any efforts to talk to us. He just keeps digging deeper into powers. I honestly, I don't think he understands people.
As the tension continues in Ottawa, just getting word the last remaining blockade of a U.S.-Canada border crossing has been dismantled. America is listening to Fox News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
To you, my love, my heart has surrendered just as soon as I deal with Thunder Fender Bender, cause my ice cream truck is the way I make cash. So I'll buy you a ring when I least distress rash.
Owning a small business isn't always as lovely as it sounds, but at least Progressive Commercial saves you money with personalized discounts. Get a quote in as low as 6 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com.
I'm gonna make you so happy. Sometime next year, I hope.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage and discounts not available for all vehicles or states. Policy terms and conditions apply.
C&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
58 degrees in Pittsburgh, about a low 40 degrees. Update on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Authorities say a man was killed this morning on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. He was struck by at least 2 tractor trailers. Reported around 3 a.m. in New Swickley Township. Authorities say the man may have been walking in the road when he was struck by a tractor trailer. Police say 2 other tractor trailers may have hit the man, and police now say they're seeking information about a truck involved that did not stay on scene. Authorities describe that third truck as a green Peterbilt long-wheel trailer with grain on top. Anyone with information has to call police at 724-443-5907. And after being closed, the investigation may reopen around 8 o'clock this morning. National Weather Service says Pittsburgh could get 1 to 1.5 inches of rain from Thursday through Friday morning. All business high temperatures will approach 60 degrees tomorrow as the rain moves in. The area could have wind gusts around 45 miles an hour tomorrow night, and then cold temperatures return Friday with highs below freezing. Slippery Rock University President William J. Barry plans to retire. He'll retire next year on June 30th, 16 months before his contract expires, and then a search for his replacement is expected to start in a few weeks. Kraft Heinz beating expectations in its latest earnings report. Net sales came out to $6.7 billion, while earnings per share were 79 cents. The company raised prices by almost 4% amid the ongoing inflation increase. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500-goal club. He scored his 500th career goal 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals. The Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Unjunk your sleep during the President's Day sale at Mattress Firm. Shop now and get a king bed for a queen price plus a free adjustable base with purchase. Don't miss hot buys like beds starting at just $159.99 plus Tempur-Pedic savings. I'm Ilma. On top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Has your home or business been damaged by fire, water, or storm? Even when dealing with insurance, you have a choice who repairs and cleans up the mess. Call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh.
Yellow band, call Service Master.
Little or no snow accumulation.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Traffic is moving again on the Parkway East inbound of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Still that accident affecting the Parkway East outbound of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel.
And stand up from Grand Street, avoid it, take the Boulevard of the Allies instead. In Evans, total traffic.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mainly clear. Near steady temperature in the mid-40s. And now, taking a look at the extended forecast for Saturday.
From the NYPD to the Secret Service to behind the microphone, taking the fight to the radical left and the putrid swamp. You're listening to the Dan Bongino Show. Here he is, Dan Bongino.
So another really suspicious thing about this Spygate case, in addition to what I discussed in the last hour with Sarah Carter and with you all, first, what the hell is the CIA doing involved in this thing? If they were involved, they were spying on a U.S. citizen, Donald Trump. Forget that he was president again, that's bad enough, that's ugly enough. But everything we feared about an intelligence agency coming true appears to have come true. And if they weren't spying on an American citizen, why did CNN write a piece about British intelligence passing information about Trump's associates to their U.S. counterparts? Why did they write that piece? Why haven't they retracted it? They wrote it in 2017. Well, let me tell you why they wrote it first. Let me tell you about paragraph 1. You may say, Dan, why would CNN out a potential CIA spying scandal on Donald Trump? Well, at the time in 2017, a lot of these media outlets were running with the PP hoax and the collusion hoax, and a lot of them thought there was a shred, a scintilla of authenticity to it. So the point of writing a piece about British intelligence being involved too was to say, hey man, this Russian collusion thing is so serious, even the Brits are involved. They're passing information over. You get it? You never read a CNN story for news. Read it for the narrative. Once you learn how to detect the narrative, you'll know what they're talking about. It wasn't CNN at the time thought the collusion story had a shred of truth to it, so they think they're furthering the story. Trump stole an election with the Russians. The tide only turned at about the end of 2017, where these media outlets start to get a little hanky and realize, oh my gosh, guys, all of this PP tape stuff and Russian collusion stuff, there doesn't appear to be a lot here. Matter of fact, this may be a scandal because Hillary Clinton may have promoted it. But you'll notice something fascinating. That article about British Intel working with our U.S. intelligence officials has never been pulled off of CNN. It's still there right now. Now, another thing I wanted to get to, not just the CIA's role in this. Now, a tech executive, Hillary Clinton, her lawyers. Every case I ever worked is a federal case. I can tell you any significance. I can tell you how those cases. There was one case I worked with, it was a credit master case. The long and short of it is there were these guys who figured out this algorithm for credit card numbers. They would test the credit card numbers to see if they work. If they worked, they would then use them. And then this credit master case was hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud. It was a monstrous fraud case. Now, I remember how it started. The case was actually a template case they used with the new Department of Homeland Security. This AUSA was working with this guy named Steven to teach some of their agents about, the gravity of some of these financial crimes cases. I bring this up not to impress you with my investigative skills from 20 years ago. It's got nothing to do with it. I bring it up because I remember exactly how the case started. In every federal case I work, you have to put together an MR, a memorandum report. And in that memorandum report, you have to lay out chronological order. You have to lay out what you did in the case and how the case was opened and how you gathered your evidence. So paragraph 1 of every one of those cases would say, on whatever, 1/1/2011, I received a call from bank fraud investigator Bob Smith at Bank of America. Bob Smith told me X, Y, and Z. That's how the credit master case started. $300 million in fraud, all uncovered with one credit card number used at a place in Long Island, New York.
flood, you should monitor later
Shut down, that guy, that bad guy. We got him. We got that guy. Give up the next guy. Give up the next guy. Give up the next guy. Until we finally discovered that this thing had a nexus to a terror ring over in the Middle East. It was a huge case. But I remember paragraph 1. I remember paragraph 1 of every significant case I worked. I remember paragraph 1 of this guy who, threatened the president this time. He was a butcher. He was a butcher. I remember exactly when the call came in and what they said. And the guy turned out to be a legitimate threat case against the president. How come the FBI can't remember how the Russian collusion case started or why they investigated? No, Dan, they can remember. Really? The lead investigator in the case, ladies and gentlemen, was a guy by the name of Peter Stroke. I want to do a flashback to my show in September of 2020. It's about 1 minute and 48 seconds. This clip is a little long for radio, but it's worth your time. You're going to hear in the beginning, you're going to hear a 60 minutes interview with Peter Stroke, the lead investigator for this case. And he's asked by the 60 Minutes reporter, hey, how did this whole thing start? He goes into the story about how Donald Trump told the Russians to hack Hillary's email. It was an obvious joke, but regardless. And how after that, the Russians came to them with information, and that's how the case started. I want you to listen, and I want you to listen to my analysis afterwards. And I'll expound on it a little bit when we come back, and you'll see how it's just bizarre how the biggest case of this guy's career, the hacking of an election, allegedly by Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, this joker can't even remember how the case started. Listen to this 60 minutes and then something from my podcast from a couple of years ago. Check this out.
And they saw that statement by Trump that triggered the memory of the conversation they had with Papadopoulos. So Donald Trump, with his own words, brought this investigation down on himself, according to what the foreign government told us. Yes.
So he's suggesting that the July 27th speech where Donald Trump, folks, you remember this, 2016, where he says, Russians, Hillary's emails are out there. The press would love it if you found this. You remember that? Now listen, not the best thing to say. He wasn't telling the Russians to get the emails. You're saying the press would love it otherwise. You get the hint? When did that speech happen? Russians, Hillary's email. Remember that? When did it happen? Well, let's look at the New York Times reporting. By the way, big hat tip Hans Monkey on Twitter for this. He's a great investigator. These are his screenshots. Donald Trump said on Wednesday, July 27th, that he hoped Russian intelligence services had successfully hacked Hillary's email and encouraged them to publish whatever they may have stolen. So, Joe, dates and stuff. So Trump gives his speech on July 27th. So Peter Stroke, you want to rewind the tape, you can see in that clip, he says, after the Australians heard that on July 27th, then they came to the FBI and said, hey, we have some information about Trump and the Russians. This could be really suspicious. So, Joe, you're following, right? July 27th. Stroke's the lead investigator. He's definitely the smartest person in the room. The FBI, come on. So that would mean what? That the Australians, if they saw that speech and were, wow, we got a real problem, we better talk to the Americans. That would have to be July 27th or later that they gave the tip, right? Okay, well, let's go to the Mueller report as to when the Australians approached the FBI. Oh, July 26th. July 26th. So they, July 26th. Yeah, thank you. Well said, Joe. Little early, right? So according to the FBI, lead investigator, it's me joking around with Joe from my podcast. He's the Jim of the podcast world. For those of you who don't listen to my podcast, only listen to the radio. Joe's been with me a long time. Kind of weird how the lead investigator in the case is saying, yeah, man, the Australians heard this speech by Donald Trump joking about the Russians getting Hillary's emails. And the Australians were like, yeah, we've got some information on that. We need to go to the FBI. Weird how that happened. Because the speech was given on July 27th, and as I indicated there, the Australians passed the information on to the U.S. Embassy person over there, Dibble, on July 26th.
A look at the extended forecast for Saturday.
Investigating the morning. So you're telling me the Australians went to the embassy deeply concerned about what Donald Trump hadn't said yet? Hey, FBI guys, listen, I'm getting some wind here, and Donald Trump's going to give a speech tomorrow, make a joke about the Russians and Hillary's email, and that's going to inspire us tomorrow to come to you today, the day before the speech, tomorrow, to come to you today and tell you we're really suspicious about Donald Trump. This is the lead investigator in the case, folks. Why am I bringing this up now?
A chance of showers in the
Because the great Hans Monkey on Twitter, another great investigator, him and the crew over there on Twitter have done more to get to the bottom of this case than the entire government combined.
Tuesday, showers, mild.
They came across some FOIA material that came out yesterday. And the FOIA material are handwritten notes. From and who, we don't know, but they came out yesterday. And on these handwritten notes from a meeting with the FBI, supposedly I think in around February 2017, the handwritten notes, let me read them to you, claim what's legitimate. Legitimacy of vote. Your comment by Trump, fine 30,000 email. After this, Foreign Service remembered a conversation with Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos told them they were aware of April elements of Trump government approach by Russia that had info damaging not to whom or response. You may say, well, that doesn't sound like it's written in its notes. So we don't know what exactly was said, but we have a general idea that somebody is telling someone from the FBI the exact same bull story that the Australian Foreign Service went to the FBI after the Trump comment about Hillary and the Russians and the 30,000 emails. Somebody said these are handwritten notes that came out before you yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. The Trump speech for the 5th time was on July 27th. The Australian came in July 26th. How the hell could he be inspired by a speech that hasn't happened? Which says to you what? Somebody's lying.
Franklin, partly sunny 50. Winds gusting to 29.
Folks, this case was not started because of an Australian and the information he had. This case wasn't started because there was any legitimate concern about Alphabet. This case wasn't started because of any legitimate concern with Donald Trump colluding with Vladimir Putin. This case was started for one reason and one reason only. Hillary Clinton's team paid a bunch of disinformation specialists to flood the FBI and the CIA with fake information. These suckers fell for it, and now they're lying about it to cover their tracks. I dare you to question anything I just said, perhaps. Do your own homework and you'll find out I'm right. And you've been lied to by the left in the last 4 years. The reason they can't think of the reason that they started the investigation into Donald Trump is because there was no reason. They got duped by a bunch of political operatives, either willingly or unwillingly, and just went dopey about it. And now they're lying about it to cover up their grotesque incompetence or their malfeasance. There is no other explanation. The speech hadn't happened. More on this when the truck is an update on that. Another critically important story coming up after the break. We'll be right back. When it comes to men's underwear, Tommy John's hammock pouch underwear is the full package deal. When you're wearing Tommy John's hammock pouch underwear, you're that much more comfortable, so you can do everything better. With dozens of comfort innovations, once you've tried Tommy John underwear, you're never going back. Innovations like an air mesh interior hammock and moisture-wicking fabric with 4 times the stretch of competing brands. Plus, the legs never ride up. And Tommy John underwear comes with a non-rolling waistband for the perfect fit. That's why Tommy John doesn't have customers, they have fanatics. Fanatics, they call Tommy John's hammock pouch one of life's greatest inventions. With over 17 million pairs sold, men across America love their Tommy John underwear. I was a fan of Tommy John before they were even sponsored. They fit perfectly, it's like you don't even know they're on. Shipping and returns are free because every pair is backed by Tommy John's best pair you'll ever wear, or it's free, guaranteed. Get 20% off the first order right now at TommyJohn.com/Bongino. Go to TommyJohn.com/Bongino today for 20% off. TommyJohn.com/Bongino. See site for details.
You should monitor later forecasts in the alert. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Now here is the synopsis from the weather with gradually warming.
Tireless Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. It's Scott Show, and I'm talking with Pat B. from Moon Township. Pat, what's it like to live your life without glasses nowadays?
Fantastic. I wore them for 30 years, and I wore progressive, so I was constantly moving my head up and down, and would get headaches from doing that. I do not have to wear any glasses to read, to do anything now.
So what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about getting the procedure?
Go for it. You don't have to have the glasses.
And how about your experience with the staff at Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates?
The people were fantastic at Scott and Christie, and so was the surgery center. I would recommend anybody to go to Scott and Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. Vision for life. Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
Spring is upon us, and it's time to spring into action. If you have water in your basement or problems with your foundation, call G&J Waterproofing today. 724-681-8944. G&J Waterproofing provides solutions to fit your needs and offers the best in industry warranty. They're family-owned and a great team of people. If you're having a problem with your foundation or your basement is getting wet, give G&J a call now for a free estimate. 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
Remember when those quarters came out depicting different states? Did you keep some from your home state or a state that held a special memory? They're just quarters, but a quarter can be significant when it's a quarter of your retirement savings. Do you want to pay 25% or more in taxes during your retirement? Beth Andrews and her team at Net Worth Advisors can create a retirement plan to help address taxes in retirement. Beth and her team have been helping families plan for retirement for more than 20 years. They have strategies to help you keep as much of your money as possible. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team now at 800-426-1428 to schedule a visit. A quarter saved is a quarter earned. Call 800-426-1428 now. That's 800-426-1428. Firm offers insurance services and may not give tax advice. Investment advisory services offered only by duly registered individuals through AE Wealth Management, LLC.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. The outbound downtown Parkway East is gridlocked. Backups are to the Fort Kick Bridge because of an accident and police department activity. Please avoid this at all possible. Also, we have a crash southbound on the Ohio River Boulevard in Ensworth and Evans. Total traffic.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, rainy tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Find out the difference here. The Dan Bongino Show.
Folks, if you want a recap of everything I discussed today, the stunning information about potential CIA involvement in the spying operation on Donald Trump, and the information I just told you about why the confusion about how the FBI can't even seem to articulate why they started this investigation, because they're lying. They started the investigation because they either got duped or they were too dopey to figure out the information coming in was from a political operative. If you want a full update on all of this, it's on my podcast. Today's podcast. It's entitled, what is the CIA up to? What were they up to? It's on Rumble, rumble.com/Bongino. If you want to listen to the podcast, you can also listen wherever you get the podcast. With the exception of Google, which is an existential threat to freedom, we are not on Google Podcasts because it is an awful, do as much evil as you can platform. That's Google. But you can get my podcast on Rumble. I highly recommend you subscribe to it. There's some visual elements on Rumble you won't get in your audio podcast that you want to be able to check out. All right, let me get to this. You think your homeowner's insurance covers home title fraud? Think again, and neither does your retirement again. The FBI calls home title fraud one of the fastest growing organizations. You need to go to HomeTitleLive.com, America's leader in home title protection. Here's the problem. The deed to your home is the only document which you own, and the deeds to all of our homes are online. In minutes, a criminal can find and forge your name off the deed to your home and refile as a new owner. Like Jeff, who spent a fortune in legal fees after a thief forced himself onto the deeds in Jeff's home as a Jeff didn't have home title lock then. Or Deborah, who thought her common identity was checked her after a criminal got on the NPD to her home. Deborah has no title lock. HomeTitleLock.com is your peace of mind. Each your home is protected. Visit HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
In central and eastern Pennsylvania.
I just find it really bizarre that the media has this story right in front of its face and refuses to run with it. If I were that 60 Minutes guy interviewing Peter Strzok, said way before Jim, what'd be the first thing you'd do? Wouldn't you reach back out to him and say, Mr. Peter Strzok from the FBI, lead investigator in the Trump case, I noticed you said that you started investigating Trump because of the Australian who came in after hearing Trump's speech on July 27th, but that's not possible because the Australian came in on July 26th, the day before the speech, so how could he have been motivated by a speech he hadn't yet heard? And you watch Peter Strzok go, somebody get my diaper, it's full. That's what you watch happen. Why can't these FBI guys tell you why they were spying on Trump? Because they were spying on Trump because Hillary Clinton wanted them to. And they either have to admit that or play dumb, and they choose to play dumb and keep reinventing new stories. It was the Russians, it was Mike Flynn, it was the Australian, it was George Papadopoulos, it was Papadopoulos George, it was Tommy, it was Bobby, it was Peter, it was Marcia, it was Mike. They just keep making the story up because they don't want to tell you the truth. The real paragraph one of this case, how it started is, we started investigating Donald Trump because we wanted Hillary Clinton to be the president. That's why. And we look really, really stupid as a result.
Tonight, south winds to 30 knots.
That's why.
A slight chance of showers. Waves 1 foot.
I mean, it's right in front of your face. Is anyone in the media interested in that? How these FOIA documents came out yesterday, they're the exact same BS story. The Foreign Service officer came in and said he was inspired by Trump's comments. It did not happen in that order. You're not curious about this? These handwritten notes, meaning they were told this thing repeatedly? You're not curious as to why that chronological timeline doesn't add up? Why? Why aren't you curious? I think we all know why. Because your golden calf, Barack Obama, is about to go down in history as the most corrupt president in U.S. history for being the key figure in his administration in the most significant, impactful spying scandal in politics we have ever seen in U.S. history. That's why. We all know. We all know. All right, I'm going to get to the truckers after the break. Interesting angle by Geraldo Rivera. And by interesting, I mean one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. But I'll get to that on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
So, how's 2022 going for you? To me, it's just whizzing by already. Problem is, my retirement's looming, and I needed to sort it all out before it's too late. I went to Noble Gold, and they recommended a precious metals IRA. You could hold these in gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, or a mix. Now I won't have to worry about inflation, catching up, or running out of time. To find out how you can do this too, you need to talk to one of Noble Gold's experts, not a call center or a salesman, a knowledgeable and professional expert who will run through your options with you. I did, and it's such a weight off my mind. I tell you, Noble Gold delivered exceptional customer service. Also, if you're quick, this month, Noble Gold are giving away a free 1/10 ounce solid gold American Eagle coin with any qualifying plan you start. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com or call 877-646-5347. Investing involves risk. Past performance is no guarantee of future results.
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, another Police headline. State authorities are seeking information on a vehicle involved in a series of crashes this morning that left a man dead on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The
crashes were reported around 3 a.m. in Reecom Township. Authorities say a tractor-trailer struck the man who may have been walking on the road, and police say 2 other tractor-trailers also struck the man. And police say they're now seeking information about a truck involved that did not stay on scene. Authorities described that truck as a green Peterbilt Longwood trailer with grain on top. Information about that truck will be given to authorities by calling 724-443-5907. Hockey World reacting to Penguin superstar Sidney Crosby becoming a member of the NHL's 500 goal club. He scored the milestone goal in the Pens' 5-4 overtime victory last night against the Flyers. Crosby is now the 46th player to reach 500 goals and the 18th to do it with one team. I'm Evan on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship. It is time to get back what you had before. Berg Medical Clinic is the only clinic to offer this breakthrough FDA-approved ED treatment. This innovative treatment is highly successful and non-invasive. Plus, it costs thousands of dollars less than other treatments. Come in for a free consultation with Dr. Williams. 412-889-9999 or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
You've been told you have neuropathy. Tired of the burning, numbness, tingling? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers and Dr. Sean Ritchie get results.
My legs were on fire from my toes to my knees. They were numb. I've gone to 46 doctors. I was desperate. Believe me, I was desperate. I would do anything to get better because my life wasn't the life I wanted. It's the first time I'm able to walk. I could walk more 3 or 4 steps. Now I can walk blocks.
And I went to doctors and they did the pills. My improvement is about 60%, and I'm on my way to 100%.
Don't listen to the neurologist who tell you there's nothing that can be done. Once the nerve is dead, it's dead. Because there is something that can be done. I'm looking forward to that.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Suffering from neuropathy? Visit marydanston.com or call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers with locations throughout the greater Pittsburgh area.
BRAP report. As more states shed mask mandates, the CDC's position on masking up remains unchanged. Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky.
We want to give people a break from things like mask wearing when these metrics are better, and then have the ability to reach for them again should things worsen. If and when we update our guidance, we will communicate that clearly, and it will be based on the data and the science.
The 7-day average of COVID-19 cases in the U.S. has declined 40%. Police in Ottawa warning truckers protesting Canada's COVID-19 restrictions to leave immediately or risk arrest.
This all comes as other blockades across Canada at the Canadian-U.S. borders have been clearing out. Now, Canada's Emergencies Act is in place right now, but allows the government to ticket, tow, and arrest protesters, but we haven't seen much movement by the investigators at this time.
Fox's Alexis McAdams. America is listening to Fox News.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. The outbound downtown Parkway East is gridlocked. Backups are to the Fort Pitt Bridge because of an accident and police department activity. Please avoid this at all possible. Also, we have a crash southbound on Ohio River Boulevard in Ensworth and Evans. Total traffic.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow and a low of 27 and a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Winds gusting to 25.
Sound off. Call 8444 the USA now to let them know what you think. 844-484-3872. The Dan Bongino Show.
Thanks for calling during the show. 844-484-3872. 844-484-3872. 844-444 USA. They put a lot of time into that music. All right, as I said, if you want a recap on that entire Spiders block which I think blew a lot of minds based on the feedback I'm getting, check it out on my podcast, rumble.com/Bongino. Today's show, I think it's titled, What is the CIA Up To? And it's a recap of all that. But I want to get to the truckers first, because there's just a lot going on here, too. First off, to our Canadian friends who listen on WJR and our other stations, we bleed into Canada, pretty far into Canada, actually, WJR says.
that to the Canadian patriots fighting for their freedom up there, I want you to understand that you have allies and friends in us. We believe in God-given rights for every human being, not just citizens of the United States. And we believe the function of the state is not to grant you any rights, but to protect those rights granted to you by a higher power. That's what I believe in. That's what I've always believed. And that doesn't stop at the northern border. Canada may have its own governing documents and principles and its own system. But Canadians are human beings, obviously, and they're entitled to the same big God-given rights as us here in America. And the shame of it is those rights will be taken away by the new dictator of Canada. You didn't know they went dictatorship? They did. Justin Trudeau declared himself a dictator yesterday. Dictator Trudeau. Dictator Trudeau declares the right. I hereby declare my right of prima nocte. Remember Braveheart? He's going to start showing up at people's weddings next, Justin Trudeau. That's what he's doing. He's a dictator now. He declared the right to monetary nocte. I hereby declare my right to bank account nocte. I can steal your money. He's basically saying now to truckers that if I see you and I think you're involved in a trucker protest, breaking the law or not, we will accuse you of breaking the law. And what we will also do is we will confiscate your bank account and any company giving money. Folks, I would highly recommend that you strongly reconsider if you have a bank account in Canada, getting that money out as soon as possible. As soon as possible. So Dictator Trudeau yesterday in front of his political colleagues and some conservatives. And they do a lot of heckling in the Canadian Parliament. I'm wishing we did more of that here. Some of you say, oh, Dan, I like our system. Well, I don't. I think we should be able to heckle people. I do. I think it should be like it is in the UK. Okay, we should be able to heckle these people. When they say something dumb, like Justin Trudeau says in this 35 seconds of comments, we should be able to heckle them too. Here is clown prince dictator Justin Trudeau trying to justify his illegal usurpation of powers in Canada to a hilarious amount of heckling by MPs over there in Canada. Check this out.
Absolutely right. This is a time for responsible leadership, not crass partisanship. The situation requires additional tools not held by other federal, provincial, or territorial law. It's what responsible leadership requires. These measures of the state will be compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We will always defend the rights of Canadians to peaceful assembly and to freedom of expression. But these blockades need to end, and unfortunately, conservative politicians continue to encourage the leaders of these blockades.
Gosh, I love you, Canadian parliamentarians, the conservative ones. Thank you for the heckling. I really wish we could have done some more heckling. But that's really terrific. This guy is clearly a dictator now. They have descended into chaos and madness in Canada. And here's the thing about the beach ball of freedom, right? Freedom's a beach ball. It's hard to keep underwater. Requires muscular strength and energy. The natural inertia of the beach ball is to burst through the water line because of its displacement and buoyancy and to float.
10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 20.
The Democrats are the guy holding the beach ball underwater. And the thing about the beach ball is eventually the guy holding the beach ball underwater gets tired. Because the energy it takes to suppress people's natural inclination towards freedom is nowhere near the energy people have in defending their own freedom when it starts to get taken away.
Then rain showers with a chance of snow showers.
Dictator Trudeau is finding that out now.
Or no snow accumulation.
Jim, cue up for me, cut through.
In the mid-20s.
Here's some evidence.
South winds 15 to 20 miles.
Here's the Freedom Convoy trucker. He's asked about Dictator Trudeau and his edict that he can steal your money from your bank account if you're involved in the trucker convoy. And an interviewer, I believe from the Post-Millennial, was Beth Page, says, hey, listen, are you going to leave because of this? Are you scared of Dictator Trudeau if they're going to take your money? How do you feel about that? This answer is just priceless. Check this out.
Are you concerned at all about your bank account?
No. There's nothing in it. So if he wants to go in there and put some money in for me, that'd be fantastic. Yeah.
How long do you plan on staying in Ottawa?
As long as it takes to get this stuff straightened up.
Absolutely. I'm not moving.
Do you think the protest is having an impact?
Absolutely. It's bringing people together in huge amounts.
For Washington's birthday, partly cloudy in the morning, then becoming...
You know, it reminds me, Chip, you got the Wolf of Wall Street thing?
in the mid-50s. For Monday
With
night,
the
mostly
Gabrielle,
cloudy.
play that for me. We're not leaving!
Lows in the
We're not
lower 40s.
leaving!
Chance
We're not
of rain
leaving,
70%.
Beach
And
ball
for
of freedom.
Tuesday, showers, mild.
People's natural inclination in learning is to be free.
Chance of rain
Freedom is a
90%.
God-given right. It's not a state-granted right. Therefore, if it's a God-given right, there's nothing dictator can go and do to take it away.
Temperature 57.
He can talk all he wants. He can try to punish people. But eventually, freedom always wins out in the end. Now, you may say, Dan, that's not true. North Korea has been a dictatorship and communist country
Once again, at Pittsburgh,
for a very long time. So it's Cuba. Yes, you're right. The problem is, once you allow this stuff to get entrenched under the guise of social justice or whatever, it's like, you know, there's like a math equation here, right? Every year, these communist dictatorships remain in power. It requires, say, 5 or 10 years of work to get rid of it. But eventually they all fall. That's the problem with not intercepting this stuff, bro. And that's why this freedom convoy is so bad. I'm going to do a segment on this on my Fox show Saturday night at 9, and really encourage you to check out. Now, throughout history, people looking to suppress other civil liberties have always had classes of useful idiots to help them out. Useful idiots are generally people in the media because they're largely idiots, that's why they're media people, don't have real job. And they can become useful because they're typically communists too. So there's a rather large and growing class of useful idiots out there. One of them put this ridiculous tweet out today, Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, who I debate a lot. He says, according to the New York Times, right-wing American money is helping sustain Canada's freedom project. According to the New York Times. Ha! That's hilarious. That's a good one, Geraldo. There at the New York Times. He says, American conservative media, including my own, I guess it's referencing me, is helping sustain the truckers in transit, suffering the Canadian people in what is now far more than a protest versus vaccine. So he fell right into the trap. He fell right into the trap of blaming us for what is a grassroots movement for freedom and liberty. Now, what he's trying to suggest here, and what Axios and the other media useful idiots are trying to suggest, is because people like me talk about the trucker convoy, which is grasped and clawed into the American intention and the intention of Canadians, that us talking about it is making this thing continue. That is not the case. That is not what's happening. We're talking about it because people are fascinated by it. They're fascinated by the topic and they're interested in taking it. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. They've got the story, as is typical in reverse. Now, I want to give you some good. Let me give out the phone number again if you want to call with us. We'll call for the next segment, 844-484-3872. Folks, the good news is things are starting to change. Things are turning around. The left realizes right now that they have to double and triple down. Have you noticed over the last few days that the YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, fact-checker conglomerate has gone mad? They wiped Defiant L's off Twitter, which is an account that highlights liberal stupidity. They claim zero hedge, Russian propaganda. The YouTube CEO is openly talking about governments passing laws restricting free speech. It's really gotten ugly out there. Why is it gotten ugly? It's gotten ugly because the American people realizing that the beach ball of freedom is going to crest the water soon because you can't hold it underwater for that long, are starting to rebel. You need some more evidence of that? Did you see the San Francisco election results? Here were some of the early results last night in their school board election. 3 school board members were put up for recall for being radical leftist nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, this happened in San Francisco. Not San Antonio.
Portions of Pennsylvania,
Allison Collins, Gabriela Lopez, and Fuega Maliga in San Francisco on the school board were up for recall. Yes, recall them. I don't know if these were final. Allison Collins, 78% recall Allison Collins. 74% recall Gabriella Lewis. 71% recall Fuega Molina.
Additional details.
That's in San Francisco, folks. That's not Houston, Texas. That's not Palm City, Florida. That's San Francisco. Now do you see why Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube are doubling down and losing their minds with the censorship right now? They're realizing a couple of things. If they made a mistake, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube are realizing that they got in bed with the Democrats, but to push the Democrat agenda because their boards are populated by leftist groups. They figured the left would always protect them, and that the left would remain in power at least long enough for them to entrench their business interests. Now what's happening? What's happening is they're seeing in 2022 all their patients in the House of Representatives and the Senate are going to get thrown out of their seats, and they're going to have to deal with Republicans, especially here. So they're doing everything they can before that change in power to kiss the collective ass of the Democrats and try to protect them from an electoral rout in 2022. Banning accounts, censoring people, kicking me off YouTube for claiming what the science and the current consensus on science and masks are. This is why all this is happening. This is not by accident. They're even warning each other. Look at this Politico piece. Headline: GOP culture war attacks are, quote, alarmingly potent. The Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee warned. Folks, they know they are in really, really deep trouble. And they are begging their big tech overlords while big tech begs their political patrons. Please stop the bleeding now before 2022 comes. We have to answer some serious questions. All right, more on this on the other side of the break. Give us a call, 844-484-36.
When you take the time to really get to know your body, you find that the root causes of its aches and pains are usually simple. The older we get, the more exercise we undertake, and the more injuries we sustain, the more inflammation our bodies suffer from. It's so simple. And my answer to that pain is Relief Factor, which I discovered years ago and take every single day to great effect. It helps the body to fight off inflammation, and I've never found anything that worked better in my life. I can't recommend it enough. 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it works for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference. relieffactor.com.
Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to save up to 30 to 60% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Monday, Monroeville Convention Center. Be advised, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to save up to 30 to 60% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Monday, Monroeville Convention Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Monroeville Convention Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Monroeville Convention Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Hundreds of hot tubs in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Monroeville Convention Center. Save up to 30 to 60%. Just relax and enjoy. Monroeville Convention Center. Friday noon to 8, Saturday 10 to 8, Sunday 10 to 6, Monday 10 to 6. Enjoy free admission and free parking. Monroeville Convention Center. Call 855-SPA-SIL or visit spablowout.com.
If you think there might be mold in your home, you need to call Bactronics. They'll determine the best course of action and quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics.com or call 412-375-7886.
Looking for new or used handguns or rifles, ammo, or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys, plenty of experience, and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh, South Hills. Hey, it's Daryl here from Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS. If you've heard me talk with my friend Mike Fanto of Tower Auto Sales on Mike's weekly show, that's Tower Auto 412, Saturday mornings at 7:30 here at WJAS. In recent weeks, you've heard us talk about the changing times for the auto industry. And it's changing times for all of us, without a doubt. Some of us, those changes might mean we no longer need that extra car we have lying around in the garage, or that lease or payment plan we signed on for when we got our new car 3 or 4 years ago might not be the best idea now. So if this might be you, give Mike a call at 412-828-6202. Simply put, Mike is buying cars. And things are so interesting with the car market at the moment that now is actually the best time for you to sell your car. Weird, I know. That lease you thought was unbreakable, again, that car collecting dust might end up collecting you dollars instead. Let Mike help guide you. And it starts with that first call, 412-828-6202. And he's selling too. Check out TowerAutoSales.com for his latest inventory. Don't forget to tune in to us on Saturday.
Traffic and weather. Some great news, that situation is improving on the Parkway East. Traffic is moving again, both inbound and outbound at the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, which is great news. And we do have an accident that just cleared on Ohio River Boulevard, southbound at Tom's Run Road. Still delays though. And Evans, total traffic.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Dan Bongino Show. Dan, 24/7 at Bongino.com.
All right, we'll get to some of your calls. Jim, I got to play the Biden dog story. I need some comic relief after a loaded show today. What the hell is this guy talking about? Another story about a dead dog or something like that? This guy is just like, so weird. Nothing he says. These stories, they're all just nonsense. It's like the Amtrak story. And he said, Joey, baby, Angelo came out to the Secret Service, almost shot him. He's told the story 1,000 times. The story's fake. It's a fake story. The guy was dead when the timeline happened. When Biden said the story happened, he's dead. Meaning not alive. He could have told the story, he's dead. That's not how dead works. That's not how any of this works. I was talking about dead dogs. What is with this guy? I got that. I can solve it. I'll get to this first. All of you know how personal the issue of censorship is to me. Instead of engaging in a discussion, left tries to silence and destroy anyone who disagrees. That's why I'm proud to partner in Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative cell phone provider. I want you to use it as well. They offer broad nationwide coverage. In fact, they use the same towers as the major carriers, so you get the same great nationwide coverage, plus peace of mind with your money and supporting your Patriot Mobile has plans to meet any budget. 100% U.S.-based customer support team provides exceptional customer support. More importantly, Patriot Mobile shares your values and supports organizations fighting for religion, constitutional rights, the sanctity of life, and our veteran and first responders. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972. Free activation with the offer code Dan. Veterans and first responders should save even more, so make the switch today. Support a company that loves America, loves you, and shares your values. patriotmobile.com/Dan. patriotmobile.com/Dan or call 972. I just got to get this in before we take a call. Can you just play this Biden telling a story yesterday about a dead dog? This guy, I'm sure he's making this up, but regardless, actually,
A woman said to me, obviously not of the same persuasion as I was politically, called me and said, there's a dead dog on my lawn. And I said, yes, ma'am. I said, have you called the county? He said, yes, they're not here. And I said, well, I'll get him in the morning. She said, I want it removed now. I pay your salary. So I went over it. I picked it up. She said, I want it out of my front yard. I put it on her doorstep.
Okay. I don't know that story. Here's the thing. You want a hot take on this whole thing? The story's fake. It's probably made up. There's a 99% chance it's making the story up. But it's one of the few times I've heard Biden actually tell a story that's coherent, number one. And secondly, it's the story, whether it's it's actually kind of funny. Like, it's like Joe Biden for once, not being a crazy person, you know, even though I know he's making that story up. I know. Take the dog and I brought it over to Corn Pop, and Corn Pop took the razor. He said he was going to eat the dog, and it was a kid touching the leg with the dog. And before we ate the dog like cannibals, we got a cannibal dog to come over and tell Corn Pop to take the bike chain to the razor on the leg as they were rubbing the leg. Then I was headed over on a trip, and I got arrested going over to see Corn Pop on the way to see Nelson Mandela while taking the Amtrak, where I'm a 25 million mile member. And Angelo told me, Joey, baby, and the Secret Service almost shot him as I was going up the train to get the dog, to bring the dog back on the train, to bring over the Corn Pop, to give the razor to eat the dog. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, Joe, folks, the guy's crazy. Okay, he's just making this stuff up. But I will say, it is kind of funny the way he told the story. So finally, Joe Biden says something that we could all agree on. One, he's a clown. Second, he's kind of funny. A clown like how? Usually either Joe Pesci. All right, let me go to the phone. Let's take Doug. Doug, you're on the Dan Bongino show. What do you got for us?
Hey, Dan, that's a funny story. Hey, so we know Trump was spied on. That's just a fact. The question next is who else? And let me flesh that out. Do you remember when Rosemary Collier did her review of the FISA program? And she came out and she revealed the federal contractors. Rosemary Collier, I think she's like the Chief Justice of
I know who she is. I know. I said I feel. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so she revealed that federal contractors were accessing the NSA database illegally. Going back to 2014, there were hundreds of illegal searches that were going on, right? So New Star, Daniel Richmond, Nellie Orr, amongst the federal contractors. So the question is, who else were they spying on? We know Trump was spied on. Who else have they been harvesting information about?
Well, that's a good question, Doug. And for anyone out there, I have a source on this. I want to throw something out there for our 8 million listeners or whatever it is. Were they spying on other, let me use some code words, Pied Piper candidates? You know what I mean? Was this a general blanket spying operation on all the Republican candidates for office? The Pied Piper candidates? And it wound up becoming a Trump operation as he closed in on the nomination? I'll leave that one with you all, folks. Some of you out there know what I mean. If you do, send us an email.
Mark Levin here. Listen to me weekdays 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS and Talk of Pittsburgh.
Join Dan Kelly this Sunday morning at 7 for Totally Talking Insurance, as she talks with Pittsburgh's insurance specialist, Summer Obernower, about the things you need to know when it comes to your auto, home, or life insurance. Again, that's this Sunday morning at 7, right here on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. When you need to have your roof repaired or replaced, call McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. They can help with all your roofing needs, including emergencies. No call ever goes unanswered 24/7. McClellan's Contracting and Roofing is an Owens Corning preferred contractor with over 150 combined 5-star reviews and rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can rest easy knowing you'll receive quality work and outstanding customer service. Financing is available. McClellan's is now booking appointments for spring of 2022. Call today at 412-353-5660. That's 412-353-5660 or online at McClellan'sRoofing.com.
James Douglas Jewelers, your destination for designing an engagement ring or an anniversary present. Many diamond pieces for all occasions and all price ranges. Wondering what to do with your current diamond? James Douglas will purchase diamonds or custom design a new piece for the diamond you already have. 25 years of exceptional diamond service. See their 5-star Google reviews. Stressed about finding or designing the right ring? They're here and will make the experience easy for you. James Douglas Jewelers, room 286 Monroeville, next to Aldi, or visit jdtool.com.
Perhaps you're at the stage of life where you're buying a home, starting a family, building your career. You have a lot on your mind, and retirement probably isn't one of them. But at Heffron Tillotson, we believe few things are more important than preparing for your financial security and your loved one's legacy. For a no-obligation review, to learn more about how our master plan can make you the master of your future, visit Heffron.com. Heffron Tillotson, member SIPC.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Listen live, anytime, anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320
warnings haven't stopped. Mr. Brady, Fox News. The White House says we're still in the window for a possible Russian invasion of Ukraine, with no evidence of a partial troop pullback that Russia had announced.
There's, what Russia says, and there's what Russia does, and we're watching very closely what steps they're taking, but they remain amassed in a threatening way at the border.
White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki says diplomatic efforts continue on many channels, the U.S. and NATO allies speaking with both Ukraine and Russia. The U.S. Navy accusing Russia of unprofessional intercepts after a close encounter between Navy aircraft and a Russian jet. A defense official says it happened over the Mediterranean Sea last weekend. A former U.S. Interior Secretary is accused of lying to ethics investigators.
The Interior Department's Inspector General says former Secretary Ryan Zinke misused his position to boost a development project in his home state of Montana and lied to ethics officials about his involvement. The report released today wraps up an investigation into a foundation Zinke established. Zinke told investigators he broke ties with the foundation after taking office during the Trump administration. The IG report says that is not true, and that Zinke directed department staff to help with the project. Zinke is now running for Congress in Montana. His campaign calls the reports a political hit job.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. A second former officer takes the stand at the federal trial over George Floyd's death. J.X. Alexander King describing his training, including the need to check someone's pulse if they're in distress. This after Toe Tao testified he didn't think Floyd's life was in danger, but also didn't check his pulse after bystanders asked him to. A third former officer also plans to testify, accused of violating Floyd's civil rights by failing to intervene or render aid as he was pinned down with Officer Derek Chauvin's knee on his neck. America is listening to Fox News.
Run, walk, honor. The Tunnel to Towers 5K Run and Walk in New York City retraces FDNY firefighter Stephen Siller's final footsteps on 9/11. That single event has inspired more than 70 runs, walks, and climbs in different cities across the nation each year. Register for an event in your area or volunteer to start one. Do good and never forget by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This week on RVR, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm sorry, I can't operate on that vehicle.
The doctor, you took an oath.
That RV, it's my son's RV.
Oh, doctor, isn't there anything you can...
I'm not a miracle worker, Sheila. I'm an RV surgeon, trained to save the lives of large, injured recreational vehicles, which is definitely a real profession. When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company has you covered subject to policy terms.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh, the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by St. Barnabas Health System, offering compassionate care for people of all ages.
61 degrees in Pittsburgh. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Authorities are investigating a deadly series of crashes on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The crashes happened around 3 o'clock this morning in East Ripley Township. Authorities say a man may have been walking in the highway when he was struck by one tractor trailer. Police say 2 other vehicles then struck the man, including at least 1 other tractor trailer. Police now say they're looking for information about a truck involved that left the scene. That truck is described as a green Peterbilt Longwood trailer with grain on top, and anyone with information is asked to call police at 724-443-5907. The Port Authority says the Sawmill Run Boulevard Bridge will stay closed for 10 to 12 more weeks until repairs are finished. The work will likely cost more than $2 million. The transit agency closed the span February 4th after part of the bridge shifted. Engineers later found water that got into a support structure for the bridge froze, leading to the shift. The shuttle service that's been in place since the closure will continue. The City of Philadelphia is lifting indoor dining vaccine mandates for restaurants and bar customers. Public health officials announced today that proof of vaccination will no longer be required effective immediately, but a mask mandate would remain in place. The health commissioner said the move comes after daily COVID-19 cases dropped from 500 to below 200 in the past week. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500 goal club. He scored his 500th career goal 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the men's game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals. Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
I'm able to talk with Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. On the Parkway East southbound at Churchill, we had an earlier accident. Watch out for delays from Edgewood Swissvale up to that point. Still going to be a little bit clogged for a time. On the inbound side of the Parkway North near East Street, accident activity off to the right shoulder. Cruiser on scene handling that. Parkway East inbound from Wilkinsburg into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Still a lot of company there. The Parkway West really jamming up before you get Braintree. The tunnel's left over slowing on inbound 28 right about Highland Park at 940 at the 54th Street bridges. Highland level the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Well, we're coming to your city. Gonna lay our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll be flying higher than a Carolina. And if you want a little bang, you can come along.
Don't end up losing your license, end up with a criminal record, which will impact your job, livelihood.
Defund the police's debt. That causes a concern with a few in our caucus, but public safety is our responsibility.
Back in July, you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with you.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold-inspired solutions for America. This is a special edition of the Sean Hannity Show. America trapped behind enemy lines. Day number 186.
And day 199, since your president promised Americans he would not stab them in the back and abandon them in the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, and he did. And Joe Biden now telling people Americans in Ukraine, we're not going to be able to help you. You're on your own. Good luck. And it even gets worse. We'll get to this later in the program. The Biden administration literally now has imposed a vaccine mandate on Americans fleeing Ukraine. Oh, that's great. That's brilliant. Let's do that. Poland is going to take Americans in. They only need proof of within 24 hours of that they tested negative. If they don't have a test, they can get it when they get to Poland. Poland is stepping up and trying to help us out. You know, then and Biden is even making the claim that a Ukraine invasion will make his inflation crisis even worse. We're going to blame Putin for that. You know, can't blame Trump. Who are you going to blame? All of this build up. This is the worst, weakest, most pathetic response to a hostile regime I think I've ever seen in my lifetime. It's humiliating and it's embarrassing. Let's be honest here. Putin amassing troops, 150 to 200,000 troops along the border with Ukraine, all the military equipment in the world. There's not a damn thing that Ukraine can do that's going to stop Putin if he wants. His territorial ambitions are to take over the entire country. Guess what? Militarily, he's going to be able to do it, and there's not going to be anybody that stands up to him. And by the way, I'm not saying America should get involved. I'm not saying that at all. We don't need a shooting war with Vladimir Putin. But the fact that Joe and the rest of NATO and all these Western European countries are kissing Putin's ass and basically say, we're still willing to negotiate. You know, we can come to a compromise. We definitely we're ready and willing to give you basically whatever the hell you want, Vladimir. That's not how you negotiate with somebody like Vladimir Putin, a hostile actor, a hostile regime with territorial ambitions and troops on the border of a sovereign country.
The way you negotiate with them is said, get your troops, get them off the border, send them back to wherever the hell they came from, and then if you want to have a discussion on matters that involve real peace and real concessions and a working relationship, then and only then will we sit and talk to you. You know, the idea that Joe has sent 6,000 additional troops to Europe, we're not getting in a shooting war. He said it, nor should we get in a shooting war with Vladimir Putin. We shouldn't get anywhere near that. That's Ukraine's problem. I look at Ukraine as a country deeply rooted in corruption, especially in government. That's not our role. It's not our job. We're not the world's policemen. Do I feel bad for the people of Ukraine? Absolutely. War is hell. Do I think it's the United States' job to be the policemen of the entire world? Nope. Do we have any American interest there? Not really. We don't. If you want to hurt Putin, there is one sure way to do it. Half his economy is based on energy. He's providing all of our Western European allies all of their energy needs. Joe Biden was handed energy independence and also handed America at a point where we were a net exporter of energy. And then, of course, he gives a waiver to Putin, his buddy. I'm sure the Biden family syndicate dealings with Russia and Russian oligarchs and the former First Lady of Moscow, I'm sure they have no relevance whatsoever to how Joe is dealing with Vladimir, just like the $1.5 billion deal with the Bank of China and the $31 million that Peter Schweitzer talks about in his book that is now #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that Joe's done nothing about the territorial ambitions of China or getting to the origins of the COVID-19 virus or the crackdown in Hong Kong or the persecution of the Uyghurs, and I can keep going. How much forced labor camps inside of China? No, Joe says nothing. You think the family compromise might have something to do with these issues? Just like he was compromised, Hunter's compromised in Ukraine as well. I don't know, maybe the perfect person to negotiate it is the former crack addict. We'll send Hunter Biden. He knows all the players. He knows them all pretty well, apparently. So if you really want to hurt Russia, you outproduce them with energy, and you get that energy at a lower rate to our allies in Europe, and guess what? You will bankrupt Russia. That's how you win against Vladimir Putin. But Joe can't do that because Joe is beholden to the climate change alarmist cult that is the New Green Deal socialist movement that has now swept up the entire Socialist Democratic Party in this country. So he's not going to do what's necessary to really battle back against Putin, as oil is now $100 a barrel. Good grief. And there's a lag time. Your gas price is going higher. The cost of everything you buy in every store you go to is going higher. The cost to heat your home this winter is going higher. The cost to cool it over the summer, it's going to be going higher. And you know what? All of it's preventable. It's a disgrace. It's unbelievable. At the top of the next hour, James O'Keefe, founder, CEO of Project Veritas, has shared with us, we'll show you on Hannity tonight, undercover hidden camera video of the FDA's executive officer, Christopher Cole, saying things like, oh, they have plans that you'll have to get an annual COVID vaccine shot. I mean, it hasn't formally been announced yet because they don't want to, rile everybody up. That's interesting. Then you have the FDA executive officer also saying about President Biden that Biden wants to inoculate as many people as possible. Well, we kind of knew that already. He's on tape saying that there are plans to vaccinate toddlers. He even says, I don't necessarily agree with this, but toddlers as young as 6 months old. And he even admits, they'll use emergency authorization because not all of this has been tested on toddlers. Again, I go back to, follow the science, but only when the science is convenient to their whatever narrative that they have. It's so nauseating. There's no science that shows that 6-month-olds to 5-year-olds or 5-year-olds to 11-year-olds are having any bigger problem with COVID than they would an average influenza. So why would you give them the shot? Because that's not following the science.
Anyway, so he says they're not going to approve the emergency authorization for children 5 years old or less, but he says they're going to get to that point. We won't have to because of emergency authorization. It's actually on tape saying all this stuff. It talks about the pharmaceutical companies and how there's a money incentive for Pfizer and the drug companies to promote additional vaccinations. He said, quote, it'll be a recurring fountain of revenue for the pharmaceutical companies. It might not be that much initially, but it'll be recurring. And if they can get every person required, have an annual vaccine required, mandated, in other words, that is recurring return of money going into their company. Now, the FDA official said the person purportedly in the video does not work on vaccine matters and does not represent the views of the FDA. Okay, now the person that we are talking about is, as I said, the FDA executive director. The update to this story, which I'll let James break in the top of the next hour, is that in fact he has a recorded phone conversation with this very person who's embarrassed as hell, trying to downplay what he said on hidden camera. And in fact, we'll tell James, I'll give you this little piece of it, that in fact he works on emergency authorization of these drugs. So the FDA, that would mean, if true, that he works on that. Basically, he was saying what he knew directly, and that in fact they lied to us. But we'll get to the bottom of that, and we'll let you judge and decide for yourself. I mean, unbelievable times that we're living in. It's really frightening, isn't it? You know, we'll do this. 6-month-olds. Show me the science. Keep saying, show me the science. Where's the science? You know, to watch what's happening, I've been pointing this out. You have Nancy Pelosi, oh, no, we're not for defund the police. Oh, no, we're not for dismantle the police. Oh, we don't support those getting rid of, those no bail laws, none of those things. The White House is on tape, actually. Their COVID-19 team is announcing COVID's no longer a crisis. Yet Beto Bozo O'Rourke on camera saying he's pro-Second Amendment. This is the same guy that said, hell yeah, I'm coming and we're going to take your AK-47s. The same guy. Now, why all of a sudden, why this conversion by the Democrats? Because they're reading the polling, because this is an election year, because they understand they don't have a single thing that they can point to that's successful. The border is a disaster. Energy prices, an unmitigated disaster. If you look at the economy, 40-year high inflation and only going higher, that is a disaster. If you look at foreign policy, you got the world's tyrants, dictators, authoritarian leaders, they're running rampant with any geopolitical ambitions, territorial ambitions they all may have. And Biden can't do a thing. They've rightly assessed that this guy's in a precipitous cognitive decline, and now it's the time to fulfill whatever ambitions they might have, nefarious intentions they might have. I mean, it's unbelievable. And of course, we have a two-tier justice system to put on top of all of that. It's pretty unbelievable. I have an update on the truckers and the Freedom Convoy. The authoritarian himself, little Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister, hiding away as he's been throughout this entire crisis. His decision for the first time in Canada's history to invoke the Emergency Powers Act and the Truckers' Freedom Convoy, it's not working. Reports today that they're out there ticketing all of these drivers, etc. But anyway, Canadian truckers, now they did cooperate. This has been peaceful. Remember in the summer of 2020, Democrats kept saying it's peaceful, mostly peaceful. Reports on fake news, CNN, mostly peaceful. And you look over their shoulder and the entire city is like burning down. Well, this has really been peaceful. Anyway, so the Freedom Convoy, and they've opened up thoroughfares so commerce could commence between Detroit and Canada, because there's a lot of money, a lot of people's livelihoods at stake. They cooperated mostly on that. I think a few people got arrested. But it's been a peaceful protest. Anyway, so they're staying strong, and they remained entrenched in Ottawa, and they're going to stay there. I've been interviewing them. One of the truckers who led the first convoy to the nation's capital said, all demonstrators are undeterred. So now you got this little pipsqueak of a prime minister. He kind of reminds me of, some kid Oh, forget it. I'll talk about that another day. Anyway, they're now threatening to take their rigs, put them in prison, fine them $100,000, and take away their licenses. In other words, any means of making a livelihood. And these guys are still staying there, and it still looks like they're having a block party. Pretty amazing. What a commitment, finally, to something. You can only push people so far, and this is a predictable result. Thank God they've been peaceful. They got to remain peaceful to stay successful. And the only way they're going to keep the public on their side is if they remain peaceful. Anyway, I want to tell you about my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. I love this company. They have a line of tribute edition rifles. I have one myself. And it's to honor people that serve our great nation, active military, veterans, law enforcement, sheriffs, firefighters, EMS, American farmers, truckers, oilmen. In other words, the people that really make this country great. These tribute rifles are embellished with a high-end engraving and artwork. On my rifle in particular, my Henry, I have Live Free or Die, and it is beautiful. I actually put it in a case, and it's hanging on my wall right here in my studio. Anyway, it's a true collector's edition, and you can proudly display it on your wall or give it away as a gift. All made in America at Henry, or not made at all. They're backed by a lifetime warranty. You're going to love their website and see these great products. HenryUSA.com. You start, they'll give you a free catalog. They'll send you some free decals, and they'll give you a list of dealers where you live. That's HenryUSA.com. Ask for their catalog, get free decals, and you get a list of dealers where you are. HenryUSA.com.
Breaking news straight from the source. Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the big news stories every day. Sean Hannity.
This is Mark Levin. Listen to me live tonight on 1320 WJAS, that's Talk of Pittsburgh.
Hey, as you know, Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, he has this passion for getting you the best sleep of your life. His team fit me for my very own MyPillow, and guess what? All of his products work. Well, Mike now has a special offer just for you, my listeners, for a limited time. His My Slippers, his newest creation, are 50% off with the promo code Hannity. Now, these slippers offer all-day comfort, extra cushioning, and made to wear both in and outside your home. Now, make sure you also check out their overstock sale that includes deep discounts on pillows, towels, sheets, and it's only for a limited time. Go to mypillow.com, click on the Sean Hannity Square, check out their sale, and 50% off the My Slippers. Remember, all MyPillow products have an unconditional satisfaction 60-day money-back guarantee. Enter the promo code Hannity when you call 800-919-6090, or just go to mypillow.com for the sleep you want, need, deserve, and desire.
If your family depends on your income and something happened to you, what would happen to them? You need life insurance, and SelectQuote can help you get it at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote found Jacob, 40, who's in excellent health, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month.
Not in perfect health? Don't worry.
SelectQuote found Tanya, 40, who has type 2 diabetes, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $32 a month.
We shop companies like Protective, Prudential, American General, and others to find you the company with the best rates. Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford. For your free quote, call 1-800-350-8989. That's 1-800-350-8989. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-350-8989. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
G&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. American Back Centers has been successfully treating disc problems with Vax-D therapy for over 20 years. Listen to what Damien from Ambridge has to say.
I tried everything from pain medication to physical therapy, and haven't seen no one. After Vax-D treatments at the American Back Center, I've been pain-free for over 5 years.
Call American Back Centers in Wexford or visit them on the web at AmericanBackCenters.com. At American Back Centers, you got nothing to lose with the pain.
Real patience, real stories from Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. It's Scott Show, and I'm talking with Pat B from Moon Township. Pat, what's it like to live your life without glasses nowadays?
Fantastic. I wore them for 30 years, and I wore progressive, so I was constantly moving my head up and down, and would get headaches from doing that. I do not have to wear any glasses to read, to do anything now.
So what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about getting the procedure?
Go for it. You don't have to have the glasses.
And how about your experience with the staff at Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates?
The people were fantastic at Scott and Christie, and so was the surgery center. I would recommend anybody to go to Scott and Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. Vision for life. Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
At UPMC Senior Communities, you're part of the region's largest healthcare system, and with locations throughout the area offering a variety of floor plans, many pricing options, and all levels of care, you'll find just what you need. With meals, housekeeping, transportation, and maintenance included in your monthly fee, you can enjoy activities with your friends. Schedule your tour today and find the right UPMC Senior Community for you. Visit UPMCSeniorCommunities.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Truly an accident out of the way. Thank goodness on the Parkway East outbound as you make your way near the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Unfortunately, we have a mess behind the Grant up to that point. A very heavy volume. Inbound side, the jams continue. Wilkinsburg to Squirrel Hill. Outbound on 28, that's a busier ride too. Moving to the Highland Park Bridge as it is inbound from Delafield to the Span, and heavy at the southbound side of the Highland Park Bridge all the way across this afternoon. As we travel the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with possibility of snow and a low of 27, and a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Poverty was already rampant, but the last 2 years have been especially devastating for children and their families. You can help when you sponsor a child with Compassion International. Get started today by texting the word radio to 97646.
Responded to the Durham filing, Trump and Fox are desperately spinning up a fake scandal to distract from his real ones. So it's a day that ends in a Y. For more his misdeeds are exposed, the more they lie. For those interested in reality, here's a good debunking of the latest nonsense, and this one was from Vanity Fair, originally from the New York Times. The only thing that they got right is, and it's true, the word infiltrate is not in the document of John Durham, the filing of John Durham, nor is the word spy, but when we come back later, I'm going to give you all the exact language that's in there, and it's pretty obvious what he's saying. It's not that complicated. And again, innocence until proven guilty. The charge that Michael Sussman is currently under is that he lied to the FBI. Seems to me that Durham is hinting, I may be wrong, this is speculation on my part, basically saying to Sussman and his lawyers, I'm offering you a chance to make a deal, and then you can avoid jail time. That's how I interpret it, because meaning that it might be other charges coming, but we'll wait and see. Only time will tell if that turns out to be true. Anyway, so the power grab, it is freedom versus this authoritarianism of Trudeau. And the freedom movement is so fascinating about all of this is now winning. 5 provinces in Canada is not a small victory for the truckers. They're now getting rid of the very things, the mandates that the truckers were fighting against. And then you see it spreading worldwide. New Zealand, they have their COVID protest inspired by the Canadian truckers blockading Parliament there. And, here's an interesting comment by Little Justin, and this is from May 23rd of 2012. When a government starts trying to cancel dissent or avoid dissent is when it's rapidly losing its moral authority to govern. Said that in 2005. Well, that's pretty interesting, because that's not the Justin Trudeau of today, because this has been a peaceful protest. If it's not peaceful, it's going to lose the support of the people probably immediately. And then trying to cut them off financially and using tactics that you would use against people believed to be terrorists as an explanation for it is also unconscionable. All right, we got a lot coming up. James O'Keefe, his expose, Bill O'Reilly, much more straight ahead as we continue.
For this afternoon,
Ireland Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, everyone. News headline update. There's an update from the Port Authority today on the closure of the Sawmill Run Boulevard Bridge. It will remain closed from 10 to 12 more weeks until repairs are finished. That work will likely cost over $2 million. Port Authority closed the span earlier this month after part of the bridge shifted. Engineers later found that water got into a support structure that froze, and that led to the shift. The shuttle service for Port Authority commuters that's been in place since the closure will continue. The region's expected to get some heavy rainfall in the coming days, according to the National Weather Service, with to get 1 to 1.5 inches of rain midday tomorrow through Friday morning. High temperatures will approach 60 degrees tomorrow. The area could have wind gusts around 45 miles an hour tomorrow night. And then cold temperatures return on Friday with highs around freezing. President Biden is expected to visit communities near Cleveland tomorrow as he visits Ohio to discuss infrastructure. I'm on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Live and unzoomed in 2022. Lover Boy. September 10th. Local unit Starlink. Tickets on sale this Friday at livenation.com. Rocking the stage together again. And Hollywood Speedway with Lover Boy. Live for Sunday.
They cared for you, and now you're caring for them. Caregiving for a parent experiencing memory loss can be challenging. St. Barnabas Memory Care is here to help. We offer a free in-home consultation for you and your loved one. Why not talk to a St. Barnabas Memory Care specialist today to discuss your individual situation? This no-charge evaluation can assist you with caring for those that have cared for you. Call 724-625-4000 or go to stbarnabasmemorycare.com. St. Barnabas is apart from ordinary.
And for Tuesday, showers, mild.
This Fox Business Report is brought to you by UBS Financial Services. On the web, it's ubs.com.
Are snapping a three-session losing streak as investors were hopeful that tensions are easing between Russia and Ukraine. Big tech stocks and financials among the gainers today, while energy companies lagged. Oil prices fell from a 7-year high. The Dow winners Goldman Sachs, Salesforce, and Boeing. The decliners Chevron, Amgen, and 3M. Take a look at Wall Street by the numbers. The Dow up 422, the Nasdaq adding 349, while the S&P gained at 69. Travel stocks were higher with Marriott leading the charge, its stock popping 5%. Demand for businesses and leisure travel continued to grow in the holiday quarter, despite a setback from the Omicron COVID variant. Shares of Virgin Galactic took off today, jumping 30% after the space tourism company said it would start selling tickets to the general public. At your Fox Business Report, I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
Winds gusting to 24.
Biden's massive spending plan is expanding America's money supply and taking money out of your pocket. You can fight back against runaway inflation by sheltering your IRA or 401k with gold through Birch Gold Group. This is Stephen K. Bannon, and I'm proud to be a customer of Birch Gold. Join me. Birch Gold is creating a free info kit on protecting your retirement with gold in a tax-sheltered account. Just text the words SHELTER to 989898. Text SHELTER to 989898 and learn how to shelter your IRA or 401k with gold.
In crash, there's no time to put on a helmet, and when a boater capsizes or is thrown,
This update brought to you by Ireland Contracting. Online at IrelandContracting.com.
Traffic and weather. Earlier accident out of the way. Thank goodness on the Parkway East outbound as you make your way near the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Unfortunately, we have a mess behind Grant up to that point of very, very heavy volume. Inbound side, the jams continue. Wilkinsburg to Squirrel Hill. Outbound on 28, that's a busier ride too. Moving to the Highland Park Bridge as it is inbound from Delafield to the span and heavy at the southbound side of the Highland Park Bridge all the way across this afternoon. I'm rather the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh 1320
WJAS.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Portions of Pennsylvania, including the following areas.
Continuing to build the foundation for conservative victory. Now, back to the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN, our number. You want to be a part of the program. This is so humiliating as a country. And this is in the Wall Street Journal. And Joe Biden made a decision last week to waive sanctions against Iran's nuclear program. That apparently hurt the Saudis. And why shouldn't it? I mean, under Donald Trump, something that happened in the last 5 years I never would have predicted could happen. The United States and Israel and the Saudis and the Jordanians and the Egyptians and the Emirates against Iranian hegemony in the region, all aligned, sharing intelligence, et cetera, et cetera. The idea that Joe Biden is so weak with the mullahs in Iran, with predictions that they could be 2 months away from having enough enriched uranium for a nuclear weapon and the means of launching one, which means it's when you marry this sick, ugly, twisted, convert or die ideology of these mullahs. Remember, Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. And you marry that ideology and the people in control of those weapons to nuclear weapons, you are looking at a catastrophe at a level I shudder to think about how bad it could be. Now, would the Iranians launch a nuclear missile at Israel? I could see it happening. The best idea is to prevent it from happening. That means any place, anytime inspections. But this is what was so bad about the Obama-Biden deal with the mullahs in Iran, and they dropped, cargo planes full of cash and other currency on the tarmac, handed it to the mullahs, and they got nothing in return. And even that deal expired in 2025, and they can continue enriching uranium anyway. So it didn't make sense. Now the Iranians are emboldened because they see Putin is emboldened, they see China's emboldened, and both China and Russia are helping the Iranians. And that creates instability in the region completely. Anyway, so Joe Biden's decision to waive sanctions against Iran has pissed off the Saudis, which I don't blame them. They realize that once Iran gets a nuclear weapon, that the Saudis are right next to Israel on top of the list to get hit with a nuclear weapon. The difference is the Israelis will fire back. They will obliterate the country of Iran. A human death toll, unimaginable death toll and fallout from the launching of nuclear weapons. What kind of mutually assured destruction, it took a certain amount of reason that prevented the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, and the United States from ever getting to that point. And they even had back-channel communications if something precipitated a crisis so that they could at least have a chance to talk it out before a weapon is launched. No such discussions, it would never take place. Anyway, so the Saudis returned the favor. Now, Joe has been begging Russia, Joe has been begging OPEC, and now Joe apparently has been begging the Saudis, according to the Wall Street Journal, to pump out more barrels of oil so it would lower the price of a barrel of oil and take away some of Joe's inflation problems. Now, I don't know why he's giving in to these, global climate change, cultists that basically run every decision that he makes, and they have influence over every decision he makes. But rising oil prices, fears of a Russian invasion of Ukraine have now created a dilemma for Saudi Arabia. Help the West and help Joe out, pump more crude to get market prices lower, or stand by a 5-year-old oil alliance helping Moscow at the expense of Washington. And for now, the world's largest crude exporter is sticking with Russia. Now that's why oil prices have risen towards $100 a barrel for the first time in nearly 8 years. And they threaten to go higher amid this Russian troop buildup on the Ukrainian border. Some estimates as high as $150 a barrel. Bernie Sanders is blaming Biden's inflation crisis on corporate greed and profiteering. Says gas prices are at the highest level in 7 years. ExxonMobil, Chevron, Shell, BP, they made nearly $25 billion in profits last quarter, the highest level in 7 years. The problem is not inflation. The problem is corporate greed, collusion, and profiteering. Where the Bernie had his way, he'd confiscate all people's money and just distribute it equally. Only guy I know that would ever honeymoon in the then former Soviet Union. I don't know. Biden's inflation is sending rents soaring as much as 40%. That was in the UK Guardian. But there's nothing. But Biden has an answer. Go back to the policies of Trump, which he's never going to do. All right, let me move back now to where we spent a lot of time the last 2 days reporting. Hillary Clinton has now weighed in on the Durham filing, and she says Trump and Fox are desperately spinning up a fake scandal to distract from his real ones, meaning Trump. So it's a day that ends in a Y, meaning a typical day. The more his misdeeds are exposed, the more they lie. For those interested in reality, here's a good debunking of the latest nonsense, and it links to a Vanity Fair article, very similar to a New York Times article. The only thing, they did get something right in this article, and that is infiltrate and spy. Those two words were never in Durham's filing. And I think that's important. It's an important distinction. But I'm going to actually read from it so that there's no ambiguity by anybody whatsoever, because when you actually read through it, you get to the bottom of it, it's pretty clear what's happening here and what's gone on here. And it's pretty amazing, actually, that the media has ignored this. I would think that they care. But after we now, remember, we're going into these new revelations, this filing of Durham, already knowing and having established a factual basis of certain things that took place. We know the evidence is overwhelming and incontrovertible, confirmed by the Horowitz report, many aspects, even along with referrals that never took place that should have taken place. We know that Hillary Clinton and money from the DNC, which she was pretty much in control of at the time, was funneled to a law firm. That law firm is called Perkins Coie. Perkins Coie hires an op research firm, Fusion GPS, which, by the way, Republicans use, op research teams as well. That's not that unusual. How the money got there is unusual. Usually you would just have your campaign do such research. Putting that aside, that's a separate issue. And then they hire Christopher Steele, former MI6, and he puts together a series of documents that put together are known as the dossier. And Clinton and the DNC paid for this dirty Russian misinformation dossier. At the top of a FISA warrant, it says verified, meaning that whoever signs it, Comey signed 3 of them, Rod Rosenstein signed the last one, there were 4 of them. Anyway, it was to spy on Carter Page, which gave them a back door to spy on then candidate Trump, his transition team, and then President Trump. We know all of that has been established. And they used the dirty dossier, as Andrew McCabe, the deputy FBI director, said, that if there was no dossier, there would not have been a FISA application approved. Okay, so we got that part down. Now we start with this filing that took place as it relates to John Durham. Now, John Durham has got to be the slowest working man in the history of mankind. I mean, honestly, forget about a turtle. The turtle would laugh like 50 times in terms of his slowness in this whole thing, which is inexplicable to me. But anyway, we have Sussman, and I'll get to that. I mentioned this yesterday. He had a 6-page response, which we went over on radio and TV yesterday. Anyway, they want the special counsel to strike the factual background portion of the motion that was put out, the filing that was put out by John Durham. Now, it's the actual words of Durham that matter here. And the document says that the defendant's billing records reflect that the defendant, remember, he's charged with lying to the FBI, everyone's innocent until proven guilty, but it seems like Durham could be signaling, my interpretation, that he might have other charges coming, pending. I'm not sure what he's saying exactly, but anyway, what he did say, the exact words are, the defendant's billing records reflect that the defendant repeatedly billed the Clinton campaign for his work. Well, that would be the opposite of what the charge is, that he lied to the FBI, in this case, James Baker. According to the filing, the suspect was a lawyer at a large international law firm, Perkins Coie. They didn't say that part, that wasn't in there, but we now know. That was then serving as counsel to the Clinton campaign. Then it goes on to say in the filing, the defendant had assembled and conveyed allegations about Donald Trump to the FBI on behalf of at least two specific clients, including a technology executive at a U.S.-based internet company and the Clinton campaign. Now, these allegations were, and I go back to Durham, quote, exploited, and this is where, probably Kash Patel meant infiltrated, but the word he used was exploited from internet data mined at, quote, a particular healthcare provider at Trump Tower, Donald Trump's Central Park West apartment building, and the executive office of the President of the United States. And we went through this in more detail because technologically speaking, I can barely download an app. I'm not, Linda, true or false? I'm like the dumbest guy.
Very true.
I don't want to learn, and I don't want to hear about it. I want somebody to do it for me. I can't help myself. I'm not going to change. Anyway, so what are they saying here? Now, they're not saying that they got into the server, but as explained to me by experts, that they were able to catch the internet websites, the areas, the IP addresses, tell me, correct me if I'm using the wrong term at any point, of where these different locations, in other words, what they were exploiting, the data mine was data that they didn't have the right to take, and it would show them exactly where these computers were going to look for things. Okay, I explained it as best I could.
I think you did a wonderful job as a layman's term explanation. Nice job.
Okay, so they exploited from the internet data mined at a particular healthcare, blah, 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 and the President of the United States. In other words, they were mining and exploiting data from the Trump White House, from Donald Trump's apartment building, from Trump Tower. Now, the filing continues. The defendant further claimed that these lookups demonstrated that Trump and or his associates were using supposedly rare Russian-made wireless phones in the vicinity of the White House and other locations. So the New York Times argument is, well, we recorded that. Okay, we didn't make a big deal about it because nobody caught it. Nobody reads the New York Times that I know anymore anyway because you're not trustworthy. You've missed the biggest story in the history of the paper, which was the Trump-Russia collusion hoax, because you love Hillary Clinton, and of course you never asked Biden tough questions either. So anyway, I digress. Anyway, so the claims about Trump and Russia turned out to be bogus on all fronts, the first one that I mentioned and this one. But the spying allegations detail, though they don't say spying, they say exploit. They exploited from the internet data mined. Well, that would not be data I could see. Do you have a right to search where other people's devices are looking? The answer would be no. By any definition, in my mind, I consider that spying, and most people I talk to consider that spying. So, but these allegations in this filing seem to be very true, and I would be hard-pressed to believe Durham would put it in there if Durham didn't believe it to be true. Now, this is not just Sean Hannity talking. This is, according to the court filing. Respected federal prosecutor, part of an investigation overseen by Democratic Attorney General Merrick Garland, Biden's Attorney General. Now, through Sussman and the tech company, the Clinton campaign was, quote, mining and exploiting internet traffic. So, in the filing, he's connecting Sussman, getting this information, mining it, getting paid for by Clinton. This is the allegation, and that they were exploiting such information. That they were data mining, and where they were data mining it from, And then it goes on to say, or as the Wall Street Journal put it, that Trump really was spied on. Now, Sussman's attorney and legal team says that, quote, these allegations are irrelevant to the charge, the offense, and intended to politicize the case, et cetera, et cetera. They can say that all they want, but that's going to be proven or disproven in a court of law. But the filing had to take place. And by the way, the idea that it's prejudicial, well, facts and evidence in any criminal case will be prejudicial to the accused. That's why he's been criminally charged. If he wasn't criminally charged, anyway, charged with doing something wrong, it is prejudicial by definition. Or arguing that the court filing is false, that's why we're going to have a trial, and he's innocent until proven guilty. And we believe in the presumption of innocence on this program. The defendant can make that argument at trial. And Sussman arguing that the information about the tech company is relevant, in truth it's irrelevant, rather, it's highly relevant. Because that's exactly what they're looking into. Anyway, so I hope that clears that up, but the headline is simple. If in fact Durham proves his case in a court of law, that would mean the Clinton machine spied on Trump and paid good money for it. This is on top of what we already know about the FISA warrants that never should have been filed and never should have been granted. And if any of you in this audience ever lied to a judge in court, I guarantee you you'd all be handcuffed and put in jail. So we'll see how wide this conspiracy really was and how deep this went. That's going to be what we find out in the end. All right. How did I do? That was the technical stuff is the hardest part.
A++, boss. I tell you, if this radio thing doesn't work out, you could possibly ruin computers, for sure.
Yeah, okay, you know that's a lot.
Got a bright future.
Listen, inflation 40-year high, man, everything's so expensive. Cars, gas, groceries, housing, cost of living increases. You know, we're bankrupting and disproportionately really hurting the poor and the middle class in this country, which is why you need to find areas in your life where you can save money, and your wireless bill is one of them. Look, join the Stampede. It's a veteran-run company called Pure Talk. You get the same 5G network. You get the same exact cell towers. You get the same number of bars. You keep your phone number, and the average family saving over $800 a year, close to $1,000 a year. And listen to this: the more phone lines you have, the more money you save. Right now, you can have 4 separate phone numbers, 4 lines, and you'll get talk, text, and data for all 4 for just $64. That's not per line. That's for all 4 phones. All you have to do is dial pound 250 on your cell, say the keyword "save now." You'll save an additional 25% off the first 3 months. Dial pound 250, say the keyword "save now" from our friends at Pure Talk.
Sean Hannity. Mark Levin here. Listen to me weekdays 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS, the talk of Pittsburgh.
Hey, do you wish you had room for a pool in your backyard? Get a Michael Phelps swim spa from Master Spas. Now, the Phelps swim spa has a water current on one end and massage therapy seats on the other. Not to mention, Michael Phelps swim spas are 100% American-made, which is incredibly important. Just go to masterspas.com, enter the promo code Hannity in the upper right-hand corner. You can save up to $1,000 off. Now, trust the largest American-built hot tub and swim spa brand. That's masterspas.com.
Do you own an existing life insurance policy worth $100,000 or more and are at least 75 years old? If so, you need to listen carefully as you may qualify for a cashed out benefit. Just dial 844-WE-BUY-75 to learn more about this cashed out benefit. If you have an existing life insurance policy worth $100,000 or more, are at least 75 years old, or have a serious health condition, call us today to see if you qualify. Call 844-WE-BUY-75. That's 844-932-8975.
Including the following areas.
Turning 65, UPMC Health Plan's Medicare Advantage plans can help you save money with extra benefits, including great dental, vision, and an allowance for healthcare products. Plus, our Medicare advisors make it easy to enroll. Call 1-844-299-8433 to find your plan. UPMC for Life has a contract with Medicare to provide HMO and PPO plans. Enrollment in UPMC for Life depends on contract renewal.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Roe Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thank you, John. Folks, you can learn more simply by visiting RomeMonuments.com. Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger.
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was stripes.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NGM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just called them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
Carruthers and Houseworth, a Pittsburgh law firm representing businesses. The attorneys of Carruthers and Houseworth changed the financial path of our business, and we didn't have to file bankruptcy or close and start over to do it. I resisted calling an attorney to deal with our financial issues because I assumed that meant filing for bankruptcy. Attorneys Pat Carruthers, during a free 90-minute consultation, explained how we could deal with our debt issues, our IRS issues, and even a lawsuit without filing for bankruptcy. We laid out a plan and then saw it through. Today, our biggest issues are satisfying our customers, not worrying about if we have a future. Hi, I'm attorney Pat Carruthers. Go to 90minutefix.com. Our law firm fixes businesses suffering from legal and financial issues. It all starts with a free 90-minute consultation. Go to 90minutefix.com. Schedule a consultation with me today. 90minutefix.com. I will get to the core of your business's problems and formulate a plan to change your path going forward. 90minutefix.com. Carruthers and Houseworth, a Pittsburgh law firm representing businesses.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Really accident long gone on the Parkway East outbound near the Spring Hill tunnels. Unfortunately, we still have a ton of volume. It's looking better, but it's still jamming up before you from 2nd Avenue up to that point. Now, the inbound traffic from Swissville to Squirrel Hill tunnels and an important approach are backing down at the jail down to the Portsmouth Bridge. Parkway West, that's built up quite a bit. Retreat at Portsmouth Bridge and outbound at Parkway Center and toward Carnegie. Outbound 65, just a tap of the brakes at the Western Bridge and the Lawrence Bridge. I would rather the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the top of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Simple Man Bill O'Reilly, and wait till you hear the new theme from James O'Keefe from Project Veritas. Wow, that's all I'm going to tell you for now.
Are encouraged to report significant weather conditions according to standard operating procedures. The current time.
Hi, it's Larry Elton, and I want to tell you about a man named George who wrote in about his experience with 100% drug-free Relief Factor. George drives a garbage truck in Oregon. That's 10 hours a day of limited movement. And guess what that does to a bad knee? It's not good. After a while, George could barely move at the end of his shift, and he wasn't really sure what he was going to do. That's when Relief Factor came into his life. George is still out there working hard every day, but now he does it without pain. Hundreds of thousands of people have tried Relief Factor, and about 70% of them go on to order more. If you're living with pain in your life, it's time to do something about it and give Relief Factor a try. I'm telling you, it can really change your life for the better. Your first step to becoming pain-free just might be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, that's relieffactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF. Feel the difference.
This is Mark Levin. Listen to me live tonight on 1320 WJAS at Talk of Pittsburgh.
Mold, bacteria, and germs can live in your home and air ducts and cause sneezing, headaches, and even respiratory problems. Bactronics can help. Charles called Bactronics because he wasn't feeling well and his doctors couldn't find a cause. After Bactronics treated his health, his symptoms went away and he had more energy and was much healthier. He credits Bactronics for giving him his life back. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. To learn more about how Bactronics can make your home a healthier home, call 412-375-7886 or online at Bactronics.com.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship. It is time to get back what you had before. Berg Medical Clinic is the only clinic to offer this breakthrough FDA-approved ED treatment. This innovative treatment is highly successful and non-invasive. Plus, it costs thousands of dollars less than other treatments. Come in for a free consultation with Dr. Williams, 412-889-9999, or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh, online at 1320WJAS.com. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. The CDC isn't there yet. On Lisa Brady, Fox News. Federal health officials not trying to catch up to state rollbacks of COVID restrictions as the latest COVID wave recedes. The White House COVID response team coordinator Jeff Zients said thanks to vaccines, antivirals, masks, and more,
We're moving toward a time when COVID isn't a crisis, but is something we can protect against and treat.
CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said they are continuing to assess data and trends as they prepare to update guidance on things like masks. Walensky was asked if their update might coincide with the lifting of some states' mask mandates that won't take effect for at least another week or two.
We anticipate that many of these will intersect in terms of timing.
The 7-day average of cases has declined 40% and hospitalizations declined 28%. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, COVID is now blamed for more than 927,000 deaths in the U.S. The White House reinforcing what President Biden said yesterday that gas prices could go higher if Russia invades Ukraine.
We have been in touch with allies and partners, suppliers out there on the global stage for weeks now in preparation for a range of impacts.
Spokeswoman Jen Psaki also says Russian troops remain near Ukraine's border in a threatening way, despite claims of pulling some back. The president's ordering the release of White House visitor logs to the House committee investigating the Capitol riot.
President Biden is rejecting an executive privilege claim from former President Trump and allowing the National Archives to release White House visitor logs from January 6, 2021. Those records would show who had appointments and meetings at the White House on the day of the Capitol attack. White House counsel Dana Remus says President Biden considered his predecessor's claim to keep those records private, but decided it was not in the best interest of the United States.
Fox's Jared Halpern on the Hill. The president has allowed the release of other Trump White House records to the committee. America is listening to Fox News.
After 9/11, Saul Martinez couldn't wait to enlist. In Iraq, his vehicle was hit by a projectile improvised explosive device. Saul survived, but he lost both legs, suffered a traumatic brain injury, and lost 2 close friends. Saul now lives in a smart home from the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, which gave him back his independence despite his severe physical challenges. Help heroes like Saul. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at ttt.org.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Hey, Chief, we got a damaged RV on its way to the OR.
Well, that sounds like a job for the new head of RV surgery.
Wait, are you promoting me?
Congrats, Martinez.
That RV's flatlining.
Well, that sounds like the job for the new head of nursing.
So you're just promoting everyone now.
Yeah, no, it's that way then.
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you can save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company of Phoenix covered subject to policy terms.
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
61 degrees in Pittsburgh and Midland. This update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS, has been closed more than a week, and now the Sawmill Run Boulevard Bridge will remain closed for 10 to 12 more weeks until repairs are finished. The work will likely cost more than $2 million as the Port Authority closed the span February 4th after part of the bridge shifted. It was later determined water got into a support structure for the bridge and froze, and that caused the shift. The shuttle service that's being used to take commuters around the closure will continue. Officials say a man was rushed to the hospital this morning after a fire occurred. The fire happened at a building in the 2600 block of Churchview Avenue starting around 1 o'clock this morning. The man was hospitalized in critical condition, and a woman was evaluated at the scene for smoke inhalation, but was not taken to the hospital. Firefighters kept the blaze from spreading beyond a single apartment in the building, but other units also had smoke and water damage. There's no word on what caused the blaze, but it is thought to be accidental. Slippery Rock University President William J. Barry plans to retire. He says he'll retire next year, June 30th, 16 months before his contract expires, and a search for his replacement is expected to begin in a few weeks. Interest rate increases are likely coming soon. That's according to minutes from the latest Federal Reserve meeting. Those increases could come as soon as next month. The in sports Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500-goal club. He scored his 500th career goal, 16 minutes and 34 seconds in the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals, trailing only Alexander Ovechkin, who has 759 career goals. The Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by the Ad Council. There's no guidebook to adopting a team, but that's okay, because you don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. Go to adoptuskids.org to learn more about how to be the perfect parent to teens in foster care. Sponsored by the Ad Council. I'm Bill. Time in Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Long, slow roll on inbound 28 from Delafield to Pilot Park Bridge, then at the 40th Street Bridge heading to the North Shore, the outbound side. That's a very busy ride for the Chestnut Street overpass off and on out toward Etna and Highland Park Bridge. Southbound Highland Park Bridge, that's been a very busy one too all afternoon. As you make your way on outbound 65, that's starting to back down from Eckerd to the Bronx Bridge. On the Parkway East outbound, a lot of company from 2nd Avenue out toward Edgewood, Smithville. And with rather the traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow and a low of 27, and a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Well, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be giants, higher than a Carolina. And if you want a little bang, you can come along.
Don't end up losing your license, end up with a criminal record, which will impact your job, your livelihood.
Defund the police is dead. That causes a concern with a few in our caucus, but public safety is our responsibility.
Back in July, you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're in wise
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
We're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold-inspired solutions for America. This is a special edition of the Sean Hannity Show. America trapped behind enemy lines. Day number 186.
That's Leonard Skinner's Simple Man, and that can only mean one thing on this radio show, and that is all things Bill O'Reilly. All things O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. Mr. O'Reilly, sir, welcome back. Hope you had a good time down south, and welcome to the frozen hell of New York.
Well, I'm not that pessimistic about it up here, but I had a great time down.
How could you not be anything but pessimistic? It is the highest tax state in the union. Anybody that was going to rise up, Bill, they packed their bags, they sold their house, and they got the hell out of here. And we're the two idiots that stayed.
Well, I can't object to the last part you stated. But I think the folks in New York are going to rise because it's so bad here. But I'm confused today, and I need you to straighten me out. Are you ready to do that?
there's something, a sleight of hand is coming. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm watching your show last night on television, okay? So what I want to know, if you know, is why Geraldo is so upset about the Canadian truckers demonstration. So, I mean, here's a guy who was fairly verbal, if I remember correctly, during Vietnam. And you know, as many people were. And throughout his career has been the champion of the underdog. Now, certainly the truckers in Canada would be considered the underdog. And it seems to me that they are protesting peacefully. So why the angst on the part of Geraldo? Do you know?
Calling them selfish, calling them thugs, saying that they're self-involved,
Why is he doing it?
Well, I'm in agreement with your analysis that that's not the Geraldo that I've known over the years, who has a lot of compassion for people. I think that there is, with COVID, this is my theory, with COVID there are people that have not kept up with the science. And then, of course, we have people that use science only when it's convenient science that advances their political narrative. But if you're following the science, you now know, it started with Delta, it's called a breakthrough case. Fully vaccinated people can still get COVID. Fully vaccinated and boosted people are getting COVID. Fully vaccinated, boosted people and with natural immunity are getting COVID. Now, prior to Delta, there was an argument that could be made that the unvaccinated were putting themselves at risk by not getting the vaccine. That was the argument. If you got the vaccine, you aren't supposed to get COVID. That's what they said. They sold it and they were wrong as usual. But right now, anybody can contract COVID. Even if you had it before, I know a ton of people that have had it twice, Bill. And there's no difference in coming into contact with somebody vaccinated, unvaccinated. And here's the thing, even Washington, D.C. has lifted the mandate restrictions and the mask restrictions. And you see all of these restrictions in an election year beginning to fall by the wayside because people don't want them.
Yeah, look, there are two sides to the story. That if you are vaccinated, you might not spread COVID as much as an unvaccinated person. Some scientists back that up with studies, but the theory that you can't demonstrate peacefully, I don't know why Geraldo's objecting to that. Now, he can put forth that he thinks everybody should be vaccinated and boosted. That's fine. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. All right, but to as you put it, denigrate the truckers themselves, I'm not getting that. So when I see Geraldo, if he's coaching, which is not the case, I'll ask him.
That's no. Well, the thing is, you know, the truckers, by the way, what's been so impressive to me, it's been almost like a block party type of atmosphere. The exact opposite of what happened in the summer of 2020, which nobody wants to talk about except a few of us, because we had 574 riots around the country and dozens of dead Americans and thousands of injured cops and billions of property damage, arson, and looting. So it's a little frustrating to me because they have handled this the right way. They're petitioning their government in a peaceful way. When they were asked to move the trucks to allow commerce to continue through Detroit, they complied with that.
Some of it did. I mean, there were
a couple of people that had to be
50 arrests, and there are some arrests going on right now in Ottawa. But all of that is
they're ticketing now. But they're also talking about with these emergency powers, Bill. They're talking about putting these guys in jail, $100,000 fine, taking away their licenses and their rigs, and leaving them with no means to make a living. I mean,
you know why he's doing that? You know why Little Justin's doing that?
Little Justin's an authoritarian jackass.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, maybe I will, but I don't know that.
I do.
But he got hounded so bad for running away. So the truckers come into Ottawa, and Little Justin hightails it for some hideout that nobody knows about. So he looks weak, right? Everybody knows he looked weak. So now he's got to come back as one of the village people and sing Macho Man. That's why he's doing this. Okay, so that's why he's doing it. I mean, maybe he is an authoritarian. I don't know. And I don't care. I don't care what the Canadians do. It's not gonna happen in the USA because, as I predicted, COVID's on the decline, could get back. Everybody should, be very cautious still. But all this stuff is gonna, I hope, dissipate, now for good. So we can get back.
Well, we have a subvariant out there, and it looks like it's taking hold in other parts of the world, which could be an indicator it might take hold here. That's the subvariant of Omicron. But go ahead.
No, and I mean, look, once we get back to normal, then we can turn our attention to what a horrific display is going on in Washington, D.C.
And before you make that pivot, I have something else I want to ask you, and I really want to get your take on this. All right, you see what's happening. You saw the filing, background information filing in the Sussman case by John Durham.
Yep.
And you've read it, and then you probably read Sussman's lawyer's response, a 6-page response they put out late yesterday.
Yep.
My question is, now the media is getting all up in arms by saying they're spying. Well, the reality is, I don't care if, I understand they weren't looking at the servers, but they were looking at the traffic of the president.
There's no question what happened. There's no question what happened. I mean, it's not a joke. This is such a farce. So let's just put aside any theories here. All right, I don't like to do that. I'm not a speculative guy. I'm a fact-based guy. So you got the Justice Department in the form of John Durham putting out to the American people. There was a company run by a guy named Rodney Johnson, that had access to the highest levels of the American government and what was going on the internet. And we believe Durham, the Justice Department, remember, he's talking for the Justice Department. We believe that Jaffe either sold or gave information to the Hillary Clinton campaign. That's the story. Okay, that's it.
The document says that, number one,
look, I'm just trying to help you down so everyone understands it.
All right, simple man, but you're missing an important point.
All right, so tell me what the important point is.
So the document talks about the defendant's billing records, that he got paid regularly, repeatedly by the Clinton campaign.
Yes.
The defendant had assembled and conveyed allegations about Donald Trump to the FBI on behalf of at least 2 specific clients, including a technology executive and a U.S.-based internet company, and the Clinton campaign, and that this information was exploited. It wasn't infiltrated. New York Times is right by saying there's Cash Patel who used that word, and it got repeated, but were exploited for internet data mined at a particular healthcare provider, Trump Tower, Donald Trump's Central Park West apartment building, and the executive office of the president. So what does mining mean, Bill?
Okay, that's the accusation. That is the allegation. It has to be proved. Okay. But the essential plot doesn't have to be proved, because that's what Durham is saying. That there were guys in there, and they were spying on Trump, trying to get dirt and linking him to Russia. Nobody's refuted that, by the way. No one. So that's where you start. Then all of the other allegations up to Durham to prove it. Right? So you would think that journalistic entities, media, would be fascinated by this because of its parallels to Watergate. So the Washington Post's motto is, democracy dies in dark portions of Pennsylvania. Washington Post doesn't want to know anything about it. In fact, the only article they put out was trying to debunk it, the whole thing. Right? None of the networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, none of them have covered it up to this point today. We're Wednesday. This came out Friday.
Here's the worst part, Bill. Let me tell you where it's worse. And you know I spent 3 years unpeeling every layer of the onion as it relates to the Russiagate conspiracy theory hoax. And we know this is factual now. It's overwhelming and incontrovertible. Hillary Clinton paid for a Russian disinformation dossier that has been totally, completely debunked. They were warned before the first FISA application that it's not verified. At the top of a FISA warrant, it says verified. It wasn't. It never was. And they did it 4 times. They spied on a candidate, a transition team, and a president. That is separate and apart from this whole Sussman case.
And that's the point I'm trying to make, that it's not, nobody is refuting that. But you just said Hillary Clinton paid. Now they're going to parse that by saying, well, call her campaign fee. So they can know what Podesta was doing. John Podesta was the head of the campaign. Again, due process is important here, and so is language.
No, I believe in due process and the presumption of innocence, and I said that yesterday in the case of Sussman. But what the allegation of Durham said is the defendant assembled, conveyed allegations about Trump to the FBI on behalf of at least two specific clients. Now, he's being charged with lying to the FBI, and he didn't tell him this part, is what I'm understanding, including a technology executive at a U.S.-based internet company and the Clinton campaign. So you're right, they'll say it's the campaign.
Right, they'll say it's the campaign. But look, let's let that all play out. But the horrible scandal, and another scandal in the corporate media is, they're not interested in knowing this. They don't want to find out. They want to either Hunter Biden story, like totally,
they have,
or they want to try to diminish it and and there's smugness, saying there's nothing here, this is all BS and paranoia on the part of the far right. So when are the folks going to rise up against the corrupt corporate media? Now, the audience and readers are receding, and they're receding, in big droves.
You know what numbers used to be like. I'm going to tell you why they're not going to touch it. Number one, it's politics, pure and simple. It's raw politics. Number two, they are complicit, though.
Yeah, they don't look bad.
They for 3 years peddled lies, mistruths, conspiracy theories, and they aided and abetted.
Story, weren't they? They were real interested in a speculative story that had to be bogus every single freaking day.
How about this story? Hannity was right the whole time. How about that story? Am I ever going to get that headline, Bill?
No, Hannity, no one likes you. So no one is going to do that.
Including you. No, you're my friend. All right, well, it's Simple Man Bill O'Reilly. Then your calls, 800-941-SEAN, as we continue.
Uncovering evil and defending the truth. You're on the Sean Hannity Show.
This is Mark Levin. Catch me live tonight, 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS, the talk of Pittsburgh and iHeartRadio.
Your dog is part of their family. At Rough Greens, we know that dogs need live nutrition just like we do. There's just one problem. For dog food to last, it needs to be shelf stable, and that means it has no live nutrients. The result is your dog's food is dead food. Sometimes itching and scratching, lack of energy, digestive issues, they're not medical issues at all, but more likely they're nutritional deficiencies from eating dead food. The good news is you don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Simply add a scoop of Rough Greens and make even the best dog food better. Rough Greens is a powerful supplement that puts into your dog's food all the live nutrients they need for superior health. With a flavor that'll have them licking the bottom of the bowl. We're so confident your dog will love Rough Greens that we're going to let him try it before you buy it. Free. Just cover the shipping. Get your free bag of Rough Greens today at ruffgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Bring your dog's food to life with Rough Greens.
Since 2004, men choose Andro 400 for one reason: results.
This really worked. I've lost 35 pounds. It's just unbelievable. I never lost weight like that easily in my life.
Congratulations, Stephen, on losing 35 pounds. Now, listen to Leonard's results.
So when I went to my doctor, I was telling him about your product, Andro 400, and said that it was okay for me to take it. So I started taking it. I just came back from the doctor yesterday, down to 190 from 236, and he told me to continue doing what I'm doing.
Outstanding, Leonard, losing 46 pounds. Guys, if achieving results like losing belly fat, gaining energy, and improving testosterone levels are what you're looking for, then get Andro 400. We guarantee the results. Start today and get free shipping. Go to andro400.com. andro400.com. andro400.com.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
American Back Centers has been successfully helping patients avoid spinal surgery with non-surgical back knee therapy for over 20 years. American Back Centers is proud to introduce the Genesis G2 cervical treatment system. Severe neck pain can now be treated without surgery. Avoid surgery and the potential complications. Call Dr. Peduzzi today at 724-935-3300. Spring is upon us, and it's time to spring into action. If you have water in your basement or problems with your foundation, call G&J Waterproofing today. 724-681-8944. G&J Waterproofing provides solutions to fit your needs and offers the best in industry warranty. They're family-owned and a great team of people. If you're having a problem with your foundation or your basement is getting wet, give G&J a call now for a free estimate. 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
James Douglas Jewelry is Monroeville's home for the finest jewelry. 25 years in business. Now buying and selling vintage and estate jewelry. Buying silver, gold, and loose diamonds and buying watches such as Rolex. Also buying rare coins and flatware. At James Douglas Jewelers, sell your antique jewelry in a low-pressure environment where your transactions are 100% confidential. Trust a jeweler who specializes in vintage and estate jewelry for your evaluation. Using the highest value for your past possessions at James Douglas Jewelers in Monroeville and at JamesDouglasJewelers.com. Turning 65, UPMC Health Plans, Medicare Advantage plans can help you save money with extra benefits, including great dental, vision, and an allowance for healthcare products. Plus, our Medicare advisors make it easy to enroll. Call 1-844-299-8433 to find your plan. UPMC for Life has a contract with Medicare to provide HMO and PPO plans. Enrollment in UPMC for Life depends on contract renewal.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Still a slow rolling outbound 28 from the 40th Street Bridge up toward the Highland Park Bridge and inbound in the span as well. Southbound Highland Park Bridge, that's been stubborn all afternoon. Outbound Fruity, right around Canning Street. Still some brake tapping there. That's also the case on the inbound side of 28 at the 40th Street Bridge, headed over to the North Shore. Parkway East, a busy one from Bates into the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and inbound for that Twin Squisco to Squirrel Hill. I'm Bradley with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAS.
A warm afternoon, partly sunny with a high of 56. Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Expect some showers tomorrow, even warmer with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow as well with a low of 27. And a mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Poverty was already rampant in Haiti, but the last 2 years have been especially devastating for the children and their families. You can help when you sponsor a child with Compassion International. Get started today by texting the word radio to 97646.
I'm on with Bill O'Reilly, all things O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. I need a minute at the end of this to go about the Trump streaming thing. You only have a minute. Go. Okay, BillO'Reilly.com, beginning tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. We are going to stream the highlights of the Trump O'Reilly history tour, fabulously successful tour that we did in December. We put it together. If you're a member of BillO'Reilly.com, you can get it free. If not, nominal fee. We do have some production costs here. And that will go throughout the President's Day weekend till Monday midnight. So you will see a totally different side of Donald Trump. And you should watch it, Sanity.
No, I will. I wanted to go to it. I wasn't able to. I had something come up last minute.
I don't know if you'll even recognize him.
But I want to say one thing. Everybody lied, and I saw all these phony press articles. No, but Phil, I saw the pictures. I mean, the place was. I saw the Texas pictures. They were packed.
So last week, the Washington Post actually tells the truth about how successful the history tour was. And they got the numbers wrong. They underplayed the numbers about how much money President Trump made. But no one picked it up. And that's unheard of, because the Washington Post goes out on a wire.
No, I just read it, and, I'm so used to fake news that I just kind of brushed it away, but it was unfair to you. Anyway, sir, we appreciate it. Oh, looking forward to your next book, by the way. It's going to be the latest in his Killing series. And you want to give the title out, or wait?
Killing, the Killers, the Secret War Against Terrorists. Hannity has his copy.
It hasn't arrived yet. You told me it was coming.
You're getting your mail speed. But it will be, you'll have it. And Everybody watch the stream on BillO'Reilly.com at Trump. You love it. Thanks for having me in. Bye. All right, listen, debates over interest rates continue to dominate the markets. I mean, Goldman Sachs predicting as many as 7 rate hikes this year alone. Look, now with interest rates at a 40-year high, volatile stock market, Russia tensions, the Fed is going to be very aggressive this year. If you are part of the millions and millions of Americans that did not refinance your home yet, take advantage of these historically low rates. It could save you hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every single month, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of your loan. Now, our friends at AmericanFinancing.net, they want to help you. They will give you a completely free, no obligation mortgage review and tell you exactly how much money you can save monthly and over the course of your loan. All you need to do is pick up your phone, talk to one of their mortgage experts right now, 866-615-9200, 866-615-9200, or on the web, AmericanFinancing.net. This is real money in troubled times. Please, if you haven't taken advantage, call them. You have nothing to lose. AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is
C&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, This headline update. The Port Authority expects the closure of the Sawmill Run Boulevard Bridge to continue for several months. Transit agency says today that the bridge will stay closed for 10 to 12 more weeks until repairs are finished. Port Authority closed the bridge recently after part of it shifted. It was later found that water got into a support structure of the bridge and froze, and that caused the shift. And the shuttle service around the detour will continue for transit commuters. Penguin superstar Sidney Crosby is the newest member of the NHL's 500 Goal Club. He scored the milestone goal in the Pens' 5-4 overtime victory last night against the Flyers. Crosby is now the 46th player to reach 500 goals and the 18th to do it for one team. And President Biden will be in Ohio tomorrow to talk infrastructure. The president is expected to discuss last year's infrastructure law that's affecting the country, and he'll visit communities in Cleveland. I'm Ellen, to the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Did you know that Ireland Contracting is a Pella certified contractor? Fewer than 5% of contractors nationwide can say that. Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. Pella's windows in wood, aluminum-clad wood, fiberglass, and vinyl have been designed for one purpose: to offer our customers more beauty, performance, and value than any other window. And with Ireland Contracting's A+ rating, you know your home project will be in good hands. For your free estimate, call Ireland Contracting at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
Real patients, real stories from Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. It's Scott Show, and I'm talking with Pat B. from Moon Township. Pat, what's it like to live your life without glasses nowadays?
Fantastic. I wore them for 30 years, and I wore progressive. So I was constantly moving my head up and down, and would get headaches from doing that. I do not have to wear any glasses to read, to do anything now.
So what would you say to somebody that's on the fence about getting the procedure?
Go for it. You don't have to have the glasses.
And how about your experience with the staff at Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates?
The people were fantastic at Scott and Christie, and so was the surgery center. I would recommend anybody to go to Scott and Christie.
Scott and Christie Eye Care Associates. Vision for life. Go to scottandchristie.com or call 724-772-5420 to learn more about multifocal and laser cataract surgery.
the Fox Business Report, brought to you by GBU Financial Life.
From earlier losses and finishing mixed as investors digest the latest developments in Ukraine while reviewing the minutes from the Federal Reserve meeting in January. The central bank set plans in motion to begin raising interest rates
can shed the trillions of dollars in bonds on its balance sheet. Healthcare and financial stocks were among the gainers today, while tech and communication services lagged behind. The Dow winners, United Health Group, Visa, Procter & Gamble. The decliners, Home Depot, Goldman Sachs, and Salesforce. Take a look at Wall Street by the numbers. The Dow was down 53 points. The Nasdaq, though, gained 14. The S&P 500 fell 4. Viacom was the biggest loser in the S&P, its stock falling 18%. Shares of Kraft Heinz rising 5% after the maker of Heinz Ketchup reported fourth quarter profit and sales that beat expectations. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Tom Graham, invested in you.
Run, walk, honor. The Tunnel to Towers 5K Run and Walk in New York City retraces FDNY firefighter Stephen Siller's final footsteps on 9/11. That single event has inspired more than 70 runs, walks, and climbs in different cities across the nation each year. Register for an event in your area or volunteer to start one. Do good and never forget by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
At crash, there's no time to put on a helmet. And when a boater capsizes, pours it.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Faster and faster than ever here on the outbound side of the Liberty Bridge and tunnels. Just a lot of company this afternoon. That's also the case on the outbound side of 51, right around the Liberty Tunnels, southbound at 88, and inbound from England up toward Colorado. Right at that jams up. 28, slowdowns from Route 8 to the Highland Park Bridge, and inbound at the 40th Street Bridge over to the North Shore. Parkway East jamming from Bates into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. 54th foot approach at 2nd Avenue. I'm traveling with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Partly sunny this afternoon, warming up to a high of 56, mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow, some showers with a high of 60, raining tomorrow night with a chance of snow as well, and a low of 27, and cooling down on Friday, partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Sean Hannity talks to the people involved in the top stories of the day, every day. Sean Hannity is on.
All right, 25 now to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN. You want to be a part of the program. And we have pointed out and covered probably more than any other show in great detail and great specificity the spying that took place with Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton bought and paid for dirty dossier, Russian dossier, with this information now totally debunked and used on 4 separate occasions, in spite of all the warnings and admonitions that it was not verified. Now we know it's unverifiable. The people that signed off on those warrants never verified the information, which means that they lied to the court. Nobody's been held accountable. And they used it to spy on candidate Trump, transition team Trump, and then later President Trump. Now we have this new spy scandal. And it doesn't matter all along the way when Donald Trump made the allegation that they spied on him. Now this issue with Sussman is very different. Again, he's innocent until proven guilty. We always say that about anybody, but you make your own assumptions. He's being charged with lying to the FBI, and when you look at the exact words of what Durham's court filings say, about Michael Sussman, charged with lying to the FBI about his work on behalf of Hillary Clinton. And he was a lawyer at a large international law firm, Perkins Coie, and that he was serving as a counsel to the Clinton campaign. That is where he got himself into the trouble with James Baker. The document continues that the defendant, Mr. Sussman's billing records reflect that the campaign defendant repeatedly billed the Clinton campaign for his work, and the defendant assembled and conveyed allegations about Donald Trump to the FBI and at least on behalf of at least 2 specific clients, including a technology executive at a U.S.-based internet company and the Clinton campaign. And then that these allegations were, I know people have been quoting Cash Patel, it was not in Durham's filing, as it was rightly pointed out by the New York Times for once. It wasn't infiltrated, that was never used in the filing of Durham, but they, quote, were exploited. In other words, the information that they obtained, exploited from internet data mined at, quote, a particular healthcare provider, Trump Tower, Donald Trump Central Park West Apartment Building, and the Executive Office of the President of the United States. In other words, they were mining and exploiting data from the Trump White House and Trump Tower, etc. And the filing, it goes on that the defendant further claimed that these lookups demonstrated that Trump and or his associates were using supposedly rare Russian-made wireless phones in the vicinity of the White House and other locations. Those claims about Trump and Russia were completely bogus. So the spying allegations detailed in the filing, well, they ring true to me based on what we already know. But that's going to be decided in a court of law, not by Sean Hannity. But I will tell you, the amazing thing about this is you've got a respected federal prosecutor, and nobody in the media wants to cover the story. Now, here's how the media dismissed and were mocking Donald Trump for saying that he was spied on.
Our conspiracy theory president is at it again, and whenever something like this happens, I wonder, what are the president's sources of information? Where is he getting these ideas?
The central conspiracy theory that animates Donald Trump's entire presidency that he was spied on.
President Trump in a Twitter tirade accusing the former president of spying on him at Trump Tower by wiretapping phones, but offering no evidence or even what prompted those allegations.
We have been living in, really through the Trump campaign and unto this hour, this is an alternative reality.
The way that Donald Trump seems to think about what a president can do feels very Nixonian, that he has a much more inflated view of a president's powers, for him to believe that a president could even, in theory, because the election is ongoing, and tap the opponent of his preferred candidate.
Trump's mind is a little bit of a mystery to me.
Okay, that's the mob, that's the media. Our friend Doug Collins, former congressman from Georgia, and he's right, he made the statement, we need more answers from the Durham probe. Here's what he said.
There's a lot of blanks, and I think that's the big, you just hit on the perfect reason that this investigation needs to continue, and we need more answers from it. This was just not a lawyer who was doing this on the side. This was groups that conservatively said, number one, we got a terrible candidate, Hillary Clinton. We're not going to beat Donald Trump. We've got to tie him to Russia somehow and progress this narrative. But what disturbs me even more, Steve, though, is this kind of wiretap, this kind of hacking is not something that would go unnoticed. So my question is, why was there silence? Why is there silence in the mainstream media? But also, are they also covering up for the fact that the intelligence community, DOJ, Comey, Strzok, Page, Orr, Clapper, Brennan, all of these who were complicit, did they know about it? If they knew about it, they kept it quiet. This is much bigger, and these questions need to be answered because we do not need a government working against us as I think we saw during that time. We were bringing this out. It is now time to put the real players to test.
I mean, this is getting very, very interesting. Now, there was a 6-page response to the filing of John Durham, and basically saying that that all this is BS, saying, quote, these allegations are irrelevant to the charge offense and are plainly intended to politicize the case, inflame media coverage, and taint the jury pool. Keep in mind, though, this isn't, a spying allegation that the Clinton campaign is facing. What it sounds like to me, I'm totally guessing and speculating here, it sounds like they're looking for a flip here. In other words, they're basically saying there might be more charges to come. It'll be interesting to see if Durham responds to the response of Sussman. Again, innocent till proven guilty. We stick by that rule under every set of circumstances, regardless of whether people like it or not. And it's just going to be, interesting to watch and observe and find and see. Anyway, Doug Collins is with us now, former congressman from Georgia. How are you, sir?
I'm great, John. How are you doing?
I'm good. Now, the headline of Durham is simple. Now, if, and I say if, he proves his case, we know that in the previous instance, and I don't know of any involvement in Sussman in that case, that the Clinton machine, we know they spied on Trump. We know that through the dirty dossier and how that was used by top officials in the intelligence community, FBI especially, to lie to a FISA court, and they got FISA warrants that allowed a backdoor spying through Carter Page. But if this is true, and the case is proven, then the only conclusion I can come up with is that they spied on Trump. What's your take?
It is. I mean, it becomes more and more of a fact now. I think what you just said about Cliff is probably very true. Whether Sussman is enough to, enough evidence to Cliff or not, but he is involved in lying about issues surrounding this. Sean, the bigger issue than what the Cliff players have been doing is something you and I talked about over the years. Is what was the involvement of the intelligence community and the DOJ? We know that this started is a cover-up of Clinton's emails. We know that the timing, we know when Trump was involved, we know when this all began to form. And we also know now, thanks to the declassified documents from John Ratcliffe and others, that President Obama and Vice President Biden were briefed on the plan by Clinton. So the question I have is was it a complicit act by the federal government during the Obama-Biden years? And the DOJ, all the way up into the Trump years. And if so, where is that part of the investigation at this point? And that's why I noticed I haven't heard Comey or Trump or anybody else say a word in the past week or so. McKay, Baker, maybe they're worried. And maybe if they're true, they should be.
It sounds like Durham, as slow as he's been, and I don't think you can get any slower. It sounds like he is at least indicating through this background filing and factual finding that he's going to present in the Sussman case, which is what this filing was all about, that he's on to something much, much bigger than what was previously known that he was into or what he might have known. That's what it sounds like to me when I read Durham's filing. What do you think?
Yeah, I do too. I think because he's been, talk about slow. I mean, glaciers move at a fast how much we know about this. Here's what makes it really interesting to me is how much we know. That we put out that folks like Ratcliffe and Jordan and myself and all and Nunez, we all put this stuff out. We were seeing it. We couldn't put the shots together because we didn't have the resources to do it. But we knew it was happening by what was coming out. I think this is an interesting move by John Durham. He's not done this before. He sort of telegraphed ahead to what he looked up and found, and I think it's sending a signal across the board if someone has not been cooperating or someone has something that they want to come forward with now's your time, because and if you notice how he worded in his documents that we expect to prove. In other words, and Durham, I don't think would use those words unless he had the receipts, so to speak, on this. So it's going to be, I think, sending a message to those out there saying, this is nowhere close over. But he also knows he's dealing with a syndicate, so to speak, of the Clinton machine that is deeper than anything we've ever seen.
I mean, but the bottom line is that they used a dossier that was not only full of lies, Hillary Clinton paid for it, but it's unverifiable because it's filled with lies. How come the people that signed off, very high-ranking people, for example, of the 4 FISA applications, James Comey signed off on 3 of them. Bob Rosenstein signed off on the last one. By that time, we'd heard from the subsource. I believe Steele even walked it back himself, but the subsource for the dossier or collection of documents that later became known as the dossier, that in fact the subsource said that was just our talk. That was never meant for public consumption. We were just screwing around. Like 2 hookers urinating in Donald Trump's room at the Ritz-Carlton in Moscow, which never happened.
Yeah, that one has been the classic David Trump that I've not understood for years. How Comey with his Superman cape on, saving the world, was actually messing over the world because he was sort of leading this. And you have McKay, you had Trump, you had Page, you had this whole cabal at DOJ. Plus, now that we found out even more, the complicitness of the intelligence community with Brennan and Clapper, why they've never been charged is a mystery to me. I don't know if if maybe Durham or others are holding out to say, we're going to bring this in a different route. But that one is the one that makes people really sit back. Your listeners, folks who listen all the time, they should make it to the 2 systems of justice in this country. The ones, those were things that should have never happened and yet have never been charged. So my only hope is like with this last filing, is that there's going to be some resolution to those outstanding issues. But look, it's amazing what you saw even when McKay got fired and others get there, what DOJ does next week.
A quick break more with former Congressman from Georgia, Doug Collins, as we continue.
Broadcasting throughout the greatest country in the world. You are locked in on the Sean Hannity Show.
The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Hey, Sean Hannity here for Knox Safety. Now, there's recently been too many tragic headlines about carbon monoxide taking the lives of entire families. Now, it's often referred to as the silent killer. The danger can only be detected with a CO alarm. Now, you want to protect your loved ones with a Knox Safety carbon monoxide alarm. Now, the only one with voice alerts that communicate critical response information in both English and Spanish. Knox Safety's alarm detects, alerts, and it informs. Get yours at Walmart today.
Attorney Joe Cordell. New school, new job, new home. Change is hard and can leave you feeling isolated. And divorce delivers one of life's hardest blows. The relationships you counted on are suddenly gone. But you don't have to walk through this alone. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has guided men through the challenges of divorce. You're not alone. Call Cordell & Cordell.
Online at CordellCordell.com. Offices in Pittsburgh, Beaver, and Granbury Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Turning 65, UPMC Health Plans, Medicare Advantage plans can help you save money with extra benefits, including great dental, vision, and an allowance for healthcare products. Plus, our Medicare advisors make it easy to enroll. Call 1-844-299-8433 to find your plan. UPMC for Life has a contract with Medicare to provide HMO and PPO plans. Enrollment in UPMC for Life depends on contract renewal.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Royal Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish, right in our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Thanks, John. Friends, you can learn more at realmonuments.com.
The coronavirus has shown us all that it's time to protect ourselves and our loved ones and have our asset protection documents in order. That's where attorney John D'Onofrio and his team of financial advisors come in. Call attorney D'Onofrio today at 412-928-2068 to receive a free booklet on estate planning and eliminating inheritance taxes and probate costs, and to schedule your complimentary estate planning asset protection appointment. That's 412-928-2068. And remember, like an old-fashioned country doctor, attorney D'Onofrio makes house calls.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, listen up. Pie Insurance wants to give you one of those aha moments, the kind that could save you money. Workers' comp is probably one of the biggest costs you face, but did you know that insurance providers have flexibility in setting their prices? That's right, but many don't bother giving small businesses the savings you deserve. Instead, you can get lumped in with other businesses and overcharged. Pie Insurance was created to change that. With Pie, you get a quote tailored specifically to your business, and you could save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. And with helpful representatives just a call away, it's easy to understand why Pie is rated excellent by customers on Trustpilot. Take 3 minutes to see how much you could save with Pie Insurance. Ask your agent for Pie or go to trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Time to back down once again on the outbound side of the Liberty Bridge and through those with the tunnels making your way on the inbound side of 51 and anchored up toward Coloring White and Downtown as well. Parkway West all loaded up from Banksville to Carnegie inbound 3 through the tunnels. Quick to approach us, stubborn past 2nd Avenue down the Portland Bridge. That's also the case on the Parkway East outbound. Bates into the Squirrel Hill tunnels inbound from Edgewood Swisco to Squirrel Hill. I'm with Battle with Traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
A mix of sun and clouds this afternoon with a high of 56, mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Even warmer tomorrow, raining with a high of 60. Some rain tomorrow night with a possibility of snow and a low of 27, and a chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Poverty was already rampant in Haiti, but the last 2 years have been especially devastating for children and their families. You can help when you sponsor a child with Compassion International. Get started today by texting the word radio to 97646.
I'm here with Doug Collins, former congressman from the great state of Georgia. The biggest thing that scares me in this country right now is the dual justice system. And I am very, very concerned. I don't believe we have equal justice anymore in this country under the law. I don't believe we have equal application of justice in this country under the law. I think we have a dual justice system. I mean, you can see it. You know, if you're a conservative and you jaywalk or spit on the sidewalk, you're going to get 10 years in jail. If you're Hillary Clinton, you can pretty much get away with anything. If you're part of the Biden family syndicate, you can pretty much get away with anything. Because I can tell you this, Doug Collins, that if it was anybody with the last name Trump that did a deal with China, $1.5 billion with the Bank of China, and according to Peter Schweitzer's new book, that they also raked in another $31 million from China, if the Trump family took in $3.5 million from a Russian oligarch, the former first lady of Moscow. If Donald Trump was on tape, he was the vice president, and said, "You're not getting $1 billion until you fire that prosecutor investigating my son, who's being paid millions with no experience at all whatsoever," I think there'd be a very different reaction. And the fact is, there's not only a different reaction in terms of media, because they would be breathlessly reporting every aspect of it, but also in terms of justice under the law.
Well, exactly, Sean. You did it perfectly. My question is, if you switch the name, Don Jr. and Hunter Biden, or Eric Trump and Hunter Biden, it is a completely different standard. And Sean, I'm beginning to wonder, they fought this line so heavily after November 2016. They had also invested in Hillary and were so devastated that Donald Trump won that the media basically controlled and now cannot find a place of repentance to come back and say, look, we still don't like Donald Trump, but we were wrong in these areas, and we went with it. But they just continue, and they believe the old adage, if you lie long enough, people will begin to say it's the truth. The problem is, it's been hostess for some of us who still believe in the possibility of justice here. Is this Durham filing, these Durham ladies announcements, although they've been definitely filing on it, they can at some point be filing on it because hopefully, the indictments are going to come and the truth is going to be revealed.
All right, Doug Collins, former congressman, great state of Georgia. Thank you so much for being with us. Listen, if you're like me, you're getting the itch, you're ready to switch things up in your home, especially your decor, you're in luck, because now getting new custom window treatments from our great friends at Blinds.com is more affordable than ever during the President's Day sale. Remember, no store can beat Blinds.com in terms of prices. Now, you'll also get, on top of their everyday low prices, they're adding an additional 40% off everything site-wide. You're going to save a fortune. Window treatments, a minor home improvement, major impact on any room in your home. And Blinds.com, they make it so simple and easy, more affordable than ever during the President's Day sale. You can shop huge discounts, up to 40% off on premium blind, shade, shutters, and so much more. Whether you're a do-it-yourselfer or you let them handle the install start to finish, you always get free professional design consultation anytime you need it. And with Blinds.com, guess what? They're the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings. They have over 40,000 five-star reviews. 40,000. Anyway, shop now and save an additional up to 40% off site-wide. And you'll also have, by the way, you can pay over time with PayPal credit at Blinds.com. PayPal is subject to credit approval. Go to Blinds.com/PayPal if you want those details.
Dr. Gorka here, and I want to talk to you for a minute about the 100% drug-free relief factor. We all deal with aches and pains in our day-to-day lives, and I have had my fair share, including injuries like a detached quad muscle. That I can tell you fell into the category of really bad pain. But I've been able to manage the pain by taking Relief Factor. It helps your own body to attack and fight off sources of inflammation, the source of most of our aches and pains. And I've loved it for years now. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick starter pack for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com, call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference.
This is Mark Levin. Catch me live tonight, 6 to 9 on 1320 WJAS, the talk of Pittsburgh and iHeartRadio.
American Back Centers has been successfully treating disc problems with vaccine therapy for over 20 years. Listen to what Roger from Cranberry Township has to say.
I suffered from back pain for a number of years, tried over-the-counter medications, traditional chiropractic care. After vaccine therapy at American Back Centers, I'm happy to say I'm pain-free.
Call American Back Centers in Wexford or visit them on the web at AmericanBackCenters.com. At American Back Centers, you got nothing to lose but to gain.
According to Warren Buffett, the number one rule to investing is to never lose money. His second rule for investing? Never forget rule number 1. Hi, I'm Robert Evans, host of Secure Money Planning. All the financial experts are predicting a stock market correction is looming, but they've been saying that for about 2 years now. Is it finally time to move to safety? Wouldn't it be great if you could capture the upside of the market in case they're wrong, but be protected against loss in case they're right? Well, actually, you can. Find out the secret millions of retirees already know about a worry-free retirement by calling today at 800-796-9912 to schedule your free retirement income plan analysis with Robert Evans and Associates. That's 800-796-9912.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh. Join the conversation on Facebook. Search 1320 WJAS. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Hey, Lisa Brady, Fox News. A top British intelligence official also reporting sightings of additional armored vehicles and helicopters on the move, countering Russia's claim that some forces were being withdrawn. State Department spokesman Ned Price.
More Russian forces, not fewer, are at the border, and they are moving, concerningly, into fighting positions. This is cause for profound concern.
As the White House highlights potential false flags out of Russia, including a reported investigation of mass graves.
We're in the window where we believe an attack could come at any time, and that would be preceded by a fabricated pretext that the Russians use as an excuse to launch an invasion.
White House spokesman Jen Psaki says part of the effort to prevent war is to keep the global community's eyes open by making it more difficult for Russia to use tactics they've used in the past. U.S. Defense Chief Lloyd Austin meeting today with his counterparts from France, Germany, and the UK in Brussels. The White House says it's working on contingency plans for the potential U.S. impacts of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, including higher gas prices, but won't say whether talks are underway with Democratic lawmakers on a possible federal gas tax holiday. Psaki today not ruling anything out. The CDC says it's still working on updated metrics and assessing guidance as Omicron cases fall, but at the state level, mandate changes continue.
This bill is very clear.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin signing a bill into law that allows parents to opt out of mask mandates.
This is about empowering parents, and we're doing it across the Commonwealth.
The bill making masks an option passed the state legislature amid court fights over the governor's executive order on the issue. The CDC director says they know people are eager for easing mask rules, but that continued diligence is needed for now to keep moving in the right direction. America is listening to Fox News.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's 9/11 Never Forget mobile exhibit is a tribute to all who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001, or from 9/11 related illnesses. This high-tech 83-foot tractor trailer transforms into an 1,100 square foot exhibit, a tool to educate people about 9/11. Visit it in a city near you and join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good and never forget. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This week on RVPR, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Your doctor is dropped it gorgeous.
Please, he's just another Ivy League educated surgeon with good hair.
No, he's different.
Nurses, we got a Class C motorhome with a detached driver's side mirror. Meet me in the OR.
Right away, Doctor. She's on break. I'll handle this one. Oh, you conniving little...
When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company of the coverage subject to policy.
Ireland Contracting congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. This news is brought to you by Factronics. Factronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Find out why by calling 412-375-7886 or online at factronicswithanx.com.
61 degrees in Pittsburgh. Update on the talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Heavy rainfall is expected to move into western Pennsylvania in the coming days. According to the National Weather Service, Pittsburgh will get 1 to 1.5 inches of rain from midday tomorrow through Friday morning. And there will be a flood watch to the north of Pittsburgh, including for parts of Beaver, Butler, Clarion, Forest, Jefferson, Lawrence, Mercer, and Venango counties. High temperatures will be around 60 degrees tomorrow. Then the area could have wind gusts around 45 miles an hour tomorrow night. And then the cold temperatures are back on Friday with highs below freezing. From Carrick, fire at an apartment early this morning left one man critically injured. According to authorities, the blaze was reported at the building at the 2600 block of Churchview Avenue around 1 o'clock this morning. The man went to the hospital in critical condition, and a woman was evaluated at the scene for smoke inhalation but was not hospitalized. Firefighters contained the blaze to a single apartment, and it's unclear what caused the fire, but it's thought to be incidental. The CDC director says the agency is assessing whether to relax mask guidelines. Dr. Michelle Walensky added that things are moving in the right direction as the COVID Omicron wave diminishes. All this is the city of Philadelphia is ending indoor dining vaccine mandates for restaurant and bar customers. Public health officials announced proof of vaccination no longer required effective immediately, but a mask mandated those locations in Philadelphia would remain in place. The health commissioner said the move comes after daily COVID cases dropped from 500 to below 200 in the past week. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500-goal club. He scored his 500th career goal 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by the Ad Council. There's no guidebook to adopting a team, but that's okay, because you don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. Go to adoptforeskids.org to learn more about how to be the perfect parent to teens in foster care. Sponsored by the Ad Council. I'm Evan, Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. Jam-ups continue outbound at the Liberty Bridge over the Cross and outbound 65 with record to the Rocks Bridge. Parkway West really lagging and dragging at Banksville to Carnegie. Inbound starting to back down from 79 to Roslyn Farmstead again from Green Street to the tunnels. Parkway East outbound, slow roll from Bates to Squirrel Hill, inbound at the Swissville to the tunnels, and at the Fort Pitt approach before the jail down toward that Fort Pitt Bridge. I'm with Bradley with traffic on the talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow. Some showers with a high of 60. Cooling down Friday. Partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. And mostly sunny on Saturday with a high of 34. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS. Don't end up losing your license, end up with a criminal record, which will impact your job, livelihood.
Defund the police is dead. That causes a concern with a few in our caucus, but public safety is our responsibility.
Back in July, you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're a wise guy with this. Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution. We're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news. More bold, inspired solutions for America. This is a special edition of the Sean Hannity Show. America trapped behind enemy
is 800-941-SEAN. We'll get to your calls at the bottom of the half hour. Project Veritas has now struck again, and they have an FDA executive officer on hidden camera revealing future COVID policies, and literally is saying things like, yeah, by the way, the guy's name, the FDA executive director's name is Christopher Cole, says there will be a yearly shot mandate. They just haven't announced it yet. He's on camera telling Project Veritas undercover that the FDA executive officer says that the FDA will approve the COVID shot for infants 6 months and up, even with the lack of data. Standard under emergency use is less so. It will be approved, he says, and then goes on to say that it's hard to find pregnant women to take the jab. Not enough studies have been done. Let's listen to it. It's very clear, and you'll hear it yourself.
So you have to get an annual shot. It hasn't been formally announced yet. So your point, like, Violet going out.
Is it going to be formally announced?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be, some of it's been talked about publicly, but it has been talked about on CNN or Fox or MSNBC or anything. So yeah, you'll have to get an annual.
I think what's going to happen is it's going to be gradual.
Why do they need to?
For the same reason you or I would need from it, because if the vaccine means your ability to fight wanes, so the three will bolster your system, and then there will be an annual, eventually an annual, just like a flu shot.
For the toddlers.
Well, for everyone.
Okay, so the toddlers too, then. We'll have to get it.
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, if that's in the future, we're not sure. That might involve more studies.
You guys have been in the news a lot the last couple of days.
Yeah, we're looking at trying to improve. I don't completely agree with their process. They're looking at trying to inoculate kids under 5 years old, between 6 months and 5 years old.
What do you mean you don't agree with the process?
Well, I mean, they don't have all the tests on. So I agree with the thing that it is important to inoculate them, but you can't provide the parent as much assurance as you normally want to.
Despite Cole's concerns regarding possible dangers of vaccinating young children, it seems the FDA is still willing to go through with this approval.
This will be ready for all age groups, all designations, and then you have to get approved by specific age groups based on the study.
Do you think that's really an emergency for the toddlers?
Well, they're all approved under an emergency, just because it's not as powerful as some of the other approvals, emergency approvals, but they're all being approved under that standard. The efficacy data doesn't have to be as high. The standard is on emergency authorization is that it does more benefit than harm.
So how do you know it's already getting approved?
Well, they're not going to, I mean, just from everything I've heard, they're not going to not approve this.
I thought their cases weren't that high for 6 months to 4-year-olds.
They're not, but because it's related to COVID, it's under that approval process.
So how many babies did they have to jab, basically, for the trial?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the trial. How many people they did? There's always a chance of long-term effects, especially with someone younger. It's hard to find, like, pregnant women for the studies. And it's a significant number in order to be statistically accurate. They haven't tested enough on the pregnancy on, vaccines and everything, and women, because they have different, systems than men. And
they haven't tested enough?
Well, they have, but they haven't done enough prior. Now, they also been very good at promoting that. But that was an issue for a period of time.
Well, I feel like that's still an issue.
We still haven't got it.
I read like a couple articles about it, and everything I saw was like the first 2 shots weren't effective.
There has been, yes, it has not been as effective as they're expecting. I agree. Biden wants to inoculate as many people as possible. So you have to get an annual shot. It hasn't been formally announced yet.
say don't want to violate one out. The drug companies, the food companies, the vaccine companies, they pay us hundreds of millions of dollars a year to hire and keep the reviewers to approve their products. They can get every person required with an annual vaccine. That is a recurring return of money going into their company. I mean, just from everything I've heard, they're not going to not approve this.
All right, but Blockbuster, I mean, just to really sum it up here, he's now the FDA executive director, Chris Cole, is admitting undercover camera that everyone's going to have to get an annual shot. Hasn't been formally announced yet because they don't want to rile everyone up. Biden, he says, Biden wants to inoculate as many people as possible. We've already known that part. Cole talks about the plans for vaccination of toddlers 6 months and older. And they're not going to approve emergency authorization for children 5 years old or less. And he says, I don't necessarily agree with this. It's certainly not based on science, because he even admits that there has not been any efficacy. There's not been enough testing done to see if it's safe to children. I mean, how do you possibly go forward with a policy and then lecture everyone on following the science? He talks at length that the pharmaceuticals, that there's money incentives for Pfizer and drug companies to promote additional vaccinations. Gee, great, we're all guinea pigs then? He said on financial incentive for the pharmaceutical companies, it'll be a recurring fountain of revenue. It might not be that much initially, but it'll be recurring, and if they can, and then get every person required to get an annual vaccine, that's a recurring return of money going right into their company. An FDA official statement is the person reportedly in the video does not work on vaccine matters and does not represent the views of the FDA. Okay, why do I not believe that? Because he seems to be very authoritative in the knowledge of what he's talking about. Anyway, James O'Keefe, founder, CEO, Project Veritas. This might be one of the biggest revelations you've ever gotten, and a scary one of them.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, the FDA executive officer admitting things here, and the FDA on the record told me that the person purportedly in the video does not work on vaccine matters and does not represent the views of the FDA. So the FDA has given us an on-the-record statement indicating to me they're taking it seriously. I spoke to Chris Cole for 30 minutes last night, and in that recording, he said he does in fact oversee the approval of the COVID vaccine for emergency approvals. So the FDA is throwing this guy under the bus. They hadn't even spoken with him when they gave me this statement. So, Sean, this is a seriously troubling piece of footage from our Food and Drug Administration, and we have a part 2 coming out this evening.
Well, that's not surprising. You have the part 2. I'm surprised he spoke to you for a half hour. Can you give us some of the headlines that they'll be putting out later?
Yeah, this is a transcript of a phone call which will be put out. He was saying that he did not want to be recorded, and that he made some unfortunate statements, and he misspoke. And I said, what do you mean you misspoke? Well, I didn't know I was being recorded. I said, well, you knew that you were being spoken to, and you're a representative of the FDA. You're an executive officer of the countermeasure. And I said to him on the phone call, and you'll hear it here in a minute, I said, you're saying you're not going to not approve toddler vaccine, just rubber stamping. And he was quite embarrassed by being caught, Sean. And I think his statement about everyone needs to get an annual shot, will be getting an annual shot, Biden's plan is revealing. So I think a lot of unanswered questions, and by the way, people say, we do misinformation, disinformation. These are not my claims. These are claims from an executive at the FDA. We just lips moving to the tape, and I think
listen, sometimes it can be a little grainy, a little hard to watch. You don't. This is as clear as day, and we'll show this on Hannity tonight, and we'll go over all of this and the new developments that you have here. I think the most chilling part, he even admitted he didn't agree with, 6-month-old kids are gonna be, that they want to give them the shot too, because that's not following the science, James O'Keefe. We've examined the data for 5 to 11-year-olds, and in terms of the flu and COVID and kids with COVID-19, the death rate is almost identical, and it's very tiny, especially compared to older adults. One thing that did remain consistent throughout this pandemic is this impacted disproportionately older people, people that were obese, people with comorbidities, underlying conditions, compromised immune systems. That part has not changed, James. I mean, so there's no science behind doing this to 6-month-old children, and yet he seemed fine with the fact, oh, I disagree with it, but, I don't quite agree, but that's what they're going to do. And I'm like, I cannot believe it.
Yeah, and you're referring to the quote, the tape over the radio that you played, which quote, there, the FDA, are not going to not approve the emergency use authorization for children 5 years old or less, toddler vaccine. Now, I asked him on the phone, I spoke to him for 35 minutes, this guy, last night, right before I launched the video. And Christopher Cole, I said, what did you mean by that? And he said, I don't recall saying that. So he was giving me the company line.
I don't recall saying that. Would you like me to play it for you? Because I can play your own words back to you. I mean,
exactly. And I think the FDA, another interesting point is the FDA did not, when I spoke to Chris Cole last night, I asked him for comment, he didn't even know the FDA had given a statement. So the FDA is not even telling their own executive they're reaching out to Project Veritas for comment. Really bad, really big investigation here, Sean. As long as I've known, I've never had the federal government send me an email with a statement in it. So I think we've revealed some things they don't want published. That's of course what journalists are supposed to do. In a world where everyone's throwing around terms like misinformation and disinformation, journalism is printing what they don't want printed.
All right, quick break. We'll come back and we'll continue more with Project Veritas CEO and founder James O'Keefe. We'll have all of this tonight on Hannity.
The left wants to silence Hannity. Don't let it happen. Make the commitment now. 3 hours every day at 3 p.m. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Inflation under the current administration is at a 40-year high. Everything we buy is more expensive. Gas, cars, groceries, housing, cost of living increases. Guess what? It's killing so many Americans' finances, which is why you need to find areas in your life where you can save money, and your wireless bill is one of them. Now, if you're still with the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, they are overcharging you for the exact same service you will be getting from Pure Talk for a fraction of the cost. That's why I'm a customer, and you should be also. And listen to this, the more lines you have, the more you're going to save. Right now, you can get 4 lines, talk, text, data, for just $64. And that's not per line, that's total. That's how the average family saves nearly $1,000 a year. So, how much would you save? And just take out your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and this month you'll save an additional 25% off your first 3 months. Pound 250 on your cell, keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk. Last year, the dollar lost a ton of value. Inflation rose by almost 7% in just 1 month towards the end of the year. Inflation is a silent killer. It's a hidden tax felt by everyone. And inflation isn't slowing down. Now, gold provides a hedge against inflation and can protect your family's wealth. Legacy Precious Metals is the company I trust for investing in gold and silver. Take this serious, my friends. You see the prices that are going up, and you can trust Legacy Precious Metals because they give you unbiased counsel based on your personal situation. So speak to an IRA expert at Legacy Precious Metals. 1-866-751-2218. That's 1-866-751-2218. Or download their free investor's guide at LegacyPMInvestments.com.
Berg Medical congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This is Chuck O'Neill with Executor Services. When I was named executor of my sister's estate, I was shocked at the number of duties that I was now responsible to complete. It was legal, financial, taxes, real property, and more. That's why Executor Services was founded. If you find yourself in a similar situation, call Executor Services. We can help. We will create a roadmap for you to navigate the estate process, helping you to avoid delays, disputes, and penalties. Right now, we are offering a free 20-minute consultation. Call Executor Services today at 412-515-0141 or visit us online at executorservices.com.
Live and unzoomed in 2022. REO Speedwagon. Loverboy. September 10th. The Pavilion at Starlight. Tickets on sale this Friday at livenation.com. Welcome to stay together again. Dance and REO Speedwagon with Loverboy. Live.
Hey Pittsburgh, looking for brand name handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors? It's Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it, Shaw has it. Need ammo, magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's best-kept secret. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue in Bridgeville. Need your AR worked on or a new barrel on your bolt-action rifle? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection is greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
Guys, you know how stressful erectile dysfunction is in a relationship. It is time to give back what you had before. Berg Medical Clinic is the only clinic to offer this breakthrough FDA-approved ED treatment. This innovative treatment is highly successful and non-invasive. Plus, it costs thousands of dollars less than other treatments. Come in for a free consultation with Dr. Williams. 412-889-9999 or go to bergmedicalclinic.com.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather. In Pittsburgh, Merrick Avenue and Hobson, watch out for an accident as you roll on Parkway East. Still a busy one on that outbound side from Basin to the Squirrel Hill tunnels and Portman approach the jail to the Portman Bridge. Parkway West, that's a clumsy ride from 79 to Roslyn Farms. Busy from Braintree into the tunnels and outbound. Thanks still up toward Carnegie. Outbound 65 still sluggish at Eckerd to the Rocks Bridge, as is 28 from Route 8 to the Highland Park Bridge. Highway traveling with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
Mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Raining tomorrow, warming up to a high of 60. A chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. And mostly clear skies on Saturday with a high of 34. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Poverty was already rampant in Haiti, but the last 2 years have been especially devastating for children and their families. You can help when you sponsor a child with Compassion International. Get started today by texting the word radio to 97646.
He's founder, CEO of Project Veritas. Under hidden camera, we get the FDA executive officer admitting all of these draconian measures that they're not telling we the people that they have planned as it relates to all things COVID. But the problem now is, and I think what's going to happen here is when we see this, I think that we can make a connection to what's going on with the truckers in Canada and how that movement has now spread worldwide. We're going to have a convoy in the U.S. There's one in New Zealand. There's many of them all across Europe that are happening here. But I think when the American people hear a top executive at the FDA, an executive officer at the FDA, literally making these pronouncements very matter-of-factly, not knowing that he's being recorded, which, by the way, was legal in whatever state you did it in, as you always follow the law. And then you talk to him, and he says, yeah, I didn't really mean what I said. It just is incredible. And the FDA trying to do a CYA saying the person does not work on vaccine matters, and in your interview with him, he admits he works on vaccine matters. So now the government is lying to us at a high level.
Well, and I think it's a little bit of semantics because he does work on the emergency authorization for the vaccine.
Okay, excuse me. You know, that's saying the same thing because then he has to know.
And our government is lying to us, and they're flawed. And I think, you know, it was extraordinary about the emergency authorization, and this is another quote, they're all approved under an emergency. So in other words, all these kids, all these toddler vaccines are approved under an emergency just because it's not as really an emergency for kids. So it's all an emergency. Everything will be automatically approved. They're getting the money, they found the revenue, everything's an emergency. We're automatically approved. We're not going to not approve it, is what he says when he does not know that he's being recorded. And then when he knows he's being recorded, he says, I don't recall saying that. And the FDA says it doesn't work out that way. So this is really a dystopian.
I mean, you have this so buttoned up that I don't see any way out for them except to admit the truth, which they're never going to do.
They banned the video off. They banned the video off Twitter. It had 1 million views. That's their way out. Is to ban information. It's still on. But your audience, you have your very large audience out there. People need to share this video. They need to.
Well, you'll be on TV with us tonight, and we'll share the video and the phone call, and we'll spend the appropriate amount of time showing people because they need to see this. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
James O'Keefe, founder, CEO, Project Veritas. Can't wait for tonight's development. That's going to be interesting. Listen, I've been telling you that Goldman Sachs over the weekend predicts now 7 potential interest rate hikes. Previously, they said they expected 4. But with inflation now at a 40-plus year high, this is going to be the Fed's way of trying to fight off inflation and a recession, which might be inevitable now at this point. Lawrence Summers may be right. Look, what does that mean to you? Every rate hike means that if you've not taken advantage of these low interest rates, you've got to do it now because it's going to save you a ton of money. And that's where our friends at AmericanFinancing.net come in. They will give you an absolutely free, zero obligation mortgage review. And if you refinance, they'll tell you exactly how much money you can save every month, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars, how much money you will save over the course of your loan. Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you haven't done it, please take the time, call them now before rates start going up dramatically. 866-615-9200. This is real money. 866-615-9200 on the web, AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Untitled.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The talk of Pittsburgh. 1320 WJAS.
Good afternoon, development. Headline update. Sawmill Run Boulevard Bridge will remain closed for 10 to 12 more weeks until repairs are finished. That's according to the Port Authority today. The transit system closed the bridge earlier this month when part of the bridge shifted. It was later found that water got into a support structure for the bridge and froze. The shuttle service that's being used to take transit commuters around the closure continued. A fire reportedly broke out this afternoon in Butler County, according to Beachside TV. It was reported just after 3 o'clock from a hole in the 200 block of Clearfield Road in Winfield Township. Drawing response from state police and firefighters, it's unclear if there are any injuries. Slippery Rock University President William J. Berry plans to retire. He says he'll retire next year on June 30th, 16 months before his current contract expires. An increase in January retail sales are nearly double what analysts anticipated. Sales jumped nearly 4% last month, with online shopping credited for much of the increase. I'm Evan, John the Tom from Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
When you need to have your roof repaired or replaced, call McClellan's Contracting and Roofing. They can help with all your roofing needs, including emergencies. No call ever goes unanswered 24/7. McClellan's Contracting and Roofing is an Owens Corning preferred contractor with over 150 combined 5-star reviews and rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can rest easy knowing you'll receive quality work and outstanding customer service. Financing is available. McClellan's is now booking appointments for spring of 2022. Call today at 412-353-5660. That's 412-353-5660 or online at McClellan'sRoofing.com.
Turning 65, UPMC Health Plan's Medicare Advantage plans can help you save money with extra benefits, including great dental, vision, and an allowance for healthcare products. Plus, our Medicare advisors make it easy to enroll. Call 1-844-299-8433 to find your plan. UPMC for Life has a contract with Medicare to provide HMO and PPO plans. Enrollment in UPMC for Life depends on contract renewal.
When you turn the heat on, you could be spreading contaminants like dirt, dust, dander, even mold, bacteria, and viruses. Call Bactronics today. They can quickly make your home safer and healthier. Bactronics receives up to 12 5-star ratings every day. Learn more at Bactronics with an X.com or call 412-375-7886.
This Fox Business Report is brought to you by Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors.
Stocks finishing mixed as investors monitor the latest developments in Ukraine while digesting a strong report on retail sales. The major averages cut some losses following the release of the minutes from the Federal Reserve's January meeting. Inflation occupied a good deal of the discussion during the meeting, and its policymaking committee said it strongly indicated an interest rate hike is on the way as soon as March. The Dow holding 55 points, the Nasdaq down 16, S&P 500 up 4. And consumers accelerated their spending in January as COVID cases eased, even as they confronted the hottest inflation reading in 4 decades. Retail sales rose 3.8% last month compared to the previous month. And Applied Materials stock is popping in the extended session after the semiconductor equipment manufacturer reported record sales amid a global chip shortage and gave a revenue forecast that met expectations. Petrofox Business Report, I'm Hillary Varsky, invested in you.
Run, walk, honor. The Tunnel to Towers 5K Run and Walk in New York City retraces FDNY firefighter Stephen Siller's final footsteps on 9/11. That single event has inspired more than 70 runs, walks, and climbs in different cities across the nation each year. Register for an event in your area or volunteer to start one. Do good and never forget by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
NASCAR champion Bobby Bonnie here with my brother Chip. This update brought to you by Farrah's Automotive, taking care of Pittsburgh's cars and trucks for 75 years. Farrah's Automotive. Drive a few minutes and save a lot.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
A crash Merrick Avenue and Crossland in Pittsburgh, also 10th Avenue and Prospect and Rapid Merge. That's the scene of another mishap. Outbound at the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel, seeing a lot more company. That's also the case on outbound 51, coloring lighted down toward 88, and inbound from Inwood up toward Bousman and the Liberty Tunnels. 65 still backing down at Eckerd to the Rocks Bridge, as does the Parkway southbound at Gates and the Fort Pitt approach to the jail. I'm with Bradley with traffic on the top of Pittsburgh, 20 WJAS.
Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Showers expected tomorrow with a high of 60. A mix of sun and clouds on Friday with a possibility of snow and a high of 33. And plenty of sunshine Saturday with a high of 34. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
The radio show the mainstream media loves to hate. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
25 to the top of the hour, 800-941-SEAN. You want to be a part of the program? I mean, the presser yesterday, or the statement, because it doesn't take many questions, of Biden was a disaster. If Vladimir Putin gets the entire Western world and NATO begging him, pleading with him not to invade Ukraine, while he has 150 to 200,000 troops and all the military equipment on the border with Ukraine, that is not negotiating from any position of strength. Now, if in fact Joe Biden bought into the smart philosophy of Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan, which is peace through strength, you would demand that Putin, if he wants to have a discussion, and he wants conversations, and he's looking for a dialogue, and he wants concessions on things that are important to him, that the only way you're going to talk to him is if he gets those troops off the border and sends them back to wherever they came from, and all the military equipment with them. Now, do I want a war between Russia and Ukraine? No, I do not. Do I think the U.S. should involve itself militarily? Nope. Do I think Joe Biden sending 6,000 troops into Europe is going to make any difference? Nope. Do I think we should do it? Never. Nope. I don't believe that either. Do I believe that the 8,500 troops that Joe has put on the heightened state of preparedness is going to make a difference? No, I do not. None of that's going to matter. The only way to hurt Putin, and it's very effective, half of his economy is energy. The only way to keep Putin in check is to not give him waivers like like Joey did, and in terms of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, but rather you cut off the pipeline, you start mass producing energy like we had energy independence under Donald Trump, you get back to being a net exporter of energy like we had under Donald Trump, and then you start supplying all of our Western European allies with all of their energy needs and do it at a rate that's lower than what Putin is doing. And by the way, not only will it benefit them, will lead to more world security, geopolitical security, if you will, but also it'll benefit American workers. It'll reduce the cost of everything we pay for in every store we go to. It'll reduce the price of a gallon of gasoline when we go to fill up our tanks. It'll cost less to heat and cool your homes. But Joe Biden's never going to do that because he is bought and paid for and beholden to the radical cult of climate change alarmists. By the way, now get this. You can't even make this up. This is in the Congressional Quarterly, State Department website, the New York Times, who had it too. Biden administration has now imposed a vaccine mandate on Americans fleeing Ukraine. Linda, are you listening to this? So a reporter asked, circle back, propagandist Jen Psaki, why is the administration encouraging Americans who are fleeing through Poland to bring proof of COVID-19 vaccination? As I understand it, Poland does not require that. So is there going to be a shift in messaging for Americans who are trying to get out through Poland? I would check with the State Department on that. I'm happy to follow up with you on that. That's her way of saying circle back, which she stopped saying because we make fun of her so much. Anyway, for you and your behalf as well. So we checked with the State Department website. We went ourselves and checked it out. Poland has indicated to the U.S. government that U.S. citizens may now enter Poland through the land border with Ukraine. No advanced approval is required. They're playing nice in the sandbox with the U.S. They're being friendly and helpful and supportive. U.S. citizens must present a valid U.S. passport and proof of COVID-19 vaccination. Travelers are also encouraged to present a negative test result from a PCR or an antigen COVID-19 test, which will facilitate entry into Poland. According to the New York Times, the Polish government requires a negative COVID test to enter the country. There's no mention of any vaccine mandate. They don't have a vaccine mandate. Travelers to Poland, even the New York Times said, can avoid a mandatory quarantine by presenting a negative test, PCR antigen, administered no more than 24 hours before arrival. And the U.S. Embassy notes that on arrival, testing is also available at the Warsaw, say it, Linda, Warsaw Airport. Say it again.
It's at the Warsaw Airport.
Warsaw.
So everybody says that, right?
Yeah, that's something like that. Children under 5 years. Now, it gets worse than that. Biden is warning that a Ukrainian invasion will make his inflation crisis even worse. To be clear, if Russia decides that will also have consequences here at home, but the American people understand that defending democracy and liberty is never without cost. What the hell is he talking about? We're not getting into a shooting war with Russia. He even said so himself. And he's the idiot who talked about a minor incursion, which I'm sure Putin interpreted as a green light to do whatever the hell he wants.
Russia will be held accountable. If it invades, it depends on what it does. One thing is minor incursion, or whether we end up having to fight about what to do and not do, etc.
Nobody wants to talk about are the Bidens compromised when it comes to Russia and Putin. Nobody wants to discuss Hunter's business dealings with the Russian oligarch, former First Lady of Moscow. Just like they don't want to talk about anything bad involving China, especially in light of the $1.5 billion deal with the Bank of China with no experience, and of course the $31 million that the Biden family syndicate, that Peter Schweitzer points out in his brand new #1 best-selling book. And it's pretty unbelievable. So now he creates the inflation crisis through his idiotic, imbecilic, frankly, economic and energy policies. Of course, you're going to pay more for energy if we're begging Russia and OPEC to produce more energy because we stopped producing it at the levels that we were. It's unbelievable. I won't send American servicemen to fight Ukraine. Putin now has all of the leverage. It's very similar in the sense that, remember, it was Joe Biden saying that the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan that we have all the leverage over the Taliban. The Taliban that surrounded the airport because Joe didn't get them out early enough when he had full, complete control of everything. And now we've abandoned Americans, thousands of people with green cards, even military members' families, and of course our Afghan allies that are being, killed in broad daylight or just missing in action, never to be seen or heard from again. Great job, Joey. You're doing great. Unbelievable. But of course, the mob, the media, they're so complicit. They don't talk about Americans held hostage that he abandoned. He's even saying, if you got to get out now, and if war breaks out, we're not going to be able to help you. Oh, man. Whatever happened to the land of the free and the home of the brave? Unreal. Sad times we're living in, I'll tell you that. All right, let's go to Michael is in North Carolina. What's up, Michael? How are you?
Hey, Sean. Long-time listener, big supporter.
Thank you, my friend.
Heard you say in the past, pay your taxes, pay your taxes, pay your taxes. Well, I certainly pay my fair share because of the way I was raised. And also, I'm way too pretty to go to prison, so
Okay, I'll take you at your word on that. Listen, I'll tell you why I say it, because they will put you in jail.
Well, the obvious question to me is why is nobody looking at Hunter Biden's tax returns? Nobody's trying to, those.
Mostly there's been an investigation going on for 2 years, and like anything, any Democrat being investigated, it goes on forever and ever and ever, and there's never an arrest, there's never a trial, and there's never a conviction. You explain that to me.
Then buy one of the books that are out there. It's right there. Just read it. I mean, if these books are true, and he's made all these millions, how do you, without a paper trail, there's got to be a paper trail, how do you wash that kind of money? It's like, what has he got? Marty Bird from the Ozarks or a tax advisor? It's bizarre.
Listen, I will tell you, these are frightening times for the country, and that's what makes what happens in November even that much more urgent and important. Anyway, appreciate you, Michael. Thank you for checking in. Kathy's in the beautiful ocean state of Rhode Island. I lived in Warren, Rhode Island for 5 years, and my favorite clam chowder is the Black Pearl in Newport. How are you? Glad you called, Kathy.
Thanks. I'm just going to pile on to our woes based on a caller that you had last Friday who was a farmer who grew corn. And he said he can't grow his corn due to supply chain issues. He can't get the seeds, he can't get the fertilizer, he can't get the pesticides for his crop. Well, if he can't plant his corn without those supplies, we're going to have a limited gasoline supply. If you have a limited gasoline supply, then the prices are going to go up. So it's not only $100 plus a barrel, there won't even be enough of the materials to make the gasoline. People are not going to be able to go on vacation. They're not going to, we're going to end up with, in the 70s, gas lines due to shortages.
Kathy, let me tell you something. I would love to appoint you chief economic advisor to the Biden administration because you make more sense than any of these people do. If you want to avoid this predicted recession by somebody like Warren Summers, who was a top economic advisor to Obama, the way you would do it, the first thing you do is immediately return to energy independence and be a net exporter of energy. It's good for national security and it's good for our wallets. But they're not going to do that. You know it and I know it.
In the election in 2018, this affects everybody, and I think that this population is less emotionally compliant than people were in the 70s. I think there's going to be mutiny when you see that you cannot fill up your car, you're limited to 10 gallons of fill, the stations close at 5, because that's what's going to happen if you don't have the supply to put into the stations, which you're not going to if farmers can't get what they need to produce the gas.
As I said, I appoint you the chief economic advisor, the secretary of treasury even at this point, because you're 100% right, and it's scary. Look, I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. I won't repeat what 2 decades of my life when I worked very, very hard in a very different area of my life. And it's the best experience I ever had. It keeps me grounded, that and my belief in God. But for poor people, the middle class in this country, it's crushing them. It's hurting them. It's costing them on average now. We're extrapolating out $250 in some cases a week. or $5,000, as much as $5,000 a year, according to Penn Wharton, in terms of the Biden inflation costs. It's scary. Anyway, Kathy, God bless you. Thank you. Claire in Delaware, we'll have about a minute and a half. It's all yours. How are you?
Hi. A challenge a little bit. Well, I wasn't first, but now I'm kind of changing my mind. What you said yesterday, there was a two-tiered justice system. This is my belief. I was a Republican for many years, 58 now, and I went independent about 4 years ago. I voted for Donald Trump, and I loved him. So when I speak of Republicans, I'm not speaking about him.
I'm a registered conservative for the same reason. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm leaving out Trump, and I'm talking about the mainstays like Templeton, the Rat, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, and these people. There's a very weak Republican Party, and that's why I believe there's a lot of problems. You have a Democrat Party that'll run its mouth on lies, and you have a Republican Party that can't open its mouth on truths that are going on out there and injustices. They will not get out and rally their base. That's an example. With what they found out about Biden before the election, what they're finding out about Hillary now, Swalwell with the Chinese spy. Let's go back to Fast and Furious. Let's go back to, I forget the ambassador, what country he was in when that boondoggle went down, and even Afghanistan. I mean, these are things on the plate the Republican Party could go after and be out constantly the way
Let me agree with you.
And they won't.
Donald Trump gave the Republican Party a backbone and a spine, and he fought. Now, he had to fight really hard. We know, based on all the lies and all the misinformation and this collusion story, that was 3 years of his presidency, and put the country through 3 years of hell. But Republicans are weak, spineless, visionless, and feckless as a group. We need strong, steady leadership. I would change it in the Senate in a heartbeat. I think it might happen. McCarthy is either going to rise to the occasion and rally a victory based on real promises, tangible results, or he should be replaced. So, all of these things are in motion. I'm a registered conservative for the exact same reasons. They all, at some point, disappoint me. And it's frustrating as hell, because you're right, the liberal Democrats, socialist Democrats, they stick together like glue. They never deviate. They never, although we are seeing cracks in the armor right now, because they see that they've gone so far left. They're trying to convince us that they weren't for defunding the police. They're trying to convince us that they're not socialist. Beto O'Rourke is trying to convince us that he never said, hell yeah, I'm going to take away your AK-47. I mean, he's pro-Second Amendment. I mean, they're all full of it. But their policies are a disaster, and we need a strong, focused Republican Party with no pale pastels, but bold color differences, as Reagan said. Great call. Hey, keeping your internet-connected devices updated, always a good idea, not just for consumers, but companies as well. One bug getting a lot of attention lately is called the Log4j, and cyber criminals exploit this bug to break into a server, steal data. Look, we're all, every day, putting our personal information at risk on the internet. In a second, these cyber criminals will ruin your name and reputation, destroy your finances, and rob you blind, and kill your credit score. LifeLock sees the threats we'll all miss on our own. They'll even scour the dark web on your behalf and see if any of your personal information is compromised. If it is, you get an alert. If in fact your identity is stolen, you get a dedicated restoration specialist who helps fix it for you. A very low annual rate, LifeLock by Norton, and you'll save an additional 25% off the first year when you use the promo code Hannity. All you have to do is call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com now. Mention the promo code Hannity. 25% off. 1-800-LifeLock, lifelock.com.
The information you need, the cost you demand. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
This is Mark Levin. Listen to me live tonight on 1320 WJAS, the Talk of Pittsburgh.
For Sunday, mostly sunny.
Hey, Sean Hannity here for Knox Safety. Now, there's recently been too many tragic headlines about carbon monoxide taking the lives of entire families. Now, it's often referred to as the silent killer. The danger can only be detected with a CO alarm. Now, you want to protect your loved ones with a Knox Safety carbon monoxide alarm. Now, the only one with voice alerts that communicate critical response information in both English and Spanish. Not safety is alarmed, detects, alerts, and it informs. You can get yours at Walmart today.
Hey, homeowners, did you know home values in the U.S. have appreciated over 10% on average the past 2 years? If you're looking to get cash out using your equity, but don't want to risk losing your nice low mortgage rate, a Figure home equity line could be perfect for you. With Figure, you can get approved in 5 minutes and get funding in as few as 5 days. Keep your rate low and get cash out using your equity while home values are high. Figure Lending LLC, Equal Opportunity Lender, NMLS 1717824. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Figure.com for more information.
American Back Centers has been successfully treating disc problems with VAX-D therapy for over 20 years. Listen to what Marsha from Gibsonia has to say.
I had arthritis in my back for years and tried pain shots, acupuncture. Since I started VAX-D, I'm pain-free, and even my friends think it's a miracle.
Call American Back Centers in Wexford or visit them on the web at AmericanBackCenters.com. At American Back Centers, you get nothing to lose with the pain.
A conversation with John Diagardi of Rome Money. John, why is pre-need planning important?
You and your wife probably bought a home together, raised a family together. Why wouldn't you want to make this decision together? It lessens the burden on your family and gives you peace of mind.
That should make sense to your customers, John. And how does Rome Monument help families with this decision?
We'll help you select the right monument. You'll work directly with our artists and we'll create a lasting tribute for which you and your family will be proud of.
What happens after a family purchases their monument?
You can see its progress being made if you like. Then your memorial can be placed in the cemetery, or we can store it for you in our new 16,000 square foot facility. Because you've seen it and touched it, you are sure that your monument will be there when you need it. Row Monument has been helping families like yours for 4 generations.
Thanks, John. And folks, you can always learn more at RomeMonuments.com.
Attorney John D'Onofrio and his team of financial advisors will plan your estate to pass some of your assets to your loved ones, inheritance tax-free, as well as eliminate the costs associated with probate. Call Attorney D'Onofrio today at 412-928-2068 to receive a free booklet on estate planning, eliminating inheritance taxes and probate costs, and to schedule your complimentary estate planning appointment. That's 412-928-2068. And remember, like an old-fashioned country doctor, Attorney D'Onofrio makes house calls.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot into the tiny apartment my wife Barbara and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Crews are still working on scene with a vehicle fire on the Parkway West inbound. That ramp as you exit Braintree Road is closed because of that. From Carnegie up to that point, it's going to be busier than usual as a result. Still jamming up on the outbound side. We have 4 Parkway Center up toward Braintree and Carnegie, Merrick Avenue at Hobson Street. Now this is an earlier accident. And as you make your way at 10th Avenue and Prospect at Breckenridge, another mishap. I've looked badly with traffic on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Unseasonably warm tomorrow. Some showers with a high of 60. Cooling down Friday. Partly sunny with a chance of snow and a high of 33. And mostly sunny on Saturday with a high of 34. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Poverty was already rampant in Haiti, but the last 2 years have been especially devastating for the children and their families. You can help when you sponsor a child with Compassion International. Get started today by texting the word radio to 97646.
All right, Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern on Fox. James O'Keefe, Donald Trump Jr. We'll have truckers from Canada, Adam Carolla, Laura Trump, Scott Brown, and much more. Set your DVR, 9 Eastern, Hannity, Fox News, ADC these Project Veritas tapes, and new developments only seen on Hannity tonight. A conversation that he had with this guy that we talked about earlier from the FDA. That's all coming up 9 Eastern. Thanks for being with us. You make the show possible. Back here tomorrow. We'll see you tonight.
Dr. Gorka here, and you know me. I am very cynical about products, especially those that claim to help people suffering from pain. So when I tell you that Relief Factor truly works, I want you to know that I mean it. I suffered from a stiff lower back for almost a decade, one so painful it made it difficult to kneel in church on Sundays. When I finally decided to give Relief Factor a try, I didn't ever imagine that I would find myself free of the pain, but that's what happened. Now I take Relief Factor every day. Almost 70% of the more than 500,000 people who have tried Relief Factor end up ordering more. That's because it works for them the way it worked for me. Isn't it time for you to get out of pain? Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start for the discounted price of only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. Feel the difference.
Celebrating 100 years on the air in Pittsburgh. The Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Hun, looks like the neighbor's kid hit a home run into our windshield.
Better call the insurance company.
We have the one with the leopard mascot, right?
No, it's a tiger.
Doesn't it have spots?
A cheetah?
Maybe it was.
Some insurance companies are known for their mascots. At NGM, we're known for a straightforward claims experience our customers love.
Just called them. It's a cougar, and we're not covered.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com to see if you can save up to 20% on your auto insurance.
Spring is upon us, and it's time to spring into action. If you have water in your basement or a problem with your foundation, call G&J Waterproofing today. 724-681-8944. G&J Waterproofing provides solutions to fit your needs and offers the best in industry warranty. They're family-owned and a great team of people. If you're having a problem with your foundation or your basement is getting wet, give G&J a call now for a free estimate. 724-681-8944. That's 724-681-8944.
WJAS AM Pittsburgh, home of the most powerful name in news, Fox News, on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Upward for continued diplomacy with Russia. I'm Rich Dennison, Fox News. U.S. and NATO allies continue talks with Russia over its military buildup along Ukraine's border.
Despite discussions of Russian troop drawdowns, the situation is very much ongoing. Russian President Vladimir Putin and his team have indicated their willingness to talk further with the U.S. and its NATO allies about security concerns that have culminated in the standoff over Ukraine. But both sides are sticking to their maximalist demands. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warned today that if the British put further sanctions on Russia, it will be obliged to respond in kind, targeting people who essentially make their living and reputations on, quote, Russophobia.
Fox's Amy Kellogg. President Biden is ordering the release of Trump White House visitor logs to the House committee investigating last year's riot at the U.S. Capitol, again rejecting former President Trump's claims of executive privilege. The records being released to Congress are visitor logs showing the appointment information for individuals who were allowed to enter the White House on the day of the violence. With many states dropping mask mandates, CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky today provided guidance on who should still cover their mouth and nose and where.
If you're symptomatic or feeling unwell, you should wear a mask. If you're in the 10 days after a COVID diagnosis, you should wear a mask. If you were exposed to someone with COVID-19 and are quarantined, you should wear a mask.
Dr. Walensky says the CDC is not updating its official mask guidance at this time, but could make changes in the coming weeks. The Interior Department's Inspector General says former Secretary Ryan Zinke misused his positions to boost a development project in his home state of Montana, then lied to ethics officials about his involvement. Zinke is now running for Congress in Montana. His campaign calls the report a political hit job. America's listening to Fox News.
With each mortgage-free home, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation delivers on its promise to do good and never forget the sacrifices America's greatest heroes have made for us. These heroes who have risked their lives for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This week on RVER, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. I'm sorry, I can't operate on that vehicle.
The doctor, you took an oath.
That RV, it's my son's RV.
Oh, doctor, isn't there anything you
I'm
can
not a miracle worker, Sheila. I'm an RV surgeon, trained to save the lives of large, injured recreational vehicles, which is definitely a real profession. When your RV really needs saving, Progressive has you covered. See if you could save with a leader in RV insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates coverage subject to policy terms.
St. Barnabas Health System thanks you for listening to the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
This news is brought to you by Bella Construction, the trusted leader in roofing, siding, and gutters. Visit myBellaRoof.com for a free estimate and make your roof a Bella roof.
59 degrees in Pittsburgh and Lebanon. The news update on the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS. Part of the region will be under a flood watch starting tomorrow as heavy rain is set to move in. The flood watch to the north of Pittsburgh, including for parts of Beaver, Butler, Clarion, Forest, Jefferson, Lawrence, Mercer, and Venango counties. According to the National Weather Service, Pittsburgh could get anywhere from 1 to 1.5 inches of rain between midday tomorrow and Friday morning. There was a fire this afternoon at a home in Butler County, and that's according to WPXI TV. The blaze started around 3 o'clock at a home in the 200 block of Clearfield Road in Winfield Township. Right now, it's unclear if there are any injuries. A man is in the hospital with critical injuries after being rescued from a burning apartment in Carrick overnight. Firefighters responded to a call just after 1 a.m. about smoke coming from an apartment on Truthview Avenue. The fire is believed to have started by accident. The CDC director says the agency is assessing whether to relax mask guidelines. Dr. Michelle Walensky added things are moving in the right direction. Dr. Anthony Fauci noted that top health officials are assessing whether a second booster shot may be recommended in the coming months. All this, Pennsylvania health officials report another 25% decline in the number of COVID patients in Commonwealth hospitals week over week. In sports, Sidney Crosby is now a member of the 500-goal club. He scored his 500th career goal 16 minutes and 34 seconds into the first period last night in the Pens game against the Flyers in Pittsburgh. The score gave the Pens a 2-1 lead entering the first intermission. The 34-year-old Crosby is now the second active player with 500 career goals, trailing only Alexander Ovechkin, who has 759 career goals. Pens won the game, by the way, 5-4 in overtime, and Pittsburgh will now visit the Maple Leafs coming up tomorrow. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
I'm Evelyn, from the Talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Has your home or business been damaged by fire, water, or storm? Even when dealing with insurance, you have a choice who repairs and cleans up the mess. Call Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh.
And yellow band called Service Master.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Stop and go in pockets on the Parkway West inbound anywhere from 79 to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Outbound is heavy from Maxwell Road to Green Tree. Parkway East inbound jamming 2nd Avenue to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Crosstown Boulevard inbound jams the Vince Bridge to the Liberty Bridge. Brendan Joseph, total traffic.
Mostly overcast tonight with a low of 47. Rainy tomorrow, warming up to a high of 60. A chance of snow on Friday, otherwise partly sunny, cooling down to a high of 33. And mostly clear skies on Saturday with a high of 34. From the Ireland Contracting Studios, I'm Greg Maxwell on the Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS.
The Talk of Pittsburgh 1320 WJAS is an iHeart radio station. Stream us anytime, anywhere.
Once again, made contact with our leader, Mark Logan.
Hello, America. Mark Levin. Our number 877-381-3811. 877-381-3811.
The normal high temperature for tomorrow is
I have an article in front of me talking about how China and Taiwan, CNBC, are looking at the situation in Russia and Ukraine. For those who don't think the issue of Ukraine resonates throughout the rest of the world, it does.
Sunrise tomorrow is at 7:12
And so,
weather
I've been thinking about this.
for the following counties: Columbiana,
Put yourself in the shoes of the president of Taiwan, or in the high heels.
Butler and Lawrence and Hancock, West Virginia.
And you expect at some
Thursday
point
morning through Friday morning,
this massive country,
flooding caused by excessive rainfall,
not too far from your shores,
where portions of east central
because
Ohio,
Taiwan
including
was originally the island of Formosa. The nationalists escaped as the communists took it over.
Jefferson, Ohio, Muskingum, Noble, and Tuscarora,
Chiang Kai-shek.
portions of Pennsylvania, including the following
What would
areas:
you do?
Beaver, Butler, Clarion,
What would you do?
Jefferson, Pennsylvania, Lawrence, Mercer,
And I
Van
thought about
Hill,
this tiny country, another
portions
tiny
of
country,
northern West Virginia, including the following area:
called the State of Israel. What do they do?
From Thursday morning through Friday morning, impacts. Excessive runoff may result in
What do
flooding
they
of rivers,
do?
creeks.
Well, they don't play
and other
defense and
low-lying
just
and
take
small
incoming
runoff
left and right and left and right and left and right. The wars that they have fought suggest otherwise.
www.weather.gov/
If they're attacked,
safety / flood. You
as
should
they were in the
monitor
Yom
later
Kippur
forecasts
War,
and be alert for possible flood warnings.
they defend and then they go on
Those
offense.
living in areas prone to flooding should be
If they're
prepared to take
surrounded and
action
they're going to be
should flooding
attacked, as in the '67
develop.
war,
Now here is the
they go on
synopsis.
offense
Dry
first.
weather
They don't wait to be
with
attacked.
gradually warming temperature can be expected through Wednesday.
And that's the way
The
you
dynamic
survive.
system will bring rain and eventually some snow Thursday and Thursday night.
The reason Putin has
The forecast for Pittsburgh and
150,000
surrounding
troops,
counties
500
for tonight:
tanks,
mostly cloudy.
equal number of aircraft,
Near
40
steady temperatures in the
naval
upper 50s.
battleships of one form or another
South winds
with
10 to
Ukraine
15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25
and all the
miles
rest
an
of it.
hour.
It's because he knows
For
Ukraine is
Thursday,
not armed
a
to
chance of
defeat
showers in the
Russia.
morning, then showers in the afternoon. Mild.
That
Highs in the
Ukraine
upper 50s.
is a
South
relatively
winds 15
new
to 20 miles an
country
hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour.
since the collapse
Chance of rain near
of the Soviet
100%.
Union. It was a country long before that, but I'm saying for modern time.
In the evening, then rain showers
So it
with a
doesn't
chance of
have
snow
a
showers
military
after midnight.
capacity that Russia has.
Much colder with lows in the
And
mid-20s.
successive presidents, right up to and including Obama, would not give them or sell to them
Gusts up to 45 miles an
the
hour.
kind of weaponry they need to defend themselves.
100%.
And of course, I've talked multiple times about the 1994 nuclear pact
Partly cloudy in the afternoon.
with Ukraine,
Russia,
Russia,
much colder with
Britain,
highs in
and
the
the United
lower
States.
30s. Northwest
And I'm sure
winds
Ukraine
10 to
wishes
15
it never
miles
did.
an hour with gusts up to 25 miles
Because
an
now
hour.
they don't have a
Chance
really
of snow
effective
40%.
deterrent.
For Friday night, mainly clear. Near steady
What do you do
temperature
if
in
you're
the
in these
mid-20s.
countries that are much smaller and
Southwest
outnumbered?
winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. For
Once you're
Saturday,
attacked.
partly sunny in the morning, then clearing. Near steady
Thinking about
temperature in
Taiwan
the
in
upper
particular.
20s. And for Saturday night, mainly clear.
Well, I know I'm just sitting here
Lows
thinking
around
it
20.
through, but the
And now, taking a
The
look at the
neo-frauds
extended forecast for Sunday, mostly
claim
sunny,
that
warmer with highs around 50.
they're just worried about the best
For Sunday
interests of the
night,
United States. They
mainly clear.
never, ever criticize
Does
Putin.
cool
You
with
notice
lows
that?
in the mid-30s. For
They don't
Washington
criticize.
Thursday,
They like
partly cloudy in the
There's
morning.
something about
then becoming
autocracy
partly
that's in their
sunny.
blood. I don't know what it is.
Mild. Highs in the mid-50s. For Monday night, mostly cloudy.
Now, if I were the president of
Chance
China,
of showers in the evening.
I would
then
attack
showers likely
the
after midnight.
closest major city
Lows
the
in the
Chinese
lower
mainland,
40s.
rather than sit there and have my country bombarded and bombarded and bombarded with massive death tolls.
Highs in the upper 50s.
I mean, Taiwan is 26 or so million people. It's an advanced, small
For
country.
Tuesday night, showers likely. Mild.
It's a
Lows in the
country.
lower 40s. Chance of rain 70%.
Every bit as
And for
legitimate
Wednesday, considerable cloudiness.
as communist China, the mainland China, is a country.
Mild.
It
Highs in the lower
effectively,
50s.
for all intents and purposes, was formed at the same time.
At 6 p.m. Pitt International
Ukraine
reported
has
cloudy
not
skies.
always been
Temperature 56
independent from Russia.
Relative humidity 30%. Wind south at 12.
So why is it independent from Russia today? Well, Russia feels threatened. Well, we feel threatened from Mexico. Does that mean we attack Mexico and take over Mexico? Or how about that clown in Ottawa, in Canada?
Allegheny County Airport, most
The world's newest
57 degrees.
Marxist
Winds gusting to
and
23.
totalitarian.
Beaver Falls cloudy 57.
Trudeau, Justin.
Latrobe clear
Trudeau.
54. Indiana 48. Washington 57. Newcastle 54.
So Taiwan should prepare, in my view,
56.
not just for defensive attack, but for an all-out attack on a major communist Chinese city, because that's what they're going to get in Taiwan.
Clearfield, partly cloudy,
and if communist China and the people of China don't feel any kind of response, everybody are just lookers on, like there's some kind of a car accident in Taiwan, then the result in Taiwan will be devastating. You might say, well, that'll really piss off the communist Chinese. Doesn't matter, they're already in the attack mode. It's a little tougher for Ukraine. I was looking at a map. Moscow is not close. It's about 700 miles away. I doubt they have a missile system that can reach Moscow. But there are other towns and cities that they can attack. But again, the problem there is most of it is land. Not all of it, but most of it. And they've all but surrounded Ukraine, except for the part of Ukraine on the west side that borders a number of NATO countries. But you have to learn from these little countries. They strike out and they attack their enemy, even when they're outnumbered. I'm talking about Israel in particular.
For the following county, Columbiana, Ohio.
This is something that ought to be thought about.
In Pennsylvania.
It probably is, I hope.
Lawrence and Hancock.
I'm just waiting for Putin to decide when he will slaughter tens of thousands of Ukrainians. This is something the Russians do every century or so. In 1932, they starved to death up to 10 million Ukrainians. What is it any of our business? Now, let's hope our allies don't think that about the United States. What is it any of our business? The level of stupidity is really quite remarkable. Then if you mention it, this could escalate to a nuclear war with Russia. No, it won't. What's with this Gabbard they keep bringing on, Mr. Video? Have you noticed that? This former Democrat candidate, the Democrat member of Congress, I guess no longer, or soon not to be. Is she an expert on this stuff? She's no more of an expert than I am. Did she fight? Well, she was in the military. I wasn't. But so what? This is in Canada. I get the comment too.
Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared.
But some people serving the military are dead wrong.
The Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania climate summary for this evening.
Or utterly
4 p.m.
misinformed.
16th, 2022.
Watching another one of these colonels they run, they're very cherry-picked colonels.
3:59 p.m.
Who said we have to respect the fact that Russia has an area of influence too.
No precipitation fell today.
Ukraine is an ally. We convinced them to give up their nuclear weapons. We're supposed to respect a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Respect it. Not just accept it. Respect it. What kind of people are being drawn on television and radio? It's bizarre. It's idiotic.
Today, which brings the monthly total to 4.9 inches.
We shall see.
The total snowfall since July 1st.
Today is Wednesday, the attempt for that. He's not yet.
Snow on the ground. There were 22 heating degrees.
There's no evidence whatsoever.
This brings
pulling back, and why would it?
573.
What's to stop him?
The yearly total
His new friend G is all behind him.
562.
Germany,
cooling degree days today.
that's nothing to do with it under their new radical left chancellor.
The yearly total since January 1st is 0.
The Eastern European states do not have enough power.
Is 40 degrees, and the normal
That's Poland and Hungary, among others.
The record
stop
for
it.
tomorrow is 68, which occurred in 1883.
There's nothing to stop.
And the record low is -10, which occurred in 1979. Sunset tonight is
if he had had fear of the President of the United States, like he feared Donald Trump, if they felt Trump was unpredictable in many ways he was, which is a strong card, as Rick Grinnell pointed out the other night,
a dynamic system will bring
that would be good.
some snow. Thursday and
But
Sunday
Biden is
night.
utterly predictable. He caved to the Islamo-Nazi regime in Tehran. He caved to the genocide genocidal regime in Beijing. He caved to the fascistic regime in Moscow. He's caved all of our enemies. Of course, he hates the Republicans more than all of them put together, but you get my point. And they see it, and they know it. 9,000 American citizens still in enemy territory in Afghanistan, and they're still executing in the most horrific way our allies who work with us. That's not over, ladies and gentlemen, just because our media aren't covering it anymore. It's still happening. I'll be right back. Now is the time to put your home to work for you. It really is. Because that equity you've built, well, it can be accessed as cash to improve your life. Whether it's paying off your high-interest debt or funding a home renovation, doesn't matter. It's your money to use however you want. You've just got to call American Financing, America's home for home loans, where the process starts with a free mortgage review, meaning no pressure, no obligation, no upfront or hidden fees, just a simple conversation around custom loan programs that can save you up to $1,000 a month, plus tens of thousands long term. And they may help you skip 2 payments, so why not learn more? If you start soon, you may close in as fast as 10 days. 888-900-1828. That's 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. Or apply online at AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
G&J Waterproofing congratulates WJAS for 100 years on the air. The talk of Pittsburgh, 1320 WJAS.
Hi, this is Diane Ireland of Ireland Contracting. We're excited to announce that Owens Corning, our shingle manufacturer, just released its new 2022 Color of the Year, introducing Bourbon. It is part of the Duration Designer Colors collection and integrates a unique combination for a rich, bold dimensional effect. It also features Owens Corning's patented Shore Nail technology for advanced performance. Be the first on the block in 2022 to have this beautiful color installed on your home. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com for your free estimate today.
Hey Pittsburgh, looking for brand name handguns, rifles, shotguns, and suppressors? It's Shaw Precision Guns on Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. You name it, Shaw has it. Need ammo, magazines, or optics? Shaw has it. Shaw Barrels is the nation's premier barrel manufacturer. They have their own line of Shaw bolt-action rifles, AR-15s, and AR-10s, custom-made and shipped nationwide. It's Pittsburgh's best-kept secret. Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue in Bridgeville. Need your AR work on or a new barrel on your bolt-action rifle? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville. Why drive out of your way when the selection is greater and the prices are better? Shaw Precision Guns, Washington Avenue, Bridgeville.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Small businesses are the backbone of America. Yet when it comes to workers' comp insurance, you rarely get the savings you deserve. That's because insurance companies tend to lump you in with other businesses, and you can get overcharged. At Pi Insurance, we're on a mission to change that. With Pi, you get a quote specific to your business, and you can save up to 30% with no hassle and no hidden fees. If you like savings, take 3 minutes to see how much you could save at trypi.com. Pi makes workers' comp insurance as easy as pie, with friendly representatives just a call away. No wonder customers rate our service excellent on Trustpilot. You work hard to build your business and keep your employees safe. You deserve more from your workers' comp provider. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote today at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
Looking for new or used handguns or rifles, ammo, or accessories? For decades, Pittsburgh's choice has been Federal Firearms on Thomas Run Road in the South Hills. Great guys with plenty of experience and the most competitive prices in the area. Federal Firearms in Pittsburgh's South Hills.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? People born during these years are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C, but most people don't know they are infected. So even if you try to eat right, exercise, and take care of yourself, you can still have hepatitis C, a serious liver disease that often has no symptoms. In fact, people can live with hepatitis C for decades without feeling or looking sick. But over time, hepatitis C can cause serious health problems, including liver damage, liver failure, or even liver cancer. Getting tested is the only way to know if you're infected with hepatitis C. That's why the CDC recommends everyone born from 1945 to 1965 get a blood test for hepatitis C. Treatments are available that can cure this disease. So talk to your doctor about getting tested. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
Pittsburgh traffic and weather.
Heading on the Parkway West inbound from Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnel, outbound Green Tree to Carnegie. Parkway East inbound slows, 2nd Avenue to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Crosstown Boulevard inbound, it's heavy from the Pittsburgh to the Liberty Bridge. Total traffic.
Plenty of clouds in the sky tonight with a low of 47. Showers expected tomorrow with a high of 60. A mix of sun and clouds on Friday.